Chapter 607 Mutation. Hatred took root in Ryu's heart. It was so oppressive that even with breath of life, he found it difficult to even breathe. If it wasn't for a subtle spring breeze that hung around his spiritual sea, he might have truly become a demon in that very moment. He had never felt so much rage in his life. It was one matter for logic to dictate that it was unlikely that his entire family would have survived this ordeal, but for it to be placed before him as a fact rather than a deduction he could ignore in favor of a vain hope. Quite simply, it hurt. It was tearing pain that felt like thousands of needles tearing into his heart, slicing apart his vessels and laying his flesh bare for the scavengers of the martial world to peck and eat at. He wanted everything and anything to crumble, for nothing at all to exist any longer. It was a fury he couldn't even speak into words, a kind of fury that caused even the world itself to overturn. The resentment within the Ice Devil legacy world doubled, tripled and increased even by tenfold in the blink of an eye. The suffocating presence made those that remained fall to their knees. Even the skies above, having long since recovered from their battle, became painted in red, arcs of violet lightning crackling above in rolling clouds that looked like a fog of blood. Deep within Ryu's bloodline, a shackle was shaken loose before shattering completely. However, before it could even fully manifest, it mutated. Booming thunder shattered space. Bolts of lighting as thick as ancient tree trunks connected the skies and the earth. Everywhere they passed, destruction and chaos was wrought. Splinters spanning dozens of kilometers spread. Fires that set pillars of wild flames ablaze raged. Ash sprinkled down as everything was torn asunder. Everywhere the lightning passed, space lost its integrity. Large black voids appeared but no longer repaired themselves nearly as quickly. It felt like the world itself was revolting as the legacy world continued to crumble in on itself. At that moment, Gold Leaf City began to be affected as well. The crimson skies began to spread overhead and wild. Sparkling arcs of violet lightning began to appear randomly in space as they tore a path out of the Ice Devil legacy world. Shock took hold of the elders. They had still been discussing how to deal with the issues that surrounded Ryu, trying to decide whether this should be reported to the higher-ups or not, only for this to happen. Looking at the arcs of violet lightning, their hearts shook. A deep-rooted fear hooked them to their spots, making it difficult even for them to move a single inch. They felt that if even a small spark touched their skin, they would be eradicated without even a chance to fight back. Bang! It was right then that a violent whirlpool of space and dark chi imploded. It was clear immediately that the legacy world had collapsed, but such a thing left them all in shock. A legacy world, especially one created by an expert with the last of their cultivation, was just as sturdy as any small world, albeit much smaller than one. The destruction of a legacy world would never happen like this, even after its creator truly passed on. Usually, it would fuse into the void before vanishing completely. A collapse like this could only mean that it was actively destroyed. But who could possibly have such strength? Even they as elders weren't confident in doing such a thing. Run! It was like a black hole was descending. Everything was swallowed up, the entire core of the city wiped out, leaving nothing but an endless abyss and a vile resentment that hung in the air. Just like this, the largest city of the Blossom Plain was obliterated. The life and death of those who had entered the legacy world would be unknown for a long while. It wouldn't be until several days later that it was learned that for some odd reason, these individuals had been randomly teleported across the plain, completely confused in how they had gotten there. Even Ryu could have never expected for his storm talent to have awakened under the stimulation of a mutation. Due to the fusion of his lightning and rage flames, his lightning had suddenly gained the character of rising in strength along with his fury as well. The result was his emotion triggering his Qilin lightning to reach a new level and for his storm talent to be awoken in full force. The awakening of his talent wasn't as simple as it seemed on the surface. Until now, Ryu's Qilin lightning was just that, lightning. Though it had a strong yang character to it, that was about it. It didn't have the special abilities his flames had, and at best, it could be said to be a great counter to Yin-type cultivators. However, it had to be remembered that Ryu didn't need to awaken his lightning. Of course, he gained an ease of using it after he awakened his spirit body, something that also made reaching the ruler realm as easy as breathing, but he didn't have to awaken it like he had to with his rage flame or his ice flame. The same way the first major dividing line between fire dragons was whether or not they could awaken their rage flame, the first major division between Lightning Qilin was whether or not they could awaken their storm talent. Why was this so important? It was because once the storm talent was awakened, the true prowess of lightning would begin to make its prowess known. The Dark Phoenix was the gatekeeper of death. The Ice Phoenix? Life. The Fire Phoenix? Reincarnation. The Fire Dragon? Fury, and more importantly, the ability and propensity to snatch from the heavens. As for the Lightning Qilin, they were the harbingers of tribulation. And the current Ryu had more than just a single judgment he wanted to render. Chapter 608 Silence. The location was the pedestal plane. Yana stood not far from Ryu, whose body still wasn't quite corporeal, flickering in and out as though it couldn't decide whether it was lightning, fire, or human. She felt that she had been lucky to get Ryu out of there, or maybe it was just that the citizens of Gold Leaf City had been lucky. If she hadn't taken Ryu away, the entire city would have been razed to the ground. It could be said that for a moment Ryu had stopped caring about the consequences. But, luckily, Yana had kept a level head and ended things in a way that gave Ryu some plausible deniability, at least for now. She could feel how enraged Ryu was. Even while he sat in meditation, he didn't place any of his attention on her at all. Even though she had only been back with Ryu for a short time, even when he hadn't shown her any affection at all, he would never ignore her like this. It was clear that he was doing his utmost to rein in his emotions again. Yana stopped pacing about and sat in front of Ryu, gazing at his face. She reached a hand forward, the heat coming off of him making her uncomfortable. It was only now that she realized that Ryu was actually still naked, something that made her blush profusely. She had been so worried about him previously that she hadn't even noticed. Had they actually touched like that? Yana shook her head. She was no longer a little girl. Why was she blushing about something like this? This was her future husband. She would have to see it eventually. After all, who would help him to bathe and dress every morning if not her? Yana winced as Ryu's energy coursed out of control. She could tell that if Ryu wasn't doing everything he could to hold it back, she might have been burnt to ash as well, but she refused to let go. Ryu could feel Yana's hand on his own and even feel as she flinched in pain. Though Yana couldn't see it, his gaze was completely red. Even the whites of his eyes had been invaded by something that could only be classified as demonic. Luckily, he had managed to stop his storm talent from spiraling out of control, or else lightning strikes as thick as mountains and pillars of flames would have already erupted. Considering how fragile the pedestal plane was in comparison to the other, this wouldn't have been a good thing at all. This is my talent and my body. Silence. A suffocating pressure pressed down with Ryu as its center. The moment he had awakened his storm talent, his lightning inheritance had skyrocketed to the Dominion realm, and the resulting essence had brought him to the fifth immortal ring realm. However, for the first time, Ryu had truly lost control of his strength. The vastness of his storm talent was far beyond anything he could have anticipated. Ryu slowly opened his eyes, the red barely receding. He looked down at Yana's small hand, which was still gripped to his own. "I'm sorry," he said lightly. Yana shook her head vigorously, but her voice was too hoarse to speak. She felt like she had lost something too, even though she had no idea what Ryu had just gone through. Ryu sighed. There were two topics his grandmother had avoided like the plague during her final moments. The first was Elena and the second was Nuri. From this alone, Ryu could infer that Nuri had most definitely died. If not for this, his grandmother would have mentioned her. She likely didn't want him to suffer even more than he was already. As for Elena, his grandmother always had a habit of calling Elena a little vixen and insulting her in some benign ways. This time, though his grandmother had mentioned Elena once, she hadn't added any of her usual commentary. Some might say that his grandmother was cruel for doing this, but sometimes there were jokes one would understand if you were part of a friend group or family. But once one didn't deem it necessary to use these jokes anymore, it felt like drawing a clearer line than being enraged would. As for what happened, Ryu had no idea. And, quite frankly, at the moment he didn't have the mental capacity to care or even think about it. If it wasn't for the fact Yana was here, he wouldn't have even been able to calm himself. Even now, he felt like lashing out at any and everything. The only thing holding him back was the worry in her eye. For her sake, he tried his best to maintain a somewhat normal appearance. But the red of his eyes didn't seem to want to go away anytime soon. Did you get some good resources? Yana tried to change the subject. Of course, she had no idea that these resources Ryu had gained were actually the final pieces that remained of his Ice Phoenix clan. But, seeing the innocent look in her eye, how could Ryu possibly lash out at her for something like this? The young girl before him now, even if she would resent him thinking of her as such, was just as much a member of his family as his grandmother was. She wasn't an outsider, nor would he treat her as such. Ryu nodded before looking down at himself. Oh! With a wave of his hand, Ryu had already covered his body in black robes. But these seemed to carry a particular sinister air, the scent of judgment and tribulation wafting from them. Just being in their presence made one feel oppressed. The Ice Phoenix clan had left behind many treasures. The wind attribute treasures were just the tip of the iceberg. The clan would have mostly gathered soul and ice attribute treasures. With the ban, they probably would have leaned even more into ice attribute treasures in recent years. But, likewise, that would mean they would have stored away a lot of soul attribute treasures that might have been extinct and only managed to survive to now due to the ban. These soul attribute treasures would be greatly beneficial for a part sprite like Yana. As for Ryu, he wasn't quite interested in these treasures just yet. It was about time he used the golden vein spirit-seeking lilies. Now that his soul have been birthed, this was the perfect time for explosive growth. But first he needed to awaken Ailsa. There was a reason he hadn't bothered to speak to his grandmother about Ailsa's situation. Compared to the treasures of the Ice Phoenix clan, a mere mystical grade E attribute treasure was like a pebble by the side of the road. Let alone a single flower of nightshade dew, the spatial ring his grandmother had left him probably had thousands of stocks.
Chapter 609 Soul Manifestation.
This big sister is very beautiful. Yana looked toward Ailsa's sleeping figure with one part appreciation and another part complicated emotions. She understood that it was unlikely that Ryu would have had no women at all, but it still hadn't quite settled in that this was in fact true. She could clearly see by the look in his eye that he had the same care for Ailsa that he showed for her. Thank you for your help, Yana. Yana shook her head. She had hardly done anything, it was hardly difficult. Ryu realized just not how lucky he had been to have Yana by his side. He alone had no method of taking things in and out of the crystalline jade. If not for the fact Yana could enter the ethereal realm freely as a part fairy, Ryu would have had no idea how to get Ailsa out of there to treat her, nor would he have had a way of bringing the nightshade dew in. To call it luck almost didn't give it enough credit. It almost felt preordained. Though, at the same time, Ryu felt foolish that he hadn't thought of such a problem earlier. He had been so focused on finding the cure that he didn't even consider this. But everything was fine now. Yana, though, couldn't stop blushing. She had to sit there as Ryu, with no other real choice, kissed Ailsa continuously. Rather than preparing the spiritual herb in a special process, the easiest method was to just use the incubator to process it as gently and perfectly as possible. The issue with that, though, was that the incubator was designed only to be used with the person who fused with it. In order to bypass this, Ryu could only use this crude method. After a few hours, Ryu removed his lips from Ailsa's own one final time. He had planned the original treatment to use just a single nightshade dew. But he used more than 10 this time, making it far more thorough. She should slowly begin to come out of her coma now. It's best if she does so naturally, so that there's no harm to her soul. When Ryu was satisfied, he placed the crystalline jade on Ailsa's forehead once again. It wouldn't be long before she awoke. A few days at the shortest, a few months at the longest. But it would more likely be somewhere in between these estimates. By the time she awoke, she would definitely have an explosive growth in her strength. After her meridians being locked down for so long, she would be wild and free for the first time in her entire life. Ryu wouldn't be surprised if it only took her a few years or a decade at most to cultivate from the Tao pedestal realm to the World Sea realm. This might sound shocking, but Ailsa was already almost 1 billion years old to begin with. With her talent, the World Sea realm was about where she should be to begin with. It also had to be remembered that while accumulation of chi was still important at these higher stages, what was most important was comprehension. Elsa already had comprehension far beyond her realm, so she wouldn't experience any bottlenecks. Aside from that, there was also the question of Elsa's hidden talent. Even up to now, Ryu didn't know exactly what it was. But he was sure that Elsa would be able to grasp it quite quickly once she awoke. Ryu took a deep breath, his emotions slowly becoming a low, simmering stream. It felt like he was teetering between erupting into a violent gaseous substance or settling down into a cooler liquid. As for which happened, only time would be able to tell. Ryu turned his senses toward the incubator, finding a field of gold-veined spirit-seeking lilies. One's first petal of gold-veined spirit-seeking lilies would increase the strength of one's soul and your spiritual sea size by 100%. The second would fall by 10% along with every subsequent petal absorbed until one reached 1%. At this point, for every petal one consumed, you would always gain this 1% increase. It was unsurprising then that gold-veined spirit-seeking lilies were among the most valuable spiritual herbs in all of existence. Even calling them origin grade didn't quite do them justice. They existed on a plane very few other heavenly treasures could match. However, this simultaneously made it extraordinary that Ryu had actually found such a treasure on the mortal plane. In fact, it was clear that King Tor hadn't known the value of these spiritual herbs and just thought they looked nice, or else they wouldn't have remained untouched for so long. Even the Ice Phoenix clan's remaining treasures didn't have a single one among them at this level. Still, there was a reason Ryu hadn't used the gold-veined spirit-seeking lilies and only made use of the silver-veined ones to help his meditation. That was because he had yet to reach the optimal range. For one, he was always worried about his poor mental realm talent, so he had wanted to wait until he could reach the peak of Tribulation 9 Clouds. Using the gold-veined petals when his talent was piss-poor versus when it was at its peak would have vastly different results, obviously. In fact, if he did so too early, the boost in his talent would render his previous uses of the petals useless. The second reason Ryu had held back was because he had yet to reach the optimal cultivation realm. The first problem was solved. His master's elemental war god legacy had used the white flame as a foundation to reconstruct his soul. Originally, Ryu had thought that the white flame acted on its own, but it was only after some observation that he realized that had he never learned elemental war god, the white flame wouldn't have reacted like that. It was almost like it was waiting for the appropriate moment and circumstances. As for the second problem, this was solved as well. The soul birth realm, especially its infancy stage before Ryu began to cultivate it in earnest, was without a doubt the best realm to do this. The mental realm was separated into spiritual entrance, spiritual endowment, soul birth, soul refinement, soul ascension, and finally soul quintessence. Soul birth was the immortal ring equivalent. Soul refinement was the path extinction equivalent. Soul Ascension, Elsa's realm, was split into 4 levels, going from the Tao pedestal equivalent to the Cosmic Seed, World Sea, and finally Sky God level. As Elsa had exposed previously, the Soul Quintessence was a legendary realm of the soul that was often conflated with the peak of the Soul Ascension realm. The reality was that Soul Quintessence might very well not exist at all. One could say that one's potential at the Soul Birth realm would truly decide one's talent in soul cultivation. It would no longer be the body acting as a proxy for spiritual chi, but rather the soul itself taking action to use spiritual chi. In that situation, the sturdier, more powerful and larger the soul was at this stage, the greatest sort of impact it would have as time went on. A stronger and more resilient soul at this stage would be able to withstand the cruelty of the soul refinement realm and ultimately aid to rise up from the ashes during the soul ascension realm. There was no better realm to act than now. The potential of one's soul was decided by how large it was when manifested out of the body. Following this, its strength would be decided by how dense and corporeal it was. At the highest soul ascension levels, a soul could even pass off like a real human body, not much unlike Eska's had been. Of course, the size of Eska's soul wasn't its true size but rather a projection. A soul that was almost 2 meters tall had never appeared. So, this shouldn't be a reflection of Eska's potential either. To put matters into perspective, Even a soul that could manifest at the size of a thumbnail was a bit above average for an individual stepping into the soul birth realm. Though, of course, such a soul was far too fragile to be projected outward and would thus rarely, if ever, appear. This was why Ryu had yet to come across a person who used their soul in such a way. However, Ryu was different. With his Phoenix bloodlines, if he didn't manifest his soul in battle, he would be ignoring a large part of his own prowess. As for Ryu's own soul projection, it was currently 5 centimeters tall, a feat that would be enough to shock the masses, including the likes of his master and Eska. The real question, then, was what kind of size would it have after he consumed gold vein spirit-seeking lilies to the limit? Unfortunately, Ryu couldn't seem to settle himself down even as he stared at the treasures before him. His mind was in too much turmoil to cultivate. If he went on like this, he would just end up destroying himself. Yana, let's go. Yana was confused but still obediently entered the incubator. Ryu had given her a pile of resources she didn't even know where to start with, so she had her own meditation to complete. Ryu appeared on the shrine plain, the familiar cool atmosphere calming his heart somewhat, especially now that he was certain that it was his mother. He walked into Icemine's home as though nothing had happened the last time he was here. Who? Icemine, with her fiery temper, obviously wouldn't take someone barging into her home lying down. But she very quickly found herself being lifted up and tossed onto a soft bed. Hey, aren't you going to say words to romance me or something? Hey you! Chapter 610 Relit. The emotions that Icemine went through during the next 3 days could be painted across a wide spectrum. She went from visibly annoyed, to exasperated, to raising her eyebrows, to feigning indifference. Then, when she finally couldn't hold back anymore, she rode the peaks and valleys of pleasure for so long that she crashed. Her nerves became fried and her entire body felt numb to an extreme. She had simultaneously never experienced something so pleasurable nor painful at the same time. Ryu's stamina felt endless. And, somehow, despite these 3 days having been shorter than the last time she was caught in this situation, the display was far more impressive. At some point, her grasp on reality faltered and she began hallucinating. Whatever words she was speaking came out like some sort of ancient, slurred language. Her body was drenched from head to toe in sweat and her limbs didn't seem to want to listen to her commands at all. By the end of the last day, her limbs seemed to have lost all of their bones. Her arms and legs twitched erratically and no longer had the strength even to coil around Ryu's body. Once again, she had lost in stamina to someone with the Heaven's Due bloodline. And she had lost so resoundingly. If it wasn't for Eska helping her keep it together, she wouldn't have been able to last to the point Ryu's raging blood finally seemed to calm. One would have thought that Icemine would collapse the moment Ryu let go of her. But, as though a mindless zombie that had lost her prey, she latched onto him again, reaching for his crotch. Her eyes had practically rolled back into her skull, and she was mumbling something intelligible. She really looked as though she had completely lost her mind. She managed to wrap her hand around Ryu's cock, opening her mouth to try and find her way toward it as though it was playing hide and seek with her. But, the moment her lips enveloped it, it fell out with an audible popping sound, only for her intelligible mumbling to become a light snore. Ryu let Icemine fall to the bed and stood to his feet. To the side of Icemine's large bed there were rolling glass doors that opened up to the backyard. There was currently a concealment formation up, but it was only visible to someone with Ryu's eyes. Under its normal condition, it couldn't obstruct the view of the night sky. Several moons of differing gorgeous colors hung above, the stars twinkling as their backdrop. The light cascaded down, outlining the silhouette of both Ryu and Icemine's bodies. Ryu's powerful frame stood as straight as a javelin as he gazed up. The veins of his body were prominent beneath his skin, his every muscle fiber outlined to utmost perfection. The lights and shadows danced across his figure, making him look like an immaculately sculpted statue. Ryu grasped at thin air, bringing out a cup formed of flower petals. Within it, a smooth liquid released a delicate fragrance that tickled his nose. This drink, it was his grandmother's favorite. A normal person might freeze to death just holding it in their hands, and Ryu himself had never gotten a chance to partake due to his frail body in his previous life. Gazing upon it now, he felt a certain bittersweetness. He would finally be able to taste the white lotus dew his grandmother loved so much. But he would never get to enjoy it with her. Ryu swung his head back, swallowing it whole. An icy gas spread throughout Ryu's body, freezing his veins over. In the blink of an eye, all the droplets of sweat that had just been dripping down his body became shards of ice, twinkling beneath the moonlight. At that moment, with these crystal droplets dotted across his body, and a bit of frost marring his hair and brows, Ryu truly did look like a deity descended from a world above this one. The sound of shattering glass resounded as the ice encasing Ryu broke, falling down to the ground in soft, wafting flakes of crystal. Each shard reflected the moonlight all the more, making it look as though motes of light were floating around him. Ryu felt an eerie calm take hold of his soul as he gazed out blankly. Ryu's hand made a grasping motion again, causing yet another flower cup to appear between his fingers. "How long do you plan on watching me?" "Exactly?" The moment Ryu said these words, the light coming through the glass doors were suddenly blocked by a shadow outlining the gorgeous silhouette of a mature beauty. Even though there were small signs of age on her face, it wasn't enough to detract from how truly beautiful she was. She reminded him a lot of his grandmother before she lost her vitality to battle. Though, Ryu still believed that his Grandma Qilin was a half-step above this woman in terms of looks. The woman looked Ryu up and down, seemingly not being embarrassed about having been caught at all. Her eyes lingered across his body before stopping at a particular member below his waist. When it came to this, she was even less shy, her gaze lighting up with a pleasant light that was something less than surprise. It was clear that she had long since seen it during her previous observation but was just happy to get a clearer look. Ryu didn't seem to care about the woman's gaze, taking another drink. However, this time he savored it more deliberately, sipping it the same way his grandmother might. The taste was almost like coconut water with a dab of vanilla. It wasn't an overwhelming taste, but it was soothing, had a nice texture, and had a mellow, lingering aftertaste. "I thought I would have to vet my daughter's first partner a bit more. But it seems that she made an excellent decision." Ryu didn't respond immediately. He had already guessed that this woman was Icemine's mother a long while ago. Yes, a long while. This woman had been observing her daughter roll around in bed with a man for what was at least the last half-day. Ryu just couldn't be bothered to stop. But this was also the reason he had compromised and allowed Icemine to stay in her true form. There was simply no telling when something like this might happen, and how would a World Sea Realm expert react to their daughter's body being taken over by another? That said, Ryu still wasn't too surprised by the outrageous actions of this woman. After all, she had birthed children from two different men and held the powerful position of queen herself. Clearly, she wasn't a conventional woman and could even be considered to be quite wild by their cultural standards. Even now, she looked like she might try to swallow Ryu up any moment now. "Did you come here for any particular reason, mother-in-law?" "Ho ho." Icemine's mother chuckled, taking a step toward Ryu. Though she was almost a full head shorter, her cultivation alone made it so that she seemed to be the larger one. Her hand found itself wrapped around a particularly sensitive region of Ryu's, and yet Ryu himself didn't flinch in the slightest, taking another sip of his drink. A nice warmth and heft indeed. Icemine's mother seemed to have no concept of barriers, her thumb even running up and down Ryu's shaft as though she was eager to see it raring to go again. However, even her less than subtle actions seemed to receive no reaction from Ryu. This left her part of the way between amused and feeling challenged. Icemine's mother suddenly froze, feeling something pinch her firm bottom. Her gaze shifted only to find that Ryu's free hand had taken its own liberties, not caring for a single moment that she was a World Sea Realm expert. "Plump and elastic," Ryu commented indifferently. His hand didn't move away, even taking a large handful without reserve. Icemine's mother looked up to find Ryu looking down at her. For some reason, she was the one who suddenly felt small, an intoxicating scent wafting from Ryu that seemed to subdue her in every way. However, She could tell by the look in Ryu's eyes that all he saw was a plaything, as though her power was meaningless. Ho ho! A slightly venomous look formed in her eyes, but it wasn't the kind with a murderous intent. It was the kind a female arachnid would have for a husband she planned to devour and kill in the future after claiming his seed. Icemine's sudden moan seemed to snap her mother out of an odd state, causing her to playfully slap Ryu's hand away. Tell my daughter that she's been chosen to be among the future Queen Elena's entourage for the coming ceremony. She will know what this means. Icemine's mother tugged lightly on Ryu's balls, seemingly having still not let go. I came here for another reason as well, but you're a bit too slick with your words for me. Not even willing to let an old lady like me go. I can see there's no use in asking you, so I'll let someone else deal with it. Finally letting go of Ryu's members, Icemine's mother disappeared as Icemine herself groggily opened her eyes. Ryu's gaze narrowed as he watched where she vanished. He was 90% certain that the questions she wanted to ask him were related to the Ice Devil Legacy world. And he also had a feeling that this entourage Icemine was chosen to be a part of wasn't so simple either. Ryu? Icemine didn't get a chance to finish her words before she found herself paying for the fire her mother had relit.
Chapter 611 Impossible.
Ryu sat in Icemine's backyard. It was impossible to read much of anything from his face, and he looked to have practically fused into one with the world. Every so often, dense lines of heavenly patterns would dance in the air around him before vanishing. Ryu found comprehending and using heavenly patterns to be exceptionally easy, almost too much so. In fact, he did so quickly that he didn't even have a true concept of what was a lot and what was too few. It was difficult to separate out his progress in comparison to the rest of his cultivation. But he did know two things. The first was number. The more heavenly patterns he had, the more powerful he became. The trouble with this that heavenly patterns had their limits as well. The number of heavenly patterns that could fit onto Ryu's body or something extended from him were limited. There was a limit to the number of heavenly patterns Ryu could withstand before his body imploded. Likewise, there was a limit to how many heavenly patterns, say, a great swordstaff could withstand before it too shattered. What was curious, though, was that the limit on Ryu's soul was far greater than the limit on his body. That was to say that despite the size of his soul, he could draw more heavenly patterns onto it than he could his actual body. This made him realize that heavenly patterns resonated with certain things better than others. It reacted with spiritual chi well, but was less receptive to chi and even less to vital chi. This same thing could be applied even to techniques. It resonated the best with visualizations and the least with bodily techniques, unless they were related to the phoenix. The second thing Ryu knew almost intuitively was that the level of his soul was important as well. The higher grade his spiritual chi, the stronger his heavenly patterns would be. It was just that simple. Ryu was confident in stepping into the soul refinement realm very quickly. He had still yet to use the essence he had gained from awakening his storm talent and forming a dominion. This meant that he had an easy gateway toward the second opportunity. But first, Ryu settled himself, taking out a gold vein petal. Without much more hesitation, he swallowed it. At that moment, the natural energies of the world seemed to converge around Ryu. It felt not much different from a rain of essence one might gain from breaking through a realm of comprehension. Gorgeous vein patterns of gold danced within Ryu's spiritual sea, pushing against their size and expanding twofold. At the same time, these gold vein patterns sunk into Ryu's soul, which also sat in meditation along with him. His soul continued to grow, pulsing slowly in a gradual change. Despite the doubling of strength, Ryu felt that if he projected his soul now that it would be about 6 centimeters tall. Ryu realized then that a single centimeter of change was worth more than it seemed to be worth on the surface. In fact, every incremental change was enough to overturn the world. The appearance of Ryu's soul floating just before his forehead made the space around him whine and twist. Its presence alone carried almost more weight than Ryu's flesh and blood body. And yet, without hesitation, Ryu simply swallowed a second leaf. Standing within the home, Icemine stood watching with a hint of shock on her expression. It might seem like martial gods wouldn't have strong souls, but this was very much not the truth. Though their vital chi was the root of their greatest strength, they could be considered to be all-rounders. They had no real weaknesses. If they did, they wouldn't have allowed mental realm cultivation to recover after they took over the shrine world. This was all to say that Icemine had seen her fair share of powerful souls in her life. But this was completely unlike anything she had ever witnessed. A soul that was 5 centimeters tall upon manifestation was already the largest she had ever seen. Even Galco's, Ailsa's supposed fiancé and the man soon to be celebrated alongside Elena, only had a soul that was 4.9 centimeters tall. And yet, not only had Ryu's started at 5 centimeters, but after eating that leaf, it had increased to 6. To her horror, Ryu wasn't done yet. It took him 2 more leaves to reach 7 centimeters, 1 more after that to reach 8, 1 more to reach 9 centimeters. Then, in a feat that left Icemine at a loss for words, Ryu swallowed 3 in a row before he seemed to hit a ceiling, his soul glowing so brightly that the sturdy space of the shrine plane threatened to collapse completely. Every 100% increase in his strength added another centimeter to the point he could no longer grow any further, having reached a cap. It was then that the white motes of light that constructed Ryu's soul began to fall away piece by piece, revealing a solid gold interior that sat almost like a meditating Buddha. Upon this Buddha's forehead, there was a singular flickering white flame, shimmering like its emblem. A radiant light spread across Ryu's spiritual sea. Everything became bathed in a sea of gold, a radiant light spreading across his mental realm, making it look as though it was dripping in the precious, liquid metal. At that moment, Icemine's gaze flashed with something that was distinctly not herself. Eska's shock shone through, changing her temperament for just a moment. Indestructible soul. What kind of karmic luck does he have to have run into so many gold-veined spirit-seeking lilies? Not just that, but for him to actually have the patience to wait until this absolute perfect moment to use it. The indestructible soul was a legend amongst legends. Usually only those born with soul natures would have one. But this was the first time she had ever heard of someone awakening artificially, and that was because of one simple reason: it should be impossible. Even with gold-veined spirit-seeking lilies. Chapter 6:12 Emperor. While it was true that the gold-veined spirit-seeking lilies could increase one's soul by 1% of strength indefinitely, this was a bit misleading. It could be said that the limiter was one's soul itself as opposed to the spirit-seeking lilies. Even if one had an infinite number of gold-veined petals, the largest they should be capable of making their soul was 9.9 centimeters tall. Hitting 10 centimeters should be impossible. To put matters into proper perspective, even being born with a soul nature didn't guarantee having an indestructible soul. Only a small percentage of these individuals would ever reach such a level. This was all to say that unless you were innately born with an indestructible soul, even becoming a sky god wouldn't change this fact. And yet Ryu had done so. In fact, it had been so easy that he didn't even seem to be breaking any rules. It made Eska question herself, as though she was the one in the wrong. Maybe she had misremembered? Maybe she had been wrong all along to begin with. This was the only explanation she could think of. But something was telling her that she hadn't gotten it wrong. In fact, she was definitely correct. However, Ryu moved on as though he hadn't done a single thing. His golden soul punched outward. The air rippled, the booming sound of the sound barrier shattering resounding. Ryu brought his hands together, his soul following his actions. At that moment, as though he had been possessed, his fire phoenix bloodline began to boil all on its own. His rebirth flame manifested from his real body's forehead, fluttering with its illusory red gold. But, for some reason, at this moment it seemed far more gold than red. On top of that, it looked far less illusory than it usually did. The rebirth flame latched onto Ryu's golden soul, wrapping around it like the silk robes of an emperor. The rebirth flame fluttered, growing into a crown atop Ryu's soul and spreading 2 wings from its back. Red gold heavenly patterns began to manifest one after another, growing in number and potency with each passing moment. Ryu's soul became like a heavenly king. Despite being just 10 centimeters tall, it radiated the aura of an existence above all. having a presence that could shroud the whole world under its protection. At the same time, Ryu's Fire Phoenix bloodline seemed to be undergoing a change, shackles that had been placed upon it releasing one after another. It was said that the Fire Phoenix was the ruler of the Phoenixes. Over time, the truth of this matter was watered down to the Fire Phoenix being a simple mediator, the balance between life and death. However, the truth behind it all was far deeper and greater than just this. It was the Fire Phoenixes that ruled the Phoenixes. It was a very small and specific subset of Fire Phoenixes that did. These Phoenixes were where the legend of 9 lives came from. It was these Phoenixes who built their legend on the backs of their indestructible souls. A crown of red gold etched itself across Ryu's forehead, dancing about with ancient patterns that almost looked like 2 wings coming together to form the representation of an emperor. The heavenly patterns continued to multiply. The capacity Ryu's soul had multiplied several times over. Before he could even understand what was happening, 9,999 heavenly patterns had fused into his very being. Every action his soul took seemed to cause the essence of the heavens to converge. Ryu's stamina felt almost endless, and it wasn't contingent on his southern heavenly wind. His Fire Phoenix bloodline pulsed and whined. Its desire to rule all had suddenly been stimulated to an extreme. For a moment, it felt as though it wouldn't rest until all other bloodlines within Ryu's body were eradicated. Veins popped up all across Ryu, his 4 bloodlines fighting against one another. However, all of them, with the exception of his Ice Phoenix bloodline, had grown to the point that they could bear teeth of their own. They rose up, feeling as though they had had their dignity impugned upon. It was right at that moment that a small white flame that looked like a small ball of cotton upon Ryu's soul's forehead flickered slightly. As though it had met something it no longer dared to fight against, Ryu's Fire Phoenix bloodline practically snorted, ignoring the rest of Ryu's bloodlines as it sunk into his ice jade crystal body, weaving in and out of his veins and bones as though to mark out its territory. However, while Ryu would usually be infuriated about his talent rebelling against him, he allowed the Fire Phoenix to do as it pleased. He could feel that this was no small change his body was undergoing. This was a spirit body on a different level than his Rage Flame and Lightning Spirit bodies. The Emperor Phoenix's spirit body gave Ryu access to what could be considered nearly true rebirth. With his indestructible soul as a foundation, Ryu's ability to ignore dominions and atmospheric chi was on a completely different level. At the same time, even if his body was destroyed, he would be able to reconstruct it without relying on outside treasures. It would be just as powerful as his real body and without any pitfalls or weaknesses that would come with reconstructing one's body with outside resources. However, as great as this ability was, it wasn't what Ryu was the most fond of. If his body was destroyed in battle, he would consider that a failure. The fact he would survive it was meaningless to him. What he truly valued was the change in his soul. To put it simply, Ryu's soul could now cast techniques he would normally only be able to with chi or vital chi. This meant that his soul could replace his body in carrying the brunt of the pressure. What did this mean? On the simplest level, it meant that Ryu could cast 2 techniques at once, one with his Meridians and another with his soul. On the highest level, it meant that Ryu could ignore the limitation of techniques and use powers that he wouldn't normally have enough Meridian nodes to complete. Chapter 6:13 Silver Bells. Ryu's eyes opened, a ring of gold surrounding their silver irises. It felt like one was looking into the gaze of an archangel just to look at him. The veins bulging across Ryu's body seemed to run with golden blood. It was very difficult to equate his appearance to that of a normal human. He seemed to exist on a plane entirely above. Ryu flipped his palm over, causing a flame of pitch black to appear. It was none other than a fire condensed from primordial chaos flame chi. In the past, despite his rebirth flame, it would still burn him and would be difficult to use. But now, it felt like a gentle spring breeze on his palm despite the fact Ice Mine was forced to retreat as quickly as her legs would allow. Ryu realized at that moment that he had become completely immune to fire. Before, his rebirth flame only allowed him to be immune to flames of a certain level depending on his comprehension, but now it seemed that these limiters had been removed entirely. But this only felt like the tip of the iceberg. Ryu's palm suddenly squeezed shut, In what looked like something straight out of a horror film, his arm shattered. However, there was no sign of a hint of blood. If one looked again, it would be possible to see that Ryu's arm had become motes of light, flickering like miniature golden flames. Soon, these small flames all rapidly came toward, reforming into a large claw that seemed 10 times too big for Ryu's body. With a single flex, this claw became covered in scales, radiating out with a golden light. Each one of these scales was formed of a heavenly pattern. No, they were formed of Emperor Phoenix heavenly patterns. Ryu slowly racked his claw across the air. Sparks flew as the sturdy space resisted against his strength. Despite there not being a single ounce of heat coming from the current Ryu, his destructive abilities were mind-numbing. He could easily see now why the Fire Phoenix ruled its race. Its ability to internalize and use heavenly patterns was on a completely different level. Ryu shook his arm, causing it to shatter once again and reform into his true form. He felt that if he wanted to turn into a phoenix right now, he could do so with absolute ease. In fact, he could tell that his power would reach an all-new level if he entered a complete beast form. But he had no interest in doing such a thing. He was a human and would always be one. Ryu ignored everything around him and began to experiment with his new strength, eventually even spreading his thoughts toward heavenly patterns in general. He felt that there was far more power at his fingertips than he ever imagined there to be. It was to the point he regretted ignoring his Phoenix bloodlines up until this point, though it truly couldn't be considered his fault. Without the complete Phoenix heavenly body, he would have never made it so far. After making it quite far, Ryu realized that his efficiency could be increased. He was slowly becoming limited by his heavenly pupils, but he had the means to change this. He decided that using the essence from his awakened dominion on his soul was no longer worth it. His soul had undergone such an enormous qualitative change after becoming golden that it was already no weaker than any normal soul refinement stage soul, and that wasn't even considering the addition of 9,999 heavenly patterns. In that case, Ryu decided that the best used for his essence now were his pupils. The amount allowed him to increase his undone seals from around 50 to a complete 99, reaching the very pinnacle of the immortal realms. As for breaching 99 and reaching 100, Ryu felt that he needed another qualitative change in energy that just might be within the store of treasures his grandmother had left to him. From 0 to 9 seals were the mortal realm. From 10 to 99 were the immortal. From 100 to 999 were the cosmic realms. Much like mortal chi couldn't be compared to immortal chi was nothing in the face of cosmic chi. It was the main dividing line between the Tao pedestal and cosmic seed realm. Ryu took out a peculiar flower with petals shaped into silver bells. If Icemine's mother had still been here, she would have been shocked silly. This flower was known as the Silver Cosmic Bell. It was a higher mystical grade spiritual herb capable of helping a Tao pedestal realm expert to form their first cosmic seed and thus break through from the Tao pedestal realm to the cosmic seed realm. It rose the chances of success by more than 100%. However, this was just the tip of the iceberg. Silver Cosmic Bell spiritual herbs were notorious for the fact that one could only consume from a single stalk. This was to say that one could only consume the flowers from a single stem. Any attempt to consume from another stem would end in failure. This was where the true shock lay, because the stem Ryu had just taken out had 12 silver bell flowers on it. This flower alone was worth as much as an ancestral grade herb. It might even be worth an origin grade herb to the right person. It was this exaggerated. 12 attempts at forming a cosmic seed was obscene. Even if one failed multiple times per attempt, it would still give one an excellent chance at forming 2, 3, maybe even 4 cosmic seeds at once. And yet, Ryu didn't plan to use this to break into the cosmic seed realm. It could almost be considered a waste of heaven's treasures. No, that was exactly what it was. Maybe even Ryu's grandmother would strangle him to death for this. However, Ryu no longer had to need for money, so he didn't need to sell this herb. In addition, he had every intention of forming his cosmic seeds on his own. Relying on outside resources would only make him weaker. In that case, he might as well use it on his heavenly pupils. Stop! 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 Hearing this voice, Ryu's shoulders trembled.
Chapter 614 I'm sorry.
A beauty with charm beyond words suddenly appeared before Ryu. Her hair cascaded like golden droplets of sunlight, her ruby irises glistening as she looked down at Ryu. However, before she could even speak, two strong arms had enveloped her completely, holding on to her so tightly that she found it difficult even to breathe. Ryu breathed in her scent, his eyes almost sewed shut. "Hey, I'm a delicate young lady," Elsa playfully chided. However, rather than receiving the response she thought she would, Ryu's next words caught her completely off guard.
I'm sorry.
You? Elsa was baffled. These were the last words she had expected to hear from Ryu, and she didn't even initially understand why he was saying them. No, that wasn't entirely true. She was perfectly aware. It was just that she didn't expect to receive an apology for it, which was why she was so shocked. She had already prepared herself to always be second in Ryu's heart. Whatever he did, especially when it came to matters relating to Elena, she would simply accept because that was the choice she had made, regardless of how it made her feel. And yet, for the very first words Ryu to speak to her after she awoke to be this, her heart couldn't help but tremble. All her playfulness vanished into a puff of smoke, her eyes watering as she buried her head into Ryu's chest. Just the same as he drunk off her scent, she did the same, losing herself in the sensation. Guilt had been building up in Ryu's chest for a long time. As he slowly calmed as a person and tried to change himself, he had done a lot of self-reflection, not just on himself but his relationships as well. That day, the last time Elsa was awake, he had hijacked her first time, a moment she would remember for a lifetime, for his own selfish pursuits. While it had seemed like Elsa was completely out of it, riding the wave of pleasure, how could she have been completely unaware of what was happening? Even if she hadn't been in that moment, their minds were connected. How could she not have come to know afterward? The truth was that though Elsa understood why Ryu had done what he had done, that didn't mean it didn't leave her with a hint of bitterness within. No one wanted to forever be second to the person they loved the dearest, even if they were willing to accept such an outcome. It could be said that this apology, had it come at any other time, might have been worth something, but definitely not as much as now. However, the timing of when it truly came made it weigh more than anything else could have. Any bitterness there had been in Elsa's heart vanished like the wind, a sweet smile spreading across her face even as her eyes glistened with tears. "I leave you for a few months and suddenly your tongue has become so smooth. Tell me, who have you been practicing on?" Ryu's lip twitched, but he could already feel Elsa's head peeking by his shoulder and arm to look toward Icemine, who had previously retreated. At the moment, she sat on her bed. She had been observing Ryu and his practice, but now that Elsa was here, she wasn't quite sure where to look. In the end, she became annoyed. This was her home and this was her body that had been hijacked. Why was she acting like this around these bastards? "Eska?" Elsa asked. Icemine was about to say no, but her mouth opened outside of her control. "A pleasure." She spoke in a voice that was distinctly not her own. Icemine's brow twitched in annoyance. But, in the end, she just humphed and turned away. "A sky god, HM? Not bad." Elsa giggled. Ryu coughed. Elsa had clearly gone to bed and come back even more mischievous. "Not as mischievous as you. What were you thinking? Did you forget what happened the last time you broke through a major barrier with your heavenly pupils?" Ryu blinked. That was right. Last time he broke through, the entire fate of the moon world had shifted. In fact, now that he thought about it, he never really got to take advantage of that due to the time dilation of the Silver Touch Branches trial. There was no telling what happened to the moon world in his absence as a result. He had changed the entire fate of a world after breaking through into the immortal realms. There was no telling what would happen when he broke through to the cosmic realms. It was my mistake for not taking that into account last time. But we can't make the same mistake twice, right? Plus, you should definitely go back to the moon world to stop those opportunists from taking advantage of my little Ryu's hard work. Watching Elsa take charge the moment she came back and seeing her reprimand him so passionately brought a smile to Ryu's face. A genuine smile not marred by the sadness of the passing of his grandmother. His heart, while not having forgotten that pain, felt far lighter. Now that his partner was back, He wouldn't have to worry about making mistakes in his journey any longer. Then when do you suggest I break through? Elsa smiled beamingly. She seemed to light up the whole night sky. Of course you do so when you can cause the most damage to the martial gods. They dared to snatch my little Ryu's spiritual foundation, dared to steal your soul talent, dared to force you to take on the trial of the Phoenix Sky God and tie your fate to another's when it should have been all your own to begin with. Then we should give them a taste of their own medicine. We'll flip their fate on its head, make it so that even breaking through a minor substage becomes a life and death affair. Since they like to play with the fate of others so much, we'll play them to death. Ryu's pupils constricted into pinholes. These words that seemed to have been spoken so casually were anything but. How did Ailsa know all of this? Chapter 6:15 didn't? Ryu thought that Ailsa might have just been saying things previously. Maybe she was just joking around. But, with their minds practically being one, he was instantly able to throw this thought out. Not only was she serious, she was maybe the most serious Ryu had ever seen her be. In fact, she seemed to know that this was a fact. What's going on, Ailsa? Ailsa looked up toward Ryu. After the seal on my soul was undone, I'm a lot more sensitive to things. What used to be just a few guesses to me seem far more obvious now, to the point I feel stupid for not guessing them to be true long ago. Ryu's brow furrowed. I don't know about the details, but what I am certain of is that the process of your birth was most definitely tampered with. The result was your poor soul talent. And, as though that wasn't enough for them, they made certain that your spiritual foundation would be a false one. As for what they did with your true soul talent and spiritual foundation, or how they managed to do these things without your family being aware, I am not certain, though I do have a guess for the latter. A guess? Elsa nodded. Whatever are the underpinnings of all of this, there is no doubt that whoever was responsible is not only adept at manipulating fate, but there is no doubt that their mental realm exists on a level that's difficult for me to fathom. So you mean to say the reason my family had no defense against this is because we banned mental realm cultivation? Elsa didn't respond immediately, but it was clear by the look in her eye that Ryu was more correct than not. But this alone made things even more complicated than they already were. Where did the scheme stop and where did they begin? Was it really a coincidence that his family was left so vulnerable to such an attack? Or were the circumstances around that ban curated just like everything else seemed to be? And beyond just that, why would they target him? Sure, he was a great talent, but given the timing of their attack, Ryu still wouldn't have had a chance to grow by the time they chose to act. By then, he would just be another dead genius not worth much of anything. Though there were a few million years between Ryu's death and the appearance of the martial gods, Ryu's progress in this life shouldn't be extrapolated to what he could have done in the last had he had all of his talent. Much of Ryu's progress in this life was reliant on fortuitous encounters. Encounters he might never have had under the umbrella of the Tatsuya clan. If Ryu gave himself a favorable evaluation, taking into account the near-endless resources he would have at his fingertips, he would still probably be at the cosmic seed realm at best. To put this into perspective, to reach that level in just a few million years, Ryu would be almost 100 times faster than those who were his peers. But that wouldn't be nearly enough because Ryu wouldn't have nearly the combat prowess he had now. It had to be remembered that Ryu's combat prowess wasn't rooted in his bloodlines. Though his heavenly pupils played a key role, the greatest reason for his superiority in a given cultivation realm was his chaos chi. Chaos chi was very opposite of essence, but it was a form of energy just as high. Being able to use it freely was like Ryu having a constant fuel of essence to unleash as he pleased. This made it so that the quality and strength of his chi was far beyond most he faced. Thanks to this, he was unmatched at the same cultivation realm. This was the core reason for his being able to surmount so many cultivation levels to battle, even against an absolute genius like Serial. However, if Ryu hadn't been born into a second life, there was no way that he would have failed his first severing. Without failure, he would have never learned the true nature of his Meridians, nor would he have ever found a realm heart to accelerate his cultivation through the mortal realms. This was all to say that as unlucky as Ryu seemed on the surface, he was still innately very lucky in many other ways. It's impossible to tell exactly what the truth is, but there's good reason to believe that that is the case. If your family had such experts, I highly doubt that the plans of the martial gods would have gone so smoothly. In fact, it likely would have been the opposite. They would have faced terrible backlash as a result. Ryu shook his head. He understood this, but it still didn't make sense. They really didn't have to go so far for him. Plus, in order to pull this off, it had to be done sometime between his mother conceiving him and his 7th birthday. No, they would have definitely had to do it before he was born and before the heavens could bestow him with his talent. Snatching bloodlines, bone structures, or meridians away would have been a bit too difficult. The same went for his pupils. They were tangible, real parts of him, steadily growing within his mother's womb and under her constant nurturing. However, his soul and spiritual foundation were different. They existed on a different plane and were far more susceptible to being tampered with. It wasn't outside the realm of possibility that his spiritual foundation could be snatched away, nor was it impossible for his soul to be tampered with on the ethereal plane. Regardless of which these two it was, the possibility was there. But for them to target him as a baby not even fully grown from a fetus, why? What did they know that he didn't? Chapter 6:16. Elsa sighed. I don't like it at all. Because of what they did, your fate is now tied with the Phoenix Sky Gods by necessity. Without the Phoenix Sky God, it would have been impossible for you to have your current accomplishments because it would have been impossible for you to cultivate. To make matters worse, I can't tell whether having your fate tied to this person who has long since passed is a good thing or a bad thing. Usually, sky gods left their legacies behind to gather good karma for themselves. This good karma would help them to reincarnate in more favorable situations and live out peaceful lives again and again, even if they never return to their former peaks as sky gods. However, with how ambitious one would need to be to become a sky god to begin with, it was obvious that there would be many who weren't satisfied with just this alone and might use passing on their legacies to fulfill greater dreams and aspirations they might have. Of course, the heavens provided protection for those who would take on the mantle of a sky god. But Elsa couldn't help but feel uneasy about an existence as enigmatic as the Phoenix Sky God. Even Ryu himself had no idea what the real story of the Phoenix Sky God was. He had read so many legends and folktales about this man or woman, but each one of them was different. Much of them didn't even make coherent sense. Everything about the Phoenix Sky God was shrouded in mystery and the unknown. But how could one have such a powerful name and title, and yet simultaneously have no one know about you? This spat in the face of everything Ryu knew about faith and fate. The Phoenix Sky God had somehow become ubiquitous without divulging a single ounce of information about themselves. It was this sort of person that was the most fearsome, a person who couldn't be read. And now, for better or worse, Ryu's fate was tied with this mysterious individual. And maybe the scariest part was that he hadn't even considered this problem until just now. If not for Elsa, who knew how long it would have taken him to realize such a thing? Ryu frowned lightly, but those wrinkled lines soon became smooth. There was already nothing he could do about this. As for what rage he should be feeling now, could it match up to what he felt about the death of his grandmother? How could someone stealing his talent possibly match up to that sort of pain and agony? He would trade everything he had right now if he could guarantee the life, safety, and happiness of his family. As far as he was concerned, he was already as determined as he could be to wipe the martial gods from existence. This hardly moved the needle one way or another for him. Ryu suddenly smiled. I have someone I want to introduce you to. Yana. Ryu called out to make sure that Yana was prepared before a swirl of spatial chi manifested her from thin air. Yana had been so focused on training during these past several days that she had hardly realized how much time passed. Ah, you're awake. Yana suddenly became a bit shy, not certain of how to interact with Elsa. She almost felt as though she had been caught doing something wrong, and that only cycled into her feeling even more embarrassed. However, Elsa didn't seem to mind in the slightest, reaching forward and pinching Yana's cheeks. Look at you, you're so pretty. Elsa smiled brightly. Watching two beauties tease each other like this left Ryu almost feeling bad the rest of the world couldn't witness something like this. It was too bad, though, that he had no single intention of sharing. Yana felt far more at ease when she saw how Elsa was acting, and the two almost forgot Ryu existed for a while. But Ryu was more than a little content just watching from the sidelines with a light smile playing his features. A full sprite and a part sprite. Just having the two of them together seemed to make the energies of the world sing. I see. I think I understand what happened to you now. You fused with your life partner. Ryu, who hadn't really been listening to their conversation, and was only happily enjoying the sights while ignoring Ice Mind's pouting and glares, almost choked on air. He coughed lightly, trying to regain his bearings from his embarrassing display. Elsa looked over at him and smiled mischievously. Ryu cleared his throat, taking another sip of his grandmother's favorite drink. The coolness immediately reset his demeanor, allowing him to calm instantly. Then, he took out little Gem, who almost instantly began to lick at his face repeatedly as though to admonish him for forgetting her for so long. Yes, you treat me the best, little Gem. How could I not play with you more? Elsa burst out into a fit of laughter when she saw this. All right, I will stop teasing you. From what I can tell, little Yana's life partner is the Black Rose. Ryu's gaze shot up, his pupils constricting into pinholes. He knew that Elsa was teasing him, trying to make it seem like Yana's life partner was another man to gauge his reaction. Toward this, he could only give her a point toward victory. But, after hearing this, he almost stood up. The Black Rose was a simple name. But, as things went, the more powerful an object or person was, the simpler the name they tended to have. There was a reason that weaker sky gods had elaborate or niche names. It was because only the powerful would dare to have a name that might be misconstrued for another. Even Ryu's great-grandfather had to call himself the saintly weapon sky god and not the spear god or the halberd god. At least, that was how Ryu saw it, considering he very much didn't like his great-grandfather right now. The Black Rose was in existence on that level of absolute simplicity. As such, it was no surprise that it was not only an origin-grade spiritual herb, but it was a pinnacle origin-grade spiritual herb that put even the gold-veined spirit-seeking lilies to shame. Just what did that lock on your soul seal away? Ryu asked, baffled. Elsa's sharpness seemed to be on a completely different level than what it once used to be. Oh, that? Well, you could say I'm half Kabus fairy. Elsa replied with a sweet smile. Chapter 6:17 clearly? Ryu's brows arched. Of course he knew that Kabus fairies were one of the three ruling clans of the fairy world and ethereal plane. They reigned over death, and the most powerful necromancers in all of existence, without fail, always had a Kabus fairy by their side. Unsurprisingly, much like the other ruling classes of the fairies, the Kabus fairies weren't known for their combat prowess either. And, despite ruling over death, they spent much of their time meditating and reflecting upon it, grasping at abstract concepts a lot like philosophers would. However, just because Ryu understood just what Kabus fairies were didn't mean he understood how Elsa could be one of them. He had never heard of a fairy having two attributes, though he had never really thought of what might happen if a fairy bonded with another powerful fairy. The weird part was that even Elsa seemed surprised by this fact. If her mother was a Kabus fairy, wouldn't she have known of this possibility long ago? And what did being a Kabus fairy have to do with seeing through what happened to Yana? Fairies are different from humans, Elsa explained. The female fairy is often known as the vessel of life and is capable of giving birth to all things. We are the original Mother Nature. This is why even if my life partner was a spiritual herb, I would still be capable of birthing its child. For female fairies, conception is beyond sex. Can be done through love, through will, or any related sort of connection. Copulation isn't strictly necessary. However, male fairies work a lot more like human males do. They can't reproduce with as much freedom as female fairies do, and rather than being vessels for life, they are more like transportation stations. Simply put, a fairy child takes on the characteristics of the father 100% of the time, while the fairy mother becomes a vessel. Of course, a child might have some features of their mother, but this child's core being will follow the species of the father. So, even with part fairies like little Yana, in order for her to be born, it would have to be the result of a male fairy copulating with a human, as the vice versa would just see her born as a normal human. Of course, even with this being the case, the seed of a male fairy taking root in a human woman is an extraordinarily rare case. Even my cultist clan only has tales of a few instances of this, But that is beside the point. It could be said that the moment my mother married my father, she had already forsaken the right to have her child be born as a Kabus fairy. By all rights, I shouldn't be a Kabus fairy. This sort of explanation made great sense. Until the last part. If Elsa's mother had no say in what kind of fairy she became, then how in the world had she ended up like this? Elsa blinked innocently. It was a look that Ryu knew quite well. It was the look she got when she was feeling conceited in herself and wanted to let him know, the kind of look she had when she had done something great and was waiting for praise. Seeing it, Ryu couldn't help but chuckle. Go on, my queen. Tell me how amazing you are. Elsa beamed with a bright smile. It's simple, really. It just means I'm a born natural. You should praise me some more. I really deserve it, you know? Though Elsa said this simply, Ryu had a feeling that it was anything but a natural fairy? What sort of concept was that? Well, if this was taken and applied to anything else, it would border on ridiculous. It was well known that the very start of a bloodline was always its very peak. During progressive generations, with a few exceptions, a bloodline would always trend downward no matter what tyrannical methods one tried to use to keep it pure. If this concept worked the same for fairies and Elsa somehow was a naturally awakened Kabus fairy, didn't that mean that she had talent equivalent to the very first Kabus fairies in history? Ryu wasn't absolutely certain of this. After all, if a male fairy could pass on their essence 100% of the time, that meant that fairies might not experience a dilution like a clan with a bloodline might. That said, judging by how Elsa was acting, even if it didn't work exactly like a new bloodline would, it definitely wasn't much different at all. It was clear that there were many things about this more than just a little worth exploring. This also changed a lot of things and made Ryu's future path even clearer. With a Kabus fairy by his side, entering and exiting the nether realm would be as easy as projecting his mind into the crystalline Jade. This was no small boon at all. But how is this all related to the Black Rose? With the seals on my soul undone, I'm a lot more sensitive, especially when it comes to related matters, though I've mostly gained a boost in everything. I have reason to believe that little Yana used her connection with a Black Rose to set herself up in the sort of circumstances she deemed best. As for what that means, I'm sure you can have a guess. Ryu's gaze narrowed. The Black Rose. It was a spiritual herb of legend. Yet, if one came across it in nature, you might miss it completely, not much unlike Ryu's supposed father, King Tor, had with the spirit-seeking lilies. However, if one was lucky enough to find a Black Rose and use it, what you would gain would be beyond your wildest imaginations. Anyone who touched a Black Rose would die. There was no denying this, and there was no recourse about it. Even a sky god wouldn't be capable of dodging this fate. That said, the Black Rose would also allow you to reincarnate. Not only would it allow you to reincarnate, it would allow you to do so with all your memories, all your talents, and all your abilities, in addition to bestowing you with a karmic luck you could have never dreamed of in your first life. But the issue with this was, Yana clearly didn't have her memories? Here, Elsa's mind, flooded with thoughts and deductions, directly pooled into Ryu's own thoughts. In that moment, Ryu almost felt as though he was standing in Elsa's shoes and their minds were one. It was a completely different experience from what it usually was, and it made Ryu realize that his and Elsa's intimacy had truly reached the deepest levels. There were no longer any shackles on Elsa, and she could enter the real plane as easily as she could long before she tethered herself to Ryu. At the same time, she could truly display her full strength as well. It was a great feeling, like the two of them were suddenly as light as a feather. Once Ryu slowly got over this feeling, having almost been intoxicated by it, he finally began to grasp Elsa's thoughts. According to Elsa's deductions, the Black Rose was based on a relationship of give and take. One would exchange their life in exchange for a better life. Of course, if the exchange was equivalent, it wouldn't be such a legendary spiritual herb. But it was still an exchange nonetheless. However, Elsa could sense the signs of a Black Rose on Yana, which made it especially odd. This was because Yana clearly didn't have her memories, something that should have been a telltale sign of the Black Rose's imprints. But that was when Elsa realized that the Black Rose hadn't faded away from Yana completely. In fact, it felt like it was still pulling at the karmic strings, helping her to accomplish the goals she wanted before it completely withered away. That was when Ailsa came to an understanding. Yana was most definitely Nuri. This ability to exchange for life was the core ability of the Black Rose. However, this odd flexibility in the defined abilities of the Black Rose were the signs of a partner-to-partner relationship. Much like every living thing, a spiritual herb's first priority was to survive and procreate. Usually, a Black Rose would do this by using the life of the individual to fuel their next birth. However, what would happen if a Black Rose had no intention of acting selfishly and would prefer to sacrifice itself for the sake of someone or something it loved more than itself? This was when things clicked for Ailsa. At the sacrifice of the Black Rose, Nuri was not only able to reincarnate, but she was even able to manipulate karma such that she was reborn as close to Ryu as she could have possibly been. The only slight failure in this case was that she wasn't able to keep her name, but even then, her mother was given her name, making the Black Rose just a single generation off. Without enough karma to spare, Nuri had no choice but to also sacrifice her chance at remembering her former life. Ryu couldn't help but look toward the confused Yana with a complicated gaze. She had given up all the good karma she could have gotten in exchange for ensuring that she reincarnated near him. The result was her almost dying of old age as her luck had dried up completely. How could Ryu not be moved? Even now, it seemed his big sister Nuri was still intent on protecting him. Chapter 618. Yes. Ryu smiled lightly, reaching a hand forward to ruffle Yana's hair. But to his shock, he ended up getting his hand slapped away. Yana's pout caused Ailsa to burst into a fit of laughter. If you want, little Yana, I can sneak you into his bedroom. He's not very good at controlling what's down there. Hearing such vulgar words, Yana immediately flushed red. The truth was that she didn't know what Ailsa and Ryu had secretly communicated about. So she was in the dark about the things she herself had done. So, when she saw Ryu stretch a hand forward to ruffle her hair like she was some little girl, she immediately showed some snappiness. She knew that if she let Ryu get too comfortable with treating her like a little sister, she really wouldn't have any chance left. So, if there was anything she was determined to do, it was to make sure that Ryu took her seriously. As for what happened after that, she would just accept it. However, Ailsa's words had really been too much. She didn't even know where she should hide. She thought of hiding behind Ailsa, but she was the one who had just said those vulgar words. Clearly she was a traitor. On the other hand, she couldn't possibly hide behind Ryu. After all, she couldn't even face him right now without becoming a ripe tomato. Not knowing what to do with herself, Yana covered her face and vanished into the void. In the blink of an eye, it was as though she had never been there to begin with. Ah! Ryu's eyes opened wide. For one, this exact action was one he had seen too many times. This was exactly what Nuri always did after Elena teased her. But that alone wasn't enough to warrant his surprise. The space on the shrine plane was extraordinarily tough. It was one thing for Nuri to enter the void as she pleased, as her cultivation had already been very deep during Ryu's first life. But it was a completely different matter entirely for a Yana in the mere immortal ring realm to do the same thing. Simply put, it should be far beyond her means. Even Ailsa revealed a surprised expression before a sudden understanding came over her. Though she didn't get to keep her memories, she managed to keep an instinctual understanding toward what she had already comprehended in her first life. It's like watching a play of poor quality and missing several acts. But when it comes to cultivation, this is actually a benefit to her. Ryu nodded. He understood exactly what Ailsa meant. Though the Black Rose could allow one to reincarnate with their memories, it didn't allow you to bring along your inheritance comprehensions. This sounded weird. After all, if you had all your memories, shouldn't you also have all your comprehensions as well? It was all your own thoughts to begin with, no? Unfortunately, things didn't quite work like this. In a lot of ways, to both the heavens and in real life, how you came to know or form an opinion is just as important as what opinion you held. For example, someone who held a belief system from birth might value that belief system less than someone who believed something else and had to construct a new belief for themselves rather than being indoctrinated. The first individual might very well hold a factual belief system, but it was innately worth less than the second person who took a thorny road to the same conclusion. Of course, this wasn't universal. The first individual might have adequately challenged their beliefs and thus reaffirmed their beliefs in an unbiased fashion that makes their conclusion worth just as much as the second individual. But, once again, that is a process in and of itself. Comprehension of inheritances worked the same way. Every time Ryu took a step forward in his inheritances, from an heir to a ruler to a monarch and so on, he was reaffirming his belief or building a new layer of complexity to it. The heavens recognized this process and thus blessed him with greater essence to use in combat. However, if Ryu suddenly reincarnated with all his memories, he wouldn't suddenly form a dominion from day one. He would need to reaffirm his comprehensions again and again all the way back up to that level. On top of this, the bar he needed to meet for the affirmation would be far higher than it was the first time. In exchange for this, his inheritance would also be far more powerful than it was originally as well. As with everything, there was give and take. That said, Yana didn't have her memories. As such, all she had were vague ideals that she had built during her first life. This left her in a limbo between someone who had preconceived memories and someone else who knew nothing. The result was her blazing through much faster than either, taking benefits from both. Ultimately, to Ryu's surprise, Yana had already formed a dominion. Not only that, but she was just a step away from forming divinity, her peak achievement during her first life. Ryu looked toward Ailsa and they both grinned, seemingly understanding exactly what this meant. Yana, who was within the void, peeked through her fingers to witness this scene. She suddenly felt a cold shiver down her back. Why did she suddenly feel like meat on a chopping block? In opposition to her thinking, though, Ryu's thoughts were wild, but not in the way she thought. Once Yana managed to reform her divinity and reach her peak once again, they would be able to move through the shrine plane almost unhindered just as they had in the past. By that point, there would be many things he could do. Ryu sat back down, allowing his heart to reach a state of ease once again. He pet little gem, allowing some of his chaos chi to flow into the little one. "How much trouble are you planning on causing?" Ailsa asked with a smile. Ryu's lip curled. "Yes. Chapter 619 greatly important." Ailsa shook her head and laughed. Ryu's answer didn't make much sense at all, but she definitely understood what he meant. "What do you want to do about your great sword staffs?" Ailsa asked, seemingly feeling that Ryu had already thought of a potential solution. "The Armament Guild." Ryu replied lightly, "If there's any place that can help me forge a new weapon path, it's them. Right now, I feel like despite my great sword staffs being just a step away from stepping out of the monarch realm and forming a dominion, it feels more like an accessory to my power than anything else. Sometimes I even feel like it's a hindrance and I would be better off fighting hand to hand." Ailsa nodded. She hadn't been there, but it was easy for her to get caught up on Ryu's memories, so she knew everything just as clearly as he did. "It's good that you're thinking ahead like this. At least that way I know that you won't be throwing your life away. You knew from the very beginning trying to become their throne was a foolish idea. You were too eager." Ryu smiled a bit bitterly, but he couldn't refute. Not to mention how they would definitely try to gatekeep their throne trials. Becoming the throne of the martial gods would handcuff Ryu as well. Even though it might protect him for now, when he grew powerful enough, it would become a restraint that would stop him from doing as he pleased. The stronger the expert, the more important karma was. There were many stories of experts who had to return to their hometowns and complete ties of karma in order to succeed in their breakthroughs. Likewise, there were many stories of absolute powerhouses crumbling from heart demons birthed several epochs ago. Could be said that Ryu was far too rash in thinking to do something like this. Unless he could somehow break the bounds of karma, he would never be able to destroy the martial gods in his lifetime. Of course, it might not be so exaggerated and the restrictions were often dependent on just how powerful the clan or sect was. But, weren't the martial gods about as powerful as they came? Ryu shook his head. Ultimately, he had just wanted to vent and shout from the rooftops that he was Ryu Tatsuya, and yet there was nothing they could do to him. He still kinda wanted to do that, but he would just have to be smarter about it. Now that his right hand was here, she could stop him from making stupid decisions. "Good," Ailsa smiled. "Then what we need to do before the ceremony begins is just a few things. First, you need to recultivate and consolidate the strength of your body with He Complete, Phoenix Heavenly Body Technique. Second, you need to assimilate your visualization with your heavenly patterns. Thirdly, you need to improve your visualizations to match up to the current strength of your soul. This is the first time I have personally laid eyes on an indestructible soul, but I have read a lot about it. Its abilities are quite unfathomable and will only become more so as you continue. Fourthly, you need to learn heaven and mystical grade techniques worthy of your current battle prowess. Elsa shook her head. She had only been unconscious for a few months, and yet look at him, he was all over the place. His strength had accelerated so much, but he had yet to tap into its full potential. The fact that Ryu didn't have weapons strong enough for his current prowess was just the tip of the iceberg. The issues were so long that Elsa felt her head spinning trying to list them all. Just as a start, Ryu was still using Fragrant Breeze, a mere Earth-grade movement technique. To put that into perspective, Earth-grade techniques were meant to be used by Divine Vessel and Connecting Heaven Realm experts. To make matters worse, it only made use of Ryu's wind inheritance and took no advantage of his spirit bodies. His movement techniques were bad enough, but the only offensive technique Ryu had that was worthy of his was White Serpent's Dance. But it was ultimately a spear technique that didn't take into the account the flexibility of a sword, let alone a sword staff. It was no wonder Ryu had no choice but to rely on his bloodlines and their hidden techniques to battle Serial. He didn't really have much of another choice. If he didn't use Dragon Claw, what else could he use? Ryu's current body was akin to a Ferrari, and it most definitely came with its engine. And yet, he simultaneously insisted on only driving 20 miles per hour. It was a travesty. In Ryu's defense, his combat prowess had skyrocketed so quickly that he hadn't really had time to change these things. But it was clearly a problem nonetheless. Knowing this, Ryu immediately started on Elsa's plans. By the end of these few months before the ceremony, he would likely undergo a major qualitative change. While Ryu got to work, Elsa began to take inventory of the resources of the Ice Phoenix clan. Her mind spun as she began to calculate many things. Eventually, Yana snuck back out of the void and slipped into the incubator without a word, taking little Gem, who she had grown greatly fond of, with her. Elsa smiled but didn't say anything. After a while, she glanced toward Ryu, who had already slipped into Breath of Heaven without a word. It was as though everything else in the world had vanished to him. With each passing second, he progressed by leaps and bounds. Elsa nodded before stepping into the house to find Icemine also meditating. It was clear to her at a glance that Icemine had come to some sort of agreement with Eska. Icemine, who had only been in the first path extinction realm when Ryu met her, was already nearing the second. It didn't take a genius to understand that Eska was somehow helping her improve. After all, sharing a body with a sky god must come with its perks. Icemine opened her eyes, meeting Elsa's gaze. Though there was a hint of annoyance in her eyes, she still didn't lash out as she knew it wouldn't get her anywhere. "Let's talk for a moment, Icemine." Icemine rolled her eyes. "What do you want, lady?" "I'm not interested in your hubby, though I guess his cock is all right." "Just all right?" Elsa laughed. Icemine wanted to retort, but, remembering her less than elegant actions from before and how Elsa could recall anything that Ryu could recall, she just snarled and didn't bother to retort. "I didn't come for that. My little Ryu can have as many concubines as he wants. This saves me slaving away too much to keep up with him. I'm still a fragile young lady, as you can see." "Then what did you come here for?" "I'm just curious," Elsa said lightly. "I have a feeling that being part of a Queen-to-be's entourage isn't just a simple matter, right? Or else your mother wouldn't have to come here to inform you of it personally." Icemine's brows shot up. Then she understood. While she was out of it, her mother must have come. But Ryu had yet to get around to telling her about the message she passed on. Now she was caught between feeling embarrassed that her mother had seen her like that and being angry at Ryu for being so neglectful. He actually didn't tell her about something so important. Because make no mistake, it was greatly important. Chapter 620 wiped. The entourage is actually called Lixa in our language. When a martial god ascends to queen or kingship, there's a whole host of ceremonies they have to complete in order to be blessed by our ancestors. According to tradition, the Lixa, or the retainers or entourage in your language, are meant to become the protectors of the queen during this journey. Elsa raised an eyebrow. But you are only in the path extinction realm. How could you possibly protect her? Is it just symbolic? Though Elsa asked this, she immediately felt that she had to be wrong. For Icemine to be taking this so seriously, it had to be more than just symbolism. If it really was just that, why would she look so nervous and apprehensive? No, it isn't symbolic. But, during the ceremony, the only thing that matters is combat prowess relative to your cultivation realm. Meaning, how much stronger you are in comparison to others of your cultivation realm is what decides the strength you could display. Essentially, during this event, if you're a poor enough World Sea realm expert, it's even possible to lose to a child in the awakening realm. Of course, this would never happen because one needs to be at least an immortal to be Elixa or part of Elixa, but the concept is the same. I see. Elsa's gaze narrowed. It was no wonder the martial gods placed such great emphasis on their rankings. This also explained why they chose such an odd method as well. This still doesn't quite explain why your reaction is like this, though. And, if there's an emphasis on your combat prowess, what is it that you're fighting exactly? I don't know. Icemine mumbled beneath her breath. But there was a clear fear that reflected within her eyes. Compared to her usual self, it was like she had retreated into a cocoon. Her fingers trembled lightly as though she was recalling a terrible memory. Can it be that it's not a 100% certainty that someone will become a king? Have we misunderstood? Icemine shivered, not answering Elsa immediately. All this time, both Ryu and Elsa had believed it was just a normal ceremony. Eska had never given Ryu any details about just what it meant to become a queen of the martial gods. As far as they were aware, it was just an empty title handed down to the most talented of the world's sea realm experts with a good chance at becoming sky gods in the future. Of course, this good chance was just relative. But that hardly mattered now. Elsa frowned and looked toward Ryu. Didn't this mean that Elena would be in danger as well? The only explanation for all of this was that there was something of great importance to the title of king and queen that Ryu and Elsa were ignorant to. It was even possible that Icemine was ignorant to it as well, or else it was likely that Eska would have mentioned something about it. Whatever it was Icemine was aware of was likely vague and incomplete. In fact, it was likely that the only reason she knew anything to begin with was because of who her parents were. If it was anyone else, they'd likely not even have this small clue. All I know is that unless one is a king or queen, it is impossible to become a sky god, Icemine said lightly. Elsa's gaze narrowed. It was one thing to bestow a title upon someone who had a great chance. But it was a completely different matter if anyone without it was automatically barred from reaching a new level. As a cultist fairy, much of Elsa's training revolved around analyzing case studies. Nurturing the growth of people, beasts and herbs wasn't an exact science. Even two of the exact same species could present differently. A cultist fairy needed to be flexible and thus have a wide range of knowledge and a deft capacity to apply it even in situations it had never been applied in before. With Ryu, Elsa had a unique perspective as she was his life partner. As such, guiding him was far easier in comparison to guiding anyone or anything else. This was to say that Elsa had a very large scope when it came to matters of cultivation and the world. She had seen and read about all sorts of things. The idea that anyone would be able to guarantee with 100% certainty who would or wouldn't become a sky god was absolutely ridiculous. The fact that Icemine was saying basically implying as much meant that this matter was far deeper than it seemed. The only explanation was that this ceremony wasn't about recognizing a talent. Rather, it was about opening a path for a talent. Simply put, those without the king and queen title could never become sky gods precisely because they never underwent this ceremony. Elsa's gaze narrowed. Is this a quirk of the martial god bloodline? If they really come from another world, it is very possible that their cultivation system is different. I've always found it a bit odd that they seem to progress along the same path. There were many in history of other cultivation systems popping up. It was just that, in the end, only the mental, chi and body realms survived as they were now. However, this didn't mean there weren't countless other systems that failed to withstand the test of time. Of course, it was possible that this was a universal truth across all worlds and existences. But something was nagging at Elsa. She stripped things down to the bare bones and began to pick at the details one by one. By the time she got to the end, her pupils constricted into pinholes and her heart trembled. What did it mean to be a sky god? It meant etching your name into the annals of history and stepping into godhood. You received karma, worship, faith, but at the core of it all, you were snatching a piece of the heavens for yourself and becoming something that existed beyond the bounds of time and space. However, what would happen if you came from a different world? A parent might tolerate a child of their own ruining their things, scratching up their furniture, dirtying their kitchen floors, but what if it was someone else's child? Would you be able to get away with such a thing so easily? In this sort of situation, no matter how you looked at it, the sky god were that very troublesome child that this world was being forced to babysit. In such a situation, why would the heavens continue to entertain these guests? If such a guest wanted to stay, wouldn't they thus need to work much harder than anyone else? What if the reason this ceremony was needed was to appease the heavens of this world, so they might allow the martial gods a path toward becoming sky gods? Elsa's gaze narrowed. If that was really the case, why did Elena need to do this? She was born here, was she not? Why was she not recognized by the heavens? Then again, from the fear Icemine was displaying, she too would one day have to undergo the same trial. And Icemine was most definitely young enough to have been born in this world as well. In fact, this coming generation of World Sea Realm experts should all be the same. Yet, Icemine's fear was almost palpable. However, wasn't Elena different? After all, one of her parents was most definitely a native of this world. Was there no leeway for this? Elsa's gaze narrowed further, her mind spinning at faster and faster speeds. There were only two explanations for this. The first was one Ryu would definitely not want to accept. In that case, Elena had felt the same fear that Icemine did but simply never told Ryu about it. If this was really what happened, there was a very good chance that Elena had known about all of these matters for a long time already and simply kept Ryu in the dark. As for why she would do this, what better way to keep tabs on a genius the martial gods felt was threatening enough to ruin before even his birth than by placing a woman by his side? Elena would have been with Ryu practically all the time. That way, she could ensure that Ryu never found a method to cultivate. But, if that was the case, wouldn't Elena have also stopped Ryu from killing himself on that fateful night? Elsa shook her head. Things were getting muddled and it was becoming more and more difficult to tell what was and wasn't the truth. The second explanation was that Elena did gain a benefit from having one parent from this world. As such, the fear that Icemine faced now was something she didn't come to know until much later in her cultivation journey. Icemine? Elsa spoke softly. This fear you feel, where does it come from? Icemine wrapped her arms around herself. For a long time it seemed that she wouldn't respond at all. When I entered the Path Extinction realm, I felt a pressure that threatened to destroy me in body and soul. It wouldn't be as simple as dying. It would be like I have never existed. Even those I called family and friend would forget that I ever existed. I would have been wiped from existence. And every time I cultivate, the feeling gets heavier. Chapter 621 changes. Elsa gazed toward Icemine deeply. This matter seemed to be growing larger and larger. At this point, even Elsa couldn't see the end of it all. For the martial gods to do this, moving to a world that wasn't their own, all despite knowing what dangers it would bring and what sort of disadvantage they would be at, just what were they running from? No, this was just the tip of the iceberg. For the martial gods to come to this place having already fallen so far, and yet be able to lay claim to much of their world not even a billion years later, what chance did they stand? By all rights, the martial gods had proved that they were far beyond what they could compare to. Their bloodline was perfect. Not only did it innately give them both high body realm and chi realm talent, it could synergize with other bloodlines to create more power effects. Not only were they quick to adapt, but they were becoming more powerful with each successive generation without fail. Their research abilities were unmatched. They managed to learn of the Chaos Plane before even Ryu and his family had. They managed to use the Nether Realm to bring talents from all eras together. As if this wasn't enough, they somehow knew how to warp and manipulate the fate of a hegemon like the Tatsuya clan to the point they didn't even have a head to raise any longer. And now, apparently, There was an unknown number of martial gods who had died in the exact way Icemine had described, forgotten and erased from history, and somehow they still managed to have taken hold of this world by its horns. This was all to say, what chance did they stand against the martial god's enemy if even they were forced to run? Elsa looked away from Icemine and toward Ryu's back. Somehow, she felt like the weight on Ryu's shoulders had suddenly multiplied manifold. At that very moment, a particular prayer mat within Ryu's inner world trembled before settling down once again, re-upping his focused chi without end. Within Ryu's mental realm, large, sweeping changes were taking place. The immortal Sakura was a gorgeous ancient tree. It had a short, thick trunk and a large canopy that spread overhead. Much like the translucent trees of the Ice Devil Legacy world, it too had a crystalline structure. Shards of ice formed its bark and its cherry blossoms twinkled with a thin layer of shimmering crystal. At this moment, beautiful blue heavenly patterns were being carefully etched onto every piece of crystalline bark and every fluttering cherry blossom petal. With every one Ryu completed, the strength the immortal Sakura exuded became more ethereal and majestic, its size seeming to grow even though it hadn't budged a single inch. Ryu had held back his comprehension of the immortal Sakura for a very long time, not having the soul strength or stamina to continuously use it. In the end, after his massive surge in strength, it had actually fallen behind. As usual, it was separated into 7 stages: translucent, white, cherry, red, violet, purple gold, and gold. Each represented a new level of strength, but it also represented a certain level of comprehension that embodied the will of the immortal Sakura. The white stage represented persistence. It was a core belief that hard work bred results. The cherry stage represented humility. It was an acceptance of the vastness of the heavens and an understanding of just what you were facing. The immortal Sakura trembled, beginning to shed its cherry petals one by one until they became a deep crimson. The colors reflected against the golden sea the tree rooted itself in, displaying a gorgeous painting of the dichotomy of red and gold. The red stage represented will. Upon comprehending humility and the vastness of the heavens, one must gather up their courage as the immortal Sakura had to fight against it. Only upon comprehending the strength of the heavens would one not be foolhardy in challenging it, but rather brave. This bravery exuded itself from every pore of Ryu's body, causing the space around him to tremble and his indestructible soul to spread its golden wings as it sat at the very top of this ancient tree. However, just when this will reached its very peak, the crimson colors shattered and formed a resonating violet. It was such a gorgeous hue that it pulsed about Ryu's head in the real world as though a crown had formed. An auspicious air trembled around him. The violet stage represented pride. It was the ingrained confidence one would gain after successive victories. In a battle between two of equal strength, it was often the one with more pride, more arrogance, more unabashed confidence in oneself that would win. Of course, this was only the case if you didn't go as far as Serial had. The violet danced about the sky-blue heavenly patterns. They complemented and rose each other's strength, solidifying the already impenetrable defenses of Ryu's mind to the point he felt like rather than an illusory visualization, he could truly manifest the immortal tree. Ryu exhaled a deep breath, a fog of violet leaving his lips. At this realm, the immortal Sakura was capable of blocking attacks even from a cosmic seed realm expert. However, with the great boost of Ryu's heavenly patterns, even absolute geniuses among the cosmic seed realm capable of being undefeated at the subrealm would be blocked by him. The weakness of the immortal Sakura technique was always in that the petals would shatter when meeting equal force. However, with the reinforcement of Ryu's Ice Phoenix heavenly patterns, this trouble was surmounted. In fact, even if the petals should shatter, thanks to Ryu's indestructible soul, the damage to Ryu's soul would be nearly non-existent even if the entire visualization was shattered to pieces. Ryu turned his attention toward his divine chaotic annihilation. He didn't have to consider much with this either. He immediately jumped in, but rather than using Ice Phoenix patterns, Ryu began to use Dark Phoenix patterns. The difference was stark. While Ice Phoenix heavenly patterns were beautiful and charming, Dark Phoenix heavenly patterns had a certain heaviness to them that made one gaze upon it with a solemn expression. At the same time, while Ice Phoenix heavenly patterns ran straight up and down or left and right, angling at 90 degrees, Dark Phoenix heavenly patterns had deep, swirling patterns. Every time Ryu formed one of these swirling patterns, they would sink into divine chaotic annihilation. At first it was hard to tell that anything was happening. The only reason Ryu was able to keep going without worry was because he could feel its strength increasing with every passing moment. Divine chaotic annihilation was separated into 7 stages, much like Eska's visualization. However, it was far different and had a far less linear progression upward. Technically, Ryu wasn't meant to master the first 3 stages until he entered the Soul Ascension realm, a marked difference from Eska's 7 stages, which was assigned to 2 realms each up until the World's Sea realm. In this way, Flora's visualization was more exponential, with the slow progress being on the front end, and this was because of the way the technique was designed. The first Mortal Chaotic Pestle stage was meant to crush Mortal Chi. The second Immortal Chaotic Pestle stage was meant to crush Immortal Chi. And finally, only after entering the Soul Ascension realm would you be able to control Cosmic Spiritual Chi, and thus be able to enter the Divine Chaotic Pestle stage, which could crush Cosmic Chi to be used as Spiritual Chi. By this point, an expert would have gone through the Spiritual Entrance, Spiritual Endowment, Soul Birth, and Soul Refinement realm all before reaching just the 3rd level. And yet, Ryu had reached that level while he was still immortal. This went to show just how good his pupils were at seeing through to the core of and comprehending visualizations. During his battle with his little nephews, though, Ryu had been forced to enter the chaotic birth realm. Unsurprisingly, while trying to control something he only should have been able to enter in the Soul Ascension realm, he had torn himself practically apart. He only managed to survive thanks to the fact he was in a virtual world. Then, during his battle with Serial, he managed to summon it for a short time again and got lucky in that Serial's technique was a soul-based one, and as such was incredibly susceptible to divine chaotic annihilation. Now, though, Ryu's soul was in a far more stable situation than it had been in the past, in addition to having been reinforced by Emperor Phoenix heavenly patterns on top of that. One would think that adding heavenly patterns to this black hole visualization would only make it more difficult to control. But Ryu found the truth to be the exact opposite. Heavenly patterns seemed to both strengthen and reign in the techniques Ryu applied them to, almost like they were heavenly chains connected to Ryu's soul. It felt like Ryu was branding these visualizations with his mark and making them truly one with himself. This allowed him to have his cake and eat it too. Eventually, divine chaotic annihilation grew saturated with heavenly patterns, causing it to suddenly tremble and double in size. Very soon, it went from the quarter the size of a palm to a foot in diameter. But this was just the tip of the iceberg. At that moment, the black hole seemed to explode. When Ryu's vision cleared, he saw the black hole once again. But this time, the swirling death patterns hung around it like orbiting moons, giving it a sinister and enigmatic feel. The ground around Ryu's main body suddenly cracked and sunk down by an entire inch, as though a pillar had just stamped down. Lines of gravity shook the surroundings as though wanting the entire world to fall to its knees. Chapter 622 Reflective Counter. Ryu's body brimmed with power, his chi around him growing more and more solid with each passing moment. If one cut open his body now, it would be possible to find heavenly patterns floating about his blood like raging torrents. Unlike his Ice or Dark Phoenix heavenly patterns, the Emperor heavenly patterns that flowed through his veins now were almost like the delicate striations of golden feathers. If one didn't look closely, it would seem as though these miniature feathers were swimming about in Ryu's body, boosting his strength greatly. By the time Ryu had saturating his vital chi with heavenly patterns, his power had grown explosively. From a strength of 5.5 billion gene, Ryu's strength had ballooned to over 50 billion gene, just as his grandmother had promised. The tenfold increase in strength was palpable, and it only came from recultivating the complete Phoenix heavenly body. Even now, Ryu had yet to take a single step forward in his cultivation, and yet his strength had risen so far. Ryu was already originally far stronger than a body realm cultivator of his level thanks to his bloodlines, but now it was even more exaggerated. And, though the heavenly patterns interacted with his Phoenix bloodlines best, they weren't barred from fusing with his Dragon and Qilin bloodlines as well, giving him a holistic boost to his power. It could be said that the Ryu of now could crush the Ryu of just a few days ago without any effort whatsoever. And yet, Ryu had still not finished. What remained for Ryu to do was to properly choose techniques for himself that matched up to his level. With his skill and the current level of his heavenly pupils, the months he had left was almost overkill to master these techniques even if Ryu closed his eyes and chose randomly. However, Ryu wouldn't do such a thing. What he needed was a cohesive style. Ryu had already dabbled in creating a style of combat for himself with his necromancy. It was just unfortunate that this style had been too weak against Serial, forcing Ryu to do other things. It wasn't that the necromancy techniques he had were useless, but rather that he had already outgrown his skeleton warriors, even the higher level ones. The trouble with coming up with a new style, though, was that Ryu felt he was too good at too many things. And, even when it came to things that he wasn't good at, he felt that he was just a few moments away from changing that truth. This might very well be a curse of being too talented. At the same time, Ryu was aware of the pitfalls of stretching himself too thin. If he tried to learn too many things, even he couldn't guarantee reaching the pinnacle in all of them. Though he had yet to see them, it was impossible to conclude that the mysteries of heaven and earth pupils didn't have their own limits. What I am the very best at are visualizations. This is especially so after my soul evolved into this odd state. My stamina feels endless and what I can do feels limitless. But, if I have to sustain Immortal Sakura, Divine Chaotic Annihilation, and Elemental War God all at once, even this version of my soul will quickly reach its limits. These three techniques were the life's work of three sky gods. It was no surprise that they'd take an obscene amount of stamina to sustain. Due to this, Ryu wasn't sure if it was a good idea to learn more visualizations. Plus, one of his greatest assets was his chaotic chi. How could he possibly ignore it for the sake of building his combat prowess entirely on visualizations? Unfortunately, that just added another layer of complexity because Ryu's chaos chi wasn't just about it, it was almost about all the primordial chaos chis it could become. That once again left Ryu with near infinite options he had to grapple with. Then take it one step at a time. For now, my great sword staffs are too flawed to use in battle, they'll be more of a hindrance than anything else. So, this style will have to have some temporary portions within it, but not enough that I'll have to rebuild it from the ground up once I've fixed my great swordstaff inheritance. In that case, I need to focus on close combat, my movement techniques and elemental types techniques. Ryu had always been terrible at close combat, but this was only because he never placed emphasis on it, choosing to take his time to master his Tatsuya saintly weapons. But now that there wasn't a quick fix with his great swordstaffs, he had no choice in the matter. In addition to this, Ryu's heavenly pupils weren't just something bowmen would kill to have. What was important for a close combat expert was a powerful body, which Ryu had, in addition to reaction speed and the ability to read an opponent. With his heavenly pupils and bloodlines, Ryu was uniquely suited to close combat. This opened a new door to him with a few possibilities. There were fist techniques, palm techniques, leg techniques, claw techniques, and finger techniques. There were many variations on these, but Ryu believed that these were the main 5 tenets of close combat. Ryu was probably uniquely suited to claw techniques for obvious reasons, but he also didn't really feel the need to box himself in. After all, there wouldn't be a claw technique stronger than his dragon claw to begin with, so taking this route would not only limit his flexibility, but it would feel like settling. Start with a momentum-building technique. Elsa's voice drifted into Ryu's ears like a fragrant wind, causing his pupils to constrict. Somehow, she always managed to find the root of it all. To a close combat expert, a momentum-building technique was invaluable. It was what allowed an expert to store energy over the course of battle and unleash it at a perfect moment. Ryu immediately began to rifle through the momentum-building techniques he had before stopping on one that called out to him. Reflective Counter. Chapter 623 Lightning Sprite. Ryu felt that this technique was perfect. It was a mystical grade technique of the Ice Phoenix clan. It emphasized great chi control. The truth was that Ryu didn't have enough nodes to use this technique, and it would be useless to execute it with his soul considering it was meant to build up momentum for him with his body. However, this didn't matter to Ryu as he could use his unique Meridians to make up for the deficit. The reason why this technique required a minimum number of nodes was due to the innate danger in using it. Before even getting to the technique, there were several warnings within the Jade piece advising against those without confidence against using it. This technique required one to control the flow of an enemy's chi into your body to store it and use in an explosive counterattack at the perfect moment. This usually required a minimum number of meridian nodes because any less would rupture one's meridians even with perfect control, let alone less than perfect. But why would Ryu have to worry about this issue with his chaotic silk meridians? After connecting the chaos plane, it was even more difficult to tear than it had been in the past. Ryu wasn't worried in the slightest about suffering damage, especially considering the current strength of his body. Since it will synergize best with fist techniques, I guess I'll pick out a few. I'll master fist basic stances first. Then I'll supplement it with 2 heaven-grade techniques. Ryu's current meridian nodes could only sustain up to a middle heaven-grade technique. Unfortunately, he couldn't cheat in this aspect because the circulation pathways in this respect would be what gave strength to the technique. But a heaven-grade technique was still great. Ryu chose 2 techniques with ease: Imperial Fist and Roaring Seal Fist. The former was excellent for raw power output while the second was more technical. Roaring Seal Fist had many countering stances within it and was adept at forcing an enemy into a corner to the point it would feel as though they were running into your fist rather than the vice versa. Before moving on, Ryu even chose another middle heaven-grade technique in Vacuous Palm. His grandmother had always liked this technique, and he had even seen her use it during the last day of his first life, so he was feeling a bit nostalgic. Now I just need a movement technique and elemental techniques to supplement my bloodlines. Ryu had visions of becoming an explosive close combat expert. That would require not only speed, judgment, and reaction time, but he wanted to take the best advantage of his fire and lightning affinity. There was no doubt that not only were fire and lightning the most powerful of the elements due to what they represented, but they also happened to have the greatest offensive power. As for defense, Ryu wasn't worried about this. What was better than the combination of his Immortal Sakura and Divine Chaotic Annihilation? Ryu set aside the thought of finding explosive elemental techniques for now and instead decided to choose a movement technique. It would be greatly important to how he would utilize his combat style, and it most definitely had to make use of his spirit bodies. Just as Ryu was about to begin checking through the techniques within the crystalline Jade, and the ones his Ice Phoenix clan had gathered, he suddenly sensed Ailsa before him, causing him to open his eyes and smile. If it was anyone else interrupting him at this time, he would probably have been a bit annoyed. But his treatment of Ailsa was clearly different from most people. Ailsa smiled sweetly, seemingly understanding Ryu's thoughts even though he didn't think them out so blatantly. For your movement technique, I think you should use one from an elemental fairy race, namely the lightning sprites. Oh, Ryu blinked. My cultist clan actually has a backlog of techniques from all fairy clans, even the Kabus and Fishia fairies. It's just that most of these techniques are not suited to humans, so I've never bothered to teach you any. But this movement technique and potentially some of their offensive techniques might be good for you. Ryu nodded. He trusted Ailsa's judgment. This technique is known as the Lightning Divine Mark. It's a quasi-visualization type technique. It allows you to spread divine marks throughout a battlefield and almost instantaneously appear at their location. I couldn't give you this technique before because it deconstructs your soul as well to allow the fastest movement. But your spirit body wasn't this perfect in the past. In addition, there's a high requirement for both soul talent and soul durability, things humans usually don't have. But right now, it should be perfect for you. If you synergize this technique with your storm talent, the results would be even more devastating. Ryu smiled and nodded. As for Ailsa, she smirked a bit mischievously. There used to be a prince of the lightning sprites that pursued me when I was younger. They said he was the greatest prodigy in using this technique to ever be born. In fact, I think that little fairy we met in Osiris might be related to him. Ryu's gaze narrowed, but Ailsa didn't seem to notice, her smile becoming brighter. He once told me that even if I was hidden behind heaven's curtain, so long as he marked me, he would be there so long as I called his name. Sparks of violet lightning coursed through Ryu's eyes, electrifying his silver irises. Ailsa giggled. He was able to sustain 6 divine marks back then as an immortal ring expert. By now, he might already be able to sustain 10 or 11, close to the perfect 12. I wonder what he's doing these days. Ryu's gaze suddenly calmed, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Prodigy? Has there ever been a person who dares to call themselves such a thing before me? Ryu was suddenly very eager to flip this technique on its head. Chapter 624 Problem. Ryu immediately began to draw in the air with a finger, comprehending the technique from Ailsa's memories. The divine mark was like an exceptionally layered formation fit into the form of a maze of sorts. Just trying to memorize the form of a single divine mark could make one's head spin. From what Ryu could tell, there were thousands of nodes, hundreds of layers, and it all had to be packed into the size of a palm. The amount of control it took to form one was ridiculous. But the amount of skill it took to sustain it and stop it from shattering after just a single use in battle was even more ridiculous. Ryu ran into problems almost immediately. The main issue was that his lightning was no longer pure lightning. In order to make this divine mark his own, he, of course, had to use the same lightning as his spirit body. That way, his body would properly and reconstruct itself. But the problem was that Ryu's lightning was fused with power. Though this made it far more powerful, it also made it very volatile. At the same time, it often flickered back and forth between having fire and having lightning properties. Due to this randomness, it followed a sort of chaotic rhythm that made it nearly impossible to truly grasp what its intentions were. This randomness was something that Ryu could usually deal with quite well in battle, especially since it didn't normally matter what state his lightning flame would be in when he attacked. After all, whether it was lightning or fire, the offensive capability would be devastating. However, when Ryu was constructing his divine mark out of it, it immediately collapsed. Ryu didn't need to guess at why this was. It was obvious. The divine mark was designed to work with lightning. The appearance of a sudden fire characteristic would, of course, cause it to collapse. Ryu's gaze narrowed, but Ailsa only giggled. When he met her gaze and saw the mischievous light in her eyes, he realized that she had already guessed that something like this would happen. It was no wonder why she would try to goad him like that. If there was anyone who knew Ryu the best, it was Ailsa. For most things, as long as he put in effort, there would be few that could match him. If this prodigy of the lightning sprites wanted to have a chance against Ryu, the only way would be if Ryu was severely handicapped like he was now. I see. Ryu shook his head as Ailsa continued to giggle. This life partner of his was truly too mischievous. However, in the end he still smiled. Defeating a so-called prodigy was too easy. Only like this would things be interesting. Ryu raised his finger again and started to draw in the air once more. This time, he broke the divine mark into its parts and began to reconstruct its fundamental runes. He made it about 10% of the way through before the divine mark collapsed. I see. I can't change that part. It's core to the divine mark and also what will be responsible for connecting it to the other divine marks once I progress onward. That part will be the most difficult to figure out. Lightning seems volatile, but it always follows a predictable path. Lightning will follow the path of least resistance, and there are certain materials that it will always choose over another. Its behavior is predictable. Fire, however, is different. By design, fire not only represents the breath of life, but it also represents rebellion and innovation. Taming fire isn't simple. Lightning was like a rigid hierarchy. It always wanted to ground itself, and it would always choose to pass through certain materials over others. There was a reason that this predictable element was chosen to be the arbiter of judgment for the heavens. Its ability to follow rules and dole out swift justice was unmatched. Fire, however, was what gave humans life and could often represent the exact opposite of all that was lightning. It had no true form, and it was the spark that lit human innovation. The only way to contain fire was by cutting off its path to the sky, but doing this would also snuff out the flame completely, causing it to quickly die out. These were the core reasons that these two elements were so powerful together. They represented opposite ends of the spectrum and couldn't wait to collide and implode. The result was devastating offensive output, a devastating output that was useless right now. But Ryu's smile only seemed to grow brighter. He never thought himself to be a formation master, Reason being, he never formally trained himself in this aspect. What he had trained in vigorously was in deconstructing and recognizing formations. Technically, he had taught himself the more difficult of the two tasks. In Ryu's eyes, this divine mark was just a complex formation concentrated into a small form factor. With every divine mark you formed, the next would become more and more complicated because they were interdependent and related. What Ryu needed to do was two things. First, he needed to adjust this formation without changing its core. It needed more degrees of freedom without losing its integrity. Second, he needed to find a method to make fire more predictable and easier to control. In just a few seconds, he had already come up with a solution for both. Adjusting the divine mark was a simple matter. Ryu didn't even consider it to be a worthy challenge. He believed he could finish the necessary calculations in just a few days. And it would only take so long because he had to consider the redesign for each subsequent divine mark. As for controlling fire and making it more predictable, he had a solution for this as well. What was better at controlling fire than the origin flame? And what if the abilities of the origin flame were layered with the core of the ruler realm? Chapter 6:25 Hoops. The origin flame didn't need to be explained. As far as Ryu understood it, it was the origin of all fire and capable of ruling them all. It was because of the origin flame that Ryu's bloodline flames awakened so quickly, and also why his flame inheritances also progressed so quickly. Well, until it was that his origin flame hit its limit and could no longer progress any further. This was to be expected, though, considering it was just an incomplete embryo. Still, despite being an embryo, the docile origin flame was perfect for this. All Ryu had to do was to incorporate a bit into each divine mark. However, because it was an embryo, Ryu still had to take things a step further to ensure that there would be no problems. What was the core of leaving the imposed realm and entering the ruler realm? Wasn't it characterized by Ryu being able to take control of his imposed barrier and change its form? If Ryu took advantage of this ability now and drew out his former imposed barrier to follow the complex nodal pathways of each divine mark, adding this atop the origin flame, wouldn't all of these issues be fixed? Ryu's gaze glowed. He sat completely still for an entire 3 days, his eyes only seeming to grow brighter and brighter. On the morning of the 4th day, he suddenly sprung to life, his finger moving about with an almost unconscious speed. In just 3 minutes, he finished the core of the first divine mark. In just 7 more, he finished it in its entirety, causing it to spark to life. The divine mark reflected a pale purple light that almost looked like a delicate cherry color depending on the lighting. Sometimes it took the form of a perfect sphere, but at other times it would look like a bolt of lightning, hovering about Ryu's palm before it found its way to his legs and sunk in. Ryu almost didn't register this as an accomplishment at all, as his hands were already moving. One divine mark after another began to manifest. Every time they fused with his body, a spark of violet would course through his eyes, making him realize that this technique wasn't so simple at all. The greatest speed one could muster would appear when the divine marks were deployed and their wielder could flash about between them. However, this was also a dangerous thing to do because when a divine mark was deployed, it became susceptible to being destroyed by an enemy. Of course, this was a big deal to someone else who went through great difficulty to form their divine marks, withstanding many failures and sometimes even taking many years to succeed. But this clearly wasn't an issue that Ryu was facing. Still, this aside, when the divine mark fused with the body, it became the movement technique even without deployment. Ryu could feel that every divine mark he fused with doubled his speed, and he also came to understand why the absolute cap was 12. Upon reaching 12, there was no longer potential to squeeze out, and the circulation method for the technique was complete. The 12 divine marks hovered about in Ryu's body, taking up their positions and forming a formation within him. Ryu immediately felt that unless he met an opponent that could bring him to the brink of life and death, there would really be no point in bringing his divine marks out because it would simply be overkill. However, despite having finished the perfect 12, Ryu didn't stop. At that moment, his indestructible soul manifested from his forehead, and it too began to draw out divine marks. By the end of the day, Ryu had formed 24 complete marks, crushing whatever record it was that this lightning sprite prince had had. Though the divine marks within Ryu's soul couldn't boost his speed like the first 12 could, what it did do was give him an additional 12 to use instantaneous movement with. This would give him far greater flexibility in battle. And, should his soul ever be in danger after his body was destroyed, for example, it too would have the ability to escape. Ryu exhaled a breath, his eyes opening as the final arcs of lightning vanished. Not bad. I guess you're a little bit better than him. Ailsa appeared before Ryu again, her pearly white teeth flashing him. Ryu chuckled but let Ailsa have her fun. And what were these elemental techniques you talked about before? Ah, right. Ailsa smiled, pretending like she had forgotten. Should I tell you a story about one of my suitors for each one? Ryu's lip twitched. How many stories do you have? Well, you see, your wife is a very beautiful woman. Even though I only spent a few thousand years with the fairies before coming here to find you, you could say that my fame had already spread far and wide. Rather than asking me how many stories I have, it might be easier to ask me who didn't try to pursue me. Ailsa blinked innocently, his eyelashes fluttering as though she was unbearably innocent. How about we start with this one? It's the flying star technique of the fire sprites. There was once a prodigy of their clan that loved me too. There was one time he dove into their clan's holy land and entered an ancient volcano all for the sake of bringing a silver core rose crystal to me. Ryu suddenly felt a headache coming on. He knew that Ailsa was doing this on purpose. To make matters worse, due to what Ailsa described about how fairies reproduced, it was impossibly rare for a dual elemental fairy to appear. That meant all of these core techniques were likely constructed for a single element. Even if a dual elemental fairy had appeared in the past like Ailsa had spontaneously appeared, their elements wouldn't be fused like Ryu's had. More likely than not, they'd just have great affinity for two different elements. There was no need to create a technique that combined them both. Chapter 626 Phantoms. The central spatial pocket of the martial gods wasn't the same as the one the Tatsuya clan had called home. With much of the shrine plain sealed, that location was closed off to the martial gods. As such, they could only choose a different location. Ryu wasn't very surprised to find that this chosen location was where the former Ventus clan called home. Ryu had quite some history with the Ventus clan. During his 1000th birthday party, it was Gale Ventus, the young man Mistress Holy Wing had chosen to be Elena's first partner, that had challenged him to a match. Thanks to this, Ryu had been able to gain the northern heavenly wind embryo while also putting Gale in his place. At this moment, Ryu stood a step behind the overseer who had basically forced him beneath his wing. Apparently, this old man went by the name of Overseer Yudo. Harsh winds whipped about all around, carrying a slight greenish hue to them. In the distance, a castle without windows stood, presenting the open concept of the Wind Shrine clans. They always treated their homes almost like the instruments of nature. Depending on the time of day, and if the wind hit just the right speed, a low melody would begin to play. When all the openings of these castles resonated as one, a delicate harmony would begin. This harmony would gather up the chi in the surroundings and make cultivating produce double the result with half the effort. It was a beautiful concept, indeed. It was no wonder the martial gods hadn't chosen to change much about it. Ryu couldn't help but think about Gale. With that man's talent, there was no doubt that he was an absolute powerhouse. After all, how could a wielder of a pair of heavenly pupils not be? Ryu wasn't under the illusion that Gale was useless even though he had defeated him in one aspect previously. Not to mention the fact it hadn't been a competition of combat. Just the fact Gale had a pair of heavenly pupils was enough for Ryu to take him with the utmost seriousness. Though it didn't really matter considering he was dead now. If there was anything his battle with Serial had taught him, it was that such individuals were not to be underestimated. Against most individuals, Ryu could fight through an entire large barrier of cultivation, crossing the Immortal Ring and Path Extinction Realm to put up a fight against Dao Pedestal Realm experts. And yet, Serial had been in the Immortal Ring realm just like him and pushed him to the brink. This alone was enough to paint a proper picture. Ryu was lost in his own thoughts, completely ignoring the World Sea Realm expert to his side. The only reason he was standing a half step behind was in respect to his seniority and not much else. Plus, it helped him not to attract too much trouble. Other than that thought, he wasn't thinking about this old man much at all. Overseer Yudo couldn't help but look toward Ryu from time to time. He didn't know how a brat like him could be so casual in the face of a World Sea Realm expert. Truthfully, he was questioning his own decision. For some reason, his intuition told him that Ryu was dangerous, but that didn't make any sense. What could an ant in the... Now that the old man thought about it, he had no idea what cultivation realm Ryu was in. He had manifested immortal rings, so he had to be in either the immortal ring or path extinction realm, right? But how had a path extinction realm defeat an absolute genius of the lower Dao pedestal realm? That brat from the Scarlet Sparrow clan wasn't just anybody. And yet, Ryu hadn't just defeated him, he made short work of him. This made the old man believe that Ryu cultivated a special technique that allowed him to keep his immortal rings after the path extinction realm. This would also explain why he couldn't see through Ryu's cultivation. After all, reading cultivations wasn't an exact science and often relied on experience. The more unconventional the technique, plus factoring in Ryu's ridiculous combat prowess, the harder it would be to see through. This old man seems very interested in you, little Ryu, Elsa giggled. For the sake of convenience, Elsa had entered her fairy form and sat upon Ryu's shoulder. If she appeared in her true form, it would be too obvious that she was a fairy. Then, things might become troublesome depending on how the martial gods dealt with it. So, for now, Elsa sat on his shoulder while Yana was within the incubator. Let him be interested. Ryu shrugged. At this point, he's just a convenient ticket into this place. It would have been more of a hassle if not for him, especially since Ice Mine can't be here to get me in. Originally, Ryu had planned to just force his way in with Ice Mine, but with her being part of this important so-called ritual, she couldn't be by his side any longer. If before he had been annoyed by the old man strong arming him into representing him, now he felt it was a good thing that this old man had appeared or he would have been helplessly stuck on the outside. Well, either that or he would have had to sell his precious body to Ice Mine's mother. Elsa snorted. As if you would be lamenting such a thing. Ryu smiled beside himself. Wrong. I'm more interested in tasting my precious Elsa again. Humph, you still need to defeat the phantoms of at least 100 more of my suitors before you can do such a thing. Yes, ma'am. Elsa, who had been trying to feign anger, couldn't help but burst into a fit of giggles toward Ryu's eagerness. She really did like this version of her life partner much better. Yudo, is this the brat you've chosen? At that moment, amidst the sparse crowd slowly making its way toward the Ventus clan's castle, one stood out and appeared beside Ryu and the overseer with a young man following by his side. Chapter 627 Unda. It was yet another overseer, obviously from a region different from Overseer Yudo's own. But Ryu only swept a glance over this young man before his eyes landed on the one following behind him. Ryu immediately felt a surge of killing intent that he directly suppressed, tempering it down with his willpower. After just a single glance, he looked away, ignoring the world around him entirely. If he felt the need to kill every remnant of the past he came across, let alone seeing Elena again, he wouldn't even be able to step through those doors. His actions, though, were seen as clear disdain from the overseer representative pair. To give a World Sea Realm expert a casual glance, just the same as the young cultivator behind him, and not even an attempt at a greeting, it was no doubt seen as disrespectful. The overseer curled his lip into an angered smile. What a good young man you found, Yudo. Yudo coughed lightly. He was a peace-loving man and didn't have the airs of a World Sea Realm expert. This was why he hadn't really cared much about Ryu's demeanor, and also why he was eating in a restaurant with other brats like Ryu. But that didn't mean that other World Sea Realm experts were the same. In fact, despite their years of tempering, they were often very sensitive. Many of them were absolute geniuses in their youths that suddenly found they could no longer take even a single step forward. It was like going from the highest of highs, spending the whole of your life being praised everywhere you went, all for you to come crashing back down to earth, realizing there were those you'd never be able to surpass no matter how hard you worked. Then they would turn to find youths who still had spring in their steps and hope in their hearts. It was no wonder they placed such great emphasis on gaining respect from the younger generation. In their heart of hearts, they hated them for their youth and vitality. Of course, things weren't always so simple. There were many reasons for high-level cultivators to have some of the shortest tempers and smallest tolerances. Another such example was Flora of the Zhu clan ancestors. She had lived for so long that her mind had begun to deteriorate. The least talented a person was, and the older in comparison to their cultivation realm that they became, the weaker their mental fortitude would be. For someone like this overseer, Ryu's actions were absolutely a slap in the face. It was just that he had no idea that had Ryu not acted like this, he would have already slapped this overseer's representative to death. Yudo chuckled bitterly. I'm sorry about this, Nigelis. This young man is a bit of an eccentric and doesn't do well with social cues. He doesn't even give me much respect. Though Yudo said these words to help Ryu out and try to maneuver around the situation, hoping that Ryu wouldn't try to refute him, Overseer Nigelis and his disciple took this very differently. If he was a retard, you should have just said so earlier. Overseer Nigelis snorted. Hearing such an abrasive word, Yudo frowned and shot a glance toward Ryu. But he sighed a breath of relief when it seemed that Ryu hadn't reacted in the slightest. He felt a bit bad that his words were being misconstrued in this way, but he couldn't exactly unloose an arrow that had already been released. Ryu's lack of a response only seemed to confirm their conclusion. The young man following behind Overseer Nigelis sneered. There's no need to worry, Master. I'll be sure to teach him a proper lesson. I don't care what reasons he has. Proper and due respect is mandatory when greeting your elders. Yudo shook his head. This youth was also in the lower Dao pedestal realm, but compared to that Scarlet Sparrow clan youth Ryu had practically toyed with to death, he was far too lacking in comparison. His aura was weaker, his foundation had several holes, and it seemed he would be lucky to step into the cosmic seed realm in his lifetime. As for Ryu, he seemed to have become even stronger compared to the last time Yudo had met him. Once again, though, Ryu pretended as if he hadn't heard anything. Well, it was less pretending and that he truly hadn't heard anything. He had closed off his senses to stop himself from skewering this young man and pinning him to the highest pole he could find. The blue hair of the young man and the dense water chi that permeated his aura painted a very clear picture. It was clear that he was a member of the Unda clan. In fact, that day when Ryu had had his competition with Gale, a member of the Unda clan had been there to support him as well. The Unda clan was a water shrine clan of the Shrine Plane, so the reason for Ryu's fury was clear and obvious. It was yet another traitor. At this point, he realized that this wasn't just a matter of betraying his Tatsuya clan. It was a betrayal to their whole world. For their own benefit, they backstabbed their own people and allowed outsiders to rule them. It filled Ryu with nothing but disgust. If he looked or even heard this young man speak, he might not be able to stop himself from making his head implode like a watermelon. Soon, even at their leisurely pace, the group of four had made it to the castle entrance. A strong wall of wind took the place of the doors as aside from lacking windows, this design also chose to forego doors and their hinges as well. Usually, the door of wind wasn't so strong, but it had clearly been unleashed to its full potential today. Despite the vastly open concept of the castle, it was clear that they refused to allow just anyone to enter. And that moment, the overseers and their representatives stood in wait as one group after another tested their luck. Author's note below. Chapter 628 Harder. The Unda clan youth sneered in Ryu's direction when he saw the situation. However, seeing that Ryu didn't spare him a glance, he only seemed to grow more enraged. He could tell that this was the first trial they would have to go through. Though not many were aware why it was that overseers had picked out representatives like this, what they did know was that it was important and there were many prizes to be gained for their efforts. This was all to say that this wasn't just any trial, but it was one they most definitely needed to pass. As a result, he thought that since he had so clearly challenged Ryu earlier that it would be clear that their competition would start here. Yet, who could have thought that Ryu wouldn't spare him a glance at all? Clearly, he didn't see the irony in placing this trial on a pedestal while simultaneously putting so much energy towards something that was hardly related to it at all. But maybe even if he had seen this irony, the young Unda clan member would still do so nonetheless. Who wouldn't want to get into the good graces of a World Sea Realm expert? Not everyone could casually ignore World Sea Realm experts as though they were worth nothing, much like Ryu did. To put matters into proper perspective, World Sea Realm experts were the absolute pinnacle of strength beneath the Sky God realm. Understanding this, how could their standing be low? Just when the young man wanted to say something though, the arrival of Ryu actually began to cause a small commotion. Tybalt's eyes flashed with a peculiar light when his gaze landed on Ryu. The latter seemed to have been cut off from the world. He saw nothing, heard nothing. It was as though everything was beneath his notice. Tybalt was the very same young man who had instigated Auther, the lower Dao pedestal realm expert of the Scarlet Sparrow clan, into fighting Ryu just a few days ago. To Ryu, who had gone through a lot since then, it felt like a lifetime ago. But, to Tybalt, who had practically just personally witnessed Ryu's power, it might as well have just happened a few seconds ago. Considering his personality, he had amassed quite the number of friends. If not for this, how could he, a genius of the Heaven's Dew branch, still be out here while most of his cohort had long since found their places within the castle? The truth was that the overseers weren't allowed to choose other martial gods for the chance this presented. So, most of those outside waiting for their chance to challenge the Curtain of Wind were talents of other prestigious families, many of which were cozying up to Tybalt. Of course, it couldn't be said that anyone who wasn't a martial god was beneath them. Auther, for example, interacted with Tybalt like an equal would. However, the same couldn't be said for the others. As a result of this, there were many paying attention to Tybalt's every expression. So when it was seen that he had such a reaction while looking toward Ryu, many looked over as well. Tybalt. He is? Oh. Tybalt shook his head. That's the guy that took little sister Icemine's first time. Tybalt played it off like a harmless joke. To him, Icemine was indeed a little sister. After all, he was millions of years old while Icemine was barely over 1,000. However, his words made the men around him grow ravenous. The martial gods didn't have strict rules on who their men and women could or couldn't have relations with due to the benefits of synergizing their bloodline with others. It wasn't a surprise then that there were many beauties these members of other clans had their eyes on, among which Icemine was definitely near the top along with her half-sister, Xenove. It took just this single sentence for several auras to lock onto Ryu, every one of them watching his every move. Sparks of indifference, jealousy and disdain rose to an over-feverish pitch. Hold on, something's weird here. That guy. What is it, Rafsin? What did you say his name was, Tybalt? Oh, I think he said his name was Ryu Tor. It really is him. You guys know a few days ago the Ice Devil Legacy world opened up, right? They say there was this Ryu guy who killed some genius from the Blossom Plane and entered the Legacy world without speaking to anyone. The Ice Devil Legacy world? Wasn't that a really important event? Even my parents were talking about it. It was clearly an odd occurrence for so many to care about an immortal ring realm inheritance. This was most definitely a unique case. Wait, doesn't that mean? They all came to the same realization at once. Ryu was in the immortal ring realm. Overseer Yudo, who had more than good enough hearing to overhear such things, looked over in shock. He knew well what sort of combat prowess Ryu had displayed. Never could he have ever expected that Ryu would actually be in the immortal ring realm. Tybalt, who hadn't been paying much attention to those things, was shocked into silence as well. It read all over his face. However, those who had no idea what happened between Auther and Ryu reacted very much differently, especially the young man of the Unda clan, Avanos. The immortal ring realm? I don't want to say too much about your choice, Yudo, but if you really don't care about this opportunity, shouldn't you give your overseer position to someone else? Don't you know how important these spots are? Overseer Nigelis was already dissatisfied with Ryu's attitude. But now learning such a thing, he immediately pounced onto it. While others might not know how important this was, how could the overseers themselves not be aware? You? With Icemine. At that moment, a young man who hadn't spoken since the very beginning suddenly sent a gaze that felt like two piercing blades toward Ryu. Sparks of lightning fused with his blade chi, seemingly wanting to force Ryu to his knees with just a look. Another traitor. Ryu, who had been ignoring everything until now, couldn't possibly ignore this. He was finding it harder and harder not to kill everyone here. Chapter 629 Tybalt. The blade-like lightning was a dead giveaway. It was a subordinate clan of the Qilin clan, or, in other words, the Lightning Qilin clan. The Lightning Blade clan, known for the use of sabers and swords, as well as their affinity for the lightning element, was known by all as the Ignis clan. Since the Lightning Shrine was controlled by Ryu's Qilin clan, they had no choice but to act as a subordinate clan should they want Ryu's maternal clan if they wanted to seek the benefits being in the surroundings of the shrine provided. The fact that one of their youths was here and so boldly using the strength bestowed to him by his clan made their betrayal as bright as day. And to actually be enraged about him a mere ice mine. A woman Ryu would have nothing but hate for if it wasn't for her now being tied with Eska's life. Ryu was already moving before his mind even registered the flex of his limbs. Trails of violent violet lightning followed in his wake as he appeared before the young Ignis clan member. In that moment, all the sparking lightning within he latter's eyes retreated into his body, not daring to make its presence known. "Did you have something to say?" Ryu asked lightly. The Ignis clan youth, who hadn't even seen how Ryu appeared before him, was suddenly frozen in time. It was like his chi had run dry, his mind had gone blank, and his limbs lost all their strength all at once. "Coward!" Ryu's voice pierced into his soul. He felt his Tao collapse, his gaze suddenly dimming. He fell to the ground, his eyes overcast with despair. His road to cultivation had been cut off just like that. Ryu hadn't even needed to lift a single finger. The World Sea Realm experts who were sharp enough to understand exactly what just happened watched on with wide-open eyes. The overseer who had chosen this young man in particular stood in shock and horror. You! Before the overseer could realize that he should be enraged, Yudo appeared by Ryu's side, suddenly worried that some tragic fate would befall him. If Ryu died to a slap by an overseer who had lost all rationality, wouldn't that be too great of an injustice? Yudo looked over toward Ryu's side profile as though he was looking at some sort of monster. At that moment, immortal chi began to leak out of the Ignis clan youth's body, his cultivation rapidly falling down from the Tao pedestal realm to the Path Extinction realm. "Is there anyone else with something to say?" Ryu didn't spare the World Sea Realm expert who was still stuttering over his words a single glance. The coldness of his gaze seemed to make the already cold temperatures of the shrine plain that much colder, his aura simmering as though it was just a hint away from boiling. Overseer Yudo coughed lightly, realizing that the situation wasn't particularly good at the moment. He clasped a palm over Ryu's shoulder and flashed toward the entrance. Go! He lightly pushed Ryu forward, sending him into the wall of wind without a worry as to whether he would pass or not. Then he turned and bowed to everyone. Sorry. My representative is a bit sensitive. My apologies. Eudo. The overseer of the Ignis clan youth suddenly roared, snapping awake from his stupor only to, with red eyes, find that Ryu was already gone. He had been so shocked by what he saw that he had a hard time wrapping his head around it. To force someone's Tao to collapse with a single word, just what kind of ridiculous nonsense was this? However, he didn't care about that right now. All he cared about was the fact he had lost his chance and his investment. It was already too late to find another candidate to replace this boy, and even if he could, they wouldn't be nearly as good. Existences like Auther wouldn't participate in this. Only geniuses a step below would, which was why Overseer Yudo pounced on the chance to have Ryu, who was still new and had no backing. A genius who could defeat Auther was most definitely not among them right now, making Ryu one of one. The result of these seemingly arbitrary rules was overseers like this roaring old man to have to carefully select their representatives from a pool of geniuses that weren't too great but also not too poor at the same time, leaving them with limited choices. Knowing this, it was no wonder the overseer was so enraged. But this also explained why Overseer Yudo was willing to offend them all just to protect Ryu. This was his chance, and he refused to let it go by so simply. No matter how laid-back Overseer Yudo was, he was still a genius in his day. And yet now, just like the rest of them, he was stuck without room to improve. This wasn't something he could accept, nor would he. I am sorry, Meridian. I will compensate you properly, and you will have my 100% support during the next selection. You have my promise. Overseer Meridian's reddened gaze seemed to calm somewhat when he heard this, but his rage was still seething. He looked down at the young man who was now listless and aimless, spitting toward the ground in a scene that was unseemly for an expert of his caliber. Trash. Overseer Yudo bowed again before vanishing into the curtain, leaving everyone in a state of abject silence. Tybalt, though, was different from the others. His gaze glowed so brightly as he looked to where Ryu disappeared that they might as well have been two torches. A faint excitement in his heart was bubbling forth as he suddenly couldn't wait to see just what would happen. Unlike most others of his age, he knew things that he shouldn't. It made him take a unique view on life that most didn't have. And one of his hobbies was being a bystander to pivotal points in history, something he probably gained from the non-martial god side of his family, a side of his bloodline that was quite unique even amongst martial gods and also made him a key figure to be reared. Rutor. Rutor. It doesn't roll off the tongue like it should. Tybalt's gaze narrowed, still blazing a path through the air. Chapter 630 Wind Shrine Castle. The inner workings of the door couldn't have been simpler. The strength of the wind increased with every step, creating a vacuum that both tried to send one flying away while simultaneously ripping their body apart. While Overseer Yudo had thought that this challenge would be nothing for Ryu to cross through, the bare truth of it all was that it was ironically not so simple for Ryu. The reason for this was simple. Much of Ryu's combat prowess came from his chaos chi, the ability of his pupils to read and react to those far above him in cultivation, and now the prowess of his lightning flame and soul. But none of these things were related to the sturdy body one would need to cross this doorway. That said, Ryu had a something that would make this task that should have been difficult for him as easy as breathing. 2 heavenly winds. Unlike the northern heavenly wind, the southern heavenly wind couldn't help Ryu to meld into the wind. However, it made his sensitivity to the wind element reach a point where Ryu felt just as in tune with it as he did lightning or fire. Ryu didn't move for a moment, taking in a deep breath that filled his body with a rushing vitality. He felt that just by breathing, his body could grow stronger. This level of rich wind chi soothed him to the point he forgot about his previous rage. This is good, Elsa thought to herself. This will help Ryu keep a cooler head. With the strength of his flames, it's no wonder he's trigger happy. If his wind inheritance surpassed his fire inheritance, that will make many things easier. As powerful as Ryu's lightning flames were, it had to be remembered that his fire inheritance was still at the ruler realm. It could be said that this was something hold back the strength of Ryu's lightning flame, especially since his lightning inheritance had already stepped into the Dominion realm upon the awakening of his storm talent, but it was simultaneously about the only thing that allowed Ryu to gain a slow rein on his emotions. Ryu's dragon blood went beyond just giving him large amounts of lust that could cloud his mind in crucial situation. It was also a conduit of simmering fury waiting to bubble up at any time. Ryu's crystal jade body was able to balance this out with the help of his other bloodlines. But, after its mutation, it seemed to have leaned far more into Ryu's lightning flame than anything else. In Elsa's estimation, taking all of these things into consideration, she felt that this was excellent. Shoo! Ryu's gaze suddenly snapped open, a delicate, green-gold wind wrapping around him as he seemed to vanish from thin air. With a single step Ryu crossed the barrier, entering the castle as though there had never been a blockade of wind to begin with. He could feel that presence of the ruler realm hovering around him. After so long, he had finally managed to enter the ruler realm with his northern heavenly wind. A feedback loop of sorts flowed through Ryu's body. While a heavenly wind was an inheritance of sorts, completing or partially completing an inheritance could feedback to strengthen your heavenly wind as well thanks to the essence of the heavens. This was to say that Ryu's embryonic northern heavenly wind was enough for him to get to the imposed realm very quickly, but beyond that he had struggled. However, now that he had improved to the ruler realm without relying on it, his embryonic northern heavenly wind strengthened likewise after absorbing the essence of the heavens. Do you think that I can complete my northern heavenly wind like this? Ryu asked Elsa. If it was before you gained the southern heavenly wind, I would have said no. It's not that you aren't talented enough, but there are simply some things the heavens don't allow even with all the talent in the world. However, the southern heavenly wind is like a foot in the door you can rely on, almost like nepotism. Now, it's very much possible. Ryu nodded, slowly allowing the wind to disperse around him and finally opening his eyes. What he found instantly was an overseer Yudo who was breathing a sigh of relief. Ryu had taken much longer to cross the barrier than he thought. For a moment, he thought that Ryu had actually failed, and he wasn't sure how to react to such a possibility. It's just the ruler realm. Why is he making such a big fuss about it, as though he's become some enlightened deity? To have just stepped into the ruler realm. Just how pathetic are the candidates this time around? The instant he heard the voice, Overseer Yudo's expression fell. Why was it that he couldn't just have some peace? If Ryu went off and battled everyone, even if there was a good chance he'd win, if he offended the wrong overseer, an overseer that Yudo wasn't confident would give him some face, what would happen then? The one who had spoken wasn't just any normal participant. In fact, judging by their shockingly white hair and eyes, it was clear that they were a member of the Nourishing Soul branch, the only one of the 4 kinds of martial gods Ryu had yet to meet. In fact, he didn't need an overseer like Ryu did. Yudo took a step toward Ryu. Listen, Ryu. Sometimes you have to learn to. Just as Yudo was about to continue, he realized that the depths of Ryu's gaze were actually quite calm. In fact, he almost seemed to be at peace. Ryu looked around and found that the inside of the castle actually had a grand open concept. In fact, it felt like they were more on the outside than they were inside. Large holes, tubes, and oddly shaped doorways and windows hung around everywhere. The locations that one shouldn't cross were barred by powerful walls of green wind. However, everywhere else was as open as could be. Banquet tables took up one section. An enormous arena took up another. Countless formations hung in the air that even Ryu would need time to decipher. And there was even a podium, all fit within this open hall of the Wind Shrine Castle. Chapter 631 King Adonis. Ha! Moshi! Pay up! That knife of yours is mine. A young man with a head of silver hair laughed boisterously. The young man of the Nourishing Soul branch that had jeered at Ryu was sitting at one of many of the banquet tables. With how things were designed, those crossing the barrier had practically become the entertainment of those waiting for the real festivities to begin, as they could see the whole process from start to finish. Clearly, then, they knew that Ryu had taken a long time, not because he struggled, but rather because he was comprehending something. In fact, they had even begun taking bets on just what realm he was comprehending. This young man, known as Moshi by his friends and family. Maybe because he felt some solidarity with Ryu's white hair matching his own, but he bet that Ryu must have been entering the Dominion realm. Obviously, when this wasn't the case, he was greatly disappointed and even had to fork over a knife he was a bit fond of. He had thought that he had this in the bag. After all, who here wasn't in the ruler realm? To be here, one had to have the strength of the Tao pedestal realm at the very least. It also had to be remembered that just to step onto the shrine plane, most had to be within the path extinction realm, or else the cold would freeze you to ice over time and cause permanent damage to your inner organs. Knowing this, Moshi had not only proposed the bet, he had even put forward a heaven-grade short sword this idiot insisted on calling a knife just to annoy him. Being annoyed, of course, Moshi said a few words to take a jab at Ryu and also prove that he should have been correct. However, he instantly felt weird when a World Sea Realm expert rushed up to Ryu and when he saw that Ryu hadn't even reacted to him. Hey, Moshi, stop stalling. My knife now. I feel like I got a piece of meat lodged in my teeth. That's about all that thing's good for. Moshi's aura sank, his palm flipping over to reveal a short sword with exquisite workmanship. It had a silver blade that was about 1.5 feet long. Its tip was cut at an angle, catching the light that reflected off of it and rebounding it back as though each ray was a new strand of sword chi. It had a handle and wood that fit perfectly in the palm and radiated a rosy aroma, while the flat of its blade had a vine dotted with flower etched onto its surface that radiated a blue light. In every way, shape, and form, it was a beautiful piece of art. And yet, the young man with silver hair, Thepine, a member of the Silver Touch branch, simply snatched it away from Moshi and truly began to pick at his teeth with the blade. A boisterous laughter filled the banquet table. Each and every one of them was a youth of great standing and were, without a doubt, ranked upon the air rankings. There were only very few exceptions to this rule, one of which being a familiar young man with blazing red hair, Arthur Scarlet. Moshi's brow twitched with rage as he saw Thefine's actions. If he could kill this son of a bitch right here, he really would. Moshi had always preferred short swords, but Thepine was a man who loved enormous polearm weapons. They had clashed about this very topic too many times to count, but this was probably the worst it had ever gotten. Objectively, Moshi could only blame himself for proposing the bet to begin with. However, he was infuriated when he saw Thepine's face. He wanted to bash this bastard in the nose. Or, at least he did until he suddenly realized that there was a killing intent thicker than his own at the table. If there were two branches of the martial gods who clashed heads the most, it was definitely the Silver Touch and Nourishing Soul branch. Of the four branches, both were very much adept at using the soul, so it was inevitable that they would clash for similar resources, thus creating a sort of healthy competition between the two. This was to say that Moshi was quite sensitive to most things thanks to his powerful soul, so he instantly felt the killing intent that surpassed his own, and his gaze locked onto Auther. However, Auther didn't seem to notice Moshi's gaze at all, as he was still staring daggers at Ryu as though to try to rip him limb from limb just with his gaze alone. Moshi looked between Ryu and Auther, about to say something. But it was at that moment that another figure crossed the wind barrier. By now, several had come in after Ryu. However, this individual garnered the most attention because he was the very popular Tybalt. Everyone was aware that his appearance meant something completely different in comparison to the others who had come before, and they were very quickly proven correct. At that moment, a mighty aura descended, a flash of light blinding many to what was happening on the podium before it all slowly dispersed. The crowd held their breaths, feeling the oppressive might weighing on their chests. They could tell that this was the aura of a World Sea Realm expert, but it wasn't just any World Sea Realm expert, it was a king. More specifically, it was King Adonis, a peak World Sea Realm expert with the features of a middle-aged man and a head of flowing golden hair. It felt like he just might step into the Sky God realm at any moment, but who knew how many millions had been stuck at this step? King Adonis swept a gaze over the crowd, many respectfully standing in his presence. Ryu was among this number, but the reality was that he had already been standing to begin with, as he had yet to find a proper seat. The number of you is too large. Weed them out. His cold voice swept forward like a gale. Chapter 632 Soraya. Under some odd sort of forced coercion, the overseers vanished from their locations, finding themselves a large distance away from their representatives. Even if they wanted to take action to protect them, they would no longer dare to. The banquet fell into an uneasy silence for a moment, a tension slowly building. Ryu stood amidst it all indifferently. His gaze scanned the arena, the banquet and the podium, but he only confirmed what he had already guessed long ago. Elena wasn't here, or more accurately, she wasn't here yet. It was clear by the fact that there was only a single existence at the level of King Adonis here made that obvious. For such an important event, there was no way most of them wouldn't be present. Bang! As Ryu's mind was on other things, a blazing aura suddenly tore a path toward him. The result was the shock of most that were here. The banquet table Moshi and the others sat at was tacitly accepted to be untouchable. When King Adonis said to cut down the numbers, his words had obviously implied it without those were unworthy. Even if no one from that table moved a single inch, no one would say or do a thing to them. And yet, at that moment, a streak of dark crimson cut through the air, appearing before Ryu in the blink of an eye. By the time Ryu turned his head in that particular direction, a fist had already threatened to tear a hole through his chest, the aura of the Middle Dao pedestal realm shaking the castle to its core. It was then that a string of protective arrays activated, stabilizing the castle as though nothing had happened. In fact, it all became so sturdy that it was difficult to say if even a normal World Sea Realm expert would be able to cause damage. Who else could this person be if not Auther? Not only was his rage bubbling over, but he had even broken through from the lower Dao pedestal realm to the middle realm. Such a breakthrough wasn't as simple as it was in another realm. Even great talents would spend tens of millions of years in a single stage at this realm. The fact that Auther had stepped up a substage was enough to cause a wild change in the demeanor of the crowd. On top of that, it seemed to light a spark that lit the entire castle ablaze. King Adonis was surprised that someone from this table had actually chosen to move as well, not that he particularly cared. But the dense killing intent that pervaded the air was still palpable. Even if he wanted to ignore it, he couldn't. Ryu's gaze calmly met Auther's furious charge. Just when it seemed that his chest would truly gain an extra bloody hole, his blood rolling in reverse throughout his body, Ryu's suddenly flickered, appearing just half a meter to the side. It almost felt as though he hadn't moved a single inch. Auther shot by him in a trailing blaze. Within the stands, Yudo sighed a breath of relief. He had originally thought that Ryu could beat Auther easily once again. But, after seeing that Auther had broken through, his confidence had plummeted. Every step forward one takes in cultivation so deep into the immortal realms would result in a qualitative upgrade in power, the likes of which could be likened to a caterpillar shedding their cocoon. So, even though Ryu had beaten Auther easily before with this breakthrough, it was unlikely that he would be able to repeat the same feat. But the results spoke for themselves. With a single shift, Ryu slipped out of Auther's trajectory, his arm reaching out. In a flash, several ice phoenix heavenly patterns coated Ryu's skin beneath his black robes, as he clawed toward Auther's neck with an indifferent expression on his face. Just when it seemed like Ryu would end this battle in just a single move, Auther's neck became incorporeal and Ryu clawed at air, his fingers slipping through sparks of crimson flames. Spirit body? Ryu calmly thought of this possibility. Last time he fought Auther, he most definitely didn't have this ability. That meant that he had awakened it in just the last few weeks. In fact, this awakening might even be the reason he was able to step into the Middle Dao pedestal realm. The Scarlet Sparrow's spirit body was quite unique. Whereas Ryu's size remained about the same when he used his spirit body, the Scarlet Sparrow bloodline came from a creature of innately small size. This allowed them to shrink almost instantly when they entered this form. At the same time, it gave them access to blood-cleansing abilities as well as more hidden abilities of their blood flame. Still, Ryu didn't react much to this change. He expected that the higher his cultivation became, the more people with special bloodlines and abilities he would meet. At a certain level of cultivation, it was impossible for those without certain innate talents to make it so far to begin with. Auther wasn't a fool. Since he was willing to attack Ryu now, it wasn't a surprise that he had had such an enormous breakthrough. After just a single exchange, it was clear to both of them that they had greatly improved. The battle Auther had sparked was raging about them, but the two didn't seem to notice in the slightest, their gazes meeting the moment Auther's body reformed. With a flip of his palm, Auther's sword appeared, his aura blazing. Without a single word, he swung. Ryu sidestepped once again, his fist shooting outward. His knuckles sparkled with radiant light blue patterns. Sensing the danger, Auther could only switch the grip of his sword, altering its flight path and blocking with the flat of his blade. The sound of metal clashing against metal made his pupils constrict. Just what level of strength did Ryu's body have to reach to achieve such an effect? To make matters worse, why did he feel such pressure from a mere simple straight fist basic stances came with the same basic movements that Ryu's spear basics had come with. Advance, retreat, sidestep, lunge, and steady. As for its attacks, jab, cross, hook, and uppercut. Finally, its defensive techniques were block, parry, roll, and slip. Its variations were far more flexible than spear basic stances were, and they flowed from one to the next with far more flexibility. The instant Ryu's jab straight was blocked, he instantly comboed an advance and a cross, his movement fluid and his steps not faltering for even a moment. The clang of his fists and Auther's blade reverberated throughout the battlefield. Even amidst the raging chaos around them, their clashes were like a metronome, upkeeping the pace of the violence. Auther couldn't understand why it was that Ryu had suddenly become a close combat expert. He had sworn that Ryu was using an odd polearm weapon previously. In fact, he was certain that Ryu had even reached the Monarch realm with them. So why was he suddenly using fists that only seemed to have air realm chi behind them? The only conclusion that Auther could come to was that Ryu was actually looking down on him, something that lit the fire in his belly even more fiercely. Their exchange became more violent, wings of deep rouge spreading out from Auther's back. And yet, even as he poured on, Ryu's counters only came with a hint more swiftness and a touch more skill. It became difficult to tell whether Ryu was simply improving so quickly, or if it was that he was incrementally raising himself toward his true level of skill. Moshi and Thepine watched this scene with a hint of surprise in their eyes. Oh, it seems he actually wasn't that bad after all. Seems I got lucky. Thepine laughed boisterously, still picking at his teeth. At that moment, somehow having waded through all the chaos, Tybalt found himself a seat at the helm of the table, chuckling lightly to himself. He's very interesting indeed. You know him, Tybalt? Moshi asked, still not taking his eyes away from the battle. Not really, but he and Auther have fought before. And the result? Well, Tybalt took a sip of a drink that seemed to have been waiting just for him. If not for an overseer, Auther would be dead already. Moshi and the others sucked in a cold breath. Handsome and powerful? This big sister wants a taste. Moshi rolled his eyes when he heard these words, not even bothering to look over. Thepine, though, looked over with greed in his eyes. You're going to let him into your bed before me, Soraya? Where's the justice? Moshi felt himself throw up a little in his mouth. As fierce as Thepine's taste in weapons were, so too was his taste in women. Soraya was a jet-black hair and red-eyed member of the Berserk branch. It was just that she was over 2 meters tall and far too wide for a woman. It would be one thing if she was just fat, but this wasn't the case at all. She had boulders for shoulders and abs so cut that every time she breathed, the definition of her torso would show through her flexible armor. Rather than sticking with burly men like Thepine, though, Soraya was obsessed with handsome boy toys and had no qualms about snatching them off the streets and into her bed. However, she wouldn't take just any pretty face. She wanted to feel the satisfaction of conquering him, so he also had to be strong. This was why she had completely ignored Ryu until this very moment. Shut up. You're too ugly. Soraya snorted. As these elites talked, several geniuses had already fallen to despair, never to rise up again. The dichotomy was enough to strike fear into the soul. Auther, however, didn't care. His mind kept screaming, Die! Die! His lungs having expanded to twice their original size as he bore down upon Ryu. However, just when he was getting into a rhythm, an indifferent voice sounded. That's enough. King Adonis' words doused all their killing intent with cold waters. Chapter 633 Center. Ryu's fingers trembled, delicate royal blue heavenly patterns dancing about them as he caught Auther's final strike between his fingers. A shame, just a bit more. Auther's pupils constricted when he sensed his sword creak beneath Ryu's strength. For a moment he felt like it might truly shatter. His heart shuddered as his gaze met Ryu's indifference. All his strength dispersed into the surroundings, sweeping by Ryu head and causing his robes and hair to flutter. But, outside of this, Ryu himself didn't seem to react much at all. As far as Ryu was concerned, he was only using Auther to hone his fists. Let alone someone in the middle Dao pedestal realm, even someone of the higher Dao pedestal realm would be hard-pressed to threaten his life after the training he had undergone. It had been a long time since Ryu put his head down to a grindstone and refined him combat prowess to its absolute limits. At this point, even he wasn't quite certain of where his limits lied. But Auther most definitely wasn't it. If this was all this banquet had to offer, then it would be boring. With a flick of his finger, Auther took 2 heavy steps backward, his crimson flame threatening to shatter the ground beneath his feet. However, the formations that twirled about the surroundings immediately solidified it all, dispersing Auther's strength as though it was nothing. Auther looked down at his feet and to his sword. His anger had become a blank look by the time he looked toward Ryu again, a deep smile hidden within his eyes. I don't know why it is you chose to target me, but I'll make you regret it, Auther said evenly. You want to know why? Ryu replied smoothly, his voice deep and rumbling. It's because I don't respect you. Ryu seemed to glide by Auther with just a single step, his movements indifferent and fluid to an extreme. Just looking at him made one feel as though he was one with the Dao, a reality that made the fact he wasn't in the Dao pedestal realm all the more baffling. Auther chuckled, the killing intent in his gaze thickening to the point it became palpable. A foggy crimson chi hung around him. For a moment, he almost looked like a member of the Berserk branch in look and feel. "Hey handsome, come sit with me." Ryu swept a glance over toward the voice before directly ignoring it. Let alone the fact that it had come from Soraya, even if it was a Class A beauty, he would still ignore it. What a joke, he was already doing his best to get back into the good graces of his Ailsa. He didn't have time to end up right at square one again. As far as he was concerned, there was no new beauty he could find that would be better than his Ailsa anyway. Ryu strolled through the banquet tables that had been thrown into chaos through the battles. The smell of blood hung quite pungently in the air, however. No one seemed to be moving to clean it up. It was as barbaric as it could be. These martial gods mixed food, drink and murder as though there was no need to place separations between them. It was a striking image, indeed. Ryu chose a table that had been mostly cleared of individuals. Blood pooled along the floor, several corpses lying with eyes wide open, the last light of their gazes filled with unwillingness. Without a care, Ryu sat at one of these tables. He picked up the meaty leg of a well-cooked beast and chose a clean plate. With immaculate etiquette, he devoured the food before him. One would have never guessed that there was any problem at all. To Ryu's right, just 3 seats down, a young man who hadn't even gotten a chance to stand before he died fell over and plopped into the blood below. But Ryu was completely unmoved, satiating his ravenous bloodlines with each bite. The sight of such a handsome young man doing something that could only be counted as barbaric was imprinted onto all of their souls. For a moment, even aside from his battle prowess and his looks, Ryu had become the center of attention without saying a single word. The savage nature of his actions was like an irreparable brand on their souls. Soraya, who had had every intention of throwing a temper tantrum, shuddered. They had all been indifferent to the violence around them, but they had still been a distance away. After all, the blood and carnage hadn't reached their table. There was still an air of spectator versus participant hanging around them. Yet, not only had Ryu not shed the label of participant, he basked in the feeling. The scenery was no less impactful than if Ryu had chosen to bathe himself in a shower of blood. Unbeknownst to them all, a silent fear took root in their hearts and an apprehension took hold. Soraya's raised hand, already prepared to slam into the table beneath her, suddenly and subtly lowered, eventually touching the fabric that covered it all so gently that she almost looked like a real lady for a moment. Among them all, the only one who had a gaze that glowed upon seeing this was Tybalt. It felt like he was witnessing something extraordinary, but even he couldn't put his finger on why that was. It made his fingers itch and his mind spin, his tongue imperceptibly wetting his drying lips. Above them all, the overseers and King Adonis could feel the shift. However, it was far more obvious to them all. It was like the fate of this plane was all twisting and bending in Ryu's direction, as though that was the only place they deemed worthy of their presence. King Adonis' gaze narrowed, looking toward Ryu truly for the first time. This was no casual gaze. It was the tried and true observation of a World Sea Realm expert. And yet, Ryu continued to eat without even a single hitch in his actions. This child is dangerous. A flash of killing intent pervaded King Adonis' irises. Chapter 634-9. It seems you've caught some unwanted attention, Ailsa said lightly, her usually cheery expression having turned cold. How could she not be upset? All her Ryu had done was take a seat and begin to eat. Compared to what he usually did, this was more than just a little tame. In fact, it was tame for anyone, especially considering the emotions Ailsa knew were swirling about Ryu's thoughts and heart at this moment. And yet, somehow, he was still being targeted for doing nothing else than being himself. Was that supposed to be some kind of crime? Ryu continued to eat as though he couldn't sense the subtle killing intent of King Adonis. The latter probably thought there was no way that Ryu would be able to find him out. After all, what was a brat like Ryu to a World Sea Realm expert like him? Even a normal World Sea Realm expert could be killed with a single palm from him, let alone Ryu. However, if he knew that Ryu had sensed it and was simply unmoved by it all, maybe his killing intent would have only grown fiercer. It doesn't matter, Ryu thought lightly. I've realized that being enraged toward dead people has no meaning. When they become the fertilizer for my Tatsuya clan to rise up again, what worth would it all have then? The eerie calm of Ryu's thoughts shook Elsa's heart. For a long while, she remained silent before she spoke again. I'm going to go and help the little ones to absorb the magma devil blood. Don't do anything too reckless. Ryu nodded almost imperceptibly, his hands still cutting and his mouth still chewing. The amount of food he had to consume now to sustain his bloodlines was enormous. In fact, he could eat for every hour of the day and it might still not be enough. Unfortunately, there was no convenient ways to hunt beasts on the shrine plain without having a death wish. Any beast that could call this place home, especially after his mother's seal was placed down, was no simple matter to handle. And, as though that wasn't bad enough, Ice Mine only had food appropriate for Path Extinction Realm experts. Though Ryu's body was technically in the Path Extinction Realm equivalent currently, his bloodlines were so pure and high class that it couldn't consume just any normal food and be satiated. It would actually be best if Ryu had Dao Pedestal Realm beasts to eat, or more accurately, Ninth Order beasts. That way he would need to eat a lot less. But Ice Mine hadn't had access to this food. As for his Ice Phoenix clan's treasures, meat wasn't exactly something that you would conserve for billions and trillions of years like you would other things. And the meat that was quality enough to warrant this sort of treatment was beyond Ryu's means to digest currently. Luckily, this banquet had this and even higher caliber food in large spades. So, how could he not take advantage? Not only was Ryu finally eating to his full for the first time in a long while, his body was even growing more and more powerful with each bite. If those around him didn't know better, they would think that he was some sort of ancient slumbering beast. The vital chi he gave off, despite not being a martial god, was practically palpable. Just when it seemed like the atmosphere wouldn't be able to take it anymore and implode, a large sweeping force of chi rose up. Ryu didn't need to look up to know that it was a spatial chi. And, at this level, it could only be a teleportation array. It seemed that things would finally be starting soon. Several sharp auras began to manifest. Before these individuals had even truly stepped foot into being, it was as though the world itself would split in two just to form a path for them to walk. One after another, large numbers of individuals began to appear. By the end of it, there must have been at least 50 of them, with more still appearing, each with auras just as sharp. When they came into view, it became clear that they were led by 9 youths, each with strong, unbridled auras. Without fail, each one was deep into the cosmic seed realm. The fact that one could call them youths at all was a testament to just how talented they were to begin with. These 9 youths didn't wear normal robes, or rather it didn't seem like it. Sharp chi swirled about and surrounded their bodies, making it impossible to see what was beneath. It felt like they were enveloped by a whirlwind of energy, any bit of which could mince a lesser expert into minced meat at any time. Even without observing them closely, Ryu could tell that these youths must have been from the Armament Guild. There was only one organization in this world who could bring together a group of weapons masters like this, and there was also only one group of such weapons masters that would be worthy enough to be called here by the martial gods and be daring enough to make such a display. There was no questioning it. As for the chis that surrounded them, this was even more obvious. These were the 9 core weapons that built the Armament Guild, the 9 weapons with the greatest faith backing them in the whole of the martial world. The Hastam clan's spear, the Farum clan's sword, the Virga clan's staff, the Arcus clan's bow, the Lorum clan's halberd, the Gladio clan's glaive, the Gion clan's short sword, the Securus clan's battle axe, and the Syri clan's saber. Each one of these youths represented a pinnacle of what it meant to be the master of a weapon. At that moment, the Hastam clan's spear had his eyes drawn over to the same scene everyone had just been enraptured by. Seeing Ryu sitting there without a care, his brows arched and eyes widened. This little brat. He was actually still alive. Chapter 635 Godfried. It was no wonder Godfried was surprised. Both he and his father had assumed that Ryu was long dead. After all, he had vanished for over 2 centuries without any word. The number of youths who died before their time was simply too numerous, so though it was unfortunate, it was just something they had to accept. Godfried himself had reprimanded his father somewhat for Ryu's death. After all, if the old man hadn't been so stubbornly insistent that Ryu should come to him instead of the other way around, maybe they could have avoided all of this to begin with. However, who would have thought that not only would he be alive, but he would actually be here? After sensing the odd shift in the atmosphere, Godefroid realized that their appearance hadn't held as much attention as it should have. A good portion of people were looking at them, but many more were still in a trance while looking toward Ryu. Finally paying attention to the scene around the white-haired boy, Godefroid's pupils constricted. This brat! Godefroid realized that Ryu likely wouldn't recognize him. After all, he was no longer middle-aged as he had usually presented himself to be, and even looked just as young now as Ryu did. However, he still had the urge to go over and see just what this brat was thinking, always causing trouble like this. What Godefroid didn't know was that Ryu's pupils were too potent to simply recognize people by their faces. The truth was he had never even seen Godefroid's face. He had only sensed both him and him father. It took no more than a sweep of his senses to feel the line of karma that connected him. This was enough for him to realize that they did, in fact, know one another. The issue wasn't recognizing him, it was just that Ryu didn't place as much emphasis on the father-son pair as they had placed on him. He had only recently decided that he would go to the Armament Guild, and it wasn't for their sake either. Godefroid soon and quickly regained his bearings. Other than to Ryu, his actions were unnoticeable. And even then, it was only because the target of his observation had been Ryu himself. Finally taking in the rest of the landscape, Godefroid couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. They had actually been the first group to appear. Just how far had his Armament Guild fallen? Godefroid knew that the Armament Guild hadn't gotten even a single step weaker than it had been in the past. The problem was that it felt as though one family after another was trying to sell out to the martial gods, rushing with their tails between their legs to prove that they were the most loyal. The result was what was seen here. Suddenly, a group that should have only been rivaled by the Necromancy Guild and the Mercenary Guild had appeared so early to such an event when they should have only appeared much later. Clearly, their timing sent subtle hints that they were in lockstep with the movements and choices of the martial gods, something that filled Godefroid with endless disgust. However, when he thought of how satisfying it had been to snatch back his position after being away for so long, the swirl of spear chi around him only grew more violent. With large steps, he strolled through the banquet hall, not waiting for proper greetings in the slightest, like the tip of a spear piercing forward. He made it to Ryu's side and stepped into the pools of blood without flinching. He kicked a corpse to the side and plopped down, his spear chi dispersing to reveal gorgeous silver robes that seemed to hold the depths of space within their threads. It was clear that the spiritual seamstress that had weaved them was a talent on a completely different level. Under normal circumstances, Godefroid would be worried about involving Ryu in something that he was still too weak to be a part of, but it was clear by the previous atmosphere that he had already been embroiled in it without knowing. So, Godefroid no longer held back, sitting by Ryu's side with a wide smile. Ryu rose his head from his fourth plate of food and met Godefroid's gaze. He nodded slightly before he continued to eat, his speed just as fast and his etiquette just as immaculate. Godefroid chuckled but didn't say much. He knew well that, with Ryu's usual personality, the fact that he was acknowledged at all was no small bit of face. He really couldn't ask for much more. The 8 remaining youths who had come with Godefroid narrowed their gazes. It was clear immediately that a portion of them weren't satisfied with Godefroid's actions. But that didn't stop 2 others from smiling and following his lead. The Verga clan staff and the Summuary clan saber. The former was a bald-headed youth with skin as dark as night and eyes as silver as the largest moon in the night sky. His gaze even somewhat reminded Ryu of his fate star, blazing with a mercury that flared up every so often. The latter was actually a petite young woman barely an inch or 2 over 5 feet tall. She wore a mask so it was difficult to see her true appearance, but she walked through the pools of blood just as easily as Godefroid or the Verga clan staff did. This is the Verga clan's staff, Eustace. This is the Summuary clan's saber, Sibel. Ryu tore. Ryu replied between bites. He once again left people baffled toward how he could eat so fast yet talk so smoothly without issue. As the group introduced themselves, what remained of the Armament Guild made their way up into the stands. It was obvious almost immediately that they hadn't come to participate in the bloodshed and were simply here to look and observe. However, that only made the actions of Godfried and the other two all the more baffling. Chapter 636 in Stone. We welcome the Armament Guild too. King Adonis began with pleasantries, much of which should have fell on deaf ears considering the death and bloodshed that had already taken place. It gave the entire ceremony an air of chaos to it that thrummed at the hearts of those present. But something told Ryu that this was how it was all purposely designed. This was the reality of what the martial gods were. They put up a facade of scholarly airs, but they were, at their core, a race of people that spoke with their fists, flesh and bone. Today, as is the case with every conferment of king, those who were deemed unworthy in the past will have a chance to redeem themselves. However, the World Sea Realm experts of our people are far too valuable to sacrifice in this way. What we will one day face is one unprecedented in our history. So, we will instead give this opportunity to the youths. Ryu's rate of food consumption didn't slow, but his thoughts inwardly narrowed in on King Adonis' mention of an enemy. Was this the enemy that had chased the martial gods to this point? Or was it something different? Something told Ryu that the martial gods wouldn't so blatantly expose this enemy, especially not in front of outsiders like this. This made Ryu conclude that this enemy was actually some existence that was completely different. But what the hell kind of enemy was that? Ryu's thoughts spun before he suddenly recalled something. Didn't the Zhu clan ancestors also say something about an enemy coming back? Wasn't that why they had buried themselves so well on the mortal planes, waiting for a day to come back? Did that mean there wasn't a single enemy, but two? Under normal circumstances, Ryu wouldn't care about this at all. But now that he had taken a master, as far as he was concerned, the Zhu clan had become another one of his responsibilities. Since this enemy was likely the one his master was preparing to fight against, he would have no choice. But this really felt like an irony of all ironies. Would there really be an enemy he needed to fight alongside the martial gods? Ryu's knife shattered the bone of a ninth-order beast as though it was dead wood, the control of his wrist having faltered slightly. But he continued on as though nothing had happened. Godfried noticed this oddity and narrowed his eyes. But he said nothing in the end. After all, he and Ryu weren't this close. As much as his actions just now had helped alleviate some pressure on Ryu, it was also out of his own selfish interests as well. Ultimately, he wasn't yet qualified to ask such things of Ryu. Now, there are exactly 999 of you left, and this is a perfect number for the coming trials. King Adonis waved his hand, causing the formations in the air to ripple. Slowly, a stone forest began to appear at the center of the arena, expanding to the point it was 10 kilometers wide and long. The stones that made up this forest began to grow rapidly, intertwining with one another to the point what once was a forest became an endless maze instead. This maze had exactly 999 entrances but only 9 exits in total. If the participating geniuses could see the stone maze from above, it would be possible to see these original 999 entrances weaving in and out of one another, forcing clashes until there was inevitably just 9 remaining. It was clear that this was yet another selection process. 999 will enter and 9 will leave. However, the matters aren't so simple as they appear to be on the surface. You will have to display strength as well as... Ryu didn't listen to any of this, focusing on consuming as much food as he could. It wasn't until King Adonis had finished and ushered for them to begin to take their places that he finally stood. Good luck, Godfried said with a smile. Ryu nodded again. However, his words were completely different from his amicable response. I won't need luck. Godfried chuckled as Ryu strode away, cutting a path through the banquet tables and over several pools of blood without a single blemish touching him or his pristine white hair. What an arrogant kid. Sibel said lightly. You'd better be careful, Sibel, or else you might end up in his bed one day. Godfried said with a laugh. You want a taste of my saber, Godfried? You spent some time away. Did you already forget who you're talking to? Ah, sorry, good sister. Don't hurt little OL me. I'm just a passive observer. Watch your mouth, Sibella said with a snort that reverberated beneath her mask. Your words are no different from wishing a dead man upon me. I'll cut your tongue out next time. Godfried fell silent hearing these words, but it was Eustace that finally broke it. If he's a friend of yours, why is it that you didn't warn him about this? Godfried sighed. I've seen how this brat does things before. The fact he's here means he has a purpose, and if he has a purpose, well, let's say that even a sky god can't make him change his mind. It was clear now that Sibel's words weren't assuming Ryu's death, because he would have to fight these geniuses, but it was rather predicting it as a result of something completely different. What is the point of allowing him to be stubborn if he's going to end up dead? Eustace asked. Who knows? Maybe he won't die. Eustace and Sibel looked toward one another and frowned. Just what sort of happy pills had this Ryu fed Godfried to make him believe that this could end any other way? Everyone knew that there was no way that any non-martial god could possibly survive this. It was written in stone. Chapter 637 Childish Stage. Ryu made it to the stone maze. However, rather than carefully picking his entrance like many others did, he simply chose the first one he came across, standing the furthest to the right. He rose his head, his gaze happening to meet King Adonis. The latter, who had just finished explaining things, had been observing the proceedings much like everyone else had been. Without much surprise, his gaze had spent most of its time on Ryu. Having become used to Ryu never looking at him, he hadn't been prepared for the sudden change, and by the time their gazes met, it was already too late to look away. But who was he, as a World Sea Realm expert, to fret the gaze of a small pup like Ryu? However, rather than getting into a staring contest, Ryu only matched King Adonis' gaze for a split moment before looking away, the depth of his gaze almost reaching the heart of the World Sea Realm King. Somehow, Adonis felt that he had been seen through completely. He has Elena's aura on him. Ryu's gaze flashed with a blazing cold light. If not for his control, his gaze alone would have dressed down this King Adonis. He wouldn't be surprised if this supposed king was one of his wife's many suitors, and yet he had to stand here and accept it. His mind flashed with thoughts of trampling the martial gods beneath his feet, of filling the shrine plain with forests of fire and skies of lightning. A deep, murderous intent caused his heart to thump and beat wildly even as his face remained expressionless. If one could cut open his chest right now, it would be possible to see his heart covered in violet scales, pumping as though the heart of a dragon or Qilin. It caused a rush of vitality to fill Ryu's body, breathing life into him with each contraction. Begin. King Adonis' words were slow and deliberate, but Ryu's steps were equally so. He strolled into the forest of stone without looking back, his body vanishing in the darkness. Despite the fact the maze seemed to have no overhead cover, when those who entered looked up, all they could find was a vast nothingness, as though they had entered the depths of space. It was only the spectators on the outside that could see their actions. However, to Ryu, his pupils were completely unaffected. Even though he too was shrouded in darkness, with just a single thought, he could see right through it all. His steps seemed to be slow, but he was far beyond what a mortal could match at full tilt. Ryu realized very soon, though, that this maze wasn't so simple. There was something working against his steps. He could even feel that the maze was actually shifting around as well. In fact, what the maze was shifting about seemed to be fixed as well. It was hard to explain but easy for Ryu to conceptualize. Whatever movements the maze was making now was akin to different-sized gears moving about one another. The speed at which these parts spun was dependent on the speed of the person who had entered the entrance. From what Ryu could tell, depending on which tunnel you entered, it was beneficial to you to either be slow or fast to minimize the number of opponents you would come across. After some simple calculations, Ryu realized that his particular entrance required a speed of about 2 meters a second to minimize the number of opponents he was facing. This would fluctuate depending on what those who entered the entrances by him did. However, Ryu was always able to instantly adjust. If it was any other situation, Ryu might have done the exact opposite of this, choosing the speed that would maximize his opponents so that he could continue to train and push himself. But this situation was a bit different from others. He could feel a lingering guillotine over his head. This was why he didn't care about anything else and focused on eating as much as he could. It was also why he hadn't gone all out to kill Auther as fast as he could previously. He had come here not to prove anything, nor was he foolish enough to think that he could deal the martial gods a blow in his current state. He had come for two reasons alone: to see his wife and to make sure that she was safe. There was nothing more and nothing less. Knowing that Elena would likely be in danger during her ceremony only made Ryu's resolve to come all the more sturdy. As her husband, he wouldn't allow any burden he could carry to land on her shoulders. She had carried enough in these last near billion years. He wouldn't let her carry any more. To outside viewers, Ryu's movements were shocking. He would perfectly speed up and slow down, often avoiding another entrance connecting to his own by a hair's breadth. He strolled through and his pace seeming to be even. The only thing that changed was the length of his stride. However, everything from the rhythm of his breath to the pendulum of his legs remained exactly the same, almost eerily so. By the time everyone looked up, Ryu had made it to the opposite entrance, not having fought even a single battle and being the very first to claim one of the 9 spots despite the fact he hadn't been moving nearly the fastest. The difference was simply too striking. Some unlucky bastards were forced to battle again and again and again, barely surviving one onslaught only to fall into another. Sometimes even 3 or 4 entrances would come together, leading to battle royales with often tragic endings where not a single soul survived. Clashes of battle rang through the stone maze, but Ryu didn't even turn back as it had little to nothing to do with him. A sparkling tag of chi began to form before him. With an outstretch of his hand, Ryu grasped it, his expression indifferent. A trial of the martial gods? A contest of children? This wasn't the stage he planned to stand on. Chapter 638 1-9. Ryu took hold of his ticket, his expression no different as though he hadn't accomplished anything special. With smooth steps he continued forward, slipping through a screen of chi and sitting upon one of 9 platforms. Without a glance to his surroundings, he closed his eyes and entered a state of meditation, his wildly beating heart slowly being reined into his control one breath at a time. See what I mean? He does things as he pleases. Godfried took a swing from a random cup he found on the table without a care for what had happened to it before. There was even a hint of blood on its surface, but he didn't seem to mind in the slightest. That wasn't normal, Sibel said with narrowed eyes. They could of course see the changes of the maze. After all, they were allowed a bird's-eye view and could even observe all of the entrances at once. But Ryu was essentially asked to predict something in the 3rd dimension while only 2 were available to him. Godfried shrugged. He's a genius. That wasn't normal genius. Eustace spoke first this time. If before he hadn't been convinced, he was thoroughly convinced now. In fact, he was a bit indignant that Godfried had allowed such a talent to enter the line of danger. Godfried just smirked. How about you two just watch the show for now, HM? I have a feeling that quite a few people are about to become very pissed off. Eustace and Sibel looked toward one another. They really couldn't understand what Godfried was thinking. It was like he couldn't realize that he was more like his father than he wanted to admit. King Adonis stared at Ryu, who had entered a state of silent meditation. His gaze narrowed. In all the ways he thought this might conclude, he hadn't thought that anyone would be able to make it all the way through without fighting a single battle. It was even more baffling because Ryu hadn't carefully picked his entrance like the others had. In the beginning, Ryu's speed wasn't optimal either. He adjusted it as he walked to match the proper rhythm and even seemed to do it as easily as breathing. The only thing that seemed to make sense was that Ryu must have known the contents of this trial before he entered. But even that was impossible because the only one who had known was he and he alone. And, obviously, King Adonis was certain that he hadn't told Ryu anything. The only one who didn't seem shocked by all of this and was instead ecstatic was Overseer Yudo. His gaze lit up and his blood rushed through his veins. The latter was so loud, in fact, that he couldn't even hear the congratulations around him. He gripped his fists so tightly that the space around them trembled, the strength of a World Sea Realm expert threatening to destroy the arena around him. Luckily, he was able to regain his bearings somewhat and calm down. This was it. This was his chance to finally recover his former glory. He had no idea how he had gotten so lucky. He had almost planned not to participate this year at all, and yet here he was getting such a chance. How could he not be shaking from head to toe? Ryu had practically fallen into his lap from a deity up above. At that moment, another entrance flashed. At least half an hour had passed since Ryu exited, but the second participant only made their way out now. Tybalt blinked when he saw that it was actually Ryu, his eyes lighting up. Though he was a member of the Heaven's Dew branch, his maternal bloodline had made him quite confident in his abilities. To think he had actually lost to Ryu and so handily at that. Unlike how most would react to such a failure, he took it in stride, choosing a platform to sit upon and leaving just 7 remaining. Long after Tybalt, a third and fourth appeared. The third individual was none other than Moshi. When he saw Tybalt, he wasn't surprised. But Ryu's appearance made his pupils constrict, though he didn't get to say anything before Thepine appeared. "Oh, looks like I lost to you this time," Thepine said with a chuckle. But, considering he was still picking his teeth with Moshi's short sword, it was clear that he wasn't very broken up about it. The second, third and fourth place participants weren't a surprise to anyone. Tybalt's fame was quite well known among the martial gods' youths. After all, he was ranked top 3 on the Tao Pedestal Air rankings. The only reason first and second were not participating in this event was because they had no need to, as they already had. Soon, they would enter the cosmic seed realm, entering them into the ranks of the older generation. As for both Thepine and Moshi, they were within the top 10. The reason they made it here third and fourth wasn't because of their combat prowess alone, but more so because of their souls. They were members of the Nurturing Soul and Silver Touch branches, so they had this advantage. There was just one more person of the top 10 participating, and that was the muscular Soraya. However, they all predicted that she would only make it in somewhere between the 7th to 8th slots because her soul wasn't as talented as the rest of theirs. Moshi gave Thepine a glare before he turned his attention back toward Ryu. This was the very first time a non-martial god had come first. Given his usual personality, he would be enraged. But, this time it technically wasn't him who lost. It was Tybalt. Who the hell is this person? Also, how did his clan members allow him to become a representative instead of a free participant? Is he an idiot? Moshi's mind couldn't help but spin through the possibilities. The martial gods were quite fond of talents, especially ones willing to spread their seed to their people. The greater the talents that had relations with their daughters, the better. There were even some wives who didn't mind having extramarital affairs all for the sake of bearing powerful children. There was a reason why no one too powerful could be chosen as a representative. And, usually, even if one slipped through the cracks, someone should have taken actions to save him by now, unless Moshi didn't dare to turn his gaze toward King Adonis like Ryu had. He didn't have such boldness coursing through his veins. But he had already understood something in this heart. Right then, 5th through 9th came out in quick succession. As expected, Soraya was the 8th, just managing to squeeze in. Unlike the others who used their heads, she just smashed her way all the way through, not caring for a thing. As for the 9th person, it was none other than Auther. Other than Ryu, he was one of the only 3 that were members of the martial gods. Auther wasn't surprised to see Ryu, nor was he off put by his 9th place ranking. Scarlet Sparrows were never good with this sort of stuff to begin with, but when it came time to battle, he was confident that he could make anyone take him seriously. For a talent like him, a cultivation realm was nothing but that. He found it meaningless. He would show them his true strength soon enough. Ryu, though, had gained one more glare trying to bore into his soul. The third and final non-martial god member was a young man who had exited 6th. He had a head of blue hair and arcs of blue lightning coursed through his pupils. He was yet another member of the Ignis clan, but it was clear that compared to the young man Ryu had crippled, he was on a completely different level. All of the youths here were granted spots without being representatives. Could be said that Ryu was the only one shackled to an overseer. So, this painted the picture of this young man's talent quite clearly. Ulmer Ignis. It didn't take a genius to realize that Ulmer must have found out what happened to his fellow clansmen recently and wanted revenge. Unfortunately, he hadn't run into Ryu in the maze despite choosing the entrance right beside him. Even more infuriating was the fact that Ryu hadn't even noticed who was beside him to begin with because such a thing was irrelevant to him. Could only be said that Ryu was far too good at attracting hatred. Fuck! Standing on the other side of one of the 9 exits was a light green-haired man who realized he was a step too late. It was quite ironic, in fact, because it was his clan hosting this event and now he was on the outside looking in. The stone maze shook and those that had survived were forcefully teleported out and sent back to the banquet tables while those who had died were never to be seen again. The atmosphere suddenly became heavy as a subtle shift took place. From a higher level of the castle, a certain group began to move downward. At their helm, a young man with shoulders as broad as boulders and back as straight as a javelin walked with slow and deliberate steps, youths of all ages following to his back, some even as young as 15 or 16 years old. The next king to be crowned, Galcos, was making his appearance. Chapter 639. One after another. The appearance of Galcos seemed to symbolize something. Right then, before he had even truly made himself known, large spatial fluctuations rocked the castle as large group after large group began to appear. If this atmosphere were to be described in just a few words, those that were inferior simply had no right to stand in this place. The first group to appear was shrouded in a deathly darkness. Their appearance alone made one feel as though one's life might be on the line, the lights dimming beneath their presence. It was quite obvious, though, that this supposed dimming was, in reality, a corruption of the lighter chi in the surroundings toward a much darker and much more sinister path. They all wore black robes that shrouded much of their figures and half-masks that covered the upper portion of their faces. This alone was enough to make their affiliations as clear as day. They were none other than the members of the Necromancy Guild. While the Armament Guild was led by 9 families, the Necromancy Guild was led by 3. In fact, Ryu had already met one of their members in this lifetime already. The Avantgarde family, the Delyard family, and the Mephisto family. 3 of their members stood at the helm. If Ryu had cared to pay attention, he would have noticed the signature skull earrings of the Avantgarde family, the bone spur earrings of the Delyard family, and the neck tattoos of the Mephisto family. Each of these signs gave them a sinister look fit for the greatest necromancers of this era. These 3 leading members all had cultivation within the cosmic seed realm, much like Godfried and the others of the Armament Guild had. At this point, it was clear that it was deliberate, and only became more clear when the next large group of individuals began to appear, the Merchant Guild. Unlike the other guilds, the Merchant Guild wasn't so close-knit, nor did they have a defined hierarchy beyond the simplest of structures. There were, of course, factions and such, but much of these factions only existed to help pool resources toward the top. Essentially, it was a guild where benefits were first and foremost while camaraderie and togetherness were all secondary. As a result of this, those that came to represent the Merchant Guild didn't have a cohesive group like the Necromancy and Armament Guilds had. Instead, they simply sent forward a few talented Cosmic Seed Realm experts. As for these talents, each and every one of them was within a Sky Gods faction, many of them even having direct descendant status much like Ryu's. Though, Ryu's status was more like a joke than anything else compared to these young men and women, the Merchant Guild represented the rogue cultivators of the martial world. It was here those with talent but lacking foundation came together. And, in this coming together, that they built this foundation that they were lacking by relying on one another. Among this group, though, there was a singular young man with flowing white hair and silver eyes that stood amidst the talents of the Merchant Guild. He exuded a pride that came from deep within his bones and even had a handsome air to him that approached Ryu. It was clear that the Zhu clan's affiliations with the Merchant Guild weren't so shallow, and it also became clear at this moment that Ryu's conjecture that the Zhu clan was related to the Immortal Sakura faction was highly likely to be true. However, this was just the tip of the iceberg. The moment the last of the Merchant Guild appeared, a sweeping, sinister aura took hold of the castle. The very foundations began to rock as the formations that maintained the stability began to shatter one after another. It didn't take a genius to comprehend that whatever group was appearing now was appearing from a distance so far away that the very structure of space had to be splintered to allow them to appear. When the first of them began to appear, no small number of individuals sat up in their chairs, their backs arching and their gazes narrowing. The clattering of horse hooves, the steps of giants, the whistling cold wind of spirits. One after another, they appeared without a care for the devastation they wrought to their surroundings. The Wrath Knight, the Skeleton King, the Fire Giants, the Ice Queens, the Horned Devils, the Bone Serpents, the Shadows, the Ash Treants. 8 of 9 Demon King clans had appeared all at once, each more menacing and dangerous than the last. In an unprecedented show of power, for the first time in any history Ryu had ever read or seen recorded, the Demon Kings had stepped onto the real plane not as a summon, but as a governing body prepared to represent their plane. At that moment, Ryu finally opened his eyes. Each and every one of the leading representatives of the Demon Kings was of the 9th Order. They exuded powerful auras that demanded the center of attention, their strength standing on a plane all to their own. Their presence alone caused the chi in the surroundings to corrode and blacken. Their existences were, without a doubt, synonymous with death. However, this wasn't why Ryu had opened his eyes at all. He could care less. As far as he was concerned, it was only a matter of time before he would have Demon Kings among his summons. He wouldn't settle for anything less. They might have been here to support the martial gods now, but one day they would be used to trample these very grounds. No, the reason Ryu had opened his eyes was because yet another group was appearing, and the momentum of their appearance was no less than that of the Demon Kings. However, Ryu wasn't blinded by the pomp and circumstance. He knew the reason the Demon Kings had caused such commotion wasn't because they were so supremely powerful, but rather because this was the energy it took to travel between planes. Now, it was happening again. A commotion just as great. It was quite obvious where these people would be coming from. It seemed that Ryu's in-laws would also be making an appearance. Chapter 640 erased. One after another, auras that could only be described as the antithesis of the Demon Kings began to appear one after another. It was light, airy, filling one with vitality and a zealousness for life. Beautiful men and women appeared one after another, wearing what could only be described as nature's garments. Compared to their normal lives in the ethereal plane, the fairies were much more modest when interacting with the outside world, realizing that their internal beliefs didn't reflect how the broader world would view them. However, this added modesty only served to make them more appealing, their beauty shining through as imaginations ran wild. The elemental sprites, the tree folk, the battle fairies, and even the pixies were in attendance. However, there were 3 individuals who likewise took the helm of them as well, representing the 3 ruling clans of the ethereal plane. The Kabus clan was led by a pale-skinned youth wrapped in silk fabrics of silver, violet, and deep blacks. He had a long head of flowing black hair that almost appeared to be more like waves of energy rather than tangible filaments. The Fishia clan were led by a white-haired youth lady with blazing golden eyes. She had a petite stature and subtle curves, but her face held an undeniable beauty that lit up her surroundings. To a lot of those who laid eyes on her, she was the most beautiful woman any of them had ever seen in their lifetimes. Finally, there was the cultist fairies. They were led by a young man with golden hair and crimson eyes. He exuded an air of confidence and maturity beyond his years. Almost as soon as he appeared, though, he frowned lightly, his gaze shifting through the crowd and landing on Ryu, who had been looking toward him from the very beginning. This young man obviously did not know Ryu, nor did Ryu know him. However, there was a sensitivity to fairies and their partners that other fairies and partners had that others could simply not match up to. If Elsa wanted to hide, even an expert on King Adonis level wouldn't be able to find her. But, if her goal was to hide from a fairy, then even the smallest, most immature toddler could spot her. There was a simple reason for this. All of Elsa's concealment abilities were related to using the ethereal plane to cover the aura and hide things. However, a fairy's affinity with this plane was so high that this concealment might as well have not been there. In fact, it was worse than that. Such concealment to a fairy was like jumping up and down while screaming, "I'm right here," at the top of your lungs. Ryu was already smart enough to know this. The moment he sensed the fairies appearing, he had asked Elsa to stop concealing his heavenly pupils like she usually did. Such a thing would only expose him faster. Instead, he leaked a bit of the aura of his divine chaotic annihilation, and his chaos chi disrupting and confusing whatever energy signature his pupils would usually have. However, none of this stopped this young man from sensing the aura of a cultist fairy on Ryu. The young man looked Ryu up and down before nodding lightly and turning away. Without Elsa on his shoulder, it was impossible for this young man to tell that it was actually the princess of his cultist clan that had partnered with Ryu. As far as he knew, Ryu had contracted a normal cultist fairy. Unless he probed deeper, he wouldn't be able to tell much more than this. Of course, this young man was aware that Elsa had contracted a human boy. But the thing was that just 200 or so years ago, Ryu had still been in the connecting heaven realm. In this time frame, it was impossible for him to grow strong enough to have a place here. Oh, another little nephew. Elsa giggled within the incubator. Ryu, who wasn't really in the mood for jokes, still almost failed to stop himself from rolling his eyes at this moment. He had already ended up half dead after the first round of little nephews. Now they were already sending Cosmic Seed Realm experts after him. Where was the logical progression? Individuals from far less prestigious organizations began to appear, some of them even coming from the Blossom Plane. After a moment, it felt as though anyone who was anyone in the martial world had a representative here. It seemed like the World Sea Realm experts would never appear, but Ryu was well aware that they had long since been here. They were simply in a location where they couldn't be found, and Ryu felt no need to blow their cover. It was then, in a perfectly timed maneuver, that Galcos appeared. He stepped down through the skies, following a staircase of glittering chi. Whether by design or coincidence, he truly seemed to be a god from on high, descending to grace them all with his presence. His robes fluttered, a smile of confidence gracing his face. "Welcome!" Galcos spread out his arms in a grandiose fashion, his figure seeming to encapsulate the world. "I thank Elder Brother Adonis for giving me this bit of face and hosting my ascension. Today, you will all witness the strength of the martial gods and experience my rise." King Adonis vanished upon hearing Galcos speak. As for being called Elder Brother by someone he saw as nothing more than a little boy, he could only say that Galcos was sufficiently arrogant. However, technically, since they were both soon to be kings, there was nothing wrong with Galcos' words. Galcos turned his head toward the 9 who had made it through the stone maze. "You 9 will open up the path for me. Make sure to do your job well. After all, Elder Sister Elena will still need your help after myself." Galcos grinned fiendishly, looking up into the skies above. The castle of the Veridi clan was so open that even the skies above could be seen clearly from the bottom floor. "Father-in-law, I hope you're watching well." Galcos' voice boomed. "Esteemed ancestors, your junior is prepared to challenge the heavens and take my life in my own hands. To exist above reproach and wield the strength of worlds. This is the destiny of we martial gods. I accept this burden onto my shoulders. I am Galcos, a god of the martial world and warrior that cannot be blasphemed. I will show this world what separates a mortal from a deity." Ryu's pupils constricted into pinholes. He had heard these exact words once before. However, before he could think much more about it, the tall walls and the ceiling collapsed, an enormous vortex of violent chi ripping it to shreds and opening them all to the depths of the sky. It was then that the day and the sun suddenly vanished, an endless darkness taking hold of everything as an almighty pressure primed to destroy worlds descended. Fear gripped the hearts of all those present. It was a fear of being erased from all of existence. Chapter 641 Beyond. Ryu slowly stood from his platform. With the way the 9 platforms were angled and designed, the 9 of them were already positioned as the vanguard. There was no choice in the matter, nor did Galcos give them any time to prepare. But it was clear that they all were ready for this. Maybe the only one who hadn't expected things to begin so soon was Ryu himself. But right then, an overwhelming pressure that made Ryu's brow crease descended. In fact, he could sense with a single look that it wasn't just him that experienced this. Whether it was the youth from the Ignis clan or the third and final non-martial god member who seemed to be from the Veridi clan, each of them had also experienced a sudden bump in this pressure, an added pressure that was very clearly not given to the martial gods. If that was the end of it, things might still be fine, but Ryu suddenly realized that not only did the 3 of them gain this added pressure, but his own was raised by an exaggerated amount even compared to the other two. Ailsa. Ryu didn't receive a response, but he knew that it wasn't because Ailsa was ignoring him. In fact, they both felt it simultaneously. If Ailsa responded to Ryu, the pressure that he was experiencing now would transfer over to her as well. Not only would this make the pressure far worse, but it would also force Ailsa out to meet whatever was descending along with Ryu. There was a good side to this. This likely meant that outside interference was near impossible unless they too wanted to be dragged in. However, the bad news was that Ryu was on his own without a doubt. Luckily, Ailsa didn't have to communicate with Ryu directly for them to converse. Rather than sending his voice to Ailsa and waiting for hers in return, all he had to do was use their connection as life partners for him to understand what she would have wanted to say. This was slightly more difficult than her just speaking, but with their current level of intimacy, it was barely an inconvenience. When Ryu grasped Ailsa's thoughts and speculations, though, his pupils couldn't help but constrict. Before he could even begin to digest what it was he had just heard, several pillars of dark light descended from the skies. Whatever devastation there already had been multiplied several times over, tearing even at the very foundation of the castle. Ryu reacted quickly, flashing out of the way. However, the reverberating impact ate at the spiritual chi that formed his robes. By the time he had stepped into a safer location, his entire sleeve was being burnt away by a dark gold flame. Ryu's brows raised in shock. He immediately rose a skin of chi that repelled this flame, but to his shock, what had once been immortal chi plummeted to mortal chi. Not just that, but even his cultivation had fallen to the awakening realm. He felt weaker than he had in a very long time. It was then that Ryu grasped something else. His cultivation was in the awakening realm now, but why was it that he just used such a powerful technique without issue? My cultivation is being suppressed, but my ability to use techniques and my comprehensions aren't. But why is this suppression so heavy? It wasn't just the cultivation drop. Thanks to Ice Mine, Ryu had expected this. The only reason he was caught off guard was because he had just used Lightning Divine Mark without issue. Still, what was shocking him the greatest was this unrelenting pressure that continuously fell on his shoulders. It felt like something was enraged toward his very being. So infuriated, in fact, that it wanted to destroy him. No, it wasn't just enraged. It was disappointed, almost like a parent that had no choice but to turn their own child in for a crime they committed. The dark pillar of light that had descended before Ryu began to slowly shrink. Its connection with the void in the sky it had come from grew weaker and weaker until a thin line snapped, revealing what was beneath. A warrior standing 2 heads above Ryu and wearing plate armor as dark as night slowly rose. Its very being danced about with the dark gold flame that had threatened to burn Ryu to ash just moments ago, and the pressure it exuded made the very surroundings themselves tremble. Ryu's gaze opened with shock. It wasn't because of the size of this warrior, nor was it because of its power. It wasn't even because he had recognized exactly what this being was. It was because, for just the second time in his 2 lifetimes, he felt true fear. The being didn't have eyes, but rather had 2 flickered dark gold flames. It didn't have the scent of life, but it also didn't come with the scent of death either. It stood there, and yet it felt like it wasn't there at all, as though it embodied emptiness and nothingness, the nihility of all that was. 8 other warriors wearing this same armor had descended, but none were as tall as Ryu's, nor were any of their auras as sinister or powerful. In fact, the other 8 didn't dare to move in the presence of this 9th. Without fail, the 8 black armored warriors knelt down to both knees, laying their forearms to the ground and leaving their palms facing upward to the skies. Only after they did this toward Ryu's warrior did they rise back up, aiming their bodies toward the 8 remaining participants. From start to finish, Ryu's warrior didn't acknowledge them as though they were nothing more than ants. It stood just 2 meters before Ryu, its head angled downward and dark gold flames rising and falling from the mouth of its helmet as though it was truly breathing. Ryu realized at that moment that he had stepped into something that was far beyond his understanding. Chapter 642 Right. As Ryu had expected, the World Sea Realm experts were indeed present. They stood in a void world created by someone who must have been a master in the spatial element, watching on. They had been idly chatting, but the moment the black armored warrior appeared before Ryu, many of them stood, their pupils constricting into pinholes. The World Sea Realm experts of the martial gods looked toward one another, the realization clear in their eyes. In one particular location of the small void realm, Ryu's father-in-law, King Cultus, was indeed present. When it came to these matters, it was likely that he was only second in understanding to the martial gods themselves, so when he saw this change, he too was shocked. As someone who has a partner from my cultist clan, it isn't a surprise that the heavens would place so much hope in him, but to think that it would actually be so infuriated. Is this talent going to die here? The World Sea Realm experts rose to their feet, their expressions filling every tick on a wide spectrum. Ryu felt every fiber of his body constricting to an extreme. When one felt fear, there were two responses. One could either push one's body into overdrive, allowing a fight or flight response, or you could completely shut down. The last time Ryu had felt this crippling fear, he had been forced to take his own life for the sake of giving his family a chance in the future. Maybe the only two who knew just how horrible that experience had been for him were Elena and Ailsa. And right now, it felt like his body was trying to take the latter approach, to force him to accept his fate and bow his head. At that moment, the so-called rage of his fire dragon bloodline had vanished. The will of judgment within his Lightning Qilin blood was nowhere to be seen. The absolute defense of his Ice Phoenix blood lay dormant while the pride of his Emperor Phoenix bloodline had turned docile. Every bit of the talent of Ryu had been so proud of vanished. Even his spiritual foundation and his enigmatic white flame fell into silence, suppressed to an impossible extreme. Felt like everything that had been him was snatched away. He was nothing but a normal young man of the awakening realm, a pitiful realm that even mortals wouldn't hold in high esteem. Battles had broken out all around the two of them, and yet this black armored warrior only took a slight step forward. The steady growth and receding of his dark gold flames continuing to breathe and bear down upon Ryu. Light, clinking footsteps that should have been drowned out by the surrounding commotion resounded like thunder in Ryu's mind. There was a second, then a third, then a fourth. What once was a 2-meter distance became so close that Ryu was forced to look straight up at the black armored warrior while it looked straight down. The black armored warrior's scent was oddly familiar. It was the very same metallic sort of smell that hung in the air when it was about to rain, when everything that had been was soon to be washed away and diluted into nothingness. It was a smell that usually filled humans with fondness and happiness. But it was so concentrated on this black armored warrior that it felt toxic and oppressive. With every breath of it, Ryu felt that his own breathing was cut shorter and shorter. He soon found himself gasping for breath without oxygen to breathe. Every time he tried to take a breath, he would be assaulted by that smell. It hung on his tongue, clung to his throat, pervaded his nose without a sign of disappearing. Ryu's gaze turned bloodshot, not only from lack of oxygen, but also from a realization that this metallic scent also reminded him of blood. This was the sort of experience that hung on your soul and slowly crushed it. An indestructible soul talent could make that useless too. Ryu suddenly understood why he had felt such fear when he took his first life. It wasn't a fear that came from himself, it was a fear that came from this feeling right here. Something bigger than himself, something much larger than his own being, hadn't wanted him to take his own life. And yet, he had done it anyway, and now, felt like whatever that thing was back for revenge. Within the void world, King Adonis' gaze narrowed. My intuition was correct. He was indeed a danger. It's over now, there's no need to dwell on this. His death is certain. What a joke this world is, killing its own talent. It still has yet to realize the true might of a divine race. Just when King Adonis finished this thought, he found his eyes widening again. I get it. Ryu's vacant gaze suddenly sharpened. So, this is the true strength of the heavens? No, this can't be considered your true strength. At most, it's the small piece of it you think that's probably enough to deal with me. But, instead of aiming that strength toward the dancing clown behind me, you actually thought to aim it toward me instead. I get it. I really do. You do things this way because you aren't a person, you aren't an existence that lives and breathes, you don't even have a mind of your own. You act on instinct and you move on a set of rules long since laid out for you. But I already overcame you once as a mortal man with no more strength in my arms than a child would. What makes you think that now, after all I've accomplished, after all the blood I've shed and bones I've shattered, I could ever lower my head to you? Ryu's aura suddenly surged, a cultivation that shocked those spectating reverberating throughout the whole of the shrine plain. The 13th rite, the rite of origin, blossomed forth. Chapter 643. Kneel. Ryu and the Heavens Warrior shot out a fist at the same time. Battle intent blazed in Ryu's gaze and billowing plumes of dark gold flames erupted from within the Heavens Warrior. The moment their fists met, Ryu felt as though his entire arm was collapsing. Having long since lost his sleeve to the violent surge of dark gold fire from earlier, his fair skin was in plain view for all to see. Veins warped like flood dragons beneath his skin. Beautiful heavenly patterns of blue overlaying them all, crackling about like particles of crystalline ice. Ryu was immediately pushed several heavy steps backward, but the Heavens Warrior was likewise forced a single step back, the heavy clinking of its armor resounding through the arena. Up ahead, the void swirled and rumbled, looking almost like a cyclonic cumulonimbus cloud. It seemed to be responding to the fact that Ryu actually dared to attack, that he had the audacity to fight back, the unmitigated gall to dissent. However, Ryu himself couldn't care less, his gaze blazing and a mad grin spreading across his handsome face. His hair fluttered backward, suddenly sparking with several arcs of lightning that whipped about almost as violently as it did. Come! Bang! Ryu shot forward, his speed feeling like a blur. Despite the sudden disappearance of his cultivation, he somehow held onto an obscene amount of his strength. Just watching it made one feel as though their scalps were going numb. How a mere awakening realm expert could display such strength was beyond them all. Ryu's fist clashed with the Heavens Warrior once again. Despite being 2 heads shorter, he felt as though they were on even ground, every swing of his fist carrying with it a devastation. Cracks shot as though space was as fragile as glass every time their knuckles met. The dark gold flame seemed to want to swallow Ryu up completely. However, whatever fear Ryu seemed to have had for it vanished. He pressed forward, his hips torquing, his torso twisting and his back and arms exploding with power. With every punch he threw, his movements became more fluid and unhurried, his heart pumping and his gaze flashing like lightning. Is this everything that you have? Ryu's voice was like a clap of thunder that awakened everyone from their stupor. The shock that they felt bore down on their souls so heavily that many had forgotten to speak or react. It had felt like they were the ones in Ryu's position previously, unable to even raise up an ounce of resistance. Ryu took a step forward, his right hand raising in an enigmatic arc. With an ease and smoothness, he slapped the side of the Heavens Warrior's wrist, executing a perfect parry. His footsteps shifted, his body gliding to the side of the warrior and executing 2 sharp jabs right to its kidneys. Ryu could feel the hollowness that was within, but it didn't stop his actions for even a moment. The satisfying feeling of metal crumbling beneath his fist lit a spark within the depths of his heart. The World Sea Realm experts who had already stood to their feet found themselves unable to sit back down. They had never witnessed something like this in their entire lives. The worst part about it was that the dark gold flames that should have been going toward Galcos with every strike Ryu landed seemed to all go toward him. Galcos didn't even have a single chance to fight for it. Galcos himself, who obviously hadn't heard Ryu call him a dancing clown earlier, was in shock as well. The way things were supposed to go was that these 9 would hold the vanguard, allowing him to save his stamina. Their actions would benefit them with a small piece of the dark gold flame, but much of it should come to him. After refining this flame, it would make the next coming challenge far easier for him. With his talent and his refined combat prowess, he should have been unmatched in collecting this dark flame, and yet it couldn't even get by him. He wasn't the only one suffering from this either. Overseer Yudo, who was supposed to benefit from Ryu as well, had yet to taste even a sliver of this dark flame. No matter how he tried to make use of the tag on Ryu's body, the flame seemed to be under Ryu's complete control. Ryu was completely oblivious to the rage he was causing. Or more accurately, he simply didn't care. His battle intent was the highest it had ever been. He wasn't even paying attention to anything around him. He didn't care about the other 8 fighting heaven's warriors of their own. He didn't care that his right of origin had been exposed. He didn't care that his talent was being bared before all to see. His mind was only focused on one thing. Kneel. 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 Ryu's endless torrent of fists rained down, the cracks and dents in the heaven's warrior's armor growing to the point it seemed it might collapse like porcelain at any moment. Ryu's fist tore into its chest, getting lodged within. He reached out with his free hand but was forced to stop midway. He executed a roll, block with his shoulder, rolling it forward and causing the heaven's warrior fist to skim by it while keeping his chin safe. The instant the fist shot by Ryu, he grabbed at its shoulder guard. Using his arm stuck in its chest as an anchor, he ripped down, a roar escaping his lips. The arm of the heaven's warrior was torn off as Ryu ripped his hand out of its chest. He pummeled the heaven's warrior head in with a fist, an endless barrage of blows leaving craters in its body armor. Kneel! Ryu's hair erupted into a blaze of golden-red fire. It waved about like it had a life of its own, the whites being accented by the golds and reds. His current appearance made Galco's claim to be a deity feel like no more than a joke. The heaven's warrior found its opposite shoulder being ripped down, its knee falling to the ground as dark gold flames continued to billow in and out of its mouth. The rumbling rage of the clouds above suddenly exploded, existential dread in its purest form being shot down from above. It was as though this clap was a final warning, a warning that Ryu should know not to take things too far. Chapter 644 Fury. I will never know fear again, Ryu said coldly. Imperial Fist. A golden halo wrapped around Ryu's wrists. For a moment, it looked like the elaborate wrist cuffs of an emperor's robe, carrying enigmatic symbols and runes that couldn't be deciphered at a single glance. Bang! The head of the heaven's warrior imploded beneath Ryu's might. In that moment, a mournful howl shot through the skies. It was the sort of sound that pierced to the core of even the most stoic of individuals. It felt less like something another was experiencing and more like something you were experiencing personally. The dark gold flame that was hidden within the armor suddenly shot outward, drilling into Ryu's chest and causing the shirt of his robes to implode. A body toned to an extreme was revealed. Whips of this dark gold flame licked at Ryu's skin, but it no longer seemed capable of harming him. His back and chest flexed, causing the flame to burst into motes of lights that quickly sunk into his body. However, the unfortunate truth was that Ryu couldn't feel any changes within himself. It was as though the dark gold flame had done absolutely nothing. This fire, it feels more like chi that presents as fire. As for what it feels like, the concept in Ryu's head was very complex, but if he put it into the simplest terms, it felt like essence had been corrupted and forced onto a path it wasn't meant to be on. No, it wasn't that it wasn't meant to be on it, but rather that it was unnatural for it to be on it. It was almost like finding out the kind old lady down the road had a terrible temper when you pushed her too far. One would think that the opposite side of the coin was chaos chi, but while this dark gold flame felt similar to chaos chi, and even carried a similar color, Ryu was familiar enough with chaos chi to realize that this was a different sort of chi entirely. The skies continued to howl, a quaking that even shook at Shrine Mountain taking hold. Unbeknownst to those here, several cracks began to appear in Ryu's mother's seal. The shock Ryu had brought the World Sea Realm experts was not small by any measure. Even after Ryu's roar shocked them awake, it took them several moments to gather themselves up. Adonis! The roar suddenly shook the void, causing King Adonis to frown. There were very few people who dared to speak to him this way. What is the meaning of this? Who is this boy? The one who spoke was an old man with a blindingly bald head and eyebrows so thick they could be a pair of mustaches. He was immediately incensed by what was happening and his temper was short. Galco's was one of their future pillars, but his ceremony was very clearly being ruined. To make matters worse, if they were right about Ryu, this would be a problem that could move up all the way to the level of their hidden elders. This matter was not a joke in the slightest. It isn't my job to do background checks for those that participate. My job was to decide 9 who would participate from candidates that were already chosen. I'd advise that you watch the way you speak to me. What did you say to me? The old man stood with a youthful vigor. It was clear that despite his old age, he wasn't anywhere near dying. In fact, those that looked old despite having such vigor were usually among the most powerful of their realms. Without wasting energy on their looks, they put their everything into their strength. Of course, this wasn't to say that King Adonis who looked young was weaker. This was because King Adonis was young enough to not have to waste energy on maintaining his looks either. But, in a realm like the peak of the World Sea realm, the extra experience the older man had would give him a small edge in a battle that Adonis simply didn't have. The old man, King Vinch, laughed darkly. Even your younger brother wouldn't dare to speak to me in this way. It seems that you've forgotten who your seniors are. King Adonis' expression turned frighteningly cold when his younger brother was mentioned. Everyone knew that this was because the mysterious throne of the Marial gods was exactly this younger brother King Vinch had just mentioned. As for why this was a sore spot for King Adonis, this was an open secret as well. Man! Queen Summuary, Icemine's mother, couldn't help but roll her eyes. This isn't the moment to be fighting. Haven't you all noticed yet? The seal is weakening. If things continue like this, little sister Elena will be forced to take on her own trial at the same time as Galco's. If things end up like this, one of them will likely have to be sacrificed. So, instead of bumping heads and wasting time, how about you get the proper experts here to strengthen this seal now? By the end of her words, Summuary was practically like a mother tigress ready to pounce on them all. Unlike the others, she had not just one but two daughters who were chosen to be part of Elena's entourage. If such a thing happened, their lives would be in danger. Even though Elena was that man's daughter, meaning that Galco's would definitely be the one that had to be sacrificed, the added danger would almost guarantee the deaths of Elena's entourage. That wasn't something Summuary was willing to see. And, if these men dared to cause it, she would kill them all. Despite her promiscuity, she had only 2 children due to her talent and cultivation level. For all she knew, she had had more children in the past that had been wiped from existence and her mind in much the same way. This was the cruel fate of being a martial god in this way. At that moment, her 2 men stood up at once, backing Summuary without hesitation. Clearly, they were Icemine's father and Zenevie's father. Facing the pressure of 3 king-level existence, King Adonis and King Vinch really could only put their spat aside. Especially seeing Queen Summuary was known for her furious temper. We will work together to strengthen the seal, then. We can only hope that nothing else unexpected occurs. As for this boy, we can deal with him later. Icemine's father spoke and they all agreed. It was quite ironic. The enemy Ryu abhorred so much actually had stronger ties of kinship at its highest levels than most of the rest of the martial world seemed to. While the World Sea realm experts were furious, there was another person who was just as enraged, and that was, of course, Galco's. His expression had long since turned gloomy, looking toward Ryu's back as though to tear him to shreds. Considering how Ryu was ignoring him now, he didn't waste his time opening his mouth to speak. That would just be seeking embarrassment. At least compared to others, he was smarter in this regard. He simply looked toward the other 8 and spoke evenly. I want him dead. Chapter 645 I don't need such things. Ryu stood over the beaten armor of the Heaven's warrior as it crumbled to ash. The dark gold flames had already disappeared into his body without a sound, but he didn't feel as though it had caused any changes at all. Let alone him, even Ailsa didn't feel any changes immediately. However, that didn't change the fact that Ryu felt better now than he had his entire life. He took deep, filling breaths as the smell of rain shifted from toxic to intoxicating. His body felt as light as a feather and his mind was open and free. At that moment, several auras of World Sea realm experts descended from all sides. But Ryu didn't panic. He could tell immediately that they were using their strength to reinforce the fluttering formations that were keeping what remained of his castle intact. From the moment Ryu had stepped into this place, he had noticed countless formations floating about. He had felt that they were too overly complicated and layered for even himself, personally, to see through them at a glance. But now he could understand. These formations were working as a sort of mask. It was likely that this punishment currently descending from the skies above was too much to handle all at once, even for the martial god's best geniuses. As such, they had to slowly control it almost like a water faucet. Only after most of the danger had been dealt with would the faucet be turned on all the way. This also seemed to be how they managed to choose a particular date for this event as well. It was likely that Elena had been here all the while from the moment she broke into the World Sea Realm, and had spent this time consolidating her realm in preparation for this event. Beyond this, these formations were also the reason why these Heavens Warriors were only attacking Ryu and the other 8 but had yet to attack Galcos and his guards. Everything was clicking into place. These Heavens Warriors wanted to destroy Galcos, but their rage was being funneled at Ryu and the other 8 instead. In addition, because Ryu and the Viridi and Ignis clan youth were all 3 natives of this world, the Heavens were the most enraged by their betrayal and as such sent the strongest Heavens Warriors after them. It was also likely that the reason Ryu's Heavens Warrior was a step above theirs in strength was because he also happened to be representing Overseer Yudo. As such, his betrayal was even deeper. Ryu felt like he was still missing a part of the puzzle. Namely, he still didn't know what the dark gold flame was exactly or what it did or what made it so valuable to the martial gods. He also felt that even for what he had done, the fury the heavens had aimed toward him was too much larger than what everyone else was experiencing. It made Ryu feel as though there was another reason it was so infuriated, a reason that was beyond his understanding for now. Ryu's head tilted up to the skies, its baleful rage growing like a tempest. He completely ignored the words Galcos had spoken even though he had heard them as clear as day. He simply didn't care. Right now, he felt invincible. It was likely that the heavens had no choice but to follow its own rules and had to wait until all 9 Heavens Warriors were killed before the next wave descended. If not for this, with how furious those clouds and the void above seemed, it was impossible that something wouldn't have come by now. At that moment, a sharp intent appeared to Ryu's back, seeking to skewer him entirely. But Ryu didn't even move an inch. It was as though he hadn't sensed this person at all. Clang! The sword suddenly rebounded off the seemingly soft skin of Ryu's back, a flicker of heavenly ice phoenix patterns dancing across his toned torso. Ryu casually reached backward, grabbing the wrist the person who had attacked him before they were sent flying. He rose this person up, forcing them to dangle from his palm until their gazes met. This person was a boy barely 15 or 16 years old. Clearly, since the other 8 had been occupied with their battles even right up until this moment, a member of Galco's entourage had acted instead. But the result was frightening to an extreme. Ryu looked into the boy's fear-filled eyes, his own gaze filled with a smile that gave away his current calmness. Even though his clothing was half destroyed and the skies felt like they were about to collapse, he seemed unbothered by it all. "Do you see that?" Ryu pointed behind him toward the fleeting ashes of the Heavens Warrior. The boy trembled when he heard Ryu's voice, unable to gather up the courage to say anything. He had thought that everyone would be on the same playing field during this trial, so he hadn't hesitated to try and kill Ryu, and yet the result was seeing just how vast the gap between them was. "It's a silly question, I know. Of course you can see it," Ryu said lightly. "Not only did you see it, but you should have felt its power too. So, you should be able to understand why it is I'm so surprised that you would be stupid enough to attack me, and alone at that. Did you believe that you could defeat it as easily as I did?" Ryu spoke to the boy as though a teacher guiding his students. The boy was obviously a genius, having completed his 10th rite. But what was that in comparison to Ryu, who had completed his 13th? For a so-called divine race, you all are very good at sneaking around and scheming, aren't you? You also seem to be very good at getting others to do your dirty work while you lie back and do nothing. Ryu stretched out his free hand to the side, causing chains of fire to shoot out. His immaculate control over the element was even enough for the fire sprites in attendance to rise to their feet in shock. Right then, 8 chains of fire shattered the skulls of the 8 remaining Heavens Warriors, causing every bit of dark gold fire to soar into Ryu's body. "I don't need such things. I'm right here." Bang! The skies above shattered, whatever atmosphere that had been remaining opening up to an endless abyss. "Come and get me." Chapter 646 heard. Pillars of dark light fell from the skies. It was as though the heavens were intent on wiping the shrine plane out of existence. Ryu stood amidst it all, large swaths of dark gold fire flooding into him like a tide. His mental state reached a peak, a will to vent shaking him to the very depths of his core. For a moment, the 8 geniuses were shocked silent. It wasn't that they couldn't defeat the Heavens Warriors earlier. It was rather that they were trying to do so, while conserving as much stamina as they could. This was nothing more than the first round, and they were well aware of it. In fact, they found Ryu foolish for going all out, clearly having no idea that not only had Ryu barely used much of his strength, but even if he had, with the southern heavenly wind, what did he have to worry about stamina for? A pressure that was easily 10 times what had descended before suddenly pressed down onto Ryu's shoulders. A fury that shook the canopy of the skies and splintered to shreds pervaded the region. And yet, Ryu's carefree attitude hadn't diminished in the slightest. This fury the heavens were aiming toward him, that vitriol and sadistic will to have him bleeding and dying, how could it match up to even a % of what was in his heart right now? The youth in Ryu's hand suddenly exploded. The strength of the pressure that descended onto Ryu's shoulders directly impacted him as well, and was far too much for him to handle. Let alone surging toward Ryu to execute Galco's commands. Even getting close to him felt impossible. Ryu felt no sort of remorse about the death of the boy. Had it not been for the pressure of the heavens, he would have killed him personally not long later. The World Sea Realm experts, however, felt far different about this change of events. This wasn't because they had a vested interest in the boy. The moment the boy died, he was completely forgotten by them all. There was no rage because there was no one to feel rage. This was almost the same for Ryu himself, but something within him clicked that made him frown in realization. Rather than this, though, the World Sea Realm experts were panicking as the pressure the heavens were bringing down was far beyond their expectations. It was becoming more and more difficult for them to maintain the seals. One had to remember that even Ailsa could not talk to Ryu without being implicated by this punishment. That meant that for them to be able to use their strength to seal much of this punishment's strength away, they had to go through several roundabout methods. The result of all of this effort was like the reverse concept of a lever and pulley system. Rather than making things easier, the World Sea Realm experts needed to exert thousands of times the effort to execute what would usually only take them 1 unit of strength. Now that the heavens were so enraged, they were pouring everything they could into the seals, but they were quickly losing control. Ryu watched as the ash fell from his hands. He had just been holding the boy up by his wrist, but now he was gone. Not only was he dead, but he was effectively erased. If not for this, there was no way that the others wouldn't have already acted in rage. Why can I remember? I feel it tugging at me as though I'm the last. The origin flame. This was the only explanation that Ryu could think of as he stood amidst the pressure. Glares bore down on him from all sides, but if mere looks could kill him, he would have died a very long time ago. They were fearful. The pressure around Ryu right this moment was so palpable that they felt a threat to their right to live just feeling it. They had no way of understanding how it was that Ryu seemed to have become so unaffected. Just a moment ago they had sensed his fear. It was there. But in the blink of an eye, it vanished like a puff of smoke, as though he had finally reached the mountain peak and was now gliding down its decline. The confidence Ryu exuded was so palpable that the pressure didn't seem to touch him at all, as though a thin film hung around him. Tybalt was the only one who stared toward Ryu with a gaze different from fear or rage. It was an undisguised fascination. However, it didn't feel like he was looking at a human. It was more like he was gazing upon a priceless treasure that had to be his. Galco's gaze was narrowed. It still wasn't time for him to take action. If he moved recklessly, since he was the target of this punishment to begin with, he would have to bear much of the pressure. Do I really have to let him act as he pleases for now? Even if he takes it all for himself, once the punishment has weakened enough, I can still take action. His cultivation is too low to understand that flame, and there are some methods to extract it after all this is over, though it is a bit dangerous. When Galco's thought to this point, he began to regulate his breathing and control his temper. The skies had long since been shattered, a swirling mass of black clouds weighing down from above. But, even after several moments, nothing had descended. The suspense hung people out to dry, the fury growing more and more inflamed as though it would continue on forever, But it was at exactly that moment that it happened. Two hands the size of worlds gripped the edges of the void and tore it in two. Ryu's gaze narrowed, his heart beating steady and strong. He had a feeling that these hands were here for no one else but himself. And very soon he was proven correct. One hand reached out a finger that dwarfed a mountain. It flexed slightly and then released. An unholy chi pierced down from the void, prepared to tear everything to shreds. Ryu had said to come, and the heavens had heard him. Chapter 647 Indelible. Ryu looked up into the skies, feeling the pressure that seemed to want to obliterate his existence. His hair was pushed back. His gaze struggled to remain open, and he could even feel the skin along his face, an exposed torso peeling back as though to fly from his body. Joints all across his skeleton creaked and whined, threatening to shatter. At the same time, the surges of World Sea realm pressure in the surroundings only grew as they held on for all that they were worth. Things were very quickly spiraling out of their control, and it was clear to everyone in attendance that this was all the fault of the young man with the head of white hair staring amidst it all. Ryu clenched his fist, his aura surging. A momentum built up around him, anchoring on the confidence that he could obliterate everything in his path. Within the incubator, Elsa sat with Yana by her side and Ryu's beast companions around them. Worry marred their features, but it seemed that there was a particular confusion on Elsa's face. Not only was this because she couldn't quite understand or grasp what was going on, but it was also because she was having a hard time understanding what state Ryu was in currently. Ryu had been at the threshold of comprehending a natural enlightenment for years already. The first time he had touched upon it was within that jail cell of the Loom clan. The second time was when his cultivation was crippled. The third time was during the tournament of the Ember clan. Time and time again he seemed to delicately touch at the barrier, only to be ultimately turned away. Right now it felt like Ryu was right on the cusp once again. In fact, it almost felt like he was already using it and yet not using it at the same time. It was the sort of thing that no matter how many books and case studies Elsa had read, she could never even begin to fathom an explanation for. It was hard to tell if Ryu was even aware of this at all. At least from what Elsa could see in his thoughts, he wasn't. At the same time, she knew that this state of unknowing was the best state for comprehending something you were at just the tip of, but something felt off about it all, almost like something was purposely forcing Ryu to forget. A year of life. How did he lose it? Was it really related to that trial world? Or was that just a convenient cover-up? If Elsa had to choose a time to target a young man with the first-rated heavenly pupils and a cultist princess by his side, what time would she choose? Well, wasn't it precisely the time when said cultist princess was in a coma, and while said young man's pupils were confused by a warp in time and space? The awakening of Elsa's talent was enough to fulfill the first task. As for the second task, wasn't it fulfilled while Ryu was traveling to the nether plane replica world? An uneasiness overwhelmed Elsa. She felt like the answer was right before her, and yet it was being covered by a haze. On the opposite side of this haze, a pair of eyes slowly observed with a cold calculation within them, watching them dance on their palm. Ryu's roar bellowed into the skies. It was so forceful that rings of compressed air and space ripped upward, his chest expanding to its extreme. Bang! Ryu shot a fist forward, imperial robes appearing to hover around his wrists as he executed Imperial Fist. However, this singular blow disappeared into the momentum of the finger strike as though it was never there to begin with. Completely unfazed, Ryu sent out a second punch, then a third. A furious light lit his gaze as golden red flames suddenly began to dance about him. Every time he threw a punch, his kingly air grew by a leap and a bound. The force of his punches upward being so powerful that the ground beneath his feet sunk and depressed with every rebound. And yet, despite the striking visual impact of Ryu's efforts, the finger's chi continued to descend. It wasn't slowed in the slightest, nor was it harmed. By this point, anyone else might have felt the inevitability of it all, the despair. But Ryu's gaze only seemed to become more fiery. His lungs expanded, his veins bulged, his back flexed and his feet anchored themselves to the floor. It was as though he resolved himself to not move back even a single inch, as though a single movement backward would be an indelible stain on his very being. At that moment, every World Sea Realm expert that had a view of Ryu back felt something click within their hearts. This boy had to die. Bang! The finger pressed down onto Ryu's fist, tearing the skin that coated it apart. Bang! Ryu shot his second fist forward as though he couldn't sense a thing. His bones creaked and broke, yet Ryu pulled it back and sent yet another forward without an ounce of hesitation. A bubbling within Ryu's blood began to take form. It had started off as a low rumble, his heart being covered in scales. However, Ryu hadn't taken any pride in this. In fact, at this moment, Ryu was thoroughly infuriated by his so-called talent. Right from the moment the heavens descended from the skies, they had retreated with their tails between their legs. His overbearing dragon blood was nowhere to be seen. His domineering Qilin blood had vanished. Even his imperious Emperor Phoenix blood had run, retreating to the deepest recesses of his heart. Why was it that his heart was covered in scales? That was because it was the only place the cowards dared to show their faces. Right this moment, the only strength Ryu had was strength he had snatched all on his own. It was nothing more than his pain, suffering and will that granted him this 13th right. The heavens wanted to strip away the talent it had given him? Fine. However, if it wanted to erase his existence, to force him to his knees, to force him to lower his head and eradicate what he was from the deepest depths of his soul, that was something he would never accept. Bang! Ryu's back was forced into an arc toward the ground. His torso flexed with all its might in an attempt to keep him upright, but the pressure seemed to be far too great. Ryu's fists flew forward like an endless torrent. It was as though he didn't know fatigue, like he didn't know pain. It wasn't a matter of resolve, nor was it a matter of will. It had transcended beyond that. This wasn't the place he could fall, because if he was gone, there would be no one left. He was the last line of defense. He was the final remnant of what remained. His father's life and death was unknown. His mother's life hung by a thread, and it was impossible to tell if her breath still remained. This wasn't little Yana's burden to carry, nor did she have the memories left to do so. And even if she did, in this life it would be he who protected her. This was the vow he had made to himself. Nothing would block his path. No mountain, no sky, no heaven. Ryu roared, his arms splintering. Every time his fist collided with the finger, ripples of chi would spread outward. With every passing moment, Ryu's strikes only seemed to be getting more and more powerful, an entire world weighing down on his back. This wasn't where he would fall. A violent chi tore through Ryu's body, his gaze glowing with a violent light. Even if the skies were to collapse, he would be there to hold it up. On that day, his mark on the world would be left for countless generations after him. Fate swirled about him at a maddening pace. His blood and flesh flew through the air, and yet he hardly seemed to notice. This back of his, these fists of his, this will of his, they would take it all. Ryu's foot heavily stamped onto the ground, causing the castle to sink by another 2 meters. Cracks spread about wildly, pillars collapsed, and wild surges of typhonic air left grating tears in space. It was just a small gap, a gap that was meaningless to a battle on this level. And yet it was just enough. Reflective counter suddenly shook Ryu to his core. The energy he had stored up was so massive that his body threatened to tear apart at the seams. But if this was enough to force Ryu to collapse, he would have long ago. Ryu's hips sunk, his torso flexing just as his fist shot out like a rocket. His hair fluttered wildly, his roar engulfing all sound for hundreds of kilometers. The void quaked, and for the first time, the finger came to a grinding halt. However, just because it stopped didn't mean that Ryu would. In a lifetime, it was impossible to remember everything. There would always be memories that slipped through the cracks, some of which might even be meaningful. That said, there would always be those snippets in time that would leave a mark never to be erased on your very soul. Ryu's fist versus a finger that could dwarf a world was something they would never forget. For a moment, the world fell into complete silence. In the next, it was as though everything had been wiped out. A line was torn from Ryu's body to the skies above. A rippling tornado of fist chi backed by a will that wouldn't be denied shot into the finger, only to rip it apart from the inside out. The explosion was like a rippling tidal wave of twisting chi, bulging energies, and flashes of blinding dark gold and a hidden brightness that dwarfed it all. Right then, it was like something within Ryu snapped into place, his bloodlines roaring back to life as though they had always been there. Waves of dark gold flooded Ryu's body, filling him as though he was a bottomless well. However much came is however much he swallowed, his gaze sparkling with a sort of enigmatic charm that existed on a plane most couldn't grasp. A clap of thunder rang through the skies, and at that moment, the World Sea Realm experts could no longer hold on. With Ryu standing at the center of it all, his body beaten and bloodied and his breathing calm and steady, shards of broken space erupted all around as the seal shattered. Chapter 648 Air. The moment the seal shattered, the whole of the castle was taken with it. In a feat of slight panic, the representatives of the strongest powers from across the marital world were forced into retreat, quickly rushing out of the punishment's range to avoid being implicated along with the others. Bits of pieces of the castle barely hung on by a thread, but at this point, things were far more similar to a ruin than it was to the housing of nobility. There was no doubt that the Viridi clan was paying the greatest price for this devastation. The youths at the center of it all suddenly felt that they had been locked into place, unable to move a single inch. They hadn't been ready to face such unbridled fury. This was most definitely not how things were meant to go. The rage they felt toward Ryu had become nearly palpable. If they hated him before for his actions toward others, they hated him to an extreme now for actually putting their lives at risk. This was meant to be their chance to reach a new level, to set the path for their future. And yet, because of the actions of someone else, they found themselves in a precarious state where, let alone planning for the future, they weren't even sure if they would see their own. Maybe the most infuriated was Galcos. This was his day of glory, his time to shine. How could things possibly be going this way? In a hidden location on the shrine plain, several slumbering auras began to rise up, their attention having been caught. These hidden existences were the true backbone of the martial gods and could represent the real core of their strength. And the shocking truth was that most of these individuals were sky gods. The number of sky gods the martial gods had alone dwarfed the number of the rest of the martial world combined. This was a truth that most were completely unaware of, and it was a secret that the martial gods kept to their vests. Under normal situations, these older men and women knew nothing but meditation and silence. They knew their role well, and their only goal in life was to be prepared for the day their strength became necessary. However, at this moment, they had all awakened, their senses focused on a singular location. The ceremony of king conferment wasn't something that these individuals would normally be interested in. In fact, even thought that girl was participating, they still hadn't cared enough to pay attention until this very moment. They had the right to this arrogance. Only they knew how difficult it was to cross that final barrier and reach their level. Going through a little ceremony and getting a small little boost in your chances was hardly worth a thing to them. Even someone like King Adonis wasn't worth their attention. Maybe only his little brother might meet the standard. But even then, it was only enough for the raise of an eyebrow. At this moment, though, without fail, they all turned their attention in that direction. Not because of anyone in particular, but because the full brunt of the heavens' wrath had descended, something that wasn't supposed to happen. This didn't just put those in attendance in danger, but it also put them in danger by proxy. If the heavens caught a whiff of their aura, it could become troublesome. And, if that man's daughter died, there would be hell to pay for someone. That man had always been mad, and even though he was the strongest backbone of their martial gods, he had also become their greatest roadblock. Why was it that Ryu had met so many traitorous clans but had yet to meet even a single member of the Holy Wing clan? Why wasn't a single one of them present for a conferment ceremony of their greatest genius? Well, if he knew how much of a madman Elena's father was, he might have an answer to that question. Strengthen the formations and make sure news of this doesn't leak to that man. And what about her? We can only hope that she doesn't die, or else trillions of years of planning will go down the drain. One might be wondering why it was that they were so worried. After all, if anyone who died beneath heaven's punishment was forgotten, wouldn't that be the end of it? If Elena died, everyone would forget about her and things would be just fine. It couldn't possibly be that these wise old men and women didn't know this, right? So why were they still so worried? Godfried and the others shot out from the range of the clouds above. Without the protection of the seal, the range the punishment could cover had increased exponentially, also leaving the younger geniuses of Galco's entourage vulnerable. They were far too weak to survive the cold of the shrine plain. However, at the same time, the only thing protecting them from this cold was heaven's punishment. This left them completely unable to run away and practically sealed their fates. Godfried, Sibel and Eustace retreated as one, the latter two watching what was happening with a heavy frown. They were slowly beginning to understand just why it was that Godfried seemed to have a sort of irrational confidence in Ryu. However, they still couldn't fathom how Ryu could possibly make it out alive. "Be on your guard," Godfried suddenly said in a low voice. Under this kind of chaos would be the best chance for a few people disguising their real intentions to act. Godfried's words seemed to snap the two into a state of readiness. This matter definitely wouldn't end simply. Ryu's breathing remained calm and even. However, it was only because of how volatile the winds around him already were that it seemed that way. The truth of the matter was that air from kilometers around were flooding into his lungs only to be expelled from his nose. His every breath caused another tidal wave, his veins pumping with a slight golden color that was almost perceptible from beneath his skin. "You caused this." Auther was furious. Only he knew how much he had sacrificed just to have a chance to stand here. But now he might not even be able to live to see another day. "Shut up," Ryu replied lightly, not even looking in Arthur's direction. He continued to look into the skies, his voice hardly having any bite to it. This wasn't because he felt guilty, but rather because he couldn't gather up true animosity for an ant. He felt that Auther and those sending those rage-fueled gazes toward him at this moment were so far beneath him that they weren't even worth his emotion. "What did you say to me?" Auther was furious, but unlike usual, flames didn't erupt around him. He suddenly found that his bloodlines had completely retreated, causing his face to twist in horror. What Ryu had experienced previously, he was experiencing the full brunt of. But, as someone who had only completed his 10th rite, he was in no position to be as arrogant as Ryu had been. Ryu completely ignored Auther and the others. He didn't spare them a thought, and why would he? His wife was coming. Ryu's head turned back, his gaze falling onto a sight he had waited too long to see again. The moment the castle had collapsed, the hidden spaces of the floors above had followed suit. Stepping through the void, a young woman with skin as delicate as silk and steps as light as a feather glided through the air. Several younger girls with faces filled with fear being shrouded by her aura to her back. Something about her presence seemed to make even the raging heavens above calm, if for nothing more than just a few moments. Long, slender legs, robes of gold that just barely clung to her chest and hips, fluttering and sparkling pink diamond hair. Her neck was as proud as a swan's, her lips as plump as a ripe fruit, her aura as forceful as a tide and somehow also as gentle as a droplet falling from a leaf. Even in the face of the wrath of the heavens above, her expression was indifferent and unbothered. It was the same lofty expression she had had when Ryu first met her, the same lofty expression she always showed everyone else, the same lofty expression she never displayed before Ryu. She stepped through the air, gliding over Galco's head without a thought for his face. Galco's expression changed as he had been about to greet her, but his words were ultimately stuck in his throat, unable to come out. He could only watch as she descended from the skies with her entourage in tow, landing in the space between Galco's and Ryu as she continued forward. The distance that separated Ryu and Elena was less than 100 meters, but it quickly became less. With every step, Elena glided through over a dozen meters as though Ryu watched her walk, seemingly taking satisfaction in even the smallest things she did. A happiness welled up from the depths of his heart, and the pressure on his shoulders seemed to become no different from the slightest spring breeze. This was his wife, the first woman he had ever loved, and, for a long while, had been the only woman he thought he would ever love. That was why Ryu didn't quite know how to react when this wife of his stepped past him. Completely ignoring his presence, as though he was nothing more than air. Chapter 649 Gentle Spring Breeze. The light that had been blazing in Ryu's gaze dimmed. Something that even the heavens above couldn't accomplish was done by the single action of a single woman. It felt as though everything in his heart was being hollowed out, a sinking feeling pouring into his gut followed by a slowing of his blood and heart. Ryu suddenly became hyper-aware of the rhythm of his breathing and chest. It was hard to breathe, as though a stone rested on his lungs, refusing to allow him a deep breath. Every beat of his heart was like a wave of pangs coursing through his veins. It was like something was twisting his insides up. From the outside, it felt almost impossible to tell that something was going on. It looked as though Ryu had gazed toward a newcomer and said newcomer walked by him. There were no sparks nor were there any fireworks. It was too difficult to tell just how pale Ryu's face had become given its usual complexion. For the first time, Ryu looked down instead of upward. He didn't seem to realize that ice mine who was following Elena's steps had opened her mouth to say something, only to close it once again. Ice mine truly hated Ryu, and it could be said that her only goal in life right now was to defeat him. But the instinct she had when she saw that look on his face was to reach out. It was only after she remembered that she hated him that she pulled back, her brows furrowing. While everyone else didn't seem to realize that something was wrong, Ice Mine, who knew Ryu well at this point, was almost hypersensitive to his change. His face might not have warped to an extreme, but everything from his posture, to the color of his skin, even down to the aura around him had suddenly plummeted. Not to mention the fact that this was the absolute worst time for something like this to happen. Ryu didn't show any sign of recovering anytime soon. What the hell was he thinking? It was just a woman. Wake up! Ice Mine harumphed to herself. She didn't have the time to waste on this. Whether she would rise to a new level or never reach her goals and aspirations would all depend on this day. Why would she waste mental space on a man who just saw her as some sort of flesh sleeve? Ryu suddenly closed his eyes, catching Ice Mine completely off guard. If originally Ryu had been like a blazing sun, and just now he had been like a withering flower, right this moment it felt as though he wasn't there at all, like he had vanished completely. Queen Elena, this situation has changed. We must work together. Galcos, who had decided to swallow his discontent and call out to Elena, froze. Of all the sights he had seen in his life, this was maybe the most shocking. It wasn't even that the actions this person took were so ridiculous. It was just that the combination of the situation at hand, and who his target was, left him completely speechless. Ryu had disappeared in an arc of lightning and appeared before Elena again. Though Elena reacted immediately and came to an elegant stop, the result was the separation between the two being barely over 2 feet. With the difference in their height, Elena would have to look up just to meet Ryu's gaze. Considering how Ryu had acted up until this point, no one had expected such a move. Moreover, even if he was suddenly infatuated by beauty, was this really the best time to act like this? Heaven's punishment could descend at any time, and Elena wasn't known for her kind temperament. Even if she wasn't as fiery as Ice Mine, that was only because very few dared to piss her off like they might the former. This was both a difference in status and power. Hello. Ryu smiled lightly. The curve of his lips was objectively dazzling. It was the kind of smile that made most forget what was going on around them, and that most definitely was the case for the entourage following behind Elena. And yet, the lady who this smile was aimed toward in specific hardly reacted at all. For the first time, her gaze met Ryu's. Though she was looking up, she somehow still managed to carry the demeanor of an individual who was looking down on others. At the same time, she said not a single word. Her eyes were truly beautiful, twinkling like 2 pink diamonds. Ryu's gaze was sharp enough to see his reflection within anyone's eyes, but he knew with how crystal clear Elena's own were. Even if he was immortal, he would be able to do the same. My name is Ryu. Might I know your name? Everyone was completely speechless. Even Tybalt's smile faltered as he choked on air. Their lives were on the line currently. Couldn't you be a little bit less thick-skinned? Galcos was stunned before he sneered. He had already been planning to have Elena's help just to get rid of Ryu first. He thought that maybe if Ryu died, this punishment would marginally weaken and that might leave them a chance for survival. As for Elena actually answering Ryu, was that a joke? Even though they were all in the awakening realm right now, what right did a Dao pedestal realm ant have to speak with a World C realm genius? Of course, Galcos had no idea just yet that Ryu was actually in the immortal ring realm still. However, Galcos didn't have much time to hold onto this fantasy when something he could have never guessed happened.
Elena.
The voice was short and succinct, but it reached their ears like a gentle spring breeze. Galcos had heard Elena speak before, but for some reason it hit him like a ton of bricks this time. Chapter 650 Tight. Ryu's smile brightened. A beautiful name for a beautiful woman. It wasn't until Ryu spoke these words that Elena's entourage seemed to snap out of their shock. Having broken free from the hypnotization of Ryu's voice and looks, they realized the ridiculous nature of the situation. The one to react first was a young lady deep within the cosmic seed realm. In fact, the next time they held this ceremony, it might very well be her who took the helm. She was known as Cleo. Judging by her demeanor, she was likewise a member of the Berserk branch and had a pair of fiery crimson eyes to match it. But, unlike the burly Soraya, she didn't have muscles bulging out of places they shouldn't, though she more than made up for it with her temper. It seemed that Ryu was having a streak of bad luck recently when it came to running into ill-tempered women. Well, it wasn't like his own temper was very good to begin with either. Can you read the situation? Get the fuck out of the way. Ryu blinked, turning his gaze toward Cleo. Normally, his first instinct would be to snap. He might even kill this Cleo individual, honestly. From what he could see, she had completed her 11th rite, the rite of perseverance. She would have a very hard time matching up to Ryu at all. But she was very lucky in this regard. Ryu wasn't sure if she was a friend of Elena's or not. As such, he didn't lash out. Plus, he wasn't in a murderous mood at the moment. Instead, he just wanted to have a nice chat with his wife. He was only a little annoyed that they were being interrupted. He was ignoring even the rampaging heavens above. Why would he care for the interruption of a single woman? Ryu completely ignored Cleo and looked back toward Elena, the smile on his face never leaving. What do you think? Ryu suddenly asked. Think about what? Seeing Elena respond again, Cleo's next words were caught in her throat. Was this really Elena? What the hell was going on here? Exactly? Instead of responding, Ryu pointed up to the sky as pillars of dark light fell continuously. It was only after Ryu did this that everyone realized that it wasn't that heaven's punishment hadn't fallen, but rather that there were fluttering blossoms in the sky that blocked a new destructive beam every time it appeared. I think that you're very good at causing trouble.
Elena replied plainly.
Don't you think I'm also good at dealing with trouble? Are you? I don't think I agree. Elena replied just as evenly. Whatever the lady says is correct. Ryu said solemnly, not even trying to fight back. A lack of backbone too, that isn't good for a man. My backbone is here only to protect you. Who said I needed protection? Who said I said you needed it? Then get out of my way. As long as the lady wishes it. Ryu stepped out of Elena's way, but the moment she took a step forward, he too walked forward. The sequence was so in sync that it looked as though their minds were linked together. But the truth was that ever since Ryu stored Elena's soul strand away, he hadn't brought it out again. He wasn't using any advantage he had at all, nor did he have any idea what Elena was thinking. None of that mattered to him. He was more than willing to start back at square one. But the truth was that he had no idea how to woo a woman. If he thought about it, all the relationships he had were of women coming to him. He had never had to try for such things before. Elena appeared in his room naked. Yana nurtured feelings for him over 2 lifetimes. Elsa was destined to be his life partner. Eska was practically forced into choosing him for the sake of giving her clan a chance. Could be said that Ryu didn't know the first thing about pleasing women. But that didn't mean he wouldn't try. A cold shoulder? He would accept it. Indifferent words? He would accept them. One of these days he'd stumble onto the right combination of words and actions. As for embarrassment, Ryu couldn't ever remember feeling such an emotion in his life. He never cared what others thought, and he disdained to explain himself. Did you know that he was this shameless too? Sibel looked over toward Godfried. However, the latter's lip only twitched. He has a death with. Eustace was speechless. They all knew what kind of existences were after Elena's hand. With the exception of the sky gods, all the World Sea Realm experts who were qualified to chase after her were in attendance right this moment. If he had made himself an enemy of all the martial gods previously, he was now making himself public enemy number one to everyone. Ryu, though, didn't care what anyone else was thinking. Did he need permission to woo his own wife? If they had a problem with it, they could come down here themselves. When they were all on the same playing field, he really wanted to see if they would dare to still be so arrogant. Elena's brow furrowed slightly as she looked up into the skies. It was almost as though she hadn't realized that Ryu was still following to her side at all. A breaking point was finally reached. One after another, Heaven's warriors that stood 3 meters tall crashed to the ground, instantly outnumbering them 3-1. They made Ryu's previous opponents look like nothing more than ants. Elena's aura flared and she prepared to take a step forward, but a hand on her shoulder suddenly stopped all her momentum entirely. By this point, Galcos and Cleo felt like fainting. He touched her? He actually touched her? What do you think you're doing? One would have thought that the one who said this was Elena, but it was actually Ryu himself who spoke. While I'm here, you don't have to lift a finger. Just sit tight. Chapter 651 Heavy Stone. Elena froze, but Ryu had already removed his hand, stepping forward. What the hell are you doing? Don't you think you're overestimating yourself? The one who spoke was once again Cleo, but she was simply directly ignored by Ryu this time, who didn't even bother to glance back this time around. Those who felt that Ryu was in over his head were those who believed he had struggled with the first Heaven's warrior that descended, while these ones were clearly far superior. However, Ryu didn't feel this way in the slightest. Even if he was on his last legs during that battle, he wouldn't allow Elena to lift a finger. How he managed to do it didn't matter. To him, all that mattered was that he did it. With a single step forward, a frosty chi wrapped around Ryu's body. The blood that had caked his body cracked and flaked while the wounds he had on his fists froze over, healing at a visible pace. With every breath he took, his comprehension of life seemed to take large leaps forward, his body brimming to its very edge with vitality. With a second step, a glorious immortal sakura blossomed forth above Ryu. Rather than singular violet petals, an entire tree of them took form. They glistened with a beauty beyond words and a majesty that was undeniable. A pride that stood above all towered, and yet it was a pride of such endless that's aimed toward the protection of just a single person. For some reason, not a single person doubted the fact that, despite the depths of this pride, it could be laid down at a moment's notice for the sake of the woman it protected. One of the Heaven's warriors suddenly reached backward, its arm twisting at an inhuman angle as though it didn't have real joints to speak of. Grasping at air, this Heaven's warrior quickly formed a javelin of dark gold energy. Just its presence alone made the ground beneath its feet crack and shatter. Hardly anyone registered when it was thrown. The javelin became like a bolt of black lightning, shearing across space and appearing before Ryu's face in the blink of an eye. And yet, just as quickly, clang. Ryu took another step forward, a fluttering blossom petal having descended before his face right that moment. Without suspense, the javelin shattered on impact, leaving the blossom fluttering wildly and spinning in place. Despite its fragile appearance, it wasn't so much as cracked, let alone shattered. Just as Ryu's step was about to touch the ground once more, he vanished in an arc of violet lightning. When he appeared again, he was already before the Heaven's warrior, his arm having shattered into fluttering golden-red feathers only to reform into a claw that hacked downward. Bang! The head of the Heaven's warrior was directly shattered, large amounts of dark gold flame erupting outward. However, before this fire could seep into Ryu's body, a crown of golden red appeared upon his forehead. His fingers stretched out and moved, completing a whipping motion. Before anyone could react, the dark gold flames appeared before Elena, sinking into her brows. The weapons of several Heaven's warriors fell around Ryu. Their heights were so tall that Ryu was immediately engulfed, their presence enshrouding him with omens of death. However, at that moment, a slight breeze passed by, causing a tornado of blossoms to rise around Ryu. The delicate light of Ice Phoenix heavenly patterns danced about them, causing the weapons that aimed for Ryu's life to rebound and falter. Clenching his fists, Ryu shot it through another Heaven's warrior's chest. At that moment, his claw hand exploded once again, reforming into a normal fist. Ryu executed Imperial Fist with. Ryu became the perfect embodiment of offense and defense. Every attack aimed toward him was blocked to perfection, and every attack reaped another life. Without fail, all of the dark gold flames entered Elena's body, not a single spark being taken for Ryu himself. Those who were watching this scene were left completely baffled. The difference was too drastic, and they weren't entirely sure how to react to such a change. Is your immortal Sakura technique really this powerful? Ice Mine whispered to Eska.
No.
Ice Mine was speechless. I hate that guy. Ryu stood over the last of the Heaven's warrior, a chain of fire having formed around its neck. With a flex of his wrist, the chain tightened and its neck shattered into pieces, releasing yet another large fog of dark gold flames. The flame chain was among the Phoenix clan's many fire manipulation techniques and was one of the reasons they were so famous for using the whip. That said, Ryu knew he was using it incorrectly. The chain manipulation series of the Phoenix clan, especially when it came to the Ice Phoenix clan, focused on sealing. It was a methodical approach to battle and was far more clever and layered than what Ryu displayed. Unfortunately for his clan's legacy, Ryu just wanted to destroy everything in sight. Bang! At that moment, before Ryu could react, an enormous pillar of dark gold fell from the skies, crashing into his body. Ryu stood beneath it, his forearm protecting his eyes and his back and knees completely straight. His arm had once again become a claw, but this time it wasn't one of a phoenix, but rather a dragon. Dark violet scales bloomed across his body, two majestic Qilin horns rising from his forehead, as a pair of purple lightning flame wings formed to his bag. Rather than waiting for what was descending to come to him, Ryu's knees bent and he shot upward, piercing through the beam and appearing amid the cloud-like void with a gaze that could penetrate through the veil of all things. A 5-meter-tall Heaven's warrior appeared in the skies. This time there was just a single one, and, this time its armor was far more dark gold than it was black. It gazed down upon Ryu, who shot up to meet it. Though it didn't seem to have any eyes nor even a true body, one could almost feel the indifference exuding from it. You dare! The two words were like a heavy stone thrown into a calm lake. The Heaven's warrior had spoken. Chapter 652 Simple. Ryu's pupils constricted. The voice was like the eruption of a volcano, and yet it didn't seem as though the Heaven's warrior had tried to be so forceful. It was as though this was simply its natural cadence. It didn't feel the need to put in effort for such ants. It didn't elaborate its meaning. It wasn't overly verbose. It simply spoke two short and succinct words. As for whether others understood what it meant, maybe it truly didn't care. But, wasn't its meaning as clear as day? Who dared to fight against the heavens? As for why Ryu was so shocked, it actually wasn't because of this. He was caught off guard because he had already concluded that the heavens was nothing more than a fictitious entity that represented the rules the world was governed by. The reason it was actually stupid enough to take out more rage on Ryu than the martial gods below, who were actually responsible for all of this, was simply because it was enacting its rules rigidly and without recourse. However, if one of its representatives could speak, what did that mean? As simple as it sounded, speech represented a level of sentience that was beyond what Ryu had previously concluded. On top of that, it also implied understanding. If you could speak coherently, that implied that you understood just as coherently, at least in the vast majority of cases. So, to Ryu, this almost felt like everything was changed, and yet possibly not at the same time. It was possible that the core of his deduction was still true, while instead of being falsified, things had simply become more complex instead. Are you not the one who insisted on wiping me from existence first? Without much information, Ryu decided to probe instead. If this Heaven's warrior continued to talk, it was possible that he could learn something, though Ryu wasn't very expectant of it. It seemed like an impossibility. This Heaven's warrior felt even more arrogant than himself. However, to his surprise, "You are a traitor of your people. Is that not what you deserve?" Ryu's gaze narrowed. Traitors do deserve death. But when did I betray you? Standing on the side of these ants with your status is the greatest insult. You have made us furious. My status? Ryu was baffled. What did that mean? He, of course, knew that he was the scion of the Tatsuya clan. But in the history of the heavens, just how many Tatsuya clans had it seen rise and fall? In fact, hadn't Ryu's Tatsuya clan also fallen as well? So it was even less important. Unless it was the case that this status the Heavens Warrior referred to was his status as a citizen of this world. But that didn't seem right either. The words of the warrior seemed to imply that there was something that separated Ryu from the other traitors, just as he had previously speculated. Was this separation because he was representing Overseer Yudo? Or was there a different reason entirely? Ryu truly wasn't certain. I have every intention of wiping them from existence once I am strong enough. Their days are numbered. Ryu's words weren't concealed in the slightest, nor did he feel the need to conceal them. At this point, even if he revealed his Tatsuya name, he didn't believe he could push the martial gods to want to kill him any more than they already did. That boat had sailed long ago. It could be said that the only reason Ryu had yet to reveal this was because he instinctually felt that he was incorrect. Somewhere deep inside, he knew that if he revealed his real name, the fervor with which the martial gods came after him would reach an entirely new level. They may very well not hesitate to mobilize all the power and strength they had. Ryu wasn't sure where this feeling was coming from, but he chose to trust it because it was a feeling that Ailsa shared as well. If it was just his own speculation, he was probably reckless enough to ignore it. However, since it would worry Ailsa, he chose against it. As expected, Ryu's words caused a complete uproar. It swept through the crowd and the World Sea Realm experts with a fervor that almost toppled the setting entirely. King Adonis' gaze sharpened. If it wasn't for heaven's punishment still being present, he would have already slaughtered the boy where he stood. The prestige of the martial gods wasn't something that just anyone could trample upon. The Heavens Warrior gazed at Ryu deeply for a long while before pointing downward. When Ryu saw where he was pointing to, his gaze narrowed. A killing intent that rolled like waves off of his body, causing those below to be suffocated. Even those outside the barrier of the heavens' punishment, presumably protect from Ryu's rage, felt as though their chests were collapsing. Wasn't this boy's killing intent a bit too strong? The Heavens Warrior, however, was unmoved. If that is truly your intention, then why do you help her? The question of the Heavens Warrior was even more baffling than Ryu's previous words. Why did it seem like the heavens were trying to give Ryu a way out? What kind of ridiculous nonsense was this? Weren't all arbiters of the heavens supposed to be cold, calculating, and inflexible? They had never even heard of ones that spoke before, let alone ones willing to negotiate with those they called supposed traitors. Hearing the intention in the Heavens Warrior's voice, despite it sounding like a clap of thunder, Ryu's gaze eased somewhat. But even then, it was only somewhat. He didn't like anyone pointing at his wife at all, even if it was for something so benign. That's simple, Ryu replied plainly. She's my wife. I won't allow any harm to come to her. If Ryu's first words had caused an uproar, this caused pin-drop silence. No one believed that he was being literal. Rather, they all believed that he was claiming Elena before them all without a care for the faces of the countless World Sea Realm experts who didn't dare to even do the same. Icemine herself felt like fainting. Once Ryu died, Eska would most definitely kill her and everything would be finished. She was really done. She really hated this man. However, the Heavens Warrior's next words truly left them all speechless. I see. Depending on your performance, an exception may be made in the future. But it will depend on you. According to the rules, since I have descended, I must fight. Prepare yourself. The words had hardly fallen when a fist appeared before Ryu's face. Chapter 653. Wouldn't that be? Ryu's gaze narrowed. An enemy standing right before him could never catch him off guard with an attack. The only limitations would be his body's own speed. But, while the speed of his body was a limitation, the deployment of Ryu's chi was a different matter. Right then, Ryu's body flashed, stepping just half a foot to his right. The feeling of a fist that could destroy world whizzed by his ear, the booming of space and wind shattering his eardrum. At that moment, there wasn't a single lightning sprite that didn't stand to their feet. No matter how fast Ryu's actions were, it was impossible for them to have missed it. They recognized the deployment of their clan's core technique almost immediately. A human was actually using their lightning divine mark technique. Right then, Ryu no longer hid his divine marks within his body, deploying them all in an instant. He hadn't barely dodged just now because he wanted to look cool. The reality was that even with the speed of his reaction, he had only been able to send out a mark 6 inches from his body, so he had no choice but to make do. The result was him nearly losing half his head just to the wind pressure alone. Ryu realized that this Heaven's Warrior was no joke. Even with him forcing his bloodlines back into activity, he had actually almost lost his life to just a single strike. Ryu's slitted pupils glowed with a severe light, his dark violet draconic scales crackling with lightning as he vanished once again. His speed was so quick that it felt like instantaneous teleportation. However, even as he ran, he was having trouble finding a gap to attack. Even though every strike of the Heaven's Warrior missed, its form didn't falter and its posture remained smooth. Its every punch caused the ground below to implode and distant mountains to splinter in two. The devastation would have been far worse if not for the sturdy spatial fields of the shrine plain. Ryu could feel the weight of his inadequacy pushing down on his shoulders. He knew well why it was he couldn't find a path to attack right now. It wasn't just because his body was too lacking. In fact, that could be considered a minor issue. The main root of the problem was that he wasn't skilled enough. He didn't trust his great sword staffs as they had too many flaws. Forming a pair for him to use now would be like asking to get embarrassed. As for his fists, they were lacking even more so. At the same time, Ryu didn't dare to use anything beyond third perspective on this Heaven's Warrior. If he foolishly tried to use lines of fate, or God forbid death acupoint on a warrior of heaven, he would be asking for an early death. He would end up sap dry within a split second of a split second. All he could do was passively observe the Heaven's Warrior, but without lines of fate. It was difficult to catch a hold of the secrets of its movement. Ryu felt like yet another one of his talents had been stripped from him. But, compared to his bloodlines, this one felt even more crippling. Ryu only realized just how much of his cultivation genius relied on his heavenly pupils right this moment. Ryu flashed to the side once again. He attempted to send out a punch, but pulled it back immediately, realizing that the so-called opening would have cost him his arm, his shoulder, and a quarter of his torso at that. Ryu's memories couldn't help but drift back to his first meeting with Ailsa, and the words she had spoken to him back then. Did he have the face to go to an orphan of the moral plane, without an ounce of cultivation talent, and ask them to fight against the heavens? The irony of it all was that Ryu really was fighting against the heavens this time, and yet it was precisely because of this that he realized just how selfish and short-sighted he had been in the past. Of course, he worked hard, and maybe that did allow him some leeway when it came to his arrogance. But Ryu was reminded of a saying he had thought of long ago. What you thought wasn't as important as why you thought it. What life's choices led you down such a road? What experiences did you have that shaped your very being? Having strong willpower worked the same way, did it not? If you put your head down and gave every day everything you had, but received nothing in return, wasn't your will worth more than someone who did the same but gained vastly? Ryu had lived his first life pretending as though his hard work bore him no fruit. But did it really not? He became an origin-grade herbologist in less than 1,000 years. He became an origin-grade ruin master in even less time. He existed on a plane of his own when it came to the four arts, and he cultivated his own path of feng shui. These were all things cultivators spent billions, trillions of years even to accomplish. And yet, he had done it all in a single millennia. Why? How did he manage it? Wasn't it because he had endless resources at his fingertips? Wasn't it because he had the best teachers a child could ask for? Wasn't it because he was born with these #1 ranked heavenly pupils? It was easy to work hard when you were guaranteed results. What was difficult was rising up every day knowing you may very well not get anything in return for your blood, sweat, and tears. So the question was, What would Ryu do if his talent did truly become useless one day? What would I do? Would I still have the same resolve? A calm smile curled Ryu's lips. Ever since he was a child, what he had always wanted to do the most was to sit atop of the world. But, ever since he was old enough to understand the world around him, he realized that he was already there. If one day he found out that his talent really wasn't much, that he was just a frog at the bottom of the well, that there was a taller mountain to climb somewhere else, wouldn't that be wonderful?
Ryues aura blossomé forte.
Imperial Fist shed its cocoon, a dazzling golden light threatening to disperse the clouds above. Chapter 654 Bite Me. A glorious fist momentum erupted from Ryu's heart. Man's first weapon had always been the fist. However, over time, it had become overshadowed by other more complex existences. Not long later, it became difficult to find a cultivator who didn't choose a weapon to cultivate, causing the infancy of martial arts, the fist, to fall by the wayside. That said, if there was any art that embodied what it meant to be human, it wasn't the so-called king of weapons, the sword, nor was it the spear, nor the rod, nor any other weapon form. It was precisely the fist that rested at the core of humanity. There was elegance in its simplicity and power in its humility. It reflected what was in a person's heart to the utmost degree, and it was the only mortal endowment not weighed down by the conventions of countless epics of fate. The fist was what someone wanted it to be. It was deeply personal and endlessly flexible. And it just so happened to be exactly what Ryu needed to truly loosen the shackles that bound him. Bang! Two fists, one dwarfing the other, met in the skies. The crackle of space resounded before it shattered like glass, the sturdy nature of the shrine plane suddenly becoming absolutely useless. Bang! Ryu sent another fist forward, a happy smile gracing his face. It was the kind of look one didn't expect from someone who currently had such a demonic appearance. The scales that covered Ryu's body and neck and the horns that curved upon his forehead made him look sinister to an extreme. And yet, he had the smile of a child on his face. The dichotomy was baffling. Within Ryu's incubator, Ailsa was at a loss. Previously, she had been busy laughing to her heart's content as Ryu stumbled over himself trying to please Elena. But now, she was completely speechless. Is this a mortal endowment? Or was this a natural enlightenment? I'm a cultist fairy princess. Why can't I tell the difference between something so fundamental? If cultist fairies had a 101 class to attend, this was something that would likely be taught on the first day within the first minute of the first lesson. If others knew that Ailsa was stumbling in trying to understand something so simple, she really wouldn't know where to put her face. One had to remember that the natural order was among the most fundamental pillars of cultivation. It could be said that it was the fourth pillar outside of chi, body, and mental realm cultivation. It could even be said to be the thickest of the four pillars. Natural orders came in mortal endowments and natural enlightenments, the former of which was further split into elements and birth phenomena. Elements were self-explanatory. Birth phenomena referred to human-created inheritances like that of the sword, while finally, natural enlightenments were the most enigmatic. Natural enlightenments touched upon the artistic conceptions of nature, the gentleness of spring's water, the softness of a cloud, the momentum of a mountain. The possibilities were endless. But it was exactly because of these clear definitions that Ailsa was baffled that she actually couldn't tell. To make matters worse, this was her own life partner. She could practically feel what Ryu was feeling as he was feeling it. This was really too embarrassing. Ailsa shook her head. Good thing he's focused on the battle right now, or else I really wouldn't know where to put my face. Ridiculous. Too ridiculous. Ailsa had no idea that her father, who was watching the events unfold, had a similarly ugly expression on his face. As the saying went, like father, like daughter, they were truly too much alike. On the complete opposite side of the battlefield, though, the Armament Guild had its own reaction, one that was far more complex than that of others. They could all feel their weapons vibrating wildly at their sides or within their spatial rings as though they felt threatened by something. But what was truly baffling was that this normally only occurred when there was a higher-level weapon of the same kind in the vicinity. But there was clearly no such thing around. No, this wasn't true. What was important was that there was a higher-level weapon in the hands of an expert that existed on a higher-level plane. In fact, the higher-level weapon wasn't even strictly necessary. There were legends of swordsmen who could use the world itself as their sword. Such existences, Godfried shook his head. That was impossible. How could someone who hadn't even touched upon cosmic chi and understood the truth of order possibly reach such a realm? It didn't make sense. This wasn't something he had ever seen before, nor was he able to properly explain it. They could all only watch in shock as a battle which had Ryu on his back foot suddenly became even, only to quickly become one Ryu held the upper hand in. It was as though he was improving vastly with every strike he levied, his momentum growing to the point where it towered and shrouded over the pocket of space. Good. Much sooner than expected. Much sooner, indeed. Bang! The head of the Heavens Warrior imploded the moment it said these words, Ryu's fist rocketing through his forehead. A large tempest of dark gold flame rose up as the vortex void above began to waver and fade. The expressions of the youths below changed. They suddenly realized that if they really didn't move now, then Ryu would have actually monopolized everything for himself. However, before they could even take action, Ryu's hand had already moved and the entire large pillar of dark gold shot toward Elena. If things went as they had gone up until this point, she would swallow it all. This time, though, Elena reached out a palm and stopped it. Having descended from the skies to land before her, Ryu looked toward Elena with a hint of confusion. He couldn't quite see her face behind the pillar, but he could barely catch glimpses through the flickering flames. I already have enough, Elena said just as indifferently. I suggest you distribute some of it to avoid trouble. The pillar was sent back to Ryu, who looked at it for a moment. I'll keep half. Before Elena could react, or likely because her body was just too slow in comparison to Ryu's given their current state, a large piece of the dark gold flame fused into her body. As for the rest, Ryu took it. I told you I had enough, Elena said. Ryu laughed. I just didn't believe you. If you're really so mad, feel free to bite me. Cleo was so enraged by these words that she nearly fainted. She clenched her fists before her expression changed. Her gaze shot up into the skies. The seal on my cultivation is gradually weakening? Why is it only gradual? It's usually instantaneous. Seemingly thinking of something, she looked toward Ryu. The look in her eyes clearly said she felt that he should be taught a lesson. It seemed that Cleo didn't realize there was a line of people waiting to do the same thing. The moment she noticed the oddity, so too did the others, and they all shared the same thought. Chapter 655, if you know. Elena gazed at Ryu for a moment, her gaze impossible to read. There used to be a twinkle of a mischievous light within whenever she looked at him, but right now it felt quite blank. It was entirely impossible to tell what she was thinking. If Ryu wanted to be optimistic, he might very well believe that his wife had simply matured. However, this wasn't what he chose to believe. Somewhere deep inside, he knew that thinking this way was just a way to absolve himself of responsibility and make the weight on his chest just that small bit lighter. However, he didn't want that weight to be lighter. He wanted to feel the full brunt of it. His wide smile softened into a sincere and caring look. His gaze alone spoke 1,000 words. Right then, the light sound of footsteps entered Ryu's ears. It was an interruption that he immediately disliked, and he didn't need to turn his head away from Elena to know that they came from Galcos. Galcos walked forward, forcing Elena's entourage apart. His imposing aura alone was enough for them to step clear out of his way, let alone his standing. It had to be known that kings and queens had the loftiest status within the martial god clan on the surface. With this being true, despite how the ceremony had gone, Galcos had essentially stepped into the ruling class of their clan already. Nothing could change that. The situation instantly became tense. With Elena and Ryu facing one another, it wasn't immediately clear how Galcos would take action. Though they didn't think that Galcos would attack Elena, they didn't feel that it was an impossibility either. Elena had clearly benefited the most from this exchange. Whether Ryu was a fool or not, the objective truth was that his actions had made it so that she was the biggest winner. Under normal circumstances, there would be no need for Galcos to make an enemy out of someone with the same standing as himself. It also had to be known that the identity of Elena's father wasn't widespread knowledge amongst the martial gods' younger generation, or else even if Icemine had 10 times the guts, she would have never spoken behind Elena's back so boldly. As far as Galcos was concerned, he and Elena were on the same playing field. He didn't offend her because there was no need to, however, this didn't mean he was scared to do so. That said, even now, Galcos didn't feel the need to take it so far. Why would he target Elena when Ryu was right here? He wasn't under the illusion that Ryu had suddenly gained Elena's favor with these few actions. When it came to things someone could give her, how could this Ryu compare to what a sky god could do? Ultimately, he drew level with Elena, his gaze locking onto Ryu. Hand it over. He didn't waste his time with any superfluous words, nor did he hang in the back and command others to make a move for him. He knew that this dark gold flame was only stable beneath heaven's punishment. Once the vortex above dispersed, it would be hundreds of times more difficult to plunder and absorb. He was well aware that he still needed this energy. While Ryu had no idea what it did, he was fully aware. Without it, he could forget about breaking into the Sky God realm in the future. In fact, even progressing in the World Sea realm would be difficult. Absorbing with would basically guarantee reaching the peak World Sea realm even if it was just a small bit. With this amount, Galcos had to believe that he would have at least a 50-50 chance of entering the Sky God realm. Clearly, Galcos hadn't noticed the contradiction in his thoughts. Even a Sky God couldn't guarantee such a thing, so how was it that Ryu hadn't given Elena something better than they could? Compared to what Ryu was holding on to now, he had given Elena even more. Her chances might be even better than 50-50 at this point. Ryu's gaze shifted. Galcos was a human of normal proportions, but he was a rare breed. He was one of the only people Ryu had ever met that was actually taller than him without being of an entirely different species. However, in an instant, Ryu had gone from caring and affectionate to ice-cold. Despite the fact he was looking as though he shared abilities with his wife, he too seemed to be looking down. Having not dispelled his draconic scales yet, Ryu looked especially menacing, his horns towering over even Galcos. The pillar of dark gold flames slowly condensed into a ball that hovered in Ryu's palm, his claws shimmering beneath its flickering lights. He looked completely unmoved by Galcos' words. A momentum left Galcos' body, completely enshrouding Ryu. By now, his cultivation had already recovered to the peak of the pulse-opening realm. As the shackles loosened, those with higher cultivations to begin with recovered far faster than those with lower cultivations. Galcos was already confident now in crushing Ryu completely. However, as though it was a spring breeze, Galcos' momentum split along Ryu's torso as though it had met some sort of rift. Ryu's slit eyes gazed into the latter's white gold ones. It was clear that despite knowing Icemine, Ryu wasn't fazed by Galcos' stature with the heaven's due branch. "This is what you want?" Ryu asked evenly, the dark gold flame dancing in his palms. "If you know what's good for you. I was wondering why everyone wanted these flames so badly. They probably help you break through. HM." The dark gold flame hopped on Ryu's palm. Before anyone could react, the flame suddenly shot outward, jetting through the air and landing between Overseer Yudo's brows in the far-off distance. "I don't really need it honestly, but I also don't want to give it to you. So what are you going to do about it?" Chapter 656 Better Off. Everyone froze in shock, even Overseer Yudo himself. The truth was that Overseer Yudo had been furious in the beginning. Ryu was meant to be his chance to rise up again, a chance to strive for the goals of his youth. But, as time passed on, he cooled down and simply smiled bitterly. He had realized long ago that things were unfair to Ryu. He was practically guaranteed to die while he as an overseer just had to stand on the sidelines and reap the benefits. He had known from the very beginning the kind of danger Ryu would be in, and yet he hadn't said a single word, knowing well that Ryu was likely ignorant about it all. In the end, he simply sighed to himself. Such a person had practically fallen out of the sky and onto his lap to begin with, and he was sure that even if the heavens didn't kill Ryu, then the martial gods certainly would. At that point, it would be him who pushed Ryu toward his death. So why would Ryu still choose to help him? Of course, what he didn't know was that Ryu was the only one who could do so. Elena only gained the ability after absorbing such a large amount of it. But regardless of the truth, this was the reality he was stuck in until he was suddenly pulled out by a strong and sturdy hand. The irony that this strong hand came from an immortal ring-level child was most definitely not lost on him. But, for a long while, he had no idea how to react in the slightest, until he realized that he had suddenly become the absolute center of attention. In the history of the martial gods, no one had ever absorbed as much of the dark gold flame as Elena had. But, if there was a person to be ranked second, it had suddenly become Yudo. Such a truth was baffling to an extreme, and no one could wrap their heads around why Ryu had done it. Some speculated that he was trying to ward off problems for himself and that maybe he truly was a coward. But, if that was the case, then wouldn't he have just given it to Galcos? Why would he give it to someone else? Of course, there was the possibility that he hoped that Yudo would protect him in exchange for this favor. This made sense. Yudo was probably his one chance to leave this place alive. But, shouldn't he had used it as leverage? Wasn't it too stupid to give it to Yudo first without making any demands? And then there was the answer that only those who knew Ryu best would grasp. He simply didn't care. This dark gold flame was something the martial gods scratched and clawed for, but it was meaningless to him. Others might think he couldn't feel anything because his cultivation was too low, but what senses could higher cultivation give him that the mysteries of heaven and earth pupils could not? He didn't choose to give the remaining half to Elena because he could tell that she had reached a point of saturation. As for why he chose to give it to Yudo, it was simply clearing up the seeds of karma. The stronger you became, the more important such things were. Since Yudo had allowed him a chance to come here and see his wife, he would repay it. Now, their relationship could be considered null. As for the rest of these people, well, like he had said already, what were they going to do about it? Bang! Galco's fist slammed through the air. It had yet to even land on anything, and yet the wind had already imploded, crashing toward Ryu's chest as though its true target was on the other side. Ryu raised his hand to stop the oncoming blow but suddenly hesitated. In that split moment, the fist had already collided with his chest. Bang! Ryu flew out like a streaking meteor, his speed through the air reaching such a fast pace that his body began to crackle and pop, sparks of fire lighting his back and body as though he was cutting through the atmosphere. Ryu crashed into the ground, his body skidding along the wreckage and tearing a stretch several meters deep with every passing second. It felt for a moment that his entire body would erupt into a ball of flames, burning him to ash. Just a single punch had already put him in such a seemingly sorry state. Galcos took a step forward, his gait filled with purpose as a dense white gold fog hung around his body. His white gold eyes twinkled with rage, his every breath causing billowing cyclones to zoom in and out of his lungs. What Galcos didn't notice, though, was that Elena, who had just been by his side, only felt the slightest breeze. The wind picked up slightly, causing her hair to sweep before her eyes for just a moment. By the time she pushed it away and revealed her twinkling pink diamond gaze to the world again, they were just as placid as they had always been. Galcos continued to walk forward, his momentum imposing. No one felt surprised by the result, even if Ryu had somehow managed to complete his 13th rite. What was that in the face of a higher cultivation realm? Especially since Galcos had completed his 11th rite to begin with. However, at that moment, a hand came out from the trenches and slowly flexed. With a light leap, Ryu appeared above ground again, sending a glance toward his chest. Right in the center, a dent in the shape of a fist could be found just above his heart. If not for his realm heart, he would likely be in a life or death situation right now. Ryu patted his chest as though he was wiping it clear of dust. By the time his palm moved downward again, the dent was gone, revealing a broad chest covered in dark violet scales. To come so close to hurting her, I think you're better off dead. Ryu vanished from where he stood. Chapter 657. It was then. Galco's pupils constricted, his fist stretching out once again on reflex. However, before he could react, he found a hand on his throat. His body bent like a bow from his neck, the rest of him following swiftly afterward. Galcos felt Ryu's hand latch to him, pressing down firmly and tearing a path through Elena's entourage without a thought for their safety. Those that managed to dive out of the way were fine, but those that were more unfortunate coughed up mouthfuls of blood, being beaten out of the way one after another. Galco's head slammed fiercely onto the ground, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets as his skull threatened to deform. Even now, he had been caught completely off guard. In that moment when he pushed Ryu, he felt all of his force sink into Ryu's body and had even felt his heart rupture. Not a single ounce of his strength wasn't perfectly transferred into Ryu. It was the kind of devastating attack that should have torn Ryu's inner organs to minced meat and left him half dead. Once again, a light breeze passed over Elena. While everyone else was in chaos, it felt as though she was standing in the midst of a spring field, untouched by the rest of the world, even despite the fact she had been the closest to their strikes to begin with. A roar left Galco's lips, his neck expanding by twice its usual size to break Ryu's grip. He pushed upward, fury having already taken over all his logical reasoning. He couldn't even remember the last time he was treated in such a way. He had been caught off guard initially, believing that Ryu was already dead. But this would most definitely not happen again. However, to his horror, he found his fist stopped mere inches from reaching Ryu's face. In that moment, Galcos truly saw Ryu for the first time. In all this time, Galcos had never truly observed the young man before him. He was too grand, too lofty to care about an ant. Even when Ryu seemed to be doing impossible things in the face of the heavens, Galco's own pride and ignorance led to him directly ignoring such things. Every time Ryu surpassed his expectations, he would have another excuse ready for why it simply didn't matter so much. But, right this moment, with Ryu's killing intent billowing like plumes of steam, his gaze bearing down upon Galcos as though he was nothing more than trash beneath his feet, Galcos truly felt it for the first time. The sickening sound of shattering bones resounded as Ryu crushed Galcos' fist. So what if Galcos had recovered to the Qi refinement realm? Ryu had already recovered to the lower pulse opening realm, and since when had he not had the ability to fight across cultivation levels? Bang! Galcos' expanding neck found itself crushed back to its original size. Blood vessels popped and cracked. Skin splintered and bled. The creaking of Galcos' spine leaving eerie sounds traveling through the air. King! Galcos' entourage had suddenly become the closest group to Ryu. After Ryu took control of the battle, the two had landed in a space between where they and Elena's entourage lay. Seeing Galcos in such a state, how could they not take action? However, it was exactly at that moment that humiliation overwhelmed Galcos. His blood surged, his cultivation ripping through the Qi refinement realm barrier and returning to the spiritual severing realm. Galcos swung upward with his broken fist, not caring for the state his neck was in at all. As though a madman, his head arched upward, pushing his throat against Ryu's palm without a care for what happened to his life. A broken arm? A broken neck? Even a broken body couldn't stop a member of the Heaven's Dew branch. There was no injury he wasn't able to heal, no pain he was unwilling to tolerate. A pride that had sunk deep into his bones from an early age rose up. Bang! Galcos' head was smashed back into the ground, a pair of sinister reptilian eyes looking down at him. Ryu's fist cocked backward, slamming into Galcos' face and deforming his skull. Bang! Another fist descended, forming another dent just as Galcos healed himself. Bang! Crackling lightning flames shot into Galcos' body. Ryu released his grip on the latter's throat, raining down fist after fist. It was as though there was no competition to begin with, as though there wasn't a chance for one of the greatest geniuses of the martial gods even to fight back, let alone seek revenge. Bang! Galcos' face became perpetually covered in his own flesh and blood. Every time he healed himself, lingering bits and pieces of his brain and bone would remain behind, coating his features in a grotesque scene of gore. It was clear that if it wasn't for Galcos' ability as a Heaven's Dew branch member, he would have long since died. The savage nature of Ryu's beating rolled through the atmosphere like rising tides. The difference was so striking that many began to wonder just how it was that Galcos had landed a blow to begin with. It was only then that multiple gazes landed on Elena. At this moment, her situation was a striking difference to the battlefield around her. Her entourage had been scattered, some of which had been hurt and a large number of which had run away. The ground was torn up, streaks of lightning sparking and blazing fires erupting from time to time. And yet, not only had she not moved a single inch, the ground she stood on was pristine and untouched. They seemed to finally understand. It wasn't that Galcos had managed to almost kill Ryu, it was rather that Ryu had allowed himself to nearly be killed. He traded a near-fatal injury just so that a woman wouldn't be inconvenienced. And now, bang! Ryu's fist shattered Galco's head once again. With every strike, he seemed to get closer and closer to truly tearing him to shreds. But it was also then that the others could no longer sit idly by. 7 of the 8 along with Galco's entourage rushed forward, fury lighting their gazes. With an eruption of chi, Galcos shattered the mold and entered the divine vessel realm. Chapter 658. Not in the slightest. Several auras converged onto Ryu, each with their own thoughts. It felt like the only ones that didn't move were Tybalt, Icemine, and Elena. There were even a few of Elena's entourage who couldn't hold back any longer. This was no longer a matter of the dark gold flame. It was a matter of Ryu versus the martial gods. They all had this responsibility weighing on their shoulders and couldn't take a step back now. Ryu's gaze angled upward, a fiendish expression on his face. Killing intent rolled off of him in waves, sparks of lightning crackling between his horns. He looked like a demon incarnate, Galco's blood and flesh coating his fists and chest, some even dripping down his face.
Galco aura sur Jade.
Though Ryu remained unmoved, the same couldn't be said for the ground beneath them. An enormous crater broke into existence, sending the pair falling downward. Taking advantage of this, Galco's Earth inheritance rose up. His body was pulled by an attraction force toward the depths of the crater, causing him to fall much faster than Ryu and finally gain some breathing room. He slammed heavily into the ground, his white gold gaze lit with fury. He slammed his fists together, large waves of earth chi surging toward him from all sides. Galco's Earth inheritance flourished, rising higher and higher. It crossed the air realm, tore through the ruler realm and monarch realm, and finally rested at the very peak of the sovereign realm, his dominion covering the earth they all stood on. In that moment, it was as though every step for Ryu took 10 times the effort while the opposite was true for his enemies. However, even as he fell through the air, Ryu didn't seem to have reacted to this change in the slightest. He knew very well that this wasn't Galco's peak. A genius like Galco's had definitely crossed the Dominion realm and had already formed his divinity. However, Galco's hadn't broken the restrictions of the heavens like Ryu had. Without the support of his real cultivation and beneath heaven's punishment, he had no ability to display the strength of the minor god realm. That said, even if he could, what did he, Ryu Tatsuya, have to fear? Today, he would massacre these geniuses the martial gods placed so much hope in one after another. This rage he had been burying for so many years already, he would vent it a little. Ryu's palm swept down and to the side. At that moment, a youth of Galco's entourage was caught off guard. To those observing, it was almost like he had delivered his head to Ryu's swing. Bang! For a moment, it seemed as though the youth would simply be sent flying away. But, a moment later, just as he was about to slam into the walls of the deep crater, he let out a tragic scream. Under the horrified gazes of those watching, the youth was blasted into minced meat, his blood and flesh erupting like a crimson-colored bomb. Ryu's fall came to a grinding halt, a dense darkness dancing about him. His dragon's blood rolled, the sound of thunder booming through his body as his heart thumped and pumped it all throughout him. If it wasn't for the heaven's punishment above restricting Ryu's storm talent, he would have already blasted them all to smithereens. But this way was good too. This way he could feel their lives leave their bodies personally. Moshi and Thepine pincered Ryu from 2 sides, the latter wielding a glaive with a polearm as thick as 2 wrists and the former wielding a short sword with a speed that cut through space with impunity. When the two were at each other's throats, they were still powerful in their own right. But, when soft and hardness worked together in battle, their abilities underwent a qualitative change. From mortal enemies, They became a tag team, the likes of which was rarely seen in the martial world. But was it enough? Ryu reached out both hands, pinching at the air. Before either could react, they found their two weapons stopped between 4 total fingers. Ryu squeezed the slightest bit, his claws chipping into the metal. Swirling patterns of dark, heavenly patterns danced upon their glistening whiteness, radiating a slight and sinister black fog. With a sharp crack, Moshi and Thephine's weapons shattered. Horridly ugly expressions warped their faces. These weapons were both of the mystical grade. They couldn't wrap their heads around how Ryu had possibly done this. However, what was a mystical grade treasure to a dragon and phoenix's claw supported by heavenly patterns? The two instantly retreated, surging backward as fast as they could move. But Ryu was faster. Ryu grasped at the air, forming 2 fists. From one, a surge of ice flames erupted. From the other, a pulsing heavenly rebirth flame surged. In the blink of an eye, both began to form chain links. In one moment, the chains weren't even a foot long, and in the next, they stretched outward for hundreds of meters. With a single snap of Ryu's wrists, the twin chains lashed out, a chain of blue for Moshi and a chain of red for Thephine. Both reacted quickly, throwing away their broken weapons and replacing them with new, albeit weaker, ones. However, it didn't seem to matter in the least. Moshi found himself surrounded by a tornado of chains. The cold chi was suddenly so overwhelming that his usually fast reactions and movements slowed, causing his limbs to be entrapped in a single move. Thephine fared even worse, the strong red chain oppressing his strength with an arrogance that towered over him. In just a single exchange, both found themselves trapped, surrounded by chains. Despair colored their gazes when Ryu pulled. The chains squeezed in from all sides, the bones creaking before shattering after barely a moment of resistance. Their exposed heads expanded and then imploded, their efforts becoming entirely futile. Ryu ripped his chains away, a cyclone of blue and red surrounding him from all sides. He stood arrogantly in his skies, his bloodlust not having been tempered down by even the smallest measure. Chapter 659 Crushed. The whipping and clanging sounds of Ryu's chains grated on the ears. In just a few exchanges, he had slaughtered 2 top 10 individuals of the air rankings with an ease that sent an eerie feeling creeping up their spines. The spinning chains in Ryu's hands suddenly lashed out. Every time it landed on a body, it imploded into a rain of ash or ice shards. The youths didn't stand a single chance beneath Ryu's assault, nor did he lend them any sort of mercy. Whether it was members of Elena's entourage or Galco's, they suffered just the same. Any one of them that aimed for his life received the same treatment, their cries of despair ringing throughout the skies. How dare you! Cleo couldn't stand to watch any longer. Some of the little girls Ryu had just slaughtered were ones she had been diligently guiding for the last several days. Watching them all fall one by one like this filled her with a fury that dwarfed even what she felt toward Ryu taking advantage of Elena. Cleo shot forward. When it came to those whose cultivations recovered the fastest, she was only a step slower than Elena and Galco's. But, when it came to battle prowess, she who was practically set to become a queen in the future, wasn't lacking in any respects. Even though heaven's punishment could suppress their cultivation, what it couldn't do was erase their combat experience. Taking advantage of kids that were barely in their late teens was something Cleo felt endlessly disgusted toward Ryu for doing, clearly having no idea that even compared to these kids, Ryu had been cultivating for a far shorter time. However, since when did Ryu care to explain himself to anyone? The instant he sensed Cleo appearing near him, his chains lashed out once again. Twin fans appeared in Cleo's hands, one covered in a bright gold sun, and the other dancing with the silver hues of a shining moon. Her gown fluttered in the air, her silver hair dancing about like a raging river. It lengthened in the air as her spiritual chi rose, and with just a single whip of his wrist, the moon fan slapped Ryu's chains out of the way. The sun fan snapped close, piercing out toward Ryu's forehead. Its moment was no less than that of a raging flood dragon. One would have thought that she had sliced out with a spear rather than the fan she had used. Her rage seemed to fuel her strength, her delicate arms producing a power that towered over anything manifested on this battlefield just yet. Ryu released his chains, allowing them to burst into a flutter of raining sparks of fire. His palm reached out in the space between himself and Cleo, his claws suddenly pinching downward. An explosion of air resounded through the skies. An invisible attack suddenly became tangible, an illusory flame trying its best to burn Ryu's arm to ash. Cleo's face twisted into a sneer. Her flames were among the most powerful in the martial god clan, and the twin fans in her hands were actually a half-step to the ancestral grade. To try and take such an attack, even if it was just a probe, with your bare hands was just asking for death. However, the result was completely out of her expectations. The illusory golden flame danced up Ryu's claw and arm. However, just as it was about to reach his shoulder and engulf the rest of his body, Ryu suddenly squeezed down. Bang! The piercing attack shattered between 3 of Ryu's claws, the illusory flame vanishing along with it. Cleo's pupils constricted, but Ryu had already vanished in a streak of lightning. To Cleo's horror, a divine mark had appeared right before her. Yet she hadn't even been able to sense it until Ryu disappeared. As quickly as she could, Cleo opened her moon fan to its largest degree, waving her arm about. Thick lines of silver chi followed her movement, forming a 5-sided star before her in the blink of an eye. Bang! Her defenses had hardly formed when it suddenly shattered. Ryu's fist plowed through it as though it was no different from a thin pane of glass, an oppressive aura bearing down that forced her to retreat several hundred meters. However, despite how explosively she had surged backward, she felt an air pressure collide with her chest. Her ribcage cracked and snapped, her torso curving into an arc and a splatter of blood flooding out from her mouth and nose. Ryu indifferently stepped forward to pursue, but his pathway was suddenly pressed down upon by Ulmer of the Ignis clan and the youth of the Viridi clan. Seeing 2 traitors appear before him like this, a billowing steam flew from the sides of Ryu's mouth, sparking with both flames and lightning. He seemed no different from a beast suppressing a chest of fury, his scales dancing with life as heavenly patterns coursed throughout them almost as though they had minds of their own. Ryu's spiritual chi sword, dwarfing the small tides Cleo had just caused. The difference was so striking that it threw her into the depths of despair. She could only sigh a breath of relief when she realized that the target wasn't herself. A massive grimoire appeared above Ryu's head, a gathering of elemental energies swirling about with all sorts of colors. To Ryu's ephemeral tapestry, it was a sight as beautiful as the heavens. However, to others it was an oppressive showing that threatened to shatter their hearts. Ryu pressed 2 fingers together on both his hands, drawing an arc with one and a straight line that divided the skies with the other. A bow of raging sapphire lightning formed, its might causing the clouds above to rumble, only being held back by the presence of the heaven's punishment. There was something especially divine about Ryu's lightning. Facing it, Ulmer felt as though all his lightning affinity had vanished in an instant. Everything he had been proud of came crumbling down, his Tao threatening to shatter. It was at this moment, standing a thinnest line away from death, that Ulmer finally understood how it was his clansman had lost his will before Ryu. Ryu's fingers released. Shoo! Despair colored Ulmer's face. He couldn't mount any sort of defense, his soul having already fled his body long ago. He lost consciousness even before Ryu's arrow of lightning reached him, saving him from the horror of feeling his body implode from the inside out. But maybe what would have hurt him all the more was the fact Ryu didn't even care enough to see his death through, having already turned his gaze toward the Viridi youth. The pages of the grimoire flipped wildly, a volatile wind chi forming. The Viridi clan member's expression warped to an extreme. The instant he saw what happened to Ulmer, he retreated explosively, realizing that he was in over his head. He had thought he stood a chance after he recovered to the divine vessel realm, but he understood now that he was nothing more than a fool. Unfortunately, that hardly mattered. A surging blade chi rose out from Ryu's body. For the first time, they understood that the fist was nowhere near Ryu's specialty. For them, he simply didn't need to bring out his weapon. A golden-green wind chi wrapped about the blade chi, their towering inheritances fusing into one before they completely vanished. The air continued to tremble, but it was as though all the effort Ryu had put in before amounted to nothing. However, it was then the Viridi clan member stopped retreating, bitterness evident in his eyes as his body fell into two halves. It didn't disappear. It was just too thin to see. A manic roar shook the skies as Auther blazed a trail toward Ryu. As though Ryu had already anticipated this, his grimoire flipped its pages again, towering pillars of flames suddenly rising into the skies. Ryu's chest expanded, the scales on his throat suddenly becoming separated by a blood-red light as the skin beneath heated up to an extreme. A deathly stillness rose within Ryu's gaze, the slits of his pupils bearing down with a menacing intent as he stared down Auther from above. It was then that a roar that completely drowned Arthur's resounded. A beam of black-red left Ryu's lips, shattering the air it came across and evaporating everything in its path. Arthur's expression arched into a sneer, his spirit body taking effect instantly as he attempted to vanish within the rising flames and appear right before Ryu. However, it was exactly because of this stupid choice that no one ever got to see his look of horror. All they heard was Arthur's screech of pain. As though a pig being slaughtered, he hollered into the skies. It was just for a brief moment and the sound disappeared just as quickly as it appeared, but it was enough to paint the picture. 3 geniuses. 3 attacks. Every time Ryu took action, he used the strongest affinity of his enemy and crushed them to a pulp. It was as though he was trying to show the world something. Before him, even the greatest geniuses were worth nothing. Right then, Galco's cultivation shattered another barrier, crossing into the path extinction realm. His aura blazed, his confidence soaring once again. However, he still didn't attack, allowing his cultivation to accelerate toward the Tao pedestal realm. Ryu's gaze fell onto him, a lofty momentum soaring from the root of his very bones. You've already lived too long. Ryu vanished. Chapter 660 Curtain. Ryu appeared before Galco's, his fist shooting outward like a streaking star. It was hard to tell when he had sent it forward, but the strength behind it was undeniable. Even before Ryu's fist landed, the land beneath his feet had split and the clouds above rippled. The rolling air currents around it were so violent that it looked as though Ryu was punching through the ground despite the fact his attack was nowhere near it. Galco's expression was weighed down by his own solemnity. His earth inheritance surged, his feet anchoring themselves to the ground and gravity of the surroundings multiplying several times over. The space around Ryu's fist bent and twisted as the air compressed. It was as though everything was beginning to weigh heavier, and yet, Ryu's attack was unmoved. Galco's made a decision in a split moment. His feet slammed heavily onto the ground, causing a pillar with ancient markings to shoot upward in Ryu's path. Without even waiting for the result, his body sunk into the ground, the fog of white gold hanging around him vanishing soon after. Bang! The pillar cracked and nearly collapsed, actually managing to withstand a punch of Ryu's for just a moment before it suddenly imploded from the inside out. It was simply too difficult to tell what sort of mysterious force Ryu had used to accomplish this. Seeing that Galco's had vanished, Ryu's gaze lit up, a furious light hidden within their depths. He still didn't dare to use his heavenly pupil's higher-level abilities with heaven's punishment still hanging overhead. But that didn't mean that he would simply allow this to happen. Ryu's foot rose into the air for just a brief moment before slamming down. Whistling winds followed the arc of Ryu's foot, the harsh sound grating on the ears before it suddenly and forcefully crashed into the ground below. Bang! 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 The earth rose like an ocean's tide, large blocks of stone rippling outward in a wave. However, Galco's was absolutely nowhere to be found. It was as though he had truly become one with the earth, simulating the ability of a spirit body through other means. And yet, Ryu seemed unmoved by this realization. At that moment, the members of the Necromancy Guild couldn't help but stand up along with the lightning sprites, shock evident on their faces. They had never sensed such pure death chi in their lives. It was completely beyond anything they had ever experienced. But the result was even more shocking than anything they could have anticipated. Summoning Corpse World. At that moment, large numbers of higher skeleton warriors began to appear one after another. At first it was just a handful, but it quickly ballooned to dozens, then hundreds, until eventually there were thousands, each radiating an aura at the peak of the path extinction realm, far beyond anything those present had managed to recover to. In one sweep, Ryu had gone from having the weakest cultivation to controlling an army of towering powerhouses. His arms whipped outward as though he was flicking his robes, his fingers stretching out like a puppet master ushering in the dawn of a world. He dictated the finest details of bone manipulation. Bang, 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 bang. One after another, the skeleton warriors imploded, forming tall, piercing pillars of bone that dove into the ground and formed a spherical cage, of which only half was visible above ground. It was only at that moment that those watching understood that Ryu hadn't destroyed the ground for the sake of finding Galcos. Rather, he had destroyed the ground so that his bone cage would be able to root itself with greater ease. Ryu's arms rose. Rise! In that moment, the bone cage tore up the earth, taking with it hundreds of meters of stone and rock. Everyone was so shocked by what had happened that they didn't even register when Ryu had appeared outside of the sphere, standing in the skies with a dark abyss the shape of a crater beneath him. His hand stretched outward with a nonchalance that stopped the heart. They had no way of knowing what Ryu planned to do next, but their throats constricted, fear taking hold of their very souls. No! Cleo, who was still nursing her rib injury, shouted out despite the pain. Her strength burst through the middle levels of the path extinction realm, soaring through the higher levels and quickly approaching the peak. The more time passed, the weaker the heaven's punishment seemed to become. And yet, as though her voice was a cue, Ryu's palm lightly pressed on an arm of the bone cage. It shot through the air, falling toward what remained of their entourage. Once again, Ryu vanished. This time, however, he had appeared before Elena, his back facing her. Having been silent this entire time, Elena's gaze was blocked from what happened. She realized at that moment, though, that Ryu's frame was much fuller than it ever had been. That frail man she had known was nowhere to be seen, replaced by one with the strength to fill out his broad back and shoulders. Ryu's pristine white hair gently danced in the wind, his face the picture of indifference. Don't you dare! The voice came from outside heaven's punishment, the barriers having finally weakened just enough to allow voices to permeate. The momentum of the sound was undeniable, even somewhat faintly suppressing Ryu's own despite being more than halved by the heaven's punishment. Ryu didn't even need to look to know that it was King Adonis. However, his head turned in that direction anyway. For the second time since this event started, Ryu's gaze locked with this peak world sea realm expert. This time, though, he didn't look away. A silence hung over, the strength of a king threatening to press Ryu down to the ground as the heaven's punishment rapidly weakened. By this point, the world sea realm experts had come out of their small pocket dimension. There were only a few dozen of them, making them a minority amongst the thousands that had come. And yet, if it wasn't for the battle occurring right this moment, there was no doubt that they would be the absolute center of attention. The spherical bone cage continued to glide through the air slowly, its oppression crashing down toward the youths below. There was no doubt if Ryu's plan succeeded, there would likely be no geniuses of the martial gods left. The world sea realm experts of the martial gods stood in the skies as a unit, their lofty auras advancing and receding with their breaths. It was clear that they would take action the moment the heaven's punishment completely vanished. However, not one of them could have expected what they heard next. Who the hell are you to command me? Warped corpse explosion. In that moment, it was as though the world had lost all of its sound. Swirling dark phoenix patterns danced on the surface of the spherical cage, all the wind in the surroundings suddenly surging toward it in the blink of an eye as though a violent vacuum had formed. The cage warped and twisted, pressing in on itself until it shrunk to less than a tenth of its original size. And then, it imploded. A pillar of darkness connected the earth to the skies. The sound was far too great to register, a high-pitched whining sound replacing the hearing of even the cosmic seed realm experts. It rapidly expanded, covering the whole of the battlefield. Whatever tragic screams there had been were completely drowned out. It was the cruelest sort of end. Their bodies were eviscerated, their souls destroyed, and their deaths becoming nothing more than a blip. Just when the explosion was about to reach Ryu and Elena, the former reached out a hand. Divine chaotic annihilation appeared, melding into the darkness without a sound. All the debris, chi and residual impact that tried to cross its defenses were directly destroyed, leaving Ryu suffering nothing more than a fluttering robe and hair. Slowly, the pillar receded, revealing the fathomless depths of an abyss. Whatever remained of the Viridi clan castle had been obliterated, leaving nothing more than a hole in the earth. It was said that destroying the signboard of a clan or sect was among the most humiliating things you could put it through. But what could you say about destroying the entirety of their land? Ryu's gaze shifted, landing on Tybalt. Surprisingly, this man had managed to remain unscathed. Ryu only spared him a glance, though before he turned toward the center, his hand grasping outward. A soul shot out and landed in Ryu's palm. From a single look, one could tell that it was what remained of Cleo, who hadn't managed to reach the Tao pedestal realm in time to have a chance at surviving. I'm not sure if she's your friend or not. Ryu looked back toward Elena and spoke lightly. If she is, you can probably still save her since she is in her prime. Elena took hold of Cleo's soul without a word, silently gazing downward. Ryu turned his gaze back toward the center. It narrowed as he noticed Galco's charred body. Unlike Cleo, it seemed that Galco's had managed to break through in time and was actually playing dead now that he was so severely injured. No amount of cultivation recovery would help him defeat Ryu now, and he had already used too much of his vital chi earlier when Ryu shattered his skull several times. Ryu reached out 2 fingers, a spark of lightning sparking between them before an arrow of violet shot out. It was right then that an audible crack resounded. The heavens' punishment curtain had fallen. Chapter 661 Backer. The instant the barrier shattered, Ryu knew that his attack would fail. Even though he had used his absolute fastest attack speed, when comparing himself to a World Sea Realm expert, the gap was simply too enormous. It didn't matter that they were several tens of kilometers away while Ryu was a mere few hundred meters from Galco's burnt-up body. In a flash, Ryu's lightning arrow was extinguished and he didn't even bother to launch a second attack. He stood calmly as though none of what was happening had anything to do with him. Rather, his gaze just shifted toward a particular direction, landing on the World Sea Realm expert who had acted on Galco's behalf. The World Sea Realm expert in question, a man with flowing white hair that had nothing to do with his age, raised his brows when he saw Ryu's gaze. He found it hard to believe that an immortal Ring Realm brat could actually tell which of them had made a move just now. But it hardly mattered. Right at that moment the powerful auras descended. One after another they crashed into Ryu, their goals clearer than day. Not only did they solidify the space in the surroundings even more than they already had, but they had ensured that every action of Ryu's was within their control and scope. The martial gods weren't fools, nor did they believe that Ryu would actually be so insanely moronic to provoke them without backing. With all the powerhouses of the martial world currently present, it was even possible that Ryu's backer was already here. The World Sea Realm experts all looked around, measuring the intent of those around them. None of them wanted to be the man who got stabbed in the back to spark this battle. For the first time, the martial gods felt that it might have been a mistake to invite everyone to witness their glory. Not only had their geniuses been humiliated by a man who was clearly not one of their own, but now they could very well end up in a battle when they had only come here today to spectate the rise of a new king and queen. Surprisingly, the first of the World Sea Realm experts to move was Queen Athelina. However, her destination wasn't Ryu and Elena at all, but rather her 2 daughters. This action sent the World Sea Realm experts through a whirlwind of emotions before they finally settled down. Clearly, Queen Athelina didn't want her daughters getting swept up into this mess. She also didn't really care about the emotions of the others. Seeing that Icemine and Xenovi were still at a head with each other, though, Athelina could only sigh and shake her head. Author's note. Called Icemine's mother Solo Ray earlier. This was a mistake. Her name is Athelina. Don't look at me like that, Mom. I just saved her life and she's still not grateful. Icemine snorted. You saved whose life? I wasn't planning on charging anyway. And he's lucky I didn't. Lucky. Icemine snorted again. He's right there, your cultivation is higher than his by an entire realm and they all want nothing more than to kill him. Go prove that he's lucky. Oh ho ho, I get it. So you actually want to defend him. Why, 'cause he's your first time. You'll probably be really sad when he dies then, right?
Sad?
Sure. I'll be sad that I didn't get the chance to kill him myself. Genevieve burst out into a fit of laughter. You're jealous that he's chasing after Queen Elena? Couldn't you have a little bit more backbone than this? I'm ashamed to be your sister. Instead of being jealous, why don't you go find a better man? A better man, huh? I will find one better than him one day, but I can't say the same for you. If you manage to find one even half as good as him, I'll call you Big Sis for a lifetime and wash your feet whenever you want me to. Icemine sneered, watching the once silent atmosphere be taken over by two bickering little girls. Black lines formed on the foreheads of all the world's sea realm experts. It was clear that Icemine and Genevieve didn't fear their retaliation at all because they had a total of 3 king-level characters on their side. However, what once was a tense situation was most definitely derailed by these two entitled little girls. It was to the point where Elsa couldn't stop laughing. She rolled about in the incubator without a hint of the modesty a woman of her stature should have. Seeing her act like this, Ryu couldn't help but smile lightly. Seeing Ryu react this way, many thought that he was amused by Icemine's words or maybe feeling cocky toward her praise. Not many understood that Ryu wasn't paying attention to them at all and was rather in his own world. It was then that everyone seemed to realize that despite the coercion of several World Sea Realm experts, Ryu hadn't moved a single inch. In fact, as though he didn't need it anymore, he allowed his scales and horns to recede, leaving him the perfect image of a handsome young man, albeit shirtless and wearing torn pants. King Adonis appeared in the skies well above Ryu, having lost his patience. He looked down like a lofty god on high, but that was when Ryu took a step into the skies, reaching the same height as King Adonis despite the several auras locked onto him. His meaning was clear. Ryu didn't like anyone looking down on him. He had accepted it previously for the sake of seeing Elena, but now he felt no need to do so. Seeing such actions, King Adonis' gaze narrowed. Now he was even more certain that Ryu had a backer. If Ryu was the disciple of some reclusive sky god, what would they do? Your backer, call them forth, King Adonis said slowly. Ryu remained silent for a long while. He didn't seem to respect King Adonis enough to rush himself into an answer. The World Sea Realm experts went on high alert, their senses constantly sweeping the surroundings. Those that were martial gods remained relaxed, all feeling that this was just an extra nice show to watch. But it was exactly then that something that caught even Ryu off guard happened. Daddy! Someone is bullying my husband. Elsa appeared on Ryu's shoulder. King Cultus nearly coughed up blood. Chapter 662 Daddy. King Cultus, who had been ready and waiting to watch a great show, didn't expect to suddenly be thrust into the middle of a storm like this by a daughter he could only say was far too mischievous. He could have never expected that the first meeting he would have with his daughter in nearly a billion years would end up like this. At that moment, the instant Elsa appeared, the World Sea Realm experts and the powerful powers below suddenly rushed out, every one of them ensuring that there were no fairies to their backs. It could only be said that Elsa's appearance hadn't just changed the situation a little bit. If there was any power that could really threaten the martial gods, it was an entire plane of beings. There were large numbers of fairies from all sorts of clans below, and though the cultist king was just one of the 3 leading heads of their race, there was no denying that his actions held a lot of sway. That was why, instead of reacting like the others, King Fishia and King Kabus had no choice but to stay by King Cultus' side. The truth was that they made this choice because the 3 had always had a great relationship. In fact, King Cultus was married to King Quibus' little sister. How could they not be great friends? Let alone friends, they were family. As for King Fishia, he too was close with King Cultus. The 3 men had grown up together from a very young age, and the fairy race had always been advocates of pacifism. It was very rare for members of their race to hold grudges against one another. This choice the 2 kings were forced into making, though, only made the situation more tense. Their remaining by King Cultus' side made it seem like they were all in this together. Dawn. It seems like you've gotten us into some trouble this time, King Fishia said with a bitter smile. My little niece is actually still so mischievous. King Kabus smiled just as bitterly. Still, no smile was more bitter than King Cultus' own. They were no fools. They already realized that there was no explaining these matters. No matter what, King Cultus couldn't allow anything to happen to Ryu if for nothing else than his daughter's life and safety. If the connection between Ailsa and Ryu had been cut like they originally planned, then Ryu's life and death wouldn't impact Ailsa in the slightest. However, since they had failed to tag Ryu's location back then, they were obviously still life partners. As a result, the best-case scenario if Ryu died right now was Ailsa being crippled. In the worst case, she would directly die. The moment Ailsa had appeared, it was as though she had checkmated her father. And, judging by Ryu's reaction, he hadn't expected her to do this either. None of the three kings didn't believe that Ailsa didn't know what she was doing. She was just like her late elder brother and completely dissatisfied with the extreme pacifism of the fairy race. They had chosen inaction time and time again, crisis after crisis after crisis. Since reasoning didn't work, why not force their hand? Even though Ailsa knew that such measures wouldn't stick or last, she still chose this route to make her stance clear. By forcing the fairy race and the martial gods to be at odds, maybe she could at least wake up a few people. Seeing her sitting proudly on Ryu's shoulder like that, King Cultus knew that he had lost this round, and handily at that. King Cultus, what is the meaning of this? Seeing the situation, King Adonis truly didn't dare to take actions on Ryu arbitrarily. This might be an even worse situation than if Ryu had a reclusive sky god backing him. One sky god might still be manageable without calling out their true powerhouses. However, the entire ethereal plane wasn't something they were ready to face just yet. However, as ugly as King Adonis' face was currently, the charred Galcos who had begun to receive treatment was so infuriated he coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. He had seen this supposed fiancée of his in his youth, and he obviously recognized her despite how long it had been. To think he had actually called out father-in-law in the face of so many people, only for things to end up this way. If he was already infuriated before, right this moment he wouldn't care even if the world itself was burnt to ash. King Cultus cleared his throat a bit awkwardly. About this, Adonis, you see my daughter likes to play practical jokes. King Cultus, please don't insult our intelligence. Just tell me very clearly, will you allow us to take him away, or will you not? King Cultus opened his mouth to speak before he sighed deeply, shaking his head. How could he allow them to take Ryu away? Firstly, Ryu needed to be present for the separation ceremony to take place. And, secondly, he had to guarantee Ryu's safety until his daughter was free. King Cultus couldn't help but look up and lock gazes with this son-in-law of his. He had to admit that Ryu was truly excellent. This day alone had made that as clear as a blue sky. But there isn't an ounce of respect in his eyes when he looks at me. I'm a fairy king, damn it. Even sky gods would give me my due respect. This boy is truly too arrogant.
No.
I cannot let you take him away, King Cultus finally said. I see. Then the fairy race will stand on our opposing side from this day forward. Just as King Cultus was about to respond, Ailsa suddenly grinned. Little Ryu, do it now. Her voice cut through her father's response, clearly done on purpose. When Ryu realized what she meant, he couldn't help but think that his wife was truly too evil. He had to remember never to get on her bad side. All right, Ryu said lightly. Bang! At that moment, it felt as though another heaven's punishment was about to descend. A violent swirling of fate trickling throughout the air. Ryu's heavenly pupils were about to break through to the cosmic realms. This would truly be a day the martial gods never forgot. Chapter 663 Fate. The pupils of all the world sea realm experts constricted at once. For the first time in a long while, they all felt like leaves blowing in the wind, their individual strength and power suddenly meaning absolutely nothing in the face of the volatile cyclone of faith. The momentum of this breakthrough was completely unlike the last. Breaking into the immortal realms had made an entire small realm come to a grinding halt. But, this time, the entirety of a large world was frozen in place. Whether it was the weakest mortal all the way up to the strongest sky god, as long as they were in the shrine world, they were no longer able to move. Ryu stood silently amidst it all, his hair fluttering wildly. His pupils were like two shimmering moons, making it impossible for anyone to meet his gaze. At that moment, the skies vanished. The trillions of life forms on the shrine world all looked up, finding themselves in the depths of space. As though the world itself was moving, the images of the stars began to shift. At first it was a slow crawl, but it quickly accelerated until it felt like the entire sky was filled with images of falling stars. The whirlwind of colors was difficult to process, and it abruptly came to a stop before they could understand just what was happening. Right then, everyone saw a different sight. However, there was no doubt that they were all staring at an individual star. They came in all sorts of shapes, sizes, and brightnesses, but what was the same was the connection they all felt to this star. Having come to a shocking realization, the people of the shrine world subconsciously understood that they were gazing upon their fate stars, a realization that shook them all to their cores. The fate star represented everything about their lives. From the talent they would be born with all the way up until the day they would die. It showed everyone they had a connection with, had lost connection with, or would form connections with in the future. It was the hallmark of everything that represented themselves, had represented themselves, or would represent themselves. To gaze upon such a sight and so completely out of their expectations, this day was most definitely one that would never be forgotten by the people of the shrine world. For the powerhouses of the martial world as a whole, though, they felt a fear take hold of them. It had to be remembered that it wasn't just the people of the shrine world present on this day. It could be said that every power was represented today. The individuals here could decide the fate of their martial world as a whole, and even if they weren't the absolute powerhouses, within 1 trillion years they would be. Though this trillion sounded like a ridiculously long time, to cultivators of their caliber and talent, it represented just the beginning of their journey to the peak of Tao. And yet, they were all being forced to gaze upon their fates just like everyone else. Compared to the mortals, they were especially sensitive about this. Fate wasn't an exact science, and something as simple as knowing what would happen could alter a course of events for the better, and most often, for the far worse. For experts like them, the consequences of knowing was far worse. Their futures could still change, but if they found out the expected date of their deaths now, their Daos could directly collapse. As a cultivator, what mattered most was your confidence and belief in yourself. Cultivating was ultimately an act of defiance, and to ignore the status quo was to fight against it and have the courage to do so. If you lacked the courage, you had already failed from the very beginning. The good news was that most cultivators were not equipped to analyze and understand their fate stars. There were very few professionals capable of doing such a thing, and most were of recluse clans and sects that never saw the light of day. The only other way was to have the mysteries of heaven and earth pupils, but as far as they were aware, that pair of eyes hadn't appeared for countless trillions of years until it popped up just under 1 billion years ago. For such a pair of heavenly pupils, since it had appeared once so recently, it was highly unlikely that it would appear again anytime soon. But it was exactly this line of reasoning that snapped the experts awake. This change, they all wanted to look toward Ryu, but their gazes were all locked onto their fate stars. Still, that didn't stop their hearts from beating wildly out of their chests. Heavenly pupils. The only thing that could cause this was a breakthrough in one's heavenly pupils. This Ryu actually had a pair of heavenly pupils. The realization shook them all to their cores. The worst part of this understanding was that from start to finish, Ryu hadn't used any abilities of his heavenly pupils. Had he, they would have most definitely realized. The only explanation for this was either that the abilities of his heavenly pupils weren't tangible, or he hadn't used them at all. When weighing the abilities of most heavenly pupils, and then comparing them to the number that would be intangible, they suddenly came to understand that even while destroying the geniuses of the martial gods, Ryu still hadn't gone all out. Ryu, though, didn't seem to be paying attention to the thoughts of others. He looked into the skies, his expression indifferent. He could see his fate star, and it was just as bright as usual. It hadn't changed a single bit since his last life, still destined to shine brightly only to meet an early end. But, unlike how he had been in the past, Ryu was unmoved by it all. It was then that his still fate star suddenly began to spin. To the horror of the experts all around, the fate of the martial world was shifting. Chapter 664 Playing Field. At that moment, it felt as though all of the martial gods' delicately structured plans were being torn down one after another. Ryu, who could see the full scope of everything that was happening for the first time, felt that his life partner was truly too amazing. Elsa couldn't have picked a more perfect time. The martial gods had just been thoroughly humiliated by Ryu and Ryu alone. Not just this, but they were under the current observation of everyone who could be considered to control the fate of the martial world as a whole. It could be said that this event alone was enough to cause a swelling of fate for Ryu and the Awoken Moon sect he represented as their throne. Though Ryu couldn't be certain of how the Awoken Moon sect was doing now, what he was sure of was that they were both still in existence and surviving. Ryu's help had most definitely aided them in birthing several powerful talents in recent years. Still, these matters were just the tip of the iceberg. Not only had Ryu gained, but the prestige of the martial gods had taken a hit, not only because of Ryu dealing with their geniuses, but also of exactly which genius he had dealt with. For Galcos to be able to become the chosen candidate of the martial gods to be Elsa's fiancé, there was no doubt that he was talented to an extreme. It could be said that in the last billion years, Galcos was an undisputed #1 talent of his generation. At the very least, he seemed to be the most talented male of his generation. Whether this was the reality or not didn't matter, because this was what the martial gods presented to the outside world. And even though Galco's cultivation had been suppressed, and it could be said that he wasn't used to battling under such handicaps, the ultimate truth was that he had lost thoroughly to Ryu while being the face of the martial gods. To put things simply, he wasn't some nobody. Most of the kings and queens of the martial gods had been so for billions of years already. It could be said that Galcos was the first of the younger generation since the martial gods stepped into this world to cross this barrier. Or, at the very least, he was the most high-profile with the exception of Elena herself. With all of these things laid out, it made the significance of Ryu's blow to the martial gods all the more obvious. And it was a devastating one. However, even then, Elsa still hadn't felt that it was enough. Rather than having Ryu break through right then, Elsa still chose to lie in wait. When the heavens' punishment vanished, the World Sea Realm experts all came boring down. Yet, not only had Ryu not bowed down to their demands, he had even stepped into the sky to stand level with a World Sea Realm expert. It was then that Elsa came out and dragged the fairies into this mess, shaking up the situation once more. Then, Ryu became not only a talent, but a talent with a fairy princess as his life partner in addition to a talent that the fairies had no choice but to protect. In that instant, Ryu had not only become a genius who would shake the world in the future, but he had become a genius capable of stirring the martial world into all-out war right this moment. The weights of these two matters were vastly different. Choosing this perfect moment, Elsa pushed Ryu into action, stirring the latent high-quality chi that had laid dormant within him ever since Elsa initially stopped his breakthrough. Ryu rocketed through the final thin paper layer. As the ultimate cherry on top, this breakthrough had shaken the World Sea Realm experts into making a sudden realization. Ryu had heavenly pupils. When it came to those of rare talents, those with heavenly pupils were the peak of the peak. The number of geniuses in the whole martial world, which encompassed trillions of worlds with at least billions of people, that could have the luck to be born with such a pair of eyes, could be counted on a single hand. And the result was devastating for the martial gods. Ryu could suddenly see it all. He could see all the delicate cobwebs of fate that connected the stars in the skies, how each pull could cause a butterfly effect that could change everything, and exactly how the martial gods had used this to twist and mold the martial world into their image. He could see the fate that had been displaced to the Holy Wing clan that allowed them to birth so many saintesses in such a short time. He saw the fate diverted to the Viridi clan that allowed them to birth a genius with the heavenly wind pupils. He could see that barren land of fate that should have been for his Tatsuya clan, the lack of fate that led his Ice Phoenix and Fire Phoenix clans to fail in having a generation awaken their ice and rebirth flames, and even the shackles around his Qilin clan that prevented his grandfather from ever passing the trials of the Tribulation Shrine. Every tangled-up web was laid before Ryu, and he watched as they all began to collapse, pushing and pulling against one another with his own fate star as the very center. Ryu knew exactly what was happening. The fate that was lopsided now wouldn't go back to where it was originally meant to be. Even though this fate was rightly that of his clans, fate that they had shed blood, sweat and tears over countless epochs to accumulate, Ryu knew that this breakthrough of his wasn't enough to change things to be back the way they were. And even if by some miracle it could, his clans no longer existed. With only himself maintaining it all, it would only be a matter of a few million years before this fate dispersed once again and clans and sects began to rise and fall as they fought over it. However, what this would do was reset things. No matter the clan or sect, they would all suddenly be on an even playing field. In truth, even in this case, the martial gods would have a great advantage. They had so many more people and already had a stranglehold on most of the martial world. But, so what? An even playing field? He, Ryu Tatsuya, wouldn't be afraid even if the odds were stacked against him. An even playing field should be the nightmare of the martial gods. All of this fate that was rightfully his to begin with, fate the lack of which had caused the deaths of his beloved grandparents? He would take it all back. Bang! The web of fate shattered, the enigmatic energy suddenly spreading out evenly over the whole of the martial world. In that moment, Ryu heard a faint voice calling out to him. A voice that had been buried beneath the bundle of fate ties. Ryu's pupils constricted into pinholes. My spiritual foundation? Chapter 665 I hope. Ryu's heart shook. Was it his spiritual foundation? He wasn't sure. All he knew was that this feeling he was experiencing now was identical to what he felt when he reconnected with his Phoenix Sky God's spiritual foundation. He might not have even felt this way had he not experienced losing his spiritual foundation once. But what didn't make sense about this was the fact Ryu should have had a spiritual foundation. It was just that it was a false one. A false spiritual foundation didn't equate to an empty dantian. Rather, a false spiritual foundation was simply one that failed to awaken, nothing more, nothing less. When Ryu passed the trial of the Phoenix Sky God, his false spiritual foundation was replaced. This was all to say that if this really was Ryu's spiritual foundation, then wouldn't that mean he had not too attached to himself? But 3. His false spiritual foundation, his Phoenix spiritual foundation, and this mysterious one? What was going on? Despite being confused, Ryu subconsciously reached toward it, feeling it calling to him. But he had hardly begun when his body froze, his frame shuddering. Ryu's inner organs suddenly ruptured and his body curved out his control. A violent spasm rocked him to his core, crimson blood flying from his mouth. He hacked and wheezed, his face contorting in pain. It felt like everything from his flesh to his bone to even his supposed indestructible soul was threatening to collapse. Ryu? Elsa, who had been sitting like a proud little peacock on Ryu's shoulder all this time, suddenly flew into a panic. Without regard for anything else, she entered her full form, her palm touching Ryu's back as she scanned his body. However, Ryu couldn't seem to stop. The blood he coughed up was such a striking red that it shimmered like rubies. It didn't carry the same heaviness or darkness blood would have. It was almost as though Ryu's life's blood was constantly sparkling with a more than healthy sheen. But that made his sudden change all the more horrific. Ryu hacked for several more minutes, his body shuddering under the strain. It felt almost like he had thrown up and his body continued to dry heave, but there was nothing left in his stomach to push out. The dryness of it all hurt more than anything else, and he almost wanted to beg his body to stop. For Ryu, who was a man who had experienced all sorts of pain in his journey until now, this was the most horrific thing he had ever been through. The pain was unlike any before, and his mind was being ground down by an anvil repeatedly crashing against it. Sweat pooled down the peaks and crevices of Ryu's body. In just a few minutes, despite his southern heavenly wind, he felt like he was on his last legs. However, by this point, his gaze had turned a frightening shade of cold. No one could see it with his head bent down and his hands on his knees, but the look alone could freeze a vast ocean over. There was no fury within, no rage or anger, but it still would make one feel rooted in place, unable to move for fear of what would happen. It felt like the calm realization of something sinister, an acceptance that it was almost impossible to change, and somehow simultaneously an indifference to what these odds happened to be. Ryu simply didn't care as the pain in his body began to slowly numb. What is that supposed to be? A warning? Ryu's body trembled outside of his control as his gaze turned fiercer. Hey! Ryu's last cough came out in a half-laugh, his forearm wiping across his mouth and taking the last of the blood with it. Ryu slowly stood to his full height, his gaze looking up at the untangled mesh of fate, waiting to be claimed by those who were worthy. Elsa, who stood behind him with a worried look on her face, seemed to understand what had happened as well, but that didn't do anything to alleviate her worry. In fact, it made her more anxious before she became infuriated on Ryu's behalf. Elsa took a step forward and gazed upon Ryu's side profile, but he continued to look up into the skies. No one would be able to tell what was going on in Ryu's mind, and at the moment, even Elsa was somewhat lost as well. His body was relaxed, his heart, despite having dozens of tears in it, beat calmly, and his thoughts were blank, completely empty, as though he was thinking about nothing. There was only one thing to be grasped from his state of mind, a beacon of light within the stillness of its waters and the emptiness of its frame: confidence. Despite knowing the cause of all of this, Ryu didn't seem to be moved. Consider it completing the cycle of karma. You gave me the ability to cultivate, and I'll carry this with me. For now. Ryu's first thoughts after a long while were clear and concise. They didn't seem shrouded by helplessness or a deep foreboding. Logic would dictate that such a reckoning was coming, but Ryu took it in stride. Once the events of this day concluded and the skies returned to normal, Ryu didn't doubt that he would become the enemy of most of the martial world. But, so what? Since when were these things that moved him? For the crime of siding with the martial gods, Ryu had already decided to punish most of these people to begin with. If they stood in his way, they could be eradicated just the same. The surge of faith began to slow, the stars beginning to move once again as things began to go back to normal. The ugly expressions on the faces of the martial gods who understood what had just happened speaking much louder than words ever could. Ryu? Are you all right? Elsa asked softly. Ryu watched as the stars began to fade and the horizon of dusk slowly came into view. The Phoenix Sky God doesn't seem to want me to reclaim my original spiritual foundation, and even saw it fit to punish me for even thinking of doing so. He spoke as though he was talking about the weather. I hope for their sake that they're dead. Chapter 666, Mountain Peak. The southern heavenly wind circulated every time Ryu took a breath, but the wounds in his body didn't seem to want to heal no matter what he did. It was like a permanent mark on his body. But Ryu was hardly worried about this. With where he would be going, this state wouldn't last very long. Elsa remained silent and didn't respond to Ryu. Once the stars were about to fade completely, she entered her small form once again, finding her place on Ryu's shoulder. When the World Sea Realm experts broke free from their shackles, King Cultus had already appeared to Ryu's side, a palm landing on his shoulder. Rather than gazing toward his father-in-law, Ryu gazed at the hand on him. He really wasn't in the mood to deal with any bullshit at the moment because he felt like there was a growing tumor in the pit of his stomach. This faux concern from his supposed father-in-law, which was really just a control tactic, wasn't among the things he had patience for right now. Seeing Ryu's cold and indifferent glance toward his hand, King Cultus was inwardly infuriated. He felt that Ryu truly thought too highly of himself. It was like his hand was that of a peasant's and Ryu couldn't stand his touch for even a moment. But, thinking of his daughter and her safety, he had no choice but to swallow his grievances and force his rage down. At a moment like this, he wished his wife had come instead of him. But, Elsa's mother was sickly and hated such events to begin with, so she wasn't here to rein this brat in. King Fishia appeared before Ryu along with King Kabus. The former looked Ryu up and down, a deep frown on his face. He's injured, King Fishia said. King Cultus snorted. Let him stay injured. He still has the energy to make faces, so I'm sure he can last a few days. King Fishia's frown only deepened. He understood King Cultus wasn't exactly in the cheeriest of moods right now, but he should understand that for the king of the Fishia fairies to speak about the injuries of a junior, they obviously weren't normal injuries. In fact, by King Fishia's expertise, Ryu shouldn't even be conscious right now, let alone standing. To Ryu, That touch from King Cultus should have felt like someone had suddenly stabbed him with hundreds of long needles, each of which happened to be serrated. If he was Ryu, let alone a small glare, he might look like he wanted to bite his father-in-law's head off. However, to make matters worse, this was just the tip of the iceberg. The level of energy swirling about these wounds was unlike anything King Fishia had ever seen before, at least not in a person with such weak cultivation. The more King Fishia analyzed, the more he felt that Ryu should be dead. It had to be remembered that there were multiple factors when it came to assessing the degree of severity an injury had reached. The first was the level of damage, the second was what was damaged, and the last and maybe most important was the quality of attack that caused said damage. This final third point superseded the first two by a large margin. The higher quality the energy applied to a resulting injury, the more disastrous the consequences. Ryu's current state was like a sky god had been infuriated by him and chose to slice apart his body in the most painful way imaginable and stop just before killing him. If Ryu was to try and heal naturally from such an injury, it would take billions of years, and that was a conservative estimate. He might not even live so long because cultivating with such injuries was nothing short of a nightmare. Knowing all of this, it was no wonder that King Fishia was so stunned. Had Ryu been battling like this the whole time? No, that was impossible. So who could have possibly caused this injury? Let's go, King Cultus said, preparing to take Ryu away. King Cultus. At this moment, it wasn't just King Adonis who had a terrible expression, but most of the world's sea realm experts of the martial gods had followed suit. They all realized that trillions of years of meticulous planning had just been unwound by a single boy. How could they possibly allow him to leave so freely? Do you really think that we can allow you to leave here like this? King Adonis' voice boomed. The wave of pressure soared over, rocketing toward the three kings. There wasn't a soul he wasn't aware that the combat prowess of those in the Fishia, Cultus and Kabus clans were lacking. Although there were certain members within their clans that took combat seriously, when it came to those who followed the core texts of the clans and could become kings, they were ironically among the weakest. However, at that moment, something no one could have thought of occurred. Ryu's gaze began to glow, a fierce momentum leaving his body. In that moment, a surge of darkness took hold of the skies and directly shattered King Adonis' aura. The World Sea Realm experts were suddenly appalled. It felt like another heaven's punishment could fall at any moment. The feeling seemed to be just the same. You've been pissing me off ever since I stepped foot into this place. I don't have as much patience as others. Do you believe that I can kill you right now with a single glance? King Adonis was suddenly shaken to his core, his skin paling to an extreme and a cold sweat riding down his spine. Every cell in his body screamed danger. If Ryu did what he was going to do, whatever it was, King Adonis at that moment had no doubt that he truly would die. Silence reigned, the only light for several dozens of kilometers being the radiance of Ryu's pupils. As expected of a martial god. You're all cowards. Ryu spoke with a biting cold. Let's go. King Cultus reacted on instinct to Ryu's words, suddenly vanishing. One after another, the fairies followed suit, leaving the martial gods in a state of frozen shock. Had that just happened? But they had all felt it. They didn't know what trump card Ryu had. But if any one of them stepped forward, they would have died. On the ground, silently gazing up into the space where Ryu had just been, Elena stood in silence. From start to finish, ever since Ryu had appeared before her and stopped her movements, she hadn't moved a single step. And yet, not an ounce of harm had come to her. When he finally vanished, she turned and began to walk away, ignoring the brewing storm. This is the man you've always wanted to be, to have strength of your own and to climb that mountain peak under your own power. You never understood that I never cared if you had such things. Unfortunately, you can't live with yourself without it. I think we both know well that when it comes to that mountain peak and me, you'd choose the mountain peak every time. But that's not the man I fell in love with. Chapter 667 How Dare You? King Cultus froze, suddenly realizing that he had subconsciously followed Ryu's orders, without even thinking about it. He couldn't help but be embarrassed to an extreme. How had he, a ruler of an entire race of people, fallen victim to the words of a boy? The current location was, unsurprisingly, a space between the ethereal and real. At her current strength, even Ailsa wasn't capable of bringing Ryu here, and it most definitely took someone at the very peak of the World Sea Realm to even attempt it. That said, King Cultus also had another special reason why he was able to do this. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for someone born in the real plane to accomplish such a thing. There was a reason why Ryu could only send his mind into the crystalline jade while his body stayed in the real plane. Despite the fact that everyone seemed to be safe now, the expressions of the three kings were only growing exceedingly uglier. The previous events had happened so quickly and suddenly that they hadn't had an opportunity to truly grasp how bad the situation was until just now. The possibility of war wasn't small in the slightest. In fact, right this moment it seemed like the greatest possibility. And it was all Ryu's fault. Do you see what you've done? Unable to hold back his anger, Awespec finally snapped at his daughter. But much of the pressure fell on Ryu, causing him to frown. Ailsa, who was unable to stay in her small form upon entering the half-ethereal realm, immediately bite back like an enraged lioness. What are you doing? Can't you see that he's hurt? We get it, you're very strong. You don't need to prove it to someone a fraction of your age. King Cultus was stunned. It wasn't like he wasn't used to his daughter acting like this as she had many times before, especially when it came to matters related to her elder brother and Galco's. However, there was something that felt very different about it all when it was related to a young man she was clearly together with. It made him even more infuriated than he was before. Girl! The booming of King Cultus' voice caused what felt like the entire plane to quake. Despite the vast emptiness that they were in, despite how endless it all seemed, his words still thrummed like thunder. It was clear that the king of the cultists was thoroughly enraged at this moment. Do you think that you are still a child? Did you think that this was a nice practical joke you just pulled? You may have just condemned an entire race of people to war and strife because of your own selfishness. Oh, did I? Maybe a lot like how your pacifism has led to the deaths of countless innocent individuals. Are you aware of how many catastrophes are directly related to your inaction? How many eras have fallen and ended because the fairy race is too cowardly? King Cultus' crimson eyes seemed to grow more bloody in that moment, his momentum growing a size and his imposing demeanor crashing down. However, before it could fall, it was met by Ailsa's own momentum and the two seemed to clash and stall. There were no winds in this half-ethereal plane. However, the odd mesh of illusory and real cheese thrummed about. It was at that moment that those around realized that the princess was no longer a child. Ryu raised an eyebrow. Ailsa has entered the second stage of the Soul Ascension realm. One had to remember that the Soul Ascension realm was broken into 3 stages. One was equivalent to the Cosmic Seed realm, the second was equivalent to the World Sea realm, and the final was equivalent to the Sky God realm. When Ryu met Ailsa, she had already been at the first stage, but it seemed that her coma and the unlocking of her talent had resulted in explosive growth. On the ethereal plane, mental realm cultivation was far more important than it was on any other plane, much the same way the nether chi of the nether realm made body realm cultivation far more important than any other plane. Objectively, Ailsa's father was still far more powerful than she was, but the difference here was no longer exaggerated to the point he could directly suppress her with his momentum. In fact, it was small enough that when caught off guard, Ailsa could have such a great showing now. Stepping into the second stage of the Soul Ascension realm while being younger than 1 billion years old was far more impressive than stepping into the World Sea realm in that time. Ailsa's talent was enough to shock the fairies into silence, including her own father. So you think you've grown up now and can do as you please, huh? King Cultus' words were tinged with his emotion, his fury now even greater than it had been before. To even go so far as to match her momentum to his, what greater slap in the face could there be to a parent? I should have burned those diaries long ago. Ailsa's chest heaved when she heard these words. To actually speak of burning the final words of her elder brother so casually. Was this even the man she knew as father anymore? How dare you? She growled. How dare I? You know nothing of the history of the fairies, nothing of what it means to hold responsibility, nothing of what it means to lead. You've arbitrarily made a choice for trillions of your people because of nothing other than your own selfish emotions and somehow still believe you are in the right. How dare I? How dare you? When we return to the clan, you can forget about taking a single step out for the next 1,000,000 years. Even if I have to imprison you until the day you die, I'll do so. You have no idea what you've just done. Chapter 668 Lesson. Elsa fell into silence for a long time. It was hard to tell if this was because her father's words were so grating or if it was because she was just that infuriated. However, after several moments, her heaving chest managed to slow, her breathing becoming even. Her gaze left her father's, scanning the hundreds to thousands of fairies that had come today. Each gazed upon her with various degrees of emotion, but it was clear that there was the resounding presence of blame. To the fairies who knew peace and nothing but peace throughout the large majority of their history, to suddenly be thrust into this maelstrom was unacceptable. It felt to them, without knowing the context of what occurred with Elsa's elder brother, that their princess had selfishly thrown her people into a pit of fire to protect her life partner. This matter seemed to remind them all why it was that fairies with status never sought out their perfect matches. When blinded by love, the things a fairy with strength, power, and influence could do were simply too detrimental to the race overall, and Elsa had suddenly become a prime example. After the matters that happened truly settled in, not only did they feel an enormous unwillingness in the face of what was happening, but many even began to sprout hatred in their hearts. In truth, even if they knew the full truth behind everything, they would still feel the same way. While they might not know that this all stemmed from the former prince, what they did know was that Elsa's elder brother was also guilty of finding his life partner, and that ultimately led to his death as well. Seeing such gazes, Elsa's own fiery irises dimmed. The disappointment she felt was immeasurable. Even her own uncles couldn't help but look at her with a slight blaming light in their eyes. For a moment, it felt like everything was coming crashing down around her, until, that is, she felt a hand envelop her own. "You want to go now?" Ryu asked. His words were simple, but they held a core of disregard to them. Even in the face of an entire race and 3 of their kings, he was unmoved. Elsa, who was on the verge of tears, couldn't help but giggle at Ryu's words. Wasn't he too good at pissing people off? He must have known that saying such a thing now would infuriate everyone, including her father, who had just sentenced her to 1,000,000 years of confinement. Elsa nodded. At that moment, King Cultus was so infuriated he began to laugh beside himself. His patience had already been running thin with this young man for a long time now. "Treating my words like air. Do you really think that because you're my daughter's life partner that I don't dare to do anything to you?" King Cultus' words clearly insinuated that Ryu was hiding behind Elsa, something many of those present also believed. In fact, he wasn't the only one who believed this. There were a majority among the fairies that believed that Ryu's boldness was only a product of having them as backing. This only served to infuriate them all the more. It felt like their lives were being exchanged just so that this boy could show off as he pleased. "King, I would like to say a few words." At that moment, a World Sea Realm expert from the Lightning Sprites stepped forward. "I would like to note that our clan's Lightning Divine Mark was used by this young man in battle. In the deal we made all those years ago, we lower fairy tribes would provide the Cultist clan our techniques, but it was only meant for research. These techniques falling in the hands of outsiders seems inappropriate." The World Sea Realm expert who spoke was among the foremost experts of the Lightning Sprites, a man with wild violet hair who went by Imnik. Before King Cultus could answer, another stepped forward. "I should also say that I noticed principles of our fire control techniques in his movements," a fire sprite said. "And our ice control," an ice sprite finished. King Cultus' gaze narrowed. "You've done this." Elsa was about to respond, but Ryu did so first. "And so what about it? Is it your place to speak here?" "I speak where I please. As far as I'm concerned, since the fairies want the rest of the world to fight their wars for them, the least you could do is hand out a few techniques for free." "What did you just say?" "It seems you don't really understand history, and I'm not a big fan of explaining myself. But, since you're my wife's father, I'll make an exception for once. Do you know why the fairies don't participate in existential crises anymore?" "What would you know about fairy history?" Imnik sneered. "I'm an origin grade ruin master. There's no history of this land that's ever been recorded that I don't know about. I would suggest you pipe down and drown in the embarrassment that a human can use your own signature technique better than you can. Interrupt me again, and you can forget about this history lesson I'm so graciously about to give you. Ryu looked away, not bothering with Imnik, who had become completely speechless in that time. The reason is because of the Fae. In the past, the Fae were once your rulers and could be considered real warriors. Though the third era is known as the Ancient Beast Era, it might very well have been known as the Fae Era if not for the cowardice of your people. The momentum of Ryu's words seemed to suffocate everything else. Even while frowning, the fairies couldn't help but listen. Elsa couldn't help but think that if Ryu deemed to explain himself more, there would probably be a lot of trouble he could get himself out of. But clearly he had no intention of doing so. That said, I am getting ahead of myself. After all, that's the third era. There is still the primordial era before that and the chaos era before it. Chapter 669. Worse then. The chaos era was the beginning of all things. In the time only essence, the root of all chi, existed. Despite its name, it was the era of perfect order. The only reason why it carries the moniker of chaos is because it was during this era that perfect stability faltered and order began to tend toward chaos. The collapse of essence and the formation of chi was the first catastrophe of the universe. The implosion of massive proportion created all that we see today, and the result were the first sentient beings. Creatures of legends and ancient races of untold power were the first to be born. In such a volatile era where primordial chi was the most prominent energy in the universe, only the powerful could live and breathe, while the weak wouldn't survive to see even their first birthday. It was during this era that the concept of conflict was birthed. With the introduction of sentience, such a thing was inevitable. The clashes of these powerful creatures displayed the true strength of primordial chi, and without even proper cultivation systems, these individuals became more powerful than you all can imagine. As you might imagine, the center of this conflict were the most ancient of races. The ancestral beasts ruled the real plane, the demon kings ruled the nether plane, and the Fae ruled the ethereal plane. The nether plane had far too many restrictions and tied its population too close to death. As a result, coming out of the nether plane was near impossible and might as well have been impossible. This led to the main clashing heads being between the Fae and the ancestral beasts. As for we small little humans, we couldn't even get a foothold. We were just trying to survive. We could only allow the strong to fight amongst each other. It was then that the second catastrophe struck. The first to collapse was essence, forming a world of primordial chi. What then collapsed next? Of course it was primordial chi itself. The world continued to tend toward chaos, and the uncontrolled and unsystematic cultivation of the Fae and the ancestral beasts resulted in the structure of the universe collapsing, forming tiers of chi below the primordial chi realm, which resulted in many of the energies we use to cultivate today. While in that era there was only a single chi for every path, moving forward, there were suddenly energies of all kinds forming all sorts of odd, twisting and winding ideologies, each seemingly just as valid as the last. It was this breaking up of chi into their lesser forms that resulted in the Fae, broken into just two, the Moon Fae and Sun Fae, breaking up further into all sorts of branching paths that birthed all of your fairies and your various disciplines. Unfortunately, that change also seemed to make you weak. The source of this content is freebnovel.cm. The fairies almost flared when Ryu said these words. But he continued as though he couldn't see or hear them in the slightest. He was completely unmoved by it all. If it wasn't for Ailsa's sake, he wouldn't bother to say a single word. The hallmark of the first two eras was survival. Only by being strong could you survive the violence of the volatile chis of that era. However, after the end of the primordial era, there was finally peace. Worlds began to be stable regions where the weak could finally live life without having to become strong, and fairies no longer felt the need to enter the real plane to fight wars and began to change their cultivation systems to no longer need the resources of the real plane. Unfortunately, the Fae could not do the same. Their situation was much different from that of the fairies that descended from them. After all, the Fae also have powerful bodies and needed the energies and laws of the real plane to progress. But by the time things reached a stage where the Fae were slipping into obscurity, the fairies had risen up to the powerhouses of the ethereal plane and began to push a different sort of philosophy. Of course, the Fae warned you all about the potential consequences of such a thing. while the ancestral beasts birthed lower-tier beasts, each of which was willing and able to defend the honor of their ancestors. The Fae birthed ungrateful descendants who chose not to lift a finger to aid those they came from. It was deep into this era that humans finally began to cultivate. With the less violent Qi growing in abundance, human innovation could finally shine through and a semblance of a cultivation system began to form and take root. This was the era where cultivation was truly established, where the concept of taking disorder and organizing it became the root of cultivation everywhere, the concept of taking chaos and forming order. From gaining this power, humans began to grow in strength, but the Fae and ancestral beasts were too busy fighting amongst themselves to notice. The Fae continued to warn you all about the potential consequences of losing the battle on the real plane, but you continued to not listen until the point where the Fae finally faded into obscurity and the ancestral beasts claimed the era for themselves. But how could they possibly have had a chance to win? How could the Fae ever think that their children and offspring would be less grateful than beasts? Ryu's words were biting and spoken without reserve. But he was correct. The ancestral beasts and Fae were even. However, what they both lacked in was fertility. The ancestral beasts were able to get around this problem thanks to their weaker descendants who formed troops of sovereign grade and below beasts. Their higher birth rates helped the number of beasts to far outweigh the number of Fae. Unfortunately, the fairies had completely turned away from their ancestors, choosing pacifism over everything. The direct result of this was the weakening of their ancestors and their eventual extinction. Knowing this, wasn't it obvious that they were less grateful than beasts? But what happened next only seemed to accent that truth all the more. Chapter 670 et al? The fairies, of course, still didn't understand what their mistake was. To you all, the Fae were wrong for going out to fight such battles. If they weren't so greedy for power and just stayed in the ethereal plane where no one could harm them, they wouldn't have any of these issues to deal with. Even if they became weaker, so what? In your era of pacifism, no one would harm them in the ethereal plane anyway. They would be safe. It was then that the pinnacle of the ancient beast era was reached. The beasts took hold of the real plane and became the darling of the heavens. They set the precedent for what was and all that would be. To this day, the most talented of beasts can simply sleep their way to the pinnacle of cultivation and live out lives of leisure and power. However, the ancient beast era obviously came to an end, and that was thanks to yet another catastrophe. Humans. Ryu's lip curled. This catastrophe was the first that could be coined as a sentient genocide. With the rise of the first true systematic and ordered cultivation systems, coupled with the abundance of Qi, trillions upon trillions of years of trial and error, had led to the birth of the first sky gods. The result of this was a war between the humans and beasts, a war that the ancestral beasts ultimately lost, causing the fall of the ancient beast era and the rise of the sky god era. But this is only the tip of the iceberg. The massacre of the beasts was somewhat inevitable as they had run into another roadblock: their waning bloodlines. What once was their beast trump card against the Fae became their greatest detriment. Without that ability to sustain their bloodlines, their numbers grew fewer and fewer while humans continuously grew explosively. The trouble was that we humans are a bit insatiable. After forming the Qi realm cultivation system, we felt that there was more to find. So, we performed all sorts of cruel experiments on the beasts to find out just why it was their bodies were so powerful. The resulting cultivation system was body realm cultivation. Of course, there were some who chose to simply intermarry and gain beast blood and souls in this way. But this was a path that only the most powerful could take to begin with, considering only beasts who had reached the pinnacle of their Tao could even begin to take human form. However, many more were cruel. The smile on Ryu's face only became deeper, but there was something decidedly sinister about it all. While we were getting what we wanted out of the beasts, there were of course others very much curious about the fairies. After all, you all had been their rivals for so long. There had to be something powerful about you all, right? Unfortunately, entering the ethereal plane for a human was near impossible. The difficulty was more than what it would be to simply target the ancestral beasts we already shared the real plane with. As a result, the beasts became our main focus. In that time of war, blood dyed the universe and world after world was destroyed, all for the insatiable greed of us humans. But there was one advantage the ancestral beasts had that we would never, and that was the protection of the heavens. As the heavens chosen, becoming the first sentient beings to lay claim as the most powerful race, the beasts had advantages the rest of us most definitely did not. Due to this, they were able to find a path toward survival and vanished from the universe, leaving nothing but their legends behind. Suddenly, without an enemy to target, many humans began to infight, stealing each other's secrets and massacring one another. This bloodshed led to the solidification of a singular cultivation system as the amalgamation of destroyed and ruling clans fused into one. However, this was also the time where the persistence of the human race shone through. Generations after the ancient beasts vanished, we finally figured out how to enter the ethereal plane. Initially, we only sent people there to die. After all, mental realm cultivation had only been used passively and accumulated over the years as one aged. It was impossible for us to match you all. But the power of one's soul wasn't all that mattered on the ethereal plane, and while we knew how to fight and war, you all only knew how to speak and reason. Once we snatched enough secrets to grow powerful enough souls, the fairies no longer stood a chance and began to pay a price for their years of passivism. Ryu chuckled. It's quite funny, actually. Do you know how you all got out of this situation? Much the same way there were humans who originally chose to bond and pair with beasts instead of killing them, there were humans who chose to do the same with fairies this time too. It was these individuals who helped you all fight and eventually reclaim much of your freedoms. Without the Fae to protect you all, throngs of fairies were massacred one after another and without recourse. In addition, because you all didn't back the Fae, causing them to lose their war to the beasts, you didn't have a chance at the same protection the ancestral beasts received from the heavens and could only watch as your people died. It was only a few human powerhouses capable of entering, but they alone were capable of plundering you for all you were worth. Once again, the fairies had to rely on the kindness of others to survive. And the result of that was a union blessed by the heavens. Life partners. Of course, you all don't really understand what it means to be grateful. You used this tragedy as a point of learning and took from the human cultivation system. From then on, you cultivated both soul and chi, making you capable of protecting yourselves now. However, you slighted the humans that helped you survive in the same way you slighted your own ancestors. Rather than honoring the union, there are many of you who never even attempt to seek out your life partners, especially those nobles of you who think yourselves to be too good, forgetting that it was this union that allowed you to even exist to this day. When the Sky God era collapsed because we humans flew too close to the sun while trying to learn from the nether plane, resulting in seas of corpse puppets drowning the real plane, you all sat on your high horses and didn't bother to lift a finger. When the Shrine era collapsed because of the resurgence of primordial chi, you all watched on from the sidelines as though you were enjoying a nice play. When the Blossoming era collapsed because of the nether plane's invasion on the real plane and the demons treated the descendants of your saviors the same way they had saved you from being treated, you all sat on your asses and did fuck all. When the Pedestal era collapsed because mental realm masters stealing secrets of your ethereal plane began to wreak havoc on the real plane, making people exist through life as living puppets, your fairy race tucked your sons and daughters in their soft beds, happy that it wasn't your problem. When the Golden Era collapsed, and my family was massacred to its last person, and an invasion from a completely different world happened right under all your noses, you not only did fuck all, you happily strolled into their banquet to congratulate them on your hands and knees. By the time Ryu said these words, his voice was booming, his momentum causing the half-ethereal plane to tremble even more than it had under King Cultus might. In that moment, his gaze might as well have been more crimson than any one of the Cultus clan. And now you sit here, probably thinking you've entered the so-called martial era already, when you have no idea that we're still sitting at the end of the Golden Era. The difference this time is that it won't end with a genocide or the end of a few worlds. This time, the entire universe will collapse at the altar of your inaction. Yet, even now you're blind to it all, still ignoring the warnings of your own ancestors. What a pathetic excuse for a race of people. The fairies were furious by this point, but Ryu couldn't muster up the stamina to care. Oh, you're unconvinced? Why don't you ask yourself why your three kings are World Sea Realm experts? In fact, Why don't you ask yourself the last time your race produced a sky god at all?
Chapter 671 Rang.
Ryu's words crashed into the fairies in waves. The last felt like an anvil falling atop their chests, the realization making them completely unsure and uncertain of themselves. The lack of a sky god had slowly crept up on them. It was the kind of thing they all knew subconsciously, but hadn't realized the true impact of until it was pointed out for them all so blatantly and obviously. Ryu knew exactly the kind of emotion they were feeling right now. It was the same emotion he and his family had experienced when they too realized something was wrong. The change was far too subtle to be noticed immediately, and it took time. But when one realized, it was so in your face that it was simply impossible to ignore. Back then, it was simply too subtle. Generations slowly passed as talents became scarcer and scarcer. But no one panicked because the older generation was such a solid backbone. By the time everyone realized that things were worse than any of them had thought, Ryu's grandparents had gotten old and his parents hadn't yet grown strong enough to fill in their shoes. Just like that, an empire that had existed for billions of years came crumbling down, while the dirty underbelly of the clans and sects that had been beneath them rose up, claiming what had once been theirs with impunity. And now the same thing was happening to the fairies, but their situation was even worse. Their entire plane had not a single sky god, and to make matters worse, this was the product of their own doing. Whereas the Tatsuya clan had fallen to the machinations of others, the fairies fell as a result of their own hubris. The fairies thought themselves to be so great and so excellent. They believed that they were above humans because they didn't do dirty things like fight in wars, and they had the love of nature in their hearts. They lacked sharpness, they lacked drive, they lacked gratitude, they lacked humility. Maybe Ryu was the last person to knock another for being too arrogant, but Ryu also never had any intention on relying on others like the fairies had. Everything that he gained in life, he was more than willing to scratch and claw for himself. There was no one who could say that he, Ryu Tatsuya, was ungrateful. Ryu had said multiple times that the Fae had warned the fairies that such a day would come, but he had never made clear exactly what that warning was about. Right now, the fairies were learning firsthand that the words of their ancestors shouldn't have fallen on deaf ears. The fairies were, in the crudest sense, the inferior Fae. While they could mostly only rely on few and very constrained kinds of chi, the Fae could not only wield primordial chi, but they had an entire half of the energy spectrum of the world to themselves. The fairies were essentially beasts without heaven's blessings. Because they didn't fight along with their ancestors, they didn't earn the care of the heavens. As a result, they were essentially moochers who could never get full service. When the heavens were still powerful, it was still possible for some fairies who were a bit more talented to break through that final barrier and enter the realms of the sky gods. But what do you think would happen if these same fairies allowed invaders to weaken the very heavens they relied on? The heavens above would weaken and be replaced by a new order. As the order the fairies had come to know disappeared, the fairies who had always believed in pacifism and never fought for anything they had gained in their lives would lose their strength. At the same time, the fairies, who never truly had heaven's blessing to begin with, would be the first to be abandoned. After all, if there was one race the heavens would back to make a final push to protect itself, wouldn't it be the beasts that they favored to begin with? And in such a situation, wouldn't the heavens be in the right? Once again, the fairies had turned their noses up to another helper of theirs. They sat by and watched idly as their home world was invaded by alien individuals from another world. Why wouldn't they be the first that the heavens abandoned? This was exactly what the Fae had warned the fairies about all those eras ago, yet they hadn't listened. Judging by the look of it, King Cultus had already used special means to raise his cultivation to the peak of the World Sea realm. Though he tried to hide it, such a thing couldn't escape Ryu's gaze. In fact, maybe the reason King Cultus had gone so far as to seal Ailsa to begin with was exactly because he was worried about this. No matter how much the fairies bloviated about maintaining peace and harmony, they knew deep inside that without appropriate strength, they would live miserable lives. And now, in the irony of all ironies, the clan best suited to nurturing and building up others, had no way of nurturing and building up itself. How annoying! Ryu almost spat out these words. Nothing but a waste of words and breath. If reason was enough to deal with fools like you, there wouldn't have been a need for me to waste my time here to begin with. You spend all of your days meditating on the meaning of life and refining your crafts outside of battle. You would think that in all this time you've wasted philosophizing, you would have stumbled upon something called reality a long while ago. Let's go. Ryu made a subtle movement with his hand, his other still holding onto Ailsa's own. However, this seemed to trigger a fierce reaction from King Cultus and the others. They had gone through all this trouble just to ensure that nothing happened with Ailsa. How could they possibly allow Ryu to just leave now? Do you really think I'll allow you to go anywhere? Who said it was your choice to make to begin with? Ryu replied. King Cultus had already been enraged by Ryu's previous history lesson. No one liked to have their scabs opened wide for everyone to see, and usually when one was so firmly entrenched in their beliefs, rather than words like Ryu's helping them, it would instead further entrench them in their beliefs. This was exactly why Ryu didn't normally waste his words on speaking at all. He had done that during the whole of his first life, making him grow a deeply entrenched aversion to it all. If he couldn't defeat someone, he would more likely than not walk away in silence, which is what he would have done here had it not been for Ailsa's sake. Boy, you've spoken a lot of words today. Do you think that because I've chosen to listen to you that you can do as you please? This is nothing more than the grace of my fairy race. If you would like to see what our lack of grace looks like, I would be happy to show you. Your lack of grace? I've seen and read about plenty of that already. But by your words, you seem to think that I'm some kind of pushover. Ryu took a step forward, gliding through the air. His gaze turned fiery. It was no less bright than the look he had when he forced King Adonis to not dare to take even a single step forward. Did my little nephews tell you the words I spoke back then? Ryu looked his father-in-law up and down, his oppressive might pressing down. He needed no more than a moment to tell that the answer was no. I see, the little ones probably didn't have the courage to tell you. But that is fine as well, because by now it's already too late. I warned you that if you wanted to take Ailsa from me, you'd have to find me quickly because I improve fast. Unfortunately for you, you're already late. I won't pretend like I would kill you or even think of killing you. But make no mistake, that isn't because I respect you, nor is it because I fear you. There is no one in existence that I fear, that I can promise you. I want you to know that the only reason you can stand before me with your chest puffed out and your aura so unrestrained is only because you allowed my wife to be born. Nothing about your existence is valuable to me outside of this. However, I would warn you to not test my patience, because compared to those World Sea Realm experts of the martial gods, I can kill you far easier. Ryu's words rumbled like the call of a demon, his cadence slow and his voice causing the chests of all those who heard it to vibrate along with every syllable. Ryu took another step forward. This time, the distance between himself and his father-in-law was no more than half a meter. He raised his foot again, causing King Cultus to flinch. But, by the time it lowered, Ryu and Ailsa had suddenly vanished, leaving the half-ethereal realm in nothing but complete silence. King Cultus took deep breaths, his chest heaving and dense droplets of sweat beating down his forehead. It took several moments for him to recover as he stared out blankly into the distance, seemingly not realizing that his daughter had vanished. When he finally recovered, his body trembled, his crimson gaze glowing. He unleashed a roar of unbridled rage that even rang throughout the real plane. Chapter 672 Godhood. King Cultus had never been so furious in his life. But there was little to nothing that he could do. He could tell that Ryu had just used an incredibly high-level escape treasure, one even he wasn't capable of stopping. From the very beginning, Ryu had been correct. It didn't matter what he did, he wouldn't be able to stop Ryu no matter what. Those with heavenly pupils were uniquely suited to escaping. Because of their inner worlds, they could activate treasures without even taking them out. Even if King Cultus had been ready for Ryu to disappear like this, there was still absolutely nothing he could have done about it. It felt like his face had been slapped repeatedly on this day alone, and it left him infuriated. It was an emotion he hadn't felt maybe ever in his life, and yet just today alone, he had felt at least 2 separate peaks of it. The fairies remained silent, many of them clenching their fists in silence. No one liked to be called a coward, especially not by someone they deemed to be weaker than themselves. But reality was a cruel mistress. King Fishia and Kabus sighed, looking toward one another. They too were furious. It could be said that the only reason they managed to remain level-headed was because they had no choice. How could all three kings lose their minds to fury all at once? Return, King Cultus said coldly. He turned, heading for the depths of the half-ethereal plane. His steps remained heavy as a murderous intent lit his eyes. What he and the fairies didn't know was that it wouldn't be long before they fell into a crisis brought about by their own hands. Ryu and Ailsa reappeared in a land of scorching heat. The ground was laden with crimson stones, and even the mountain peaks in the far-off distance seemed to be formed of melted and solidified obsidian. Ailsa, though, wasn't paying attention to the scenery at all. Instead, she was still looking toward Ryu's side profile, her gaze twinkling. "You see, this is why I don't like explaining myself," Ryu said half-jokingly. "I said way too much." Though Ryu said this in jest, it was true. He had accidentally let slip that he was an origin-grade ruin master, and that his family had been destroyed by the martial gods. He had clearly gotten lost in his fury, and his mouth ran faster than his brain did. He honestly wouldn't be very surprised if this caused him trouble in the future. But as of right now, he didn't care. None of it mattered. He had just seen Elena for the first time in years, and he protected Ailsa from her family. As a man, he felt quite fulfilled right now. When it came to matters with Elena, he had already decided to take things slowly. They would have trillions of years together, that he was certain of. He didn't believe that in that time, he couldn't capture her heart once again. He would start from square one and keep the strand of her soul within him locked away. Only when she truly accepted him as her husband once again would he release it. In this life, the last, and any coming lives, she would always be his wife. Anyone who tried to stand in the way of that could taste his blade. As for Ailsa, he wouldn't neglect her either. She was by his side now, and she helped him grow. Her grievances were his grievances. He wouldn't allow her to be slighted by anyone in this life, the last or any coming either. She would forever be his woman. In Ryu's mind, only these two women mattered. The others he didn't even consider, with the exception of Yana, of course. But he was still on the fence on how to deal with this relationship. He saw the current Yana as a little sister even if she refused to allow him to do so. He would allow time to dictate that. Maybe there'd come a day where he no longer felt that barrier. "You wanted to use that ability to kill them?" Ailsa suddenly said. "Why do you ask as if you don't know?" Ryu grinned. "You awakened it so early? You could say your husband is a bit talented, right?" Ailsa burst into a fit of giggles. It seemed that Ryu was becoming that mischievous little boy again. She had wondered if she would ever see him outside of his memories. "This is a good thing, your survivability will go up." "But, Ryu nodded. "I'll have to stay injured, but that's not too bad. I don't want to forget this injury too soon. It's a nice reminder for me." Ailsa shook her head. A nice reminder? He was practically half dead right now. The idea that he wanted to keep it as a memento was beyond Ailsa's understanding. But, at the same time, if Ryu didn't use that ability, Ailsa wasn't certain if she could heal him in a short time. It would at least take a few years. She didn't want Ryu to suffer for so long. But he was clearly determined. "Don't think of it that way. Think of it like a trump card I'm keeping. After all, I have to go to the Armament Guild. If I don't have something like this, it'll be too dangerous." Ailsa's watery eyes looked up toward Ryu, clearly unconvinced. Okay. How about you take this as a challenge? My entire body has been torn to shreds by the prowess of a sky god. The only reason I'm alive is because it would be counterintuitive for the Phoenix Sky God to kill me since I'm their heir. Isn't this a great opportunity for body cultivation?" Ailsa blinked, her eyes suddenly lighting up. It was indeed a very good opportunity. In fact, Ryu had been progressing so fast that her initial worries about him proceeding too smoothly could begin to shine through at any moment. After all, it had to be remembered that the reason why Ryu underwent the pain of training rather than using the incubator to make all energy easy to absorb was precisely because cultivation that was too smooth resulted in poor foundations. "All right, fine. I'll think of something." Ailsa's smile bloomed. Ryu smiled as well, feeling better now that Ailsa was also feeling better. Taking a deep breath, He looked off into the distance, his breathing becoming steadier. With a thought, he brought out Yana, who had been cooped up for too long. "Where are we?" Yana asked, looking around curiously. "It's very hot." Ryu's gaze flashed with a complicated light. "This is the first layer of the fire shrine." Fire shrine, right? Shrines appeared here on our shrine world at an unknown time and for unknown reasons. According to convention, they should have appeared near the end of the primordial era during the breakdown of primordial chi into the chi we know today. However, the first shrine wasn't found until the Shrine Era, and they didn't become prominently used until the Golden Era. In fact, it could be said that the reason the Golden Era was known as such was precisely because of the shrines. Yana blinked with curiosity, looking out into the land of fire. What are shrines, exactly? Well, simply put, they give the saint or saintess that has been acknowledged by them a fast track to forming their own godhood. When a saint or saintess is in the territory of their shrine, their strength is no weaker than anyone who has formed their godhood. Godhood! Ryu was about to respond, but Elsa stopped him. Knowing too much too early can be detrimental to your growth. You're going along fine right now, little Yana. In fact, you're progressing very fast. If you know too much about the path ahead, it could bias you. Ryu nodded and accepted Elsa's judgment. As for Yana, she readily nodded, having a deep trust in Elsa already despite their short time together. Ryu looked off into the distance. He was still too weak to gain the acknowledgement of the shrine. It wasn't about his cultivation or battle prowess, but he had to form a minor godhood for himself first before he could even attempt it. He was still too far away. But what was clear was that it might not take him as long as he believed to reach that point. The fact his pupils awakened that ability so early meant that the future potential of his eyes may be beyond that of his predecessors. He felt like the entire world had opened up to him the moment he broke through. Ryu took another deep breath, calming himself and steadying his mind. At that moment, a shimmering band of chi began to form before the three of them. Without hesitation, Ryu fell to his knees and lowered his head to the ground without the slightest hint of reluctance. "Grandfather!" The sound of Ryu's head reverberated throughout the shrine world, not caring an ounce for the pain racking his body. Chapter 673 previously. Elsa and Yana were a step late, but they subconsciously fell in step with Ryu. As far as they were concerned, this man was their grandfather too. How could they not show him proper respect? The outline of Saint Tatsuya's silhouette started off blurred, but it very quickly took forward. The passive expression of a man getting on in years was the first thing to appear. It didn't seem like Ryu's grandfather was aware of his surroundings at first, and it took him a while to regain his bearings. Unlike Grandma Qilin, who had been able to trigger her own awakening with the appearance of the legacy world, Grandpa Tatsuya's awakening was triggered by Ryu's appearance in this world. As such, he was still waking up even long after Ryu appeared. When Saint Tatsuya realized that there were three people kneeling before him, he blinked. The simple surprise in his eyes made a person want to protect him at all costs. But even that paled in comparison to the moment he recognized his grandson. His gaze lit up, a gentle smile spreading across his lips. One could practically see the warmth spreading out from his body. His deep crimson eyes exuding a gentleness that shouldn't have been possible from someone with such a violent bloodline. Saint Tatsuya had always been like this. Ryu had never seen him uncontrolled, and he always chose to show his affection in silence. Maybe the person who put in the most effort toward finding treasures to continue to extend Ryu's life was exactly this grandfather of his. He wasn't as loud as Grandpa Qilin, or as teasing as Grandma Qilin, and he often allowed Grandma Tatsuya to have her way no matter what. But he had always been a man that Ryu deeply respected and admired, even beyond his status as his grandfather. "Oh, right." Saint Tatsuya chuckled to himself, suddenly realizing that he had left them kneeling for far too long. He had gotten lost in his memories for a bit and forgot the immediate situation he was in. His hand reached forward, causing a swirl of chi to rise the three to their feet. When he saw the vertical slits of Ryu's gaze, he sighed. Clearly, Ryu had been just fine before, but his emotions had been stirred up by seeing his grandfather again. "Your temper's always been bad, little Ryu. I thought that it might have been a blessing that you never had to deal with your dragon blood, but it seems that fate likes to play its tricks." A light palm pressed against Ryu's forehead, causing his blood to recede like a tide. His crimson irises faded back to their normal silver color, his pupils rounding again. However, at the moment, Ryu just felt that it was unfortunate that he couldn't feel his grandfather's palm at all. When Ryu met his grandma Qilin, she had entered his spiritual sea, but it was clear that this situation was much different, and Saint Tatsuya couldn't control every aspect of this world like his grandmother had been able to with her legacy world. Saint Tatsuya smiled lightly, retracting his palm. He swept a gaze over Ailsa and Yana with a meaningful look in his eye, but he didn't say much. Whether it was himself, his son, or Saint Qilin, all of them had only ever had one wife. Saint Tatsuya himself was practically in a chokehold when it came to his own. As a result, he really had no advice to give his grandson in this regard. This was going to have to be a headache that Ryu figured out himself. Your grandma should have told you how things are, right? Ryu clenched his jaw lightly before relaxing and nodding. There was no need to act like this when his grandpa didn't have much time left. Good. Then I won't waste time on the unnecessary stuff. I believe that I have about 3 hours to impart what I have to you. Choose your questions carefully and don't make them too complicated. You can't embarrass me in my final hours. Seeing his grandpa Tatsuya making a joke, something he very rarely if ever did, left Ryu feeling warm. He knew well that his grandpa was stepping out of his comfort zone just to make sure that Ryu could take these matters in stride. He was a grown man, and yet he still needed his grandparents to baby him. Just what kind of man was he, exactly? Grandpa, please teach me what you know about the fire dragon's bloodline talents. Oh, not a bad choice. All right, Grandpa will guide you. The root of the fire dragon's talents all originate from the rage flame. The two women took a respectful step back, allowing the grandfather-grandson duo their final moments together. Big Sister Ailsa? Yana asked softly. You can help me get stronger too, right? Yana's gaze was locked onto Ryu's back in the distance, her deep black eyes looking like the rippling surface of a lake beneath a moonless night. Yana had lost her grandfather in this life as well. Her mother and father left too early, leaving her with only her grandpa. Of course, her grandpa died of natural causes, living out a long and fulfilling life while doting on her as often and as much as he could. But that dull pain, even after so long, had never left. It only made it worse that she felt a guilt weighing on her shoulders. She knew that her grandfather's greatest wish was to see her happily married, maybe even getting to hold more grandchildren one day, even if they would be great-grandchildren. But she had never been able to give him such a simple even after all he had done for her, all for the sake of chasing after the shadow of this man. She owed it to herself and to her grandfather to never fall too far behind Ryu's steps. And hopefully one day, she could fulfill the wish she had failed to previously. Chapter 674 How? The trickiest part about making use of your bloodline talents is that beasts fight with their bodies, but we humans love to use weapons. I can sense a familiar yet foreign inheritance within you, so I can tell that you've chosen a different path from our Tatsuya saintly weapons. Ryu opened his mouth to say something, but his grandfather's smile stopped him in his tracks. Little Ryu, I know that you have a lot on your shoulders. I know how you feel. There was a time in my life where the only thing that mattered to me was living up to the expectations of my own father. Unfortunately, I never got the chance to reach the same height he did, but I gained so much more in return. A loving wife, a loving son, an adorable little grandson. In life, we all have our own paths to take. You've always been too enamored with living up to our expectations. Even at 7 years old, you chose to lock yourself away in that stuffy library just for the sake of building yourself up into someone you thought we wanted you to be. I want you to know that no matter what you do or what you become, I'll always be proud of you. Even if you murder everyone beneath the sun, destroy the lives of countless women, and bathe the world in blood, I would still be proud of you. Isn't it my job as your grandfather to cover for you? In that moment, Ryu saw a flash of his grandfather's true self. He had never heard his grandpa Tatsuya speak such crude words, but the sentiment hit his chest like repeatedly falling hammers. No matter what mistakes he made, no matter how horrible a person he became or what atrocities he committed, his grandfather would still be on his side. It was quite funny. It was exactly this sort of thought process that made Ryu despise the young masters of the martial world so vehemently. And yet, when it was his own grandfather that said it, Ryu felt himself tremble almost uncontrollably. The fierce light in Saint Tatsuya's light looked like that of a true dragon for just a moment. He grew to something much larger than a man of 2 meters tall and became a behemoth coated in ruby scales, his heated breath scorching the earth. Live life the way you want to live it. Nothing should stop you, not a single person, not the earth, not even the skies above. That's what it means to be a dragon. In his final moments, Saint Tatsuya's aura became towering, his smile vanishing and his momentum crushing several mountains in the distance. A pride radiating deep from within his bones seemed to wash over Ryu's body, sinking into his marrow and causing his blood to thrum. Let the world feel your fury, but only when you want them to. A gust of wind whipped by, kicking up sand that blurred Ryu's vision. By the time it cleared, Saint Tatsuya had vanished, leaving nothing but a vast, empty void before Ryu. But only when you want them to. The words played in Ryu's mind again and again as the trembling of his body slowly receded. A billowing heat left Ryu's mouth, sparks of fire lighting within it like 2 stones crashing against one another. Ryu's trembling finally came to a stop, but he stood in silence for a long while. The wind grew still and all was silent. The fire shrine's chi seemed to dim as though it too was entering a state of mourning. Abruptly and without warning, Ryu roared into the skies. A cyclone of hot, scorching air propelled forward, shaking the world to its very core. It lasted for just a few moments before it all vanished. Everything returned to calm and Ryu's back stood just as straight as it had before. He looked back toward the 2 women behind him, both of whom had worried expressions on their faces. But they were stunned to see that Ryu was actually smiling lightly. Shall we go? My Tatsuya clan is probably the richest of the 4. There'll be a lot of good stuff. Elsa's gaze flickered, but she smiled in return, pulling Yana, who was practically spilling with tears, forward. Like this, the 3 walked forward together. The shrine could have practically been its own world, but Ryu was very used to it and could navigate the region with ease. In truth, a shrine should have been hostile to anyone who wasn't its saint. But, after years of experience, this time came to be known as a grace period. In addition, until the shrine was claimed by another, it would always be docile in the presence of its previous saint's direct descendant. Soon, Ryu made it through the layers of worlds and appeared in a hall. Usually, this hall was quite empty with the exception of some important drawings on the tall pillars of black-red that held it up. But currently it was filled to the brim with treasures. With relative ease, Ryu ignored it all, making a line toward the one treasure that made him pick this shrine before his grandpa Qilin and his grandma Tatsuya. Ryu appeared before a familiar large box made of an abrasive metal, neutron star core. Within it was without a doubt the complete origin flame. Compared to the other treasures here, this would most definitely rank at the very top. Ryu's muscles bulged and veins popped across his skin. A flash of scales appeared on his arms before the lid finally moved slightly. It was only after that Ryu quickly dropped his blood, allowing the rest of the mechanism to take effect and open the rest of the way. Before Ryu could react, the origin flame within shot out. Ryu couldn't even get a good look at it before it burrowed into his forehead, catching him completely off guard. Since when was this thing so eager? Ryu was about to shrug this off and take it as a blessing when his body suddenly convulsed, his mind going blank. One after another, a storm of memories and understandings resurfaced, memories that Ryu thought he had already remembered well enough. But the result was something that left him shocked into silence. Ryu! Elsa tried to call out, but Ryu remained frozen, unmoved. Ryu's mind was in another place entirely. It had returned to the Moonlight Blossom sect in the very same room he had been given after he defeated Zulfikar. He had just finished his battle with his little nephews and was in a practically half-dead state. He hung on for dear life, not wanting to die in Osiris so that he didn't lose his treasures. There was also the problem of his soul potentially being damaged. That day was the very day he lost his virginity in this life to Ailsa, and it was also the first time the two dual cultivated together. The result helped Ryu to heal and managed to help him out of Osiris without a problem. But Ailsa unfortunately fell into a coma. In a desperate attempt to save her, Ryu did everything. But in the end, he almost froze to death, the great Een of Ailsa's almost being the death of him, until that is, the mysterious white flame finally awakened. In that moment, Ryu's fire inheritances all went through a breakthrough, all of them entering the Dominion realms. So why was it that Ryu's current fire inheritances were all still at the ruler realm? How had he lost 2 steps of comprehension? Chapter 675 Impossible. Ryu stood in silence for a long while. He suddenly remembered now that it wasn't just his flames that reacted like this. His great swordstaff inheritance had weakened severely from its peak, resulting in some oddities he was facing today. On top of that, before he awakened his storm talent, his lightning inheritance had also fluctuated wildly, undergoing several breakthroughs and recessions. Ryu couldn't wrap his mind around exactly what was happening. That was, until something wild clicked in his mind. What if a year off his life wasn't the only thing he was losing? Ryu stared off into blank space. Just how much of his life was under the control of some invisible entity he couldn't even lay eyes on? He didn't even know who he should be blaming or if there was a person to blame to begin with. At the same time, without Ailsa by his side, he had been far more susceptible to these things happening to him. If Ailsa had been with him, in all likelihood, she would have realized that something was wrong long ago. It was impossible for him to have gone through it all so blindly. First, Ryu had thought that the perpetrator was Serial. Then he thought that it might have been the dream wraith that the Silver Touch branch had captured for the sake of creating their fake world. And now he felt that it might very well be the Phoenix Sky God who was responsible. And yet, even now, Ryu didn't have a true answer. To this day, Ryu still wasn't sure of how to think about Serial. Her motives seemed clear enough. Use him to get the inheritance left behind by his grandmother. After all, there was no way that Saintess Qilin would allow Ryu to die before her like this. But at the same time, there was also no way that she'd give the final resources of the Ice Phoenix clan to an outsider. So, this seemed like Serial's only option. But were things so clear-cut? The main issue here was Serial's temperament. With her pride and arrogance, why bother going through so much trouble to begin with? Now knowing her true self, there was simply no way that Serial would demean herself to the point of trying to seduce Ryu in return for a favor. It simply didn't line up with who she was as a person. The true Serial would more than likely just swing her sword at Ryu, more willing to use force to meet her goal than anything else. Wasn't the rest of it all a waste of steps? It simply didn't make much sense at all. If it was really all an act, that was fine. But why would Serial go as far as to even allow Ryu to kiss her? It smelled of a conspiracy Ryu couldn't wrap his head around. It was exactly because of this that Ryu still hadn't quite given up on the idea of Serial being responsible for all of this. But then there was the Dream Wraith. The Dream Wraith truly seemed like a suspect as well. Not only would it have the ability to do something like this with the enigmatic powers of its Demon King clan, but it seemed to have gained a motive to do so as well. There was only one reason for that: reanimation. It could not be understated just how much of a scourge this technique was. In the hands of the wrong person, it could cause yet another catastrophe of the martial world, truly resulting in the end of this era. Ryu could say with great confidence that there was absolutely no way that the martial gods would ever hand away this technique as a prize for their trials. The only explanation that Ryu could think of was that the Dream Wraith had chosen to do it of its own volition. As for exactly why the Dream Wraith would do this, Ryu wasn't certain. However, in a hypothetical situation where the Dream Wraith was, indeed, responsible for the loss of year to his life, Ryu could come up with a very plausible situation. If the Dream Wraith took a year from him, it was very likely that it knew everything about Ryu now. In fact, it might even know more about Ryu than even Serial could dig up with her truth pupils. In that case, it would know the kind of fury Ryu harbored and the revenge he had planned. Why wouldn't the Dream Wraith want revenge against the people that had captured and forced it to do their bidding? Finally, there was the Phoenix Sky God. They were an enigmatic existence. There were countless stories of endless variations related to this person. In some stories they were male, in others they were female. In some they were a beast, and in others they were a human or a fairy. In some folktales they were born from a rich family from on high, and in others they were born from the lowest of the lowest slums. Despite not having a single cohesive story, their name reverberated throughout the ages. This alone made them stand out in comparison to all others. The importance of constructing a narrative around your name, to build up legends and feats, couldn't be understated. Only in this way could your name ring through the martial world. And yet, the Phoenix Sky God had done the exact opposite. As a result, this was the only one of the three suspects Ryu couldn't even begin to guess the intent of. The Phoenix Sky God could have any number of goals that could potentially sweep Ryu up. Ryu himself simply didn't have enough information to even hazard a guess. Like this, Ryu had three viable answers but no solution. To make matters worse, even if he managed to figure out which of the three was responsible, just what would he do about it exactly? As though all of this wasn't terrible enough, now that his inheritances had risen then fallen, bringing them back up to the level they had once been at would be almost impossible. Chapter 676 Laughter. It was the irony of all ironies. Just a few months ago Ryu was thinking about Yana and how she was in the perfect situation to reaffirm her comprehensions. Not only would she gain the strengthening of relearning what she already knew, but she also wouldn't have the hindrance of her previous memories slowing her down. Could be considered the best of both worlds. Somehow, though, Ryu had been in the same exact situation. And yet, rather than benefiting, he was being punished. No, it wasn't that he was being punished, but rather that his comprehension had oscillated so many times that what once was easy became decidedly less so. By his calculations, he had broken past the ruler realm into the small realm level several times already. But each and every time, not long afterward, his comprehension would regress. On top of that, he would also somehow forget that he had had this breakthrough and go about his day as though nothing had happened. Eventually, a breakthrough that was as easy as breathing for him became a taller and taller mountain to climb. Ryu had no idea what would happen if he broke through now. Though he had the complete origin flame to make his memory truly infallible for the first time, who was to say remembering would be enough? Ryu! Elsa called out again. This time Ryu blinked and looked back. Seeing the worry in Elsa's gaze, he could only sigh. I'm not sure what's going on. Yana blinked, not quite understanding what was going on either. It was only after Ryu said a few words for her to comprehend that she realized just how big the problem was. Elsa's brows furrowed. Of course, she didn't need all of this explained to her, as she had been with Ryu just now as he went through everything step by step. The timing seemed too coincidental. For all of this to occur as Elsa was in a coma made it seem like there was someone with conscious choice behind this. It made an already convoluted problem even more complicated. If we have to pick one, I have to believe that it's the Phoenix Sky God, Elsa finally said. Ryu didn't reply immediately, waiting for Elsa to finish. All this time, what was most impacted were your flames, and this just so happened to coincide with the awakening of the flame. Elsa pronounced the true name of the flame without much effort. She did so casually and without much thought, as Ryu usually thought of it in his mind as well. However, as a cultist fairy, it was clear that she was very much adept at speaking many tongues with far more ease than Ryu. The result, though, was a sudden freeze on the world. The fire shrine fell into absolute silence. It wasn't just about noise, but even the chi in the surroundings themselves came to a grinding halt. Even with ephemeral tapestry, Ryu watched as the colors of the world became absolutely still, no longer moving about as freely as they once did. In fact, Ryu felt that if he tried to absorb energy now, it would take 10 times the effort. Elsa's gaze narrowed, her eyes angling upward. The momentum of this name was clearly great. It was difficult to tell just how long it had been since someone had spoken it. Right then, there was a flicker within Ryu's spiritual sea, the cotton-like ball of fire pulsing slightly before resting once more. Its movement seemed to awaken the prayer mat that also trembled for a moment, relieving much of the drain Ryu felt on his mind at that moment. Your great sword staffs were affected as well, but you should also remember that your great sword staffs are derivatives of our Tatsuya saintly weapons. The Tatsuya saintly weapons are a weapon style designed around the rage flame and its prowess. Could even be said the foundation of it are the flames. Everything about this seemed to make sense, especially since your wind inheritance was unaffected, until that is you also mentioned that your lightning inheritance suffered as well. But that was only up until you awakened your storm talent. However, before that, my lightning and my flames were tied together as one. Ryu finished. Exactly right. In fact, it might not even be the awakening of your storm talent that changed things. During your training these last few months, you gained the ability to separate out your lightning flame into its individual parts again. It's possible that this was what allowed your lightning to break free of those shackles. Then does that mean that so long as I have this white flame with me, my fire inheritances won't be able to break through and remain above the ruler realm? Ryu's brows furrowed. This could become a great issue. Even if every breakthrough would make his fire inheritance exponentially more powerful, there would be a point of diminishing returns. If Ryu relied on the complete origin flame to blaze through, there was no telling if it would come to bite him in the future. If there came a day where he was stuck in the ruler realm and could no longer break through, his combat prowess would suffer permanent damage. Only a breakthrough would allow a qualitative leap in his strength. Returning back to the ruler realm did nothing for him unless he approached a breakthrough once again. Ryu took a deep breath and looked up toward the ceiling of the shrine. To his surprise, there was a swarm of chi above that hadn't stopped moving under the oppression of the white flame's name. It snaked about like a dragon, flapping its wings and coiling about itself in a deep slumber. The chi yawned, sticking out its tongue. It opened a single eye and gazed at Ryu for a moment before releasing billowing steam from its nostrils and closing its eyes once more. The pure, unbridled nature of the chi made Ryu smile. But only when you want them to. Those words reverberated through Ryu's mind once again. He couldn't help but chuckle. If you were so unbridled, why'd you run away when the heavens descended? Ryu continued to look up at the chi as though he expected an answer. But, surprisingly, he actually got one completely out of his expectations. Don't blame your blood for your own cowardice, the dragon replied without even opening its eyes. After being shocked for just a moment, Ryu burst into a fit of laughter. It was a strong, belly-rounding laugh, the kind that made even the shrine itself tremble. Chapter 677 Dragon's Blood. Ailsa and Yana both looked up at the ceiling, but neither could see exactly what Ryu was looking at. However, it didn't take Ryu long from stopping his laughter to walk to a shelf. In an inconspicuous corner, tucked away behind the numerous vials, Ryu easily picked out one and took it out. This, Dragon's Essence Blood. Ailsa was the first to understand. She came to a shocking realization that her own bloodline was trembling. Clearly, whatever this blood was existed on a plane leagues beyond herself. However, didn't this make sense? The heavens chose the ancestral beasts as their arbiters. By definition, they were the highest existence that there was in these lands. Whenever an expert of my Tatsuya clan passes away, they leave behind their essence blood. That essence blood is then purified through the use of several techniques and precious treasures to be further concentrated. However, that isn't the end of it. As of right now, my great-grandfather is still alive. As his cultivation progresses, his bloodline retroactively strengthens that of all of his descendants. So, not only is this blood essence further concentrated and purified, as his cultivation increases, its foundation becomes stronger and sturdier. The blood in here has already surpassed even my grandfather and father, let alone myself. It's so potent that it's already manifested its own spirit. Ryu looked above again, but the dragon had already turned back to ignoring him. It didn't even seem to care that Ryu was technically holding it up. It wasn't worried in the slightest. The confidence that it exuded was palpable. Even Ryu was nothing more than an ant to it. In truth, this blood essence plan began right at the inception of the Tatsuya clan. The greatest weakness of clans that relied on their bloodlines was the inevitability of decline. There would come a day where great talents ceased to be born and this blood essence would become the final line of defense. In a twist of fate, though, Ryu's Tatsuya clan fell in its prime. In fact, it could even be said that they were still ascending. If given enough time, Ryu was certain that his grandfather would have become the second sky god of their clan, and his father would have become the third. A clan with 3 sky gods was practically unheard of. If Ryu was also added to the mix, becoming the fourth, even the guilds wouldn't dare to take the Tatsuyas casually. There were probably only a few dozen sky gods in the martial world as a whole in all of current existence. The idea of 4 being to a single family would be insane. This didn't even touch upon the talent of Ryu's other grandparents. If Ryu had to be objective, his grandmothers weren't as talented as his grandfathers were. Due to the ban on mental realm cultivation, they couldn't make use of their true potential and their foundations were too shaky as a result. However, if Ryu's grandpa Qilin could overcome his mental hurdle and finally claim the Tribulation Shrine, there was a good chance that he too would become a sky god. By then, that would be as good as the Tatsuya having 5 sky gods. Then there was, of course, Ryu's mother, Himari. She could have very well made 6. Putting all of this into perspective, it was no wonder their family was the target of the martial gods. Such a close-knit group of sky gods who couldn't easily be turned against one another was a recipe for disaster in their books. I never thought I'd see the day where it had to be used. Not long ago I was writing herbal recipes to help purify it, and now it's quite literally the only hope of ever reviving my Tatsuya clan. Ryu sighed lightly. It was something he rarely did, but the weight of the blood in his hands now was too great. And truthfully, he didn't even want to use it. Who could he ever possibly trust enough to give this blood to? Just a drop would turn one into a talent among talents, and a true Tatsuya. But something about gifting this to another person didn't sit quite right with Ryu. He rarely, if ever, trusted others. If one thought about it, with the exception of Ailsa and maybe his master, all those he trusted currently were from his last life. Unfortunately, Ryu didn't just have such a decision to make for the Tatsuya. He had a similar choice to make for the Ice Phoenixes. And, once he spent his final moments with his grandpa Qilin and his grandma Tatsuya, they would present him with such a choice as well. Ryu clutched the vial. No, this isn't my choice, this is the choice of mother and father. I'll leave it to them. Ryu chose to believe that his parents were still alive, and even if their lives were in danger, he would make sure that no harm came to them. He had lost enough and refused to lose any more. So this blood formed its own dragon soul? Fascinating. Ailsa looked up toward the ceiling, and though she couldn't see what Ryu did, she could catch a glimpse through his eyes just like he had once used her gaze to practice the visualizations of the Zoo ancestors. Ryu nodded. It's given me some ideas about my own dragon soul. Dragon soul was a talent of the fire dragon. If it was compared to the Qilin, it was quite similar to the Lightning Qilin storm talent in that it was a large area of effect skill. It could be likened to an impose barrier or on a higher own, a domain or dominion. But it was unique to the dragon race. As for why it was called Dragon Soul, it was because the core of its strength lied in the ideology of the dragon. If one didn't have the backbone and fortitude, even if by some miracle you awakened your dragon soul, it would be pitifully weak. Ryu had learned about many bloodline talents of his from his grandfather, but the one his old man remained vague on was the dragon soul. However, weren't his grandfather's final words as much of a clue as Ryu could ever need? Chapter 6780. Right? So Dragon Soul is the ultimate form of dragon's might. I see. Ailsa nodded. Ryu smiled. Dragon's might? It was indeed an inferior form. His grandfather hadn't even bothered to explain it to him. It was clear that to Saint Tatsuya, no grandson of his should waste time on such a thing. This was why the words of the blood essence's soul resonated so much with Ryu. Don't blame your blood for your own cowardice. No matter what the race and no matter what your talent, oftentimes your disposition was the most important. Even among the dragons, there would be the scum and the unworthy. If just having dragon blood made you invincible, they would have never lost their throne to begin with. Ryu bloodlines receding may very well have been due to them being nothing before the heavens, but it wasn't just them to blame either. Hadn't Ryu also felt fear before he forcefully pulled himself together? What right did he had to castigate his own blood? His bloodlines were weak because he had yet to make them strong, not because they were inherently weak. Only with such a mentality could Ryu ever hope to reach the pinnacle of cultivation. If there came a day where his talent wasn't enough, where his bloodlines weren't good enough to claim his seat at the top of the mountain anymore, what would he do? Ryu had already answered that question long ago. Wouldn't that just be wonderful? Yana. Yana looked up quickly from her own thoughts, seemingly a bit flustered. The Ice Phoenix clan doesn't really have many palm and hand experts outside of my grandmother. But the treasures she used were all ancestral grade, so they might be a bit much for you. The Tatsuya clan had a long more fist experts, so you can probably find something you like that doesn't have a fire character that's too overwhelming while also being of a decent level. Feel free to look around. Oh yes, right. Yana was still thinking about her reaffirmed resolve from earlier. Treasures were the absolute last thing on her mind. If you want to use a weapon, though, you can also let me know. I have too many things and could never use them all. Ryu smiled lightly toward Yana, then walked to a wall. Along it, row after row of spears, glaives and halberds could be found. It was difficult even to approach them without being burnt to a crisp. In the Tatsuya clan, not everyone could learn the Tatsuya saintly weapons. It wasn't about gatekeeping, but rather that one's bloodline had to have a certain density in order to succeed. Without it, you'd end up fracturing your bones and rupturing your meridians and blood vessels. It was that serious. If Ryu had seen this rack of weapons before he switched to the Great Swordstaff, he would have been excited beyond belief. But now it just felt more depressing than anything else. It was like a vast amount of wealth that he couldn't use. Who said you can't use it? Elsa appeared to Ryu's side with a smile on her face. She had been taking inventory of everything, trying to find the best way to torture Ryu next when she noticed this. What do you suggest? Ryu asked. Well, you said you wanted to go to the Armament Guild, right? Well, your goal there is to build up a new discipline for yourself. But, have you ever thought of why your great-grandfather is called the Saintly Weapon Sky God instead of just the Spear Sky God or the Halberd Sky God? He isn't good enough, Ryu replied straightforwardly. That was right. The simpler the name attached to a sky god, the more powerful they were. Not being able to call yourself a simple name was the product of your Tao not being able to encompass all that it entailed. His grandfather could only claim a very specific style attached to these very specific weapons, thus his moniker. It may seem like that won the surface, but that's only one aspect of naming. The word saint holds a lot of weight. In addition, he doesn't call himself the saintly Spearglaive Halberd Sky God. He calls himself the Saintly Weapon Sky God. The word weapon is broad and all-encompassing. Objectively, it's an even simpler term than halberd or spear, which could both be considered to be quite specific. Ryu's gaze glowed, but he remained silent. It wasn't like he hadn't thought of this before, it was more like he didn't like giving his great-grandfather credit. The idea that he might be even more powerful than someone calling themselves the Halberd Sky God was annoying to Ryu. Not because he feared the man, but because he didn't feel this man deserved any of his respect. Even in his final 3 hours with his grandpa Tatsuya, the latter had only mentioned his father once. But he didn't elaborate or go into any depths. Even Ryu's grandma Qilin had spoken more about that man. So what do you think this means? Knowing that Ryu was being petty again, Elsa didn't let him off the hook. In the past, she might have chosen not to press. But by now, her relationship with Ryu was so deep that she wasn't worried about angering him. Even if he got angry, he'd forgive her in a few days at most. It means that the Tatsuya saintly weapons are conveying a message, an idea. It just so happens that the spear, glaive and halberd are the easiest mediums for conveying this message, but it's a message that can be expressed with any weapon. Ryu replied to this question quite easily and calmly, but Elsa knew that it was like raking his knees across glass to say such words aloud. If you want to go about forming your own emotion to convey, that's fine. But that doesn't mean you have to be stuck with a single weapon to do so. What makes the great swordstaffs great is that they can allow you to do what the halberd cannot. The halberd is a weapon well known enough that it's difficult to pull its faith in one way or another. But the great swordstaff is a forgotten weapon, lost to the ages. This allows you to take what you like from each discipline and build up your own. Elsa reached out and grasped a ruby spear that was 8 feet tall. It was covered in scales and deep trenches that pulsed with golden lights. She tossed the spear to Ryu before reach out again and picking out a great sword that was about a foot wide and 1.5 meters long. Its blade was an abyssal black that swallowed all light, and its handle and guard were a simple ashy silver. Ryu quickly caught the weapons, only to almost fall back. Heavy! Ailsa didn't seem intent on stop as she picked out several other weapons. By the time she was done, she had forced Ryu to hold every single one of the Armament Guild's 9 weapons. There was even a dragon bow hanging around Ryu's neck with a bowstring made of true dragon tendon. He didn't even know if he had the strength to pull it back to 10%, let alone use its full potential. Until you can find a strand that connects all these weapons into one, you can't use your great sword staffs anymore. Ryu blinked. What about my fists? Suddenly remembering her awkward failure during the descent of Heaven's punishment, Ailsa blushed red. Ah, right, yes. Oh, look over there. I think I see some good herbs for little Gem. Ailsa scurried away. Chapter 679 Guild Without a World. The news of what happened at the Martial Gods banquet event spread like wildfire, if it could be described as that. From the very beginning, all those who were of note had already been present. It could be said that the majority of the powerhouses within the martial world were now aware of just who Ryu Tor was. Or, more accurately, a majority of powerhouses from well-established and prominent powers. At the same time, the weight placed on the backs of the fairies seemed to multiply every day. It was simply impossible for anyone to believe that the likes of Ryu and Ailsa had actually vanished on their own in the midst of so many powerhouses. Many simply assumed that the fairies had doubled down on protecting Ryu at all costs, and why wouldn't they? Even the vague tidbits of information one might get about what happened that day was enough to paint Ryu as a genius of epic proportions. Maybe this was exactly the kind of talent infusion that the fairies needed. Those who were in the know about the history of the fairies connected this back to the happenings in the past. Back then, the fairies were saved thanks to their partnership with humans. Maybe now that the race had once again run into a crossroads, this was a path they would take once more. At the same time, the martial world seemed to take a wait-and-see approach. Even those that had heavily aligned themselves with the martial gods in the past took a step back, calmly observing. With fate having become untangled, even the smallest powers suddenly had a chance to rise up and potentially become the next hegemon within a few trillion years. Under such a situation, the firm grip the martial gods had loosened considerably. At the same time, the looming threat of this supposed enemy was approaching by the day. It was under this slowly brewing storm that Ryu silently left the Fire Shrine. The Armament Guild could only be described as a behemoth. Among the 3 guilds, it was the only one that was easily accessible by the masses and the one maybe the most frequently visited. And, maybe in ironic fashion, it was the only of the 3 guilds not even technically located within or upon a world. The Mercenary Guild's world was Osiris. Though it was virtual, it still existed and acted as a hub for its members to trade, accept missions and rise up the ranks. However, it was quite exclusive. One could only gain membership with a certain level of talent, and even then you would need to pass the test of the ring. Essentially, it was easy to commission the Mercenary Guild for a mission and even join one of its outer posts. However, becoming a core member and entering Osiris was a different monster altogether. Then there was the Necromancy Guild. They were even more exclusive. The world of the Necromancy Guild was ruled by the 3 necromancy clans. Obviously, they couldn't allow just anyone on their world, so much like the Mercenary Guild, while it was relatively simple to join an outer post, entering the main world was a different beast altogether. Finally, there was the Armament Guild. Not only did it not have a world, but its core territory was accessible to almost anyone so long as you could get there. How exactly did the Armament Guild not have a world? Well, the scene was absolutely fascinating. Deep within the depths of space, volatile cheese hung around. However, there was a particular location where this violence grew to become a stable calm. Usually, such a thing would only occur as you entered the atmosphere of a world, but this situation was much different. Hundreds of cities hung upon the vast nothingness, connected by roads of light that sparkled like stars amidst the backdrop of darkness. In the middle of these cities hung one king amongst them all, an enormous behemoth with tall steel walls that shimmered as though it produced light of its own. Despite the sturdiness of these walls, Its 4 gates were seemingly perpetually open, allowing a flow of people in and out without stop. Amidst this commotion, Ryu walked with slow, unhurried steps. Ailsa rested on his shoulder, reclining leisurely while Yana clung to his arm and looked around with a twinkle in her eye. Though she had been to the Necromancy Guild, she spent most of her time training and never really saw the outside world. This could be considered the first time she truly stepped away from the mortal plane and saw what there was to offer. It left her in awe. Ryu wasn't very insistent on hiding his identity. As far as he was concerned, the martial gods were in the hot seat right now, not him. If he really wanted an extra layer of protection, he would just become the throne of the Armament or Necromancy Guild. With the current state of faith, thrones were even more valuable now than they had ever been before. Still, Ryu chose to wear a simple mask. Though, simple was relative. It might have looked quite plain, but it was in reality an ancestral-grade treasure. With Ryu's current ability, even though it would be his second throne, he didn't think it would be difficult at all to claim one. After all throne trials boiled down to combat prowess. Who could possibly have more combat prowess than himself? Even Serial was inferior. Well, the Serial he was familiar with was inferior. After her breakthrough, Ryu didn't dare to take her lightly. The power of a natural enlightenment was undeniable, while Ailsa had yet to properly explain just what was so special about his fists. Ailsa coughed lightly on Ryu's shoulder, completely ignoring these thoughts, as though she had never heard them. Ryu smiled but didn't say much. For Ailsa to be stumped, it had to be something really extraordinary. But somehow it still felt quite hollow to Ryu. He didn't feel the power boost he would expect from comprehending a natural enlightenment. It was quite fascinating. Even though he should probably feel frustrated, he didn't. In fact, his heart felt quite light and his spirit was carefree. Let's enter a staff city. I'm curious. It's the weapon I know the least about. After saying this, Ryu picked a light road and began to stroll toward one of the hundreds of cities. Chapter 680 Could? A staff city? What's that? Yana asked curiously. You see the hundreds of cities hanging in the sky? Each of them has their own affiliation. In the Armament Guild, one of the highest honors you can earn is becoming a city protector, or what they call earning your armament. There are exactly 999 cities, excluding the largest one in the sky, and there are 111 cities to each armament. There are 100 placed for Path Extinction Realm armaments, 10 places for Tao Pedestal Realm armaments, and a singular place for Cosmic Seed Realm armaments for 9 total. Do you see those 9 cities closest to the largest one up there? Ryu pointed. Yana looked up, her gaze sparkling. Those are the Cosmic Seed Realm armaments. Yes, those are where the most powerful experts beneath the World Sea Realm call home. In the countless years since the Armament Guild has existed, the Cosmic Seed armaments have always been in the hands of one of the 9 families. Oh! Yana blinked. Are they that good with their weapons? No one else can surpass them. Well. Ryu smiled but didn't answer immediately. The truth was that it was a matter of face and there was probably a lot of background shenanigans involved as well. Those who came from good backgrounds wouldn't want to antagonize the Armament Guild without reason, while those without backgrounds didn't dare to. In the latter case, if one was talented enough, it was possible to change your last name and join the 9 families, effectively keeping the title in-house. But there were very few people who would be willing to do such a thing. Even in the case that you were a woman and didn't have to carry on your family name like a man would, any woman who was an expert capable of claiming a Cosmic Seed armament for themselves would never lower their pride to marry into a family just for such a title. There were certain principles that those who followed pure weapon paths abided by that felt universal. And pride was most definitely among them. As a result of this, those who felt they had the skill to challenge the Cosmic Seed armaments would almost never do so in an official capacity. There was too much trouble involved with it all. However, this wasn't too surprising. This was just the reality that being too powerful brought about. Without struggle, conceit would be bred. With too much conceit came complacency. With complacency came the loss of virtue. Eventually, this loss of virtue would lead to the collapse of a power. Ryu didn't know what had happened to the Armament Guild in the last billion years, but he could sense something off about the atmosphere this time around the moment he stepped foot into the city he chose. The last time Ryu had come here it was with his father and he was just a toddler. He even remembered using their testing stone, though his father had never let him see exactly what his result was back then. Ryu remembered that visit well, especially since he had the complete origin flame now. The ambience had felt different, much lighter and far more carefree. Everyone came to this place to exchange knowledge and grow as cultivators. But now, well what? The sudden voice cut through Ryu's thoughts. There was no doubt that it was exceptionally abrasive and carried the tone of starting up trouble. Clearly this individual wanted Ryu to finish his sentence, not liking what his long pause was implying. Ryu was still leisurely walking with Yana, and they weren't far from the city gates up ahead. All around them, individuals holding staffs on their backs walked forward as well. There were very few like Ryu and Yana who didn't have any weapon to speak of. These individuals were very clearly here as tourists and were viewed as lesser than by the true cultivators. Within the Armament Guild, it was common practice to keep your weapon outside of your spatial ring. There would often be challenges, and a person without a weapon could even be seen as someone who had lost theirs to another. This was among the greatest humiliations for a person of the Armament Guild. Ryu sighed when he heard this voice. Annoying. Yana giggled beside herself. She didn't know why, but she found this side of Ryu extra funny. The truth was that Yana had never met the cold Ryu. The Ryu she knew was still that mischievous, too clever for his own good little blind boy. So, the Ryu of right now was exactly the same Ryu she had always known, which was why she sometimes felt like she was missing a piece of him. You dared to speak before, but you've forgotten how to now? The young man cut through appeared before Ryu and Yana, clearly not having heard Ryu's most recent comment. This made it obvious to Ryu that his cultivation couldn't be very high. With a single glance, Ryu noticed that this young man was indeed only in the immortal ring realm. But, judging by his robes and the emblems on them, he was a member of the Virga family. It was no wonder he had gotten offended by Ryu's earlier non-answer. Obviously, he understood that Ryu had implied that there had been experts that surpassed their 9 families in the past. This was a great insult to the young man. Ryu shook his head. Eustace, the Virga family staff, had sat with him at the banquet. He couldn't very well turn his junior into a cloud of mist just for a few words. Now could he? Was this what having to control your temper felt like? It was annoying. Get out of my way or I'll snap your staff in half. Ryu said coldly, his demeanor changing entirely. Elsa almost fell over Ryu's shoulder laughing, holding on to her toned belly as though she couldn't take it anymore. Could this still be considered controlling your temper? Chapter 681 Archway. The young man who stood before Ryu was stunned silent. He had gone from thinking that Ryu was scared of him to suddenly feeling a murderous intent enshroud him completely. He couldn't wrap his head around what was happening. Didn't Ryu just say he wanted to snap his staff in half? Why did it look like he wanted to kill him? Wait, that wasn't the point at all. A staff master having their staff taken away was enough of a humiliation. But, for that staff to then be snapped in half. The young man suddenly realized that he would have rather died than allow such a thing to happen to him. You! By the time the young man had finished his thought process, Ryu had already brushed by him and appeared beneath the gates. This wasn't here before. Ryu thought to himself. Up above, there was a massive archway painted in a bright red. It was very clearly an elaborate python, and it exuded an aura of majesty completely separate from the gates that surrounded it and even the city itself. Ryu's discerning eye was easily able to pick out the fact that this was a recent addition, even if he didn't have the experience of having come to this guild before. Ryu's gaze flashed with a hint of color, and he was immediately able to deduce what the python's function was. That said, he probably also could have learned this simply by observing his surroundings, but it seemed that Ryu was quite fond of doing things the hard way. Ryu took another step forward, following the large crowd of individuals who were stepping through, but immediately felt a strong barrier doing its best to block his path forward. Yana immediately realized that something was wrong because she didn't seem to have the same problem at all. For the first time, it was Ryu's steps slowing her rather than the vice versa. A shroud of chi fell before Ryu and a hovering mark appeared above his head. It didn't seem to be very special, but it touched down upon Ryu's lapel, marking him with an odd ancient character before allowing him through. Ryu, who seemed to have expected this, didn't react very much. He simply continued to walk forward, taking Yana along with him, seemingly oblivious to the looks he was receiving around him. "Stop right there." The youth from earlier stormed forward, passing through the archway with absolute ease, much like Yana had. In fact, he seemed to be far more furious than he was before, especially after seeing how the archway had responded to Ryu. "You haven't comprehended even a single birthed phenomena, and yet you have the audacity to be so arrogant." Bang! The youth couldn't react before Ryu's foot found its way to his chest. His back bowed so violently under the pressure that his staff bent against its straps, snapping in two not even a split moment after Ryu's kick landed. Ryu slowly lowered his foot as though he had just been taking a casual step forward to begin with. "At least he was a little useful," Ryu said lightly. Thanks to the youth, the crowd of people had been forced to split in two. In fact, a few poor souls hadn't moved quickly enough and ended up getting launched away along with him. But, with how well Ryu controlled his strength, the only one who likely ended up seriously hurt was the youth himself. Taking advantage of his own commotion, Ryu strolled forward with Yana, Ailsa practically wheezing at this point. Toward her laughter, Ryu could only shrug. He tried his best to give the lad a chance. It's not his fault he had a death wish. Yana giggled as well, but hearing such a thing, Ailsa sat up. "Don't laugh, little Yana. He's actually such a bad influence on you. Don't look." This only made Yana sputter with more laughter. Even behind her veil, her youthful charm caught the attention of many around them. But very few actually dared to do anything after seeing what happened to the youth. That brat from earlier was definitely a member of the Virga clan. To be so casually disrespected in one of their cities could lead to trouble, but this Ryu didn't seem to care at all. "That archway?" Yana finally stopped laughing and asked the question that had been on her mind. Ryu shrugged. "It tests what birthed phenomena you've comprehended. Anything beneath the ruler realm won't be detected. But that character? If I had to guess, it'll probably make it more difficult to maneuver around the city freely." Yana frowned. "But you?" She was confused. Ryu had definitely comprehended a birthed phenomena, right? She had seen it personally. In fact, he had comprehended multiple. Last time she saw Ryu, he had already grasped glaive, spear, and halberd birthed phenomena. Can't be that he had regressed in all these years, so what was going on? With his talent, there was no way he hadn't grasped a birthed phenomena above the imposed realm by now. Ryu smiled. These detection systems can't always cover everything. It can only recognize what it is familiar with. As things stand now, the only one of my birthed phenomena that is common is my bowmanship. But that is below the ruler realm, so it wasn't recognized. Ah! Yana blinked. Though Ryu's great swordstaff inheritance was incomplete and faulty currently, it still existed. But it seemed that the great swordstaff was such an obscure weapon that it wasn't even recognized by the Armament Guild. As for Ryu's odd fist inheritance, even Ailsa couldn't figure out what it was, let alone this archway. This was why Yana's palm inheritance was easily recognized, but his own counterpart was not. In the end, this was a troublesome matter that Ryu would have to deal with. That said, how much longer would it be a problem? Ryu had a feeling that very soon it wouldn't be at all. As for those that wanted to harass them, he had a perfectly good foot for them all. Like this, the couple finally strolled by the youth who had collapsed on the side of the road. Chapter 682 9 sections. The moment Ryu got out of the range of the initial crowd, his gaze flashed once again. A surge of chi shattered the character on his lapel, as though it had never been there to begin with. What a joke! As if he would waste his time getting constantly harassed because their equipment was inferior. "I haven't done this in a while. How do you think I should go about learning a new weapon?" In truth, Ryu wasn't very excited about the staff. That was why he picked it first to get it over with as quickly as possible. He was aware that this wasn't the ideal mindset to go into learning something new, but he couldn't help the way he felt. There was a good reason he felt this way, though. The staff was tied with a lot of religious and fanatical philosophy throughout history. It was a weapon of defense and pacifism, and though it couldn't be said to be anywhere near as rare as the Great Sword Staff, no child upon starting the cultivation journey would ever jump at the chance to use this weapon. If Ryu wanted to succeed in what Elsa was asking of him, he would have to find a method of pulling this weapon out from its tangle of faith that was quite literally the antithesis of all that was Ryu. A true staff wielder would have probably let that youth from before off lightly. As far as Ryu was concerned, the fact he was alive at all was lightly enough. One might think that Ryu's way of viewing things was extreme, but his reactions were simply based on what he knew the martial world to be. If Ryu was truly weaker than the youth, what would have happened? Maybe one would say that he would have just ended up beaten. And this may very well be a possibility, but in Ryu's estimation it was just a possibility, and a small one at that. The more likely scenario is that he would have gotten beaten, then he would have been humiliated, then attention would have shifted to Yana. In the case that Ryu was already weaker than him, Yana would most definitely also be so, and the result would likely be her being humiliated as well. To hide their evil deeds, Ryu would have ended up 6 feet under, while Yana, unless she too killed herself, would have to suffer endless torment for the rest of her days. When things were painted out like this, it all seemed like nonsense. A person couldn't possibly be so unreasonable, right? And yet, this was a story that played out in the same exact way day after day in the martial world. The more Ryu thought about it, the more he disliked the staff. He found it to be hypocritical. All those holier-than-thou Buddhist temples and monk sanctuaries that touted this weapon as their main were only able to act like this because they already held power in their hands. Then, often, their pacifism would do more harm than good. There were many such powers Ryu could think of throughout history. However, they were so reclusive and to themselves that they weren't much better than the fairies. Even now, they were sitting idly by doing nothing. This may not be the kind of person Ryu hated the most, but they were definitely up there on his list. Elsa smiled and shook her head. Her Ryu was truly too violent. He was getting up in arms now because a weapon was too peace-loving. The staff does have a history of pacifism attached to it, but that's just one aspect of its history. There are plenty of destructively powerful offensive experts who use the staff as well. It's a weapon that the ancestral gorilla and monkey races love a lot. In fact, because of this, it could be said that the root of the staff is destruction that then birthed pacifism. Elsa said, Ryu might have been an origin ruin master, but when it came to the specific histories of cultivation and how it evolved, Elsa topped him in every way. The ancestral beasts had a handful of gorilla and monkey races among them, all just as prolific as dragons, Qilins, and phoenixes. It was very rare for beasts to use weapons at all, most using their own bodies. But these races were an exception. These beasts chose the simplest weapon and transferred their power and strength to it. Could be said that Ryu was definitely shortchanging the staff. Hearing this explanation, the cloud over Ryu's head cleared up, a light of ambition sparking for him right then. That's a much better mindset. At least you're not throwing a tantrum like a little boy anymore. Elsa giggled. It doesn't matter where you start. The entire city is immersed in the culture. Just pick a direction. Ryu took Elsa's advice and strolled through the city. He realized that she was very much correct. If it wasn't a restaurant or an inn, it was most definitely a shop related to staffs. There were shops that sold prime cuts of wood to be carved into staffs, shops that sold premium oils and finishers for grooming and taking care of your staffs, shops that sold holsters, others that sold techniques. Then there were dojos for practice, arenas for competition, and the most intriguing were some arcade-like games to test a person's skill in the staff. These dojos were actually maybe the most important. While a city had its armament holder, it also had several dojos. These dojos all had their own masters, which also had their own benefits to give in return for defeating these men and women. From Ryu's understanding, you could essentially gain free credit in the city for defeating a dojo master, allowing you to buy all sorts of treasures. And you could challenge the armament wielder after defeating a certain number of them. Unfortunately, though they were less important than the armament holder, in order to be a dojo master, you had to join the armament guild. Ryu came to a stop, his gaze landing upon one of the many games he had come across. It was very simple, and Ryu only needed to observe a person do it once to understand. The platform was divided into 9 sections, and to each section there was a weight. This weight was to be added to the tip of your staff, and your task was to, with that weight, attack in a variety of patterns as prompted. It seemed that your performance was decided not only by how well you completed the patterns, but also just how steady your staff was. Even after observing for a while, no one had managed to satisfactorily complete the third section. Chapter 683 Patterns. Ryu stepped forward, his expression quite indifferent, though hidden beneath a mask. Something like polearm control was too easy for him. In fact, he was far better at it than a normal person would be since he had spent so long training for the purpose of dual-wielding polearm weapons. Not only did such a goal require ridiculous amounts of flexibility and dexterity, but it also necessitated supreme control. Ryu had long since gained the ability to fine-tune the power output of each of his individual muscle fibers for the purpose of battle. However, what was fascinating about the staff was that it was a weapon only ever used with two hands, making it somewhat different from even the polearms that Ryu was used to. Though dual-wielding polearm weapons was something never before seen and even endlessly ridiculous to some, there were many historical precedents for single-arm-wielding polearm weapons. It was just that the other arm would be occupied by what was usually a shield. In fact, it could be said that a spear-shield combo was among the strongest for large armies and provided great balance even to single combat warriors. The staff, though, was different. There wasn't any precedent for wielding it with a single arm. It could be said that the threshold for stability needed by a staff wielder was many orders of magnitude higher because due to its lack of a blade, a lack of accuracy and power was less forgivable. This was the reason this game caught Ryu's attention almost immediately. 1 credit or a higher immortal chi stone to participate. The staff wielder that was in charge of the game immediately called out when he saw Ryu stepping forth. Though he didn't see a staff on Ryu's back, it wasn't very uncommon for those who weren't staff masters to try out their hand at these games. The price was actually quite expensive. To make a person pay a higher immortal chi stone just for a single shot at a game was overkill. But it was more so an incentive to use the city's credit system instead. It probably allowed the Armament Guild to make some money on the back end. However, Ryu was unconcerned with this. Now that he had gained the inheritance of 2 of his clans, he had more money than he knew what to do with. His current wealth was a lot for an entire clan, and it was more than overkill for a single person. Without much reluctance, he tossed a chi stone over. That reminds me, Ailsa mused. I should nurture some chi pulses. Ailsa suddenly remembered that in the past, she had used the cosmic chi stones Ryu gained from Edwin's corpse to upgrade a mortal chi pulse to immortal. Even now, those pulses, both mortal and immortal, were still within Hecate's immortal cave, the Deathworm. After gaining the wealth of his family, Ryu had more immortal caves than he knew what to do with, and he had also inherited what felt like countless cosmic pulses, let alone mortal or immortal pulses. So, the wealth he had gained previously from the pedestal plane felt quite worthless. But having too much wealth was a good thing. Ailsa had several ideas for things she could have never thought to do in the past. Her eyes went bright thinking of formations of chi pulses before they glazed over completely. Yana watched on from below the platform, her eyes bright as well, but for completely different reasons. Ryu walked to a rack of staffs as the last participant walked down, still feeling somewhat disappointed in herself. She had thought that she would get much further, but she only managed to make it halfway through the second section. Her attention was caught when she suddenly smelled something quite good and refreshing, only to realize that it was actually a man. But, seeing Ryu looking at the weapon rack to the side, her good impression waned almost immediately. Ryu hadn't really spared the woman a glance. He looked up toward the man manning the game and asked a question that left those who heard it speechless. What would you say makes a good staff? The man was stunned for a moment, but he still answered. After all, Ryu had already paid and the question was pretty simple. Flexibility, strength, and form retention. The man summarized. Ryu nodded, picking up a random staff. The young woman frowned seeing Ryu's casual action and walked off. As for the man, he was a bit conflicted. Ryu didn't seem very rushed or hurried to do anything, but it would become a problem if he stalled things for too long. About. The man was about to say more when Ryu flicked a finger and sent 10 more chi stones. His mouth closed several times faster than it had opened. However, this only made the disdain of the woman who had begun to walk away several levels deeper. As for why she was still paying so much attention, who knew? Maybe she really had little else to do. But, right then, Ryu's wrist suddenly flexed. It was a subtle motion, but the reaction was anything but. The staff began to bow back and forward so fast that it became nothing more than a brown blur. But, even that only lasted for a moment before, snap! Ryu's hand reached out with a lightning quickness, catching the broken half of the staff before it flew too far. It was clear that this staff wasn't capable of withstanding his strength in the slightest. The man, who went by the simple name of Surf, stood stunned, blood draining from his face. Had Ryu not reached out like that, his head would have been impaled. He had no doubts in the slightest. That was already enough to shock him to no end. But that staff, that was an Earth-grade treasure. How could you break it by flexing your wrist? What was going on right now? Why would such a powerhouse be here? Ryu shook head and tossed the staff away, picking out another one. This time he didn't test its strength. There was no point. They were all identical, only fluctuating by 1 or 2 percentage points here and there. As for taking out his ancestral grade staff, Ryu didn't see a point. Ancestral grade weapons usually came with pseudo-sentience of their own. If he really tried to use one without even having an inheritance, it would just fight back and make his training counterproductive. This much was good enough. Ryu took hold of the plain brown staff and took a step forward, not even acknowledging the look of shock the young woman had. Good luck! Ryu chuckled slightly, not having to look back to know that it was Yana. She seemed to be the only one who wasn't pale in the face at the moment. When Ryu came to face the first stage, his smile vanished and his gaze turned cold. He stood in silence for a moment before he moved. One arm wrapped around to his back and the other brandished the staff. In a single smooth motion, he speared the weight before him, balancing it onto the tip of the staff. To an outside observer, the staff seemed to be completely straight, but Ryu could tangibly feel it bowing ever so slightly. Every movement of his wrist made it all the more exaggerated. The faster he moved, the more difficult it was to control. Ryu's gaze blazed, waves of an oppressive aura coming off of him. He lowered his strength again and again. Eventually, he was no stronger than the most ordinary connecting heaven realm expert as he exhaled a light breath. Begin, he said lightly. Surf quickly composed himself. Yes, if you can complete the circuit, there is a prize. Surf stopped talking as he felt like he was wasting Ryu's time. With a flip, the formation mechanism turned on and the platform whirred to life. Everyone was so weighed down that they didn't even have the presence of mind to commentate of Ryu's single-hand wielding. Lights appeared before Ryu in a flicker before setting on a designated arc. The moment they set, they began to dim. Clearly, there was a timer for completion. Once the pattern vanished and you hadn't completed it, you would lose. If the tip of your staff failed to remain within the pattern once you started, you would also lose. The very first pattern had about an inch of play up and down, meaning it was overall 2 inches thicker than the staff itself. As things progressed, there was no doubt that this width would shrink. The moment the pattern appeared, Ryu had already moved. His step shot out like a flood dragon, a swirling of wind whistling around it. The instant it pierced into the starting point of the pattern, Ryu's stance shifted and his forearm flexed. The staff followed a curve before abruptly snapping downward, the harsh grating sound of wind whipping dancing about the ears of all those present. Even to the trained eye, Ryu's execution was perfect. Not only had he completed the pattern, but he had remained in the dead center of its width. It was clear that he didn't need nearly so much leeway. However, Ryu himself frowned even as the second pattern appeared. Something about his actions, despite seeming so perfect, felt off. He was still acting like the staff in his hand was a spear, but it wasn't. The trouble was that he couldn't quite grasp what the true difference was. Chapter 684 Pillars of Light. Ryu exhaled a slow breath, but his fluid movements didn't stop. The cognitive dissonance in this mind seemed to only be growing fiercer as his movements became more perfectly timed and accurate. By the end of the first section, he was moving before the pattern even completely formed, reacting instantly to its changes and manipulating his staff accordingly. Just like that, the last pattern was complete and the first platform flickered, a ray of light shooting up into the skies. Bang! Ryu let the weight drop from the end of his staff, shaking his head, unsatisfied. He didn't seem to care about the rays of light shooting into the skies even though Surf was reacting as though he had seen a ghost. This. The only way to get the platform to react like this was if Ryu was both at or below the path extinction realm, and had defeated the proficiency record of not just the city but all of them. The issue with that was that these proficiency records were also tied to the training rooms in the main armament guild. What did this mean? It meant that every Virga clan genius had just been outclassed by a youth wielding a staff with a single hand. Run the first section again. Huh? What? I said run the first section again. Ah, okay. Surf didn't know why Ryu would want this instead of moving on, but he had no choice but to oblige. He didn't really have a choice in the matter. This was clearly a young man he couldn't afford to offend. Down below, Yana's expression glowed, gazing toward Ryu's back with a worshipful look. She almost seemed to want to swallow him whole. Ryu shot into action the instant the first section turned on once again. But his brows were even more tightly furrowed. The more proficient he got, the more foreign the staff in his hand felt. It was almost as though it was fighting back against what he wanted it to do, as though he was pushing it against its nature. With Ryu's pupils, he felt as though he could hear the true will of anything so long as he listened for long enough. The whole world seemed to sing to him, allowing to see hidden sides of itself that it had never shown another. For a moment, he forgot about all the pain racking his body. He forgot about the crowd around him, forgot about the blazing light reaching into the skies. All he saw were the paths of light before him and the staff in his hand. A mighty aura suddenly began to emit from the staff. Its normal body, having not a thing special about it, suddenly seemed to come alive. It responded to Ryu as though it was one with him, trying to allow him to learn more of its secrets, as though it was begging and pleading that he do so. The strongest strike of the spear was pierce. The strongest strike of the glaive was sweep. The strongest strike of the halberd was slice. All of them relied on the uniqueness of their blades to achieve this effect. But the staff didn't have a blade. So what was its strongest strike? No, the question itself was more profound than just that. The root of what decided what a powerful strike was with a weapon was its blade. At least in the context of the spear, glaive, and halberd, the unique of their blade is what made their most powerful strikes so powerful. But once again, the staff didn't have a blade. So what was its most powerful strike? What inflicted the most damage? The staff in Ryu's hand began to release a fearsome aura. It gained a violent tendency of its own, whipping and writhing about as though it was truly a living, breathing flood dragon. The crowd was left in a daze. Could the staff really be so violent? Why had they never seen any expert release such unbridled rage with one before? Why was it that their blood was running slow even while their hearts were beating fast? Why did it feel as though their feet were nailed with the ground and enveloped by liters of cement? Completely against convention, the staff in Ryu's hand began to bow wildly. It refused to remain straight, bucking and raging about as though it had a mind of its own. And yet, Ryu still completed the first section with ease. Again, another pillar of light shot into the skies. Again. Once more, another stream of light split the clouds above. Again. The crowd watched with an undisguised numbness as Ryu broke his own record again. Again and again. It was as though he didn't have limits. Every step he took was forward, even a sidewise translation seemed to be beneath him. He only knew how to progress. After the 7th time, Ryu finally moved on to the second section, but his performance was even more domineering. He repeated the challenge again and again without pause. It was clear that he had only left the first section not because he was done with the game or scared to progress. It was rather because it had just become far too easy for him. Progressing in it was meaningless. The whipping and raging winds of Ryu's staff lashed out against the crowd. Surf could no longer remain standing on his platform and was directly flung away. If not for Yana being kind enough to lend him a helping hand, there was no telling just how far away he would have flown. By this point, the young woman who had entered the crowd was stunned speechless. Watching Ryu tear through the sections she hadn't even been able to reach, eviscerating records, she suddenly felt wholly inadequate. Her face blushed with both embarrassment and fear, thinking of the kind of expert she had just judged so blatantly. With how sensitive someone on Ryu's level was, there was no way he couldn't tell. He just couldn't be bothered to deal with her at all. Why would he care what an ant thought about the way he did things? Did he need her permission to do anything? Next section, Ryu said plainly, moving on to the 5th. By this point, Ryu's connecting heaven realm limiter on himself was already reaching its limit. But he didn't seem to care. As though reacting to his own weakness, the staff responded in kind, lightening its weight and making itself easier to use. Ryu had never felt a weapon respond in this way before. He realized that his pupils were opening up a whole new world to him, a world that allowed him to truly see into the mysteries of all things. What was so special about the staff? It was the simplest weapon there was. A stick carved into a perfectly straight, flexible, and strong rod. It didn't have a blade. It seemed as benign as it could be. But didn't that also make the answer to what was its most lethal point obvious too? The answer was simple, all of it. Bang! The wind pressure of Ryu's movements in the 9th section made the entire foundation of the game rock. The building in the surroundings swayed and their glass windows cracked. The staff in Ryu's hand seemed to let out a roar, its brown exterior glowing a blinding golden light as a pillar of light fell from the skies. Whether it was the pierce, the sweep, the slice, or any other maneuver, the staff was capable of displaying a primal sort of power. It wasn't reliant on a blade. It relied on nothing more than your own brutal and brutish strength. The kind of power that could level mountains and crush the earth. A blade might sunder the skies, but a staff forced it to collapse, to whine, wane, and tremble beneath its strength. Bang! Even as the pillar of light fell, another rose up. The light of this record was so blinding that it could be seen from the other cities of the Armament Guild. There wasn't a soul in the city that didn't look toward it, their gazes filled with awe and curiosity. Ryu's aura soared and broke through several realms. By the time it stopped, it had reached the monarch realm, suffocating all those around him. Ryu exhaled a light breath, swinging the rod lightly. Even a casual whip caused the wind to whistle and the rod to shimmer with a hidden crimson. In a single step, Ryu had crossed the ruler realm and entered the monarch realm. It felt mind-numbingly easy, but simultaneously incomplete. For example, even now, Ryu didn't have a birth phenomena to his back. Ryu's Tatsuya saintly weapons had manifested a birth phenomena even at the air realm. To him, it was embarrassing to step into the monarch realm and still not have one. But this was the struggle of building your own legacy. I guess I like you more than I thought I would. Ryu smiled lightly, looking at the rod in his hand. He felt somewhat fond of it now for some reason. At that moment, a commotion took hold of the crowd as several individuals began to push through. It felt like everyone was being violently awakened from a dream they had just been in. Below, Yana couldn't help but frown, because one of them was the very young man who had caused them trouble at the front gate earlier. He was practically bandaged from head to toe, moving with the help of 2 men. Chapter 685. Poor guy. Ryu was already prepared to move to the next city. He hadn't expected to resonate with the staff so quickly, but ultimately he felt that maybe even he, himself, had underestimated just the kind of prowess was hidden within his heavenly pupils. The reality of the matter was that Ryu's pupils had just stepped into the cosmic realms. What did this mean? It meant that he had a grasp of a realm that only those who had stepped into the cosmic seed realm could compare to. Having stepped into this level, Ryu's heavenly pupils could now start seeing through mysteries on a cosmic level, the very same level sky gods would. Of course, Ryu had yet to reach the level of sky gods, but it was only a matter of time. Thanks to the endless resources Ryu had, he could easily unlock several of his heavenly pupil seals in a day. Within a year or two, he would have unlocked all 999 and there would, theoretically, be no mystery he couldn't see through in the martial world. The only reason it would even take so long was because of the level of energy Ryu would have to absorb. Cosmic level chi was still beyond the current Ryu, so Ailsa had chosen this incremental approach so that there wouldn't be any adverse effects, but this much was already extremely fast. This was all to say that the Monarch realm, a level that had once been lofty to Ryu, was worth practically nothing before him. To put things into perspective, a genius of the cosmic seed realm would have long since formed a dominion, an inheritance level a step above the monarch realm. Taking a step back, comprehension was usually as follows. The air realm was the equivalent of the awakening and pulse-opening realms. The impose realm matched with the chi refinement and spiritual severing realms. The ruler realm, the divine vessel and connecting heaven realm. Then, the monarch realm coincided with the immortal ring and path extinction realm. However, because comprehending inheritances was so difficult, most had comprehension that lagged behind their true cultivation. This was why it took a genius to have comprehended a dominion at the Tao pedestal and cosmic seed realms, while only supreme geniuses could comprehend inheritances a step above their decided level. When things were laid out like this, the strength of the mysteries of heaven and earth pupils became clear. The dominion realm was split between one immortal and another cosmic realm. This was to say that Ryu's pupils were already well suited to seeing through the mysteries of the most powerful dominions in existence. Understanding this, it became clear that to the current Ryu, the monarch realm was like child's play. In fact, if not for the odd regression of his inheritances, his strength would have already stepped into an all-new level just by virtue of his heavenly pupils. This was the strength of these pair of eyes that so many coveted. As they continued to evolve, they would only grow more powerful. Now, it was clear that the sudden appearance of these individuals, all of whom were clearly intent on blocking Ryu's way, was more than just a little nuisance. He was already prepared to move on to the next city now. It's him. He's the one. The young man, bandaged head to toe, suddenly began to cough violently in his agitation and almost passed out again. The ones around him immediately became agitated. They had wanted him to stay in bed, but he had insisted on coming out like this. Now he was suffering for it all the more. The face of another young man by the bandaged youth's side darkened. Dojo Master Rober. Surf hurriedly gave a greeting to the young man before him. There wasn't a single dojo master of the city that Surf didn't recognize. He had no choice. After all, if he wanted to progress in his craft, he had to know who to impress and who he couldn't afford to offend. In truth, Surf felt that Ryu most definitely couldn't be offended either. So, his only real plan was to respectfully greet Rober as a sign of respect, then back away before whatever inevitable fireworks that were about to set off did exactly that. Rober nodded faintly, but his gaze had locked onto Ryu. He frowned when he saw the latter's mask before looking up toward the spiraling lights. His gaze couldn't help but narrow. In truth, though Ryu broke the records, it wasn't suddenly enough for the Virga clan to come out on bended knee to beg him to join them. This was just one of the dozens of games the Virga clan had designed. In addition, it was considered a youth record. So, the weight of it all wasn't as substantial as it seemed in the greater picture. However, to Rober, it was very important because he could be considered to be a youth in this context. If Ryu was so skilled within their age and cultivation bracket, he would definitely be difficult to deal with. He was just one of the dojo masters. It wasn't like he was an armament holder. Dojo masters like him didn't lose often, but it wasn't rare either. Still, Amory, the bandaged youth, was a member of the Virga clan. He couldn't just let this matter slide without reason. It would be detrimental to both his reputation and that of their families. But who knew that even before Rober could make a move to speak, Ryu would have already stepped down from the platform and begun walking toward the exit of the city. Rober was stunned silent. Was he seeing correctly? Hey! Rober finally snapped. Ryu's head turned back. Do you need something?
I'm Buse.
Rober's brow twitched, a vein pulsing along his forehead. He didn't know who this young man was, but why was it that his every action made a person want to strangle him to death? Ilsa nodded with sympathy. Poor guy. Chapter 686 Sound Wave. You fought in the city? Rober asked. No, Ryu replied. Rober's brow furrowed. Are you trying to call him a liar? There are many witnesses to what you did. You call that a fight? Ryu raised an eyebrow. I threw a kick and he couldn't retaliate. Doesn't a fight assume an exchange of moves? Realizing the game of semantics Ryu was playing, Rober's jaw clenched. Just a few exchanges in and he suddenly felt infuriated. What he didn't know was that the only reason Ryu was wasting his time talking about because he suddenly found that he missed doing exactly that. There was nothing fun about beating weaklings, so he often artificially lowered his combat strength. At this point, the people before him were only really worth his words. Others saw it as him purposely infuriating others, while he just saw it as giving them a handicap. Are you not aware of the city's rules? Oh? Does the Armament Guild not allow the exchange of pointers anymore? Ryu asked. Rober's lip twitched again. First you said it couldn't be considered a fight, but now it can be considered an exchange of pointers? Did wearing a mask give you extra points of shamelessness? Ailsa was having a grand time while Yana was doing her best to not burst into a fit of laughter. This sort of Ryu, who was slightly less cold and a half more mischievous, was truly too much to handle, mostly because the both of them could imagine his very serious expression behind his mask. If the Armament Guild is scared of losing to outsiders, I can just leave. I can already see from just this single game that I played that the Armament Guild really doesn't have any special talents if I can so casually break your records with a single arm. What did you just say? Amory had hardly finished speaking when he violently coughed up blood. Ryu's kick had been no joke. Although he managed to keep his life, several of his bones were broken and his inner organs had suffered a devastating blow. Raging now was the last thing he should be doing. Rober's expression darkened, the staff on his back vibrating. Oh? Would you like to exchange some pointers? Maybe I was wrong about this city after all. Ryu turned back. The staff in his hand had turned a deep dark gold, changing from its original brown color to become something entirely different. Ryu had hardly brandished it when a bloodthirsty air pervaded the surroundings. When Rober sensed it, his brows furrowed. He had never sensed such an aura from a staff before. In Ryu's hands, it felt like a wild and untamed beast, ready and willing to pounce on anything at any time. It was nothing like the most powerful staffs he had ever seen, but for some reason, aside from making him greatly uncomfortable, somewhere deep within his heart he also felt greatly inferior. Ryu casually raised the staff into the air. Rober reacted instantly, his pupils constricting. His staff shot out from his back and into his hands as he took a strong step forward. The booming of his soul hitting the ground caused several cracks to spread in the region, exposing his path extinction realm cultivation for all to see. Ryu's staff slowly descended from the sky. It was so clear and obvious that even a mortal could have tracked its route from start to finish. However, to Rober, it felt as though the staff had already collided with his own and Ryu was just pressing down harder and harder. Rober subconsciously took a defensive stance, beads of sweat falling down his brow. The land beneath him trembled and quaked, his knees creaking and his elbows whining beneath the pressure. Blood vessels strained and popped through his body, a flood of blood marring the whites of his eyes. And yet, Ryu's staff was still over a meter away from his own. Despair suddenly took hold of his heart and mind, his muscles tearing in small increments and his tendons and ligaments threatening to peel from the bone. He couldn't even be of the mind to register that Ryu had limited himself to the strength of any normal connecting heaven realm expert. All he could feel was the mighty weight of Ryu's staff as though a demonic mountain was crashing down toward him. Ryu's attack suddenly came to a pause, a great deal of the pressure dispersing into the wind. He looked up and away into the distance. His gaze seemed to pierce through the veil, traveling several thousand kilometers and locking eyes onto something the masses would only hear several seconds later. Before those few seconds could pass, though, bang! Ryu suddenly felt a strong force land on his chest. His hair went fluttering about wildly and his clothes threatened to tear apart at the seam. But, when the wind settled down, Ryu hadn't moved an inch. Looking down at his chest, Ryu found the tip of a staff that had collided with him. On the other end of it, Rober panted heavily, his face drenched with sweat and his hands seeping blood through their cracks as he held onto his staff for all that he was worth. Rober didn't even seem to register that Ryu was unaffected by his blow. He was so happy to have landed something, so stuck in fear by the sheer fragility of his existence, that he took solace in just the smallest success. Ryu shook his head. It seemed the dojo masters of this place really weren't worth much. But this was the kind of experts you would raise when there was an absence of hardship. Ryu casually swiped a hand down, batting Rober's staff away. The moment the latter lost the support of Ryu's body, he collapsed to the ground, his gaze vacant with happiness and his body trembling. It was right then that it happened. The sound wave finally reached the city. Boom, 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 boom. Chapter 687 Silk. The large crowd around Ryu collapsed to the ground as the shaking shook the very foundations of the city. The only one who seemed to stay upright was Ryu and Yana, who quickly gained the former support. Ryu? What's going on? Yana's voice drifted to Ryu's ears, snapping his attention back to the city itself. A battle. Ryu finally responded. It wasn't just any normal battle. Ryu was certain that it was a clash of cosmic seed realm armaments. In fact, the reason he reacted this way to begin with was because he recognized Sibel even if he didn't recognize the person she was currently in battle with. What was clear, though, was that the both of them wielded sabers. It seemed that this might very well be someone who had come to challenge for the position of armament wielder. The question was, though, was this a person from the Summuary clan or not? It was quite interesting, indeed. Fate liked to play its tricks. Ryu had been certain that the first instance of a armament guild family being challenged for their position would find him on the other side of things. To think that he would actually be in a position where he wanted one of the 9 families to keep their position. It doesn't seem like she will lose, though, so it's not much of a problem. But it also doesn't look like the enemy is trying to win, either. So, is this a probe? Are they testing Sibel's bottom line to see if they have a chance at usurping her? Despite his cultivation being far lower than theirs, Ryu's gaze seemed capable of seeing through everything. It was just a different matter entirely when it came to whether or not his body could keep up. Even now, while they were in the heat of battle, he could see through their intentions and the depths of their strengths quite easily. He could tell that, if things continued like this, Sibel would most definitely win. But he could also read that the intention of her opponent wasn't to change this outcome. At that moment, yet another battle erupted, almost catching Ryu, who had been focused on Sibel, off guard once again. It was yet another individual that Ryu recognized, Eustace of the Virga clan. When Ryu laid eyes on the clothing of the individual battling against him, though, his expression went from indifferent to as cold as ice. Compared to Sibel's opponent, whose style of dress didn't seem very special at all, Eustace's opponent wore clothing of embroidered delicate browns, non-oppressive golds and creamy whites. Everything about his clothing exuded an aura of peacefulness, and nothing was too grating on the eye. Despite the beautiful design of the clothing, it also didn't go overboard. There was something that seemed decidedly minimalistic about their appearance. But it was all a bullshit facade. Feather touch silk, 10 peak cosmic chi stones per gram. Evanescent silk, 50 peak cosmic chi stones per gram. Ghost thread silk, 250 peak cosmic chi stones per gram. I've never seen such a waste of money on clothing that serves no other purpose than to look good. Whether it was feather touch, evanescence, or ghost thread, each of these kinds of silk were known for the quality and beauty, not to mention the softness of their touch, but they had no other intrinsic properties. Compared to other combat-ready silks, they were very weak. Their only redeeming quality was the fact that they were rare. That's it. However, the fact that they were rare also came with its own host of reasons. Namely, the silkworms that produced these silks were all endangered species. Not only were they endangered, but these were usually powerful silkworms. If they were powerful, how could their silk be so weak? The answer to that is that these very specific types of silk can only be produced when a female silkworm is with child. Having diverted all her strength to her offspring, her silk didn't have the strong, intrinsic properties it would usually have, thus resulting in such delicate constructs. By now, the issue was obvious. Forcing a weak and pregnant silkworm to produce silk was the pinnacle of cruelty. Usually due to the diversion of energy, the silkworm fetus wouldn't make it to the end of term. And, to make matters worse, it wasn't very rare for the mother herself to die as well. Ryu wasn't the kind of man who felt sentimental about such things. He had turned a blind eye to things that could be considered far worse than this. In fact, there were probably certain practices of his own Tatsuya clan that may have been even crueler to certain beast species. However, What was making Ryu's stomach churn with disgust right now wasn't the harming of the silkworms themselves, but rather what those robes represented to begin with. Wielding that golden staff and exchanging blows with a smile on his face, this was a young man of the temporal Buddha sect. Their teachings were meant to emphasize kindness, magnanimity, selflessness, and modesty. And yet what the hell was this supposed to be? Ryu didn't even know the young man, but he wanted to feel the latter's nose warp beneath his fist. Cutting him up with a blade just didn't seem appealing enough. Ryu suddenly looked down at the staff in his hand, realizing that he was liking it more and more. Wasn't the perfect cross between his fist and a blade this staff? Feeling the satisfying crunch of bone beneath his staff sounded quite appealing to him as well. Of course, this wasn't the only reason Ryu was pissed. The temporal Buddha sect was none other than one of the reclusive powers who didn't participate in worldly struggles. And yet, they had appeared here to battle for a seat in the Armament Guild? Didn't that make their stance clear? These cowards, much like the fairies, no, even worse than the fairies, had spent all this time with their tail tucked between their legs, only to make their presence known now. If he didn't send them home coughing up blood, his name wouldn't be Ryu Tatsuya. Chapter 688 3 seconds. Boom, 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 boom. In that moment, the battle of 4 became a battle of 6. This time, Ryu had expected exactly this and wasn't caught off guard in the slightest. It was no surprise that the third target was the spear, Godfried. However, what was different about this battle was that if Ryu was correct, Godfried was actually fighting a member of his own Hastam clan. This matter is more complex than it seems, but it's also not a bad opportunity. Currently, Ryu wasn't in any shape to enter a battle of this scale, under normal circumstances, anyway. Setting aside the fact that Ryu was currently heavily injured, even if he wasn't, the cultivation of these 6 was still far beyond him. The cosmic seed realm was no joke, and Ryu still wasn't prepared to say that he was undefeatable within the Dao pedestal realm. There were definitely plenty of higher and peak Dao pedestal realm experts that could defeat Ryu with quite some ease. And, though they were extremely rare, Ryu wouldn't be surprised if there were a few lower and middle Dao pedestal realm experts who could accomplish the same feat. However, armament fights were a bit different. Cultivation was restricted to the same level, and winners and losers relied entirely on the comprehension one had toward their weapon. Of course, Ryu wasn't quite in a position to take advantage of this either. After all, his great sword staff inheritance was faulty, and his staff inheritance not only lacked a birth phenomena, it was only at the monarch realm. But, clearly Ryu wasn't fazed by any of this. Let's go enjoy the spectacle. Ryu grabbed onto Yana's hand, catching her off guard for a bit. But, she gleefully followed as they rose into the skies. Rober, who was still on the ground, made a weak attempt to speak of the rules, but he passed out once again soon after, unable to even hold his head high like he once could. Halt! Ryu's arm casually waved to the side, not even casting a glance at the individual who spoke. Shaken to his core, the man who had risen into the skies as well had a change in expression. An invisible pressure crashed into him, sending him tumbling for several dozen kilometers. By the time he came to a stop, his arms were trembling and his forearm was cracked in several places. Even the staff in his hand was threatening to crumble to ash, its body barely holding beneath the violent fluctuations of chi. Those who saw the exchange were stunned into silence, not just because of Ryu's strike, but because of exactly who it had been levied at and what the result was. This man was none other than one of the Path Extinction Realm armament wielders of the lower cities. And yet he hadn't even lasted a single exchange. Unfortunately, by the time he stabilized himself and his arms stopped trembling, Ryu had already vanished into the expansive starry sky with Yana by his side. Ryu wasn't surprised to find that there were many in the skies attempting to get a glimpse of the battle as well. But all those who could even think of doing such a thing were experts by their own rights. Just the wind pressure of their strikes from thousands of miles away had knocked an entire city of people to the ground just moments ago. It was clear that if you were in the skies now, you were a powerhouse. And yet, all of you stay back. I've already said so multiple times already. If you'd like to make yourself an enemy of the Armament Guild, feel free to test my bottom line. The brows of several in the crowd furrowed. What's the meaning of this? Isn't this an armament challenge? Hasn't the Armament Guild always allowed spectators? Ryu's gaze narrowed. The indignance of this spectator was a bit overboard, but they weren't incorrect either. The Armament Guild had always been transparent with their challenges and had never done something like barring others from witnessing it. It smelt fishy. The truth of the matter was that guilds and the public often worked on a sort of symbiotic relationship. The Mercenary Guild helped the public to complete missions for a fee. The Necromancy Guild were the first line of defense against the Nether Realm. Ever since the last invasion, they had been the gatekeepers and gained the goodwill of the public in many ways as a result. Then there was the Armament Guild. They were the largest arms dealer of the martial world. In fact, their services went even beyond this. Why else would even Ryu have had a bank account with them? By virtue of the fact they were guilds, the Armament Guild and the others owed the public a certain level of transparency they very clearly weren't receiving right this moment. It only made it worse that the attitude of those heading the blockade was also terrible. Because I fucking said so. Do you have a screw loose? Do you need me to tighten it for you? The head of the barricade sneered. He had a scar running down his face and a glaive strapped to his back. Judging by his attire, he was indeed an official member of the Armament Guild and was even a member of the Glaive family, the Gladio clan. They were known for being particularly barbaric. This man weighed down on the crowd with his Dao pedestal realm cultivation, his scar seeming to light up as his chi pulsed about. He was having a great time soaking in his power, relishing in the rage of the crowd, when he suddenly found that there was actually two persons that actually still dared to step forward. One was a tall man with a broad back and wide shoulders. He wore a mask, so it was impossible to see his features, but his hair danced about wildly, leaving streaks of beautiful white in the air. The other was a dainty beauty wearing a fluttering black dress and veil. Who the fuck do you? Piss off, I'll give you 3 seconds. If you don't move in that time, I'll drag you to the Gladio City and make sure to tell your armament wielder that you're the reason they're losing their seat. Chapter 689 Mischievous. Tybalt was completely caught off guard. He had just been flying high for one moment, only to find himself at the other end of a person's scorn in the next. After an instant of being shocked, Tybalt immediately felt his fury light. What the fuck did you just say to me? Hey Elsa. Elsa, who had been lounging lazily just a moment ago, suddenly perked up, her gaze lighting with excitement. She had been waiting for an opportunity like this for a very long time. In a lot of ways, Elsa and Ryu were really too similar. The truth was just that, if it wasn't for Ryu's life experiences, they might have been indistinguishable from one another aside from their gender. The both of them were mischievous and thrived off trouble. Both were supremely prideful. Both were duty-bound. Both of them had mouths too smart for their own good. And the both of them got bored of sitting on the sidelines for too long. At that moment, the aura around Ryu completely shifted, causing Tybalt to be taken off guard. His expression warped, the scent of death suddenly breaching his senses and filling his nose. The assault was so sudden that his features had paled considerably before he could truly register what was happening. Right then, Ryu, who seemed to have had just one person by his side, gained another. A beauty wearing a fluttering white dress appeared. However, she was no taller than the length of a single hand. Even then, with the sharp gazes of the cultivators standing around, not a single one of them could stop looking toward her ravishing beauty. It was as though they had all suddenly been enraptured by a dream, one they had no willingness to rise from. Fairy. It was hard to tell who had spoken these words first, but it immediately clicked for those all around the instant it reached their ears. The fairy race was the only one that could exude such an ethereal and untouchable aura. It felt as though they were all in the presence of a goddess. However, what happened next made them question whether she was truly a goddess or a demoness. With a devious smile, Elsa waved her hand. A strong surge of death chi erupting around her like a volcano. A pillar of black rose into the depths of the starry sky's endless reaches. However, even with their sharp gazes, it was simply impossible to see the edge of this pillar. Ryu's lip twitched. Even he felt that Elsa was going a bit overboard. But It was rare that she got to do something like this. All this time she could just obediently sit on Ryu's shoulders and watch on as he got all the fights. But the reality was that Elsa had hobbies of her own as well. It was just that when she melded her soul with Ryu's, they had fallen to the background. Now that her seal was broken, she finally got a chance to unleash. Since that was the case, he didn't protest even as his forehead began to glow with a golden red crown. In that moment, the pillars split, an enormous magic formation being painted above. Ancient runes, complex laws, and dense primordial chaos death chi rose up, suffocating the surroundings with an oppression that rivaled even the 3 battles occurring in the distance. In fact, to some, it felt like it had long since surpassed it. Tybald's expression had turned white as a sheet of paper. The only color remaining on his face was the ugly scar still pulsing down his eye and cheek. Never did he think that he would run into such a thing today. He had been on such a high horse previously, only to come crashing down like this. He could immediately tell the kind of predicament he had gotten himself into. Kabus, Kabus fairy. Elsa cackled like a maniac, having way too much fun. But all anyone else could see was the elegant curve of a young woman's cherry lips. She was simply too good at hiding her degeneracy. At that moment, a large formation of clouds formed, streaks of lightning striking about. But just as soon as they formed, there was an enormous booming sound that shook the surroundings. The roar of a wild beast caused space to ripple as an enormous leg tore through the void, stamping down with a force capable of trampling mountains to ash. Ryu's gaze narrowed before a smile curled his lips. Bang! The enormous foot stamped down, causing shards of space to ripple into the surroundings. The large crowd shot backward, none of them willing to get involved in the commotion. Just being too close could cost them their lives. Before the creature even fully appeared, Tybald was pressed down to his knees before his face was forced down, pressing into the hovering formation that made up the barricade, stopping anyone from advancing. That was when the rest of the creature's body manifested itself. Despite the enormous size of its legs, they were actually the smallest part of it. The creature was humanoid and had 2 short stumpy legs leading up to a torn loincloth that barely kept its decency. It had a large beer belly as solid as a wall of muscles and a chest of rippling pecs. Over its shoulder, it held a club double the size of its already enormous 20-meter-tall body. From head to toe, it was covered in a pale blue skin that sometimes wafted a cold, blue fog and sometimes rippled as blood rushed beneath its veins. It fell out from the clouds. Its squarish face marked with a rotating formation upon its forehead came into view. Just the thumping of its heart made one feel the need to cover their ears, the power of its body existing on a plane all to itself. When those around laid eyes on it, their hearts ironically stopped beating altogether. A frost thunder giant, a 9th Order Demon Duke, had actually appeared here. Chapter 690 Demon Duke. Elsa clapped with glee, clearly happy with her handiwork. Not only were Frost Thunder Giants demon dukes, but they also happened to be extraordinarily powerful even among demons of their rank. For her first summon, it really wasn't a bad pull at all. Kabus fairies had far more leeway when it came to random summons. They could even direct their choices to a certain extent. Elsa wanted to summon a demon compatible with Ryu, and she had landed on a jackpot. Not only would this Frost Thunder Giant be powerful in battle, afterwards, should it not be good enough to become part of Ryu's permanent lineup, its flesh and blood were incredibly valuable resources. As expected, the instant the Frost Thunder Giant appeared, it roared with rage, turning its gaze toward Ryu and Elsa to swallow them whole. It was a noble demon duke. To have been pulled to this world as a random summon was nothing short of extraordinarily humiliating for it. However, neither Ryu nor Elsa seemed quite fazed in the slightest. Elsa's hair fluttered and the shimmering red-gold crown beneath Ryu's mask grew in brightness. Before the Frost Thunder Giant could react, it found its forehead frozen in place. The formation that held its innate inheritances was suddenly pierced by a light, causing its individual thoughts to suddenly dull. In one moment, it had all the pride in the world, and in the next, its only thoughts were actions commanded to it by Elsa and Ryu. Those watching couldn't help but be stunned. This wasn't because the two had managed to subdue the Frost Thunder Giant. This much was already expected. Who would be stupid enough to do something beyond their means in battle? Wouldn't that just be asking for death? No, what shocked them was the fact that Ailsa and Ryu had to subdue it at all. By virtue of the fact they had to do so, it meant that it was a random summon. Usually, random summons were something summoning necromancers only used when they were trying their luck to find and contract random summons, or when they weren't going all out. The fact that this was a battle, it was more likely to be the second. That meant that Ailsa and Ryu were capable of casually summoning a Demon Duke. Not just any Demon Duke, but one of the Ninth Order. What the hell was going on here? Everyone seemed to be expressed except for Ailsa herself. After recovering from her initial glee, she couldn't help but be disappointed. Humph, clearly I held back too much. This thing is just of the Ninth Order, how weak. Ryu smiled toward Ailsa's little tantrum. Though he had thought she went too far before, he knew that she was acting within her means. During the few months of training they had in the lead-up to the banquet, the two hadn't really spent much time talking about Ailsa's new Kabus fairy status. But this was only because the both of them subconsciously knew that there wasn't much of a point. With their level of talent in the field, there was no better choice than to find out their limits in real time. With a wave of his hand, a steed covered from head to toe in steely silver armor appeared. Nemesis's nostrils billowed with sparking flames, his neigh shaking the skies. Ryu lightly hopped onto Nemesis' back, reaching down and pulling Yana along with him. Yana blushed as she sat between Ryu's legs, but she quickly sank into the feeling of comfort. Ryu's chest was so wide and firm that it felt like she was leaning upon the most comfortable chair in the world, her small frame getting lost in his embrace. Forward! Ailsa shouted out toward the Frost Thunder Giant. It was almost as though she was eager to watch it battle to its last breath just so that she could summon another. The toll of summoning a Demon Duke hardly cost a thing between Ailsa's World Sea Realm Soul and Ryu's Indestructible Soul and Primordial Chaos Death Chi. Even summoning a dozen Frost Thunder Giants wouldn't be a problem. The warriors who had just been standing proudly upon the barricade suddenly scattered as the Frost Thunder Giants' club swept down toward them. The rumbling of air and a frigid wind followed it, making the spines of all those who witnessed it tingle with fear. Bang! 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 The boundaries imploded before the club even connected, the unique chi of the Frost Thunder Giant shining through with peak levels of destruction. Nemesis stepped into the skies, following alongside the Frost Thunder Giant and remaining level with the latter's shoulder. Behind Ryu, the crowd exchanged glances before they all surged forward at once. It wasn't them who broke the barricade, so it wasn't as though they could be punished, right? Plus, even if the Armament Guild did want to find fault with them, it wasn't as though they could punish them all. Which of them wasn't a powerful expert? Among them, there were plenty from powerful backgrounds, clans, and sects. Thinking to this point, they all surged after Ryu. At that point, a chain of flames lashed out, catching the crowd off guard. But they all sighed a breath of relief when they found that it wasn't aimed toward them, but rather aimed toward Tybalt, who had been flung off into the distance. Many watched on in pity as Tybalt was dragged along by Ryu, streaking through the skies in one of the most humiliating ways possible. Damn it, we need to report this. Watching on as the crowd surged forward, those that had been tasked with guarding this location were flustered. Without a choice, they could only report this upward. The roar of the Frost Thunder Giant shook the starry skies, barrier after barrier falling before it. By this point, many had been alerted, including the 6 fighting youths. But the truth of the matter was that this battle was supremely important. How could there not be several World Sea Realm experts watching on? This brat, Godfried's father, Aberardus, watched on speechlessly. Wasn't this kid too good at causing trouble? Chapter 691 Birthed. Nemesis proudly held up his neck, his body brimming with vitality. After several months of receiving Ailsa's nourishment, whether it was him, Little Rock, or Little Gem, all of them had undergone great changes. It was no surprise. As heavens favored, beasts were treated as such. So long as they had resources, they could progress endlessly so long as they had comparable talent as a foundation. Simply by virtue of his ancestral grade talent, Nemesis wouldn't face any large hurdles all the way up to the 11th Order. Only when trying to break into the 12th would he potentially run into any issues. The reason why other beasts couldn't progress so quickly was because none of them had the impossibly vast wealth Ryu did. Nor did they have the guidance of a cultist fairy. By now, Nemesis had already entered the 8th Order and was already on the verge of entering the 9th. If it wasn't for fear of the backlash of his sin talent, he would have already entered the 9th and progressed toward the 10th. However, under normal circumstances, an 8th Order beast would have long since dwarfed the Frost Thunder Giant in size. By all rights, Nemesis should be pushing hundreds of meters already. But, with all that strength concentrated into the size of a normal horse, the combat prowess Nemesis and Little Rock could display was likely only shy of the likes of Ryu and Serial. Like this, even following by the side of a 9th Order Demon Duke, Nemesis' aura didn't lose out in the slightest, his braying breath causing space to quake. It wasn't long before Ryu had entered the range of the battle. By this point, Godfried's father was almost certain that this masked boy was Ryu. Or, at the very least, he was 90% sure. One part of his reasoning was Ryu's white hair, and the other was the steed he was riding. It had to be remembered that the first time the father-son pair met Ryu was in the inner ring of the pedestal plane. That was the exact location Ryu had first met Nemesis, so the two of them were quite aware of what had happened back then. Though Nemesis had changed greatly, it was still possible to see the fiery crimson coat between the steel plates that grew from his body. That coupled with Ryu's brazenness, and Aberardus truly felt that there was no second person who could possibly be as daring as Ryu. When he reached this conclusion, his speechless expression couldn't help but spread into a wide grin. This sort of wild, rule-breaking was exactly what their armament guild needed. Throughout legend, there were all sorts of stories about the unfettered swordsman, traveling through the land with nothing but his blade in hand. As far as Aberardus was concerned, the sword had become the king of weapons simply because their wielders were better at propaganda than everyone else. So, it was safe to say that he didn't take these legends too seriously. However, there was a portion of it that did resonate with the old man. The birthed phenomena. It wasn't like the blessing of the ancestral beast or the gifts of the fae and fairies. The birth phenomena was something the human race had forced into being for the sake of survival. It was they who created and forged weapons, creating an all-new cultivation paths just so that they could grasp power in their own hands. This was exactly where the root of the word birthed came from. Depending on the ancient language you were referring to, it could cover a scope of expressions from breathe life into to splitting from authority, and all the way up to laying a foundation. That was what it meant to be a weapon wielder. You were inherently carving your own path, inherently breathing life into your own dreams, inherently fighting against the heavens and the plans it had laid out for you. This was the backbone the Armament Guild had been built from. And yet, in all these years they had sat at the top, this fundamental truth had been forgotten. His wife had lost her life, him and his son had been chased away, and the guild he had given his life to fell into depravity and corruption. Unfortunately, he was too old and didn't wield nearly enough power. His son, Sibel and Eustace were too young and their blades weren't nearly sharp enough. However, Ryu, ever since Aberardus had met him, he liked this young man. If he could have swapped out Ryu and his foolish, useless son, he would have done so in a heartbeat. This sort of wild, untamable nature he exuded. He saw reflections of the man he could have become had he not allowed himself to be shackled by convention and politics. Aberardus' expression brightened. He could almost feel the tides of the future shifting right before him. In that moment, the roar of the Frost Thunder Giant rang throughout the battlefield. Godfried, Sibel and Eustace, who had been focusing on their battles, looked pleasantly surprised when they noticed a crowd of people slowly approaching. Their opponents, however, had a vastly different reaction, their expressions instantly coating in frowns. What the hell was going on? Was the Armament Guild so incompetent that they couldn't even hold down a line for a few minutes? Their battle had just started. What the three didn't know was that it wasn't that the Armament Guild was incompetent, but rather than Ryu was simply too brazen. Who other than him would purposely slap the Armament Guild in the face like this? Maybe the most brazen part was that Ryu didn't necessarily stand on the moral high ground either. After all, it was the right of the Armament Guild to do as they pleased with their territory. However, he simply didn't care. He had just battled the heavens and slapped the faces of the martial gods for the whole of the martial world to see. At this point, the Armament Guild felt more like a side quest to him. Chapter 692 Questions. The three combatants opposing Godfried, Sibel and Eustace came to an awkward stop, causing the booming sounds of battle to stop as well. This wasn't part of the plan, so they weren't sure of how to take any steps forward for now. Right then, before the scene could fall into true silence, Ryu's wrist flicked and Tybalt, the member of the Gladio family, came flying forward, only to be dangled from Ryu's flame chain once again. The sudden action seemed to shock him awake and he screamed out, only to realize just how many people were around him. He had never felt so humiliated in his life. Above the battlefield, the 9 cosmic seed armament cities and the Armament Guild's main city hung above, giving the odd atmosphere quite the picturesque backdrop. However, Ryu didn't seem intent on letting things slide like this. Well, don't stop on account of us. We came to spectate. Why would you stop battling now? Godfried immediately recognized Ryu's voice and his lip twitched, but it was only for a moment before its pitch subtly changed. It made one think that the first was almost an illusion. Of the three, the one who seemed to be the most livid was the man across from Godfried. But this was in line with Ryu's previous deductions as well. Sibel was fighting an unknown man clothed in black that was quite like Ryu's own style, while Eustace was fighting the Temporal Buddha sect monk. However, it was clear that neither of them was very intertwined with the Armament Guild, or at the very least, this relationship was still somewhat fresh. However, Godfried was fighting a member of his own Hastam clan. It seemed that this individual was far more invested in this plan working out. While on the surface it looked as though 3 families were fighting against the status quo of the Armament Guild, in practice it was more like 2 and half. The Hastam clan was divided and clearly undergoing terrible internal struggles, or how else would the father-son pair have been kicked away? It was just unfortunate that the 2 of them had come back after Godfried was powerful enough to snatch the cosmic seed armament for himself, so now that members of the Hastam clan who had gotten used to their new power suddenly found themselves profoundly suppressed once more. Just by observing these dynamics, Ryu was able to tell many things, the most important of which was that the Armament Guild was still bound to follow its own rules. Whether or not this would last was a different matter entirely, but the fact that they were going so far to do things this way most definitely mean that they were being restrained. Who the hell are you? Ramir immediately lost his temper. Today was meant to be the day that his branch of the Hastam clan could regain their power, but how could they have ever guessed that things would actually end up going this way? Ryu blinked as though he was confused. Didn't you just hear me? I'm a spectator. New novel chapters are published on freewebble.cm. Yana snorted in a failed attempt to hold back her laughter. Unable to stop her giggles, she turned and buried her head into Ryu's arm. She didn't seem to be the only one unable to hold back, as many in the crowd were much less reserved. Since they could already tell that much of the ire would be turned toward Ryu, why not enjoy themselves while they were here? Ramir's expression darkened, his gaze becoming eerily calm. He was still an expert of his own right. It would take more than a few words to make him lose his cool entirely. If it wasn't for the fact so much was on the line to begin with, he wouldn't have been so rash with his word choice. Which power's young master is so brazen as to interfere in the matters of the Armament Guild? Do you think that we were all blind to what you've done to our men and our barricades? Is this big guy not big enough for you? Which power do you think I come from? Ramir's gaze narrowed as his gaze landed on the Frost Thunder Giant. Even though it was only of the 9th order, even he as a Cosmic Seed Realm expert felt great pressure from it. This was simply the power of a Demon Duke's bloodline. If a Demon Duke was compared to a human's talent, they would be a Sovereign Great Circle talent at the worst and approaching a normal Ancestral Grade talent at the best. And since the Frost Thunder Giant was among the best of them, this spoke for itself. Author's note: just like Ancestral Great Circle, Sovereign Great Circle means Sovereign Grade talent in all 4 pillars: Bloodline, Meridians, Bone Structure, and Spiritual Foundation. The fact that this was the case spoke volumes for what one might expect from a Demon Prince or a Demon King. Even the worst of the Demon Nobles would dwarf an Earth Grade talent. This was how powerful these existences were. Though Ramir was a talent himself, he didn't even have a Heaven Great Circle, He only had a partial heaven grade circle as he had 3 heaven grade talents and 1 earth grade talent. Compared to the Frost Thunder Giant, he was far inferior. Normally, he was very proud about this fact. The formation of a great circle was already the pinnacle of talent. Usually, even having just 1 or 2 talents made you a great genius, very rarely one some have all 4. His great circle talent was better than many who only had 1 or 2 sovereign grade talents. And yet, it hardly seemed to matter here. But this wasn't the key. The key was that anyone who could summon a demon of any kind to do their bidding was without a treasured talent of the Necromancy Guild. The fact that Ryu was wearing a mask, even if it wasn't the standard mask of a necromancer, also spoke volumes. This situation seemed to get more complicated. And it only got worse when Ryu opened his mouth again. Since you've asked so many questions, I guess you won't mind if I ask a few too, right? Why is it that you've set up barricades? The Armament Guild never had such a practice before. No, actually, don't answer that. I'm more interested in knowing something else. As far as I know, the spear, Godfried, only recently claimed his armament. In fact, I believe the previous spear had held the positions for tens of millions of years, correct? It should be obvious that his skill is far beyond yours. So why are you fighting, exactly? Ramir's gaze flickered with killing intent. Chapter 693 Void Fairy. Ryu blinked at this reaction as though he was shocked and confused by it. If Elsa and Yana didn't know better, they'd really think that he was just an innocent bystander asking questions that were just as innocent. However, it was simply too clear to them that Ryu was only here to stir trouble and his question was anything but that. Not only did Ryu expose the scars of Ramir's branch of the Hastam family, he essentially slapped Ramir's face. If his question was rephrased in the crudest fashion possible, it would read, "You aren't powerful enough to win anyway, so why are you wasting everyone's time?" Maybe in another type of society, Ramir's guts would be praised. After all, wasn't there something to be said for trying? Unfortunately, this was the martial world. One didn't get extra credit for their grit and determination. People would be quicker to sneer at someone for overestimating themselves than they ever would be to praise someone for trying hard. In a world of hierarchies, its parameters would be strictly enforced, especially by those of the lowest rung. To these people of the lowest rung, they felt that since they weren't good enough to rise up, who were you to even try to do better for yourself? This was the disgusting truth of the world. But Ryu wasn't the type of person who got hung up on morality or the thoughts of other people. Since this vice of society was beneficial to him now, he would use it, just like he didn't blink an eye when those young teens died as a direct result of his actions just days ago. Seeing that Ramir didn't have an immediate answer for Ryu, his partners in crime had no choice but to take action themselves. It seems that there's been a small misunderstanding. The youth of the Temporal Buddha sect stepped forward with a light smile. Just by his demeanor alone, it felt almost impossible for one to hate him. But before he could speak, Ryu had already cut him off. HM? You're speaking up for him? That's kind of odd. Now that I think about it, in the history of the Armament Guild, has there ever been 3 simultaneous challenges like this? I think this is the first time I've ever heard of such a thing happening. Ryu's words seemed to alert the crowd to the oddity as well. This was indeed not normal. Just a normal challenge was shocking enough. After all, one had to defeat a certain number of dojo masters before even gaining the right to levy such a challenge. If just anyone could challenge the armament wielder, there would definitely be a great problem. It wasn't a surprise for several million years to pass between challenges. Of course, challenges were more frequent for lower-level armaments. But this was clearly a different league entirely. Tail, the Temporal Buddha sect youth, realized at that moment that maybe he had been too rash in speaking. However, he was very much used to people giving him leeway because of his strength and his status. Plus, with the doctrines of the Temporal Buddha sect, such petty arguments were considered sinful. It simply wasn't a skill he had ever had to hone. Now faced with Ryu, who clearly didn't have a care in the world about who he was or wasn't offending, they were all at a loss on how to respond. So the Necromancy Guild is intent of involving themselves in the Armament Guild's matters? Ramir asked coldly. Involving? Ryu was shocked. Yana, am I speaking a foreign language? Yana, who hadn't expected to get brought up in this matter, was immediately flustered. She had been trying to hold back her laughter before, but with Ryu's sudden involvement of her, she couldn't hold it back anymore and her bell-like giggles warmed the atmosphere. However, Ramir reacted very differently to this. Yana? The void fairy Yana. Ramir's expression turned ugly. If before he had thought that Ryu might have potentially been using the Necromancy Guild as a shield while in truth having no affiliation with them, he was now convinced that Ryu had to be among their hidden geniuses. Ramir wasn't a fool. For Ryu to so blatantly imply that he was a member of the Necromancy Guild made him think that there was something fishy going on. Ryu simply didn't match anyone in the Necromancy Guild he could think of. There were only a handful of necromancers with Kabus fairies to begin with, and they were all famous across the martial world. By all rights, they should be easily recognizable. However, Yana was a different matter entirely. She was most definitely recognizable. Ramir had been so pissed off by Ryu that he hadn't even noticed Yana, who was sharing a horse with him. Yana had only been with the Necromancy Guild for a short time relative to how most cultivators conceived it. She was especially weak in the grand scheme of things, but none of this changed just how famous she was. "Oh? It seems like you're famous, Yana." Ryu laughed lightly. In return, he received an embarrassed pinch and Yana trying to find a hole to bury herself in. Still, Ryu was a bit surprised by this as well. A Cosmic Seed Realm expert knowing about an Immortal Ring Realm expert and even calling her by such a title. It was quite rare indeed. To most Cosmic Seed Realm experts, Immortal Ring cultivators were like toddlers. It was baffling that Yana would be so famous. Though, if Ryu knew who Yana's master was, something she had neglected to mention, it would have been a different matter entirely. That was only proved more so by just how ugly Ramir's expression was getting. Because while Ryu was unaware, he was most definitely aware. "Miss Yana, might I ask who this person is?" Ramir thought that since Yana's identity had been exposed, it could at least become a point of small weakness for him to latch onto. After all, even though he personally feared Yana's backing, that didn't mean the Armament Guild was scared of this person. Ryu had a cheeky response prepared, but he didn't expect the shy Yana to suddenly respond at the top of her lungs first. "My boyfriend." Chapter 694, Mentally Deranged. Ryu almost choked on air. Was this what it felt like to be sexually harassed? It wasn't just Ryu who was speechless. Ramir and those who recognized the title of Void Fairy were most definitely stunned as well. The only one who seemed to have expected this and was having the time of her life was Ailsa. If it wasn't for her cultivation, she would have fallen off of Ryu's shoulder several times already. She was practically wheezing in her air at this point. By this point, Ryu realized that there was only one explanation for all of these reactions. Logically, it was impossible that Yana could carry such weight all on her own. The only way this would be possible was if there was someone of great standing who could affirm her status. In that case, it was highly likely that Yana had a powerful master she hadn't told Ryu about. Of course, that opened up another can of worms. For example, if Yana's master was so fearsome, how is it that those members of the Necromancy Guild had dared to treat her the way they had? Clearly, everyone was aware of this truth except Ryu, it seemed. Toward that, Ryu could only conclude that they thought they wouldn't be caught. In addition, with Serial's involvement, there was potential that they thought that even if they did get caught, they would have adequate backing. Ryu still didn't know the story surrounding Serial. But one potential answer is that she too was part of the Necromancer Guild. In that case, whatever powerful master Yana could get, Serial could receive the better of. Yana was extremely talented, however objectively, she was a step below that of Ryu and Serial. If one took into account her reincarnation and the swift improvement of her inheritances as a result, then she could just barely close the gap a bit, but it wouldn't be enough to catch up. This was all to say that whatever Yana could do, Serial could definitely one-up. That was just the harsh reality. In that case, there may very well be people willing to offend Yana's master for the sake of Serial. This wouldn't be surprising or difficult to accept. Yana blushed profusely toward her own outburst, but her gaze remained firm and resolute. She had resolved herself a long while ago to corner Ryu if she had to. She refused to allow him to treat her like a little sister. The moment things went too far down that path, it would be impossible for her to turn back. So, she could only hold Ryu's feet to the fire. Honestly, she had wanted to say husband. However, out of respect for Ailsa and Elena, she couldn't bring herself to go so far. That said, she also didn't want to take too far of a step back either. In the end, she settled on boyfriend. As though to prove her point, she grabbed Ryu's hands and forced them to wrap around her. In the end, Ryu's own arms became his own shackles. Ramer's expression darkened when he heard Yana's words. The good news was that the title of boyfriend held functionally no weight in the martial world. It was essentially a position not recognized by either one of their families. In fact, it was a rare title to use in the martial world for exactly that reason. The chastity of a woman was seen as too important to be wasted on a mere girlfriend title. But this was exactly where the bad news stemmed from. The Void Fairy was willingly sullying herself with such a title all so that she could attach herself to this man. Not only did this stir the masculine ire of Ramir and many others, it filled them with indignance. At that moment, a sweeping pressure descended from the skies. The chatter of the crowd froze. There wasn't a single soul who didn't recognize the pressure of a World Sea Realm expert's aura. Aberardus' gaze narrowed and he was about to step forward, but he suddenly stopped, a smile spreading across his face. This brat. I've wanted him to beg to join my armament guild for a long time, but he dared to ignore this old man's face. Let's see how long you'll last without my help. Then, that'll teach you. It was then that a voice boomed from the skies. I will only ask this question once. Are you here representing her ladyship, Demure? Or are you here representing yourself? The World Sea Realm expert didn't show himself. He found it to be beneath his dignity to appear just for a few juniors. But it was obvious that nothing about this day was going to plan, and these youths below were far too incompetent. If he didn't make a move himself, this would never end. Ryu frowned. His Frost Thunder Giant was almost immediately forced to its knees, and Nemesis began to neigh uncomfortably. Yana's delicate brow furrowed, and she too felt greatly uncomfortable at that moment. It was clear that this person had only partially come here to reason. The larger part of their goal was to remind Ryu that this wasn't his territory. However, Ryu didn't respond kindly to threats, even if they were well veiled beneath the guise of diplomacy. Why is it that everyone is so insistent on asking stupid questions? Has the Armament Guild really fallen so far? Aberardus choked on air, coughing violently to regain his bearings. He could only give a thumbs up in Ryu's direction. He could never imagine being so brazen in the face of a World Sea Realm expert when he was that young. I came here today to broaden my horizons and challenge the geniuses of the Armament Guild. I had originally wanted to tour the cities one by one and learn what I could from them all, but who could have expected that I would have hardly finished a trip through a single city when I would be met with a barricade. Now I'm being questioned left and right by one mentally deranged individual after another. You tell me, is the Armament Guild just afraid of fair challenges now? Chapter 695 Tier. A stunned silence fell over the starry skies. When had any of them ever witnessed a junior insulting a World Sea Realm expert so openly and without reserve? But the truth of the matter was that Ryu was pissed off. Even if he hadn't kneeled personally, wasn't making his own summon kneel a slap to his own face? And this bastard actually dared to pressure Yana at the same time? Regardless of what Yana's feelings for him were, what Ryu knew without a shadow of a doubt was that he would protect her with his life. Even he didn't dare to make her suffer the slightest injustice. So who was this old bastard hiding in the skies right now who actually dared to do such a thing? If it wasn't for him maintaining a shred of reason, Ryu would have killed this man right where he hid. Since when was there anyone who could hide from his eyes? To Ryu, he might as well have been right in front of him. Ryu's gaze seemed to pierce through the void, landing on the World Sea Realm expert with the greatest of ease. It was clear that this sudden change to the situation had caught this expert off guard as well, or else they would have imploded under Ryu's provoking words long ago. How could he expect that an immortal Ring Realm brat could possibly find him? However, his shock had nothing to do with Ryu. As far as Ryu was concerned, if he didn't make this man enraged to the point of coughing up blood, he wouldn't even deem to call himself a Tatsuya any longer. What did you just say to me? The voice came out in a sudden boom. There was silence initially, before there was an endless torrent of violent winds. It shot down through the crowd, forcing several to cough up mouthfuls of blood and retreat explosively. The Frost Thunder Giant's pale blue skin was immediately lacerated in several places, leaking thick purple blood as it tried to protect its face from the onslaught. However, having already been forced into a kneeling position, it was struggling with accumulating power to begin with. The fury in Ryu's gaze set before vanishing into a smoldering coldness. His playful demeanor vanished, his white hair dancing in the wind. With a step, Ryu vanished and appeared on the Frost Thunder Giant's shoulder. He stood amidst the billowing aura of the World Sea Realm expert, a sudden strong surge of ice inheritance blooming from his body, as the call of a majestic phoenix spread throughout the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, the Frost Thunder Giant had been encased in a cold and harsh wind. However, while this wind would have been unbearable to anyone else, to the Frost Thunder Giant, it was like a revitalizing tonic it couldn't get enough of. At that moment, its deep flesh wounds iced over, being mended together by beautiful crystalline ice structures coursing with gorgeous blue ice phoenix heavenly patterns. The moment these ice crystals burst apart into sparkling motes of cold light, the wounds of the Frost Thunder Giant had vanished. It stood to its feet, its roar piercing toward the veil of the skies above. Ryu realized now that the reason he had rarely used his ice and fire inheritances in the past was because he subconsciously thought they were too weak. But that was all a product of his inheritances losing their levels. Even though his ice inheritance was only at the ruler realm currently, its power dwarfed many monarch and even dominion realm ice inheritances. The World Sea Realm expert was immediately infuriated by this scene. He had purposely targeted the Frost Thunder Giant as a vague sign of taking a step back. He still hadn't received Yana's answer, so he was still cautious by a measure. While the whole of the Armament Guild could afford to offend Lady Demure, he personally could not. When it came to experts of that caliber, if you pissed them off, someone would have to pay, and if not the Armament Guild as a whole, he most definitely would personally. But who would have thought that rather than taking his act of mercy on the chin, this little bastard would actually smack his face in front of so many people? How could he not be infuriated? What this World Sea Realm expert didn't know, an expert by the name of Vardis Hastam, and yet another member of Godfried's Hastam clan, was that this was exactly what had pissed Ryu off. He was Ryu Tatsuya. Since when did he eat losses at the hand of someone else? He had taken a step back? Well, in Ryu's opinion, he hadn't taken it far back enough. Since this man wanted to be humiliated, he would thoroughly humiliate him. I was only casually asking the question, but it seems that the Armament Guild really is so cowardly. Not only did you blockade the path, stopping those who wanted to challenge from doing so, but now you're actually sending the older generation to pressure the younger. What a good and decent Armament Guild you are. Vardis nearly felt his head bursting from fury. The fact these words were coming from someone so much lower than himself almost made him burst at the seams. What absolute horseshit! Ramir could no longer hold back his temper. You clearly said that you had wanted to come here as a spectator. Why are you pretending like your goal was something else now? Do you think that my Hastam clan is filled with pushovers? Speak another word of nonsense and I'll cut your head off where you stand. Ramir's infuriated roar didn't carry the same momentum as that of his clansmen, but its result was no less violent. Obviously, the World Sea Realm expert had been holding back. But this time Ryu was more than prepared. Ryu's gaze shifted over, it still pervading with coldness. How are my words contradictory in any way? I said from the very beginning that I wanted to visit every city, but ended up having my way blocked. I ended up having to burst my way through because I could only assume that it was the work of fools. After all, every power has its bad seedlings. It wasn't until I saw the state of this battle that I realized that I had given you all too great of a benefit of the doubt. Not only are World Sea Realm experts involved, but they're even covering up this clown show. What did you say? I said this is a clown show. If this is the level of spearmen that can challenge the cosmic seed spear armament, why should I bother going from city to city to prove myself? You're such a pathetic excuse for a spearman that I'm ashamed for all who call the weapon their own. For the likes of you to actually dare to challenge for this armament, What else could I conclude but the fact the Armament Guild has fallen this far, and is now doing their best to cover it up? Ramir was so infuriated that he began to laugh. A mere insignificant junior dares to comment on what they have no understanding of. The barricade you burst through was surrounding a staff city. Do you really take me to be a fool? Ryu suddenly reached out a hand, glistening claws suddenly growing out from his once normal nails. In an instant, they were coated by delicate black heavenly patterns, swirling about with an air of death and destruction. The Frost Thunder Giant's enormous club flew up to Ryu as though it had a mind of its own. Despite the striking disparity in their size, Ryu clamped down on it and his claws tore through its outer casing. Before the eyes of everyone, an enormous club that must have weighed billions of gene cracked, suddenly falling into numerous tiny shards of a wood before them all. Ryu's ice inheritance surged. Violent cold wind blew about as the falling shards of wood suddenly began to grow ice shells of their own. In the blink of an eye, many of the shards had been fused together, forming a 20-meter-tall spear, radiating with beautiful blue heavenly patterns. However, its shaft was a different story entirely, radiating with a menacing and jagged edge. Every so often, it would waft with the smell of death and a black fog, shaking those who saw it to their core. The Frost Thunder Giant grabbed its new weapon out of the air. Feeling the power that pumped through it, it roared a deafening roar, the Frost Thunder Chi around it billowing. You talk far too much. I don't need to raise a single finger to show you just how inferior of a spearman you are. Ryu's cold voice seemed to resound from the depths of hell, his smoldering rage practically reaching a palpable level. Draw your blade. At that moment, deep within the starry sky and out of the view of the most powerful worlds, an enormous void was suddenly split in two. The crackling of black lightning and the sound of space shattering like shards of glass resounded. But the tear only continued to get slowly, but surely larger. It was then that an enormous claw glistening with beautiful ruby scales latched onto one side of the tear and pulled. The sound was akin to reality itself being torn in two. The horrible noise was enough to force one's heart to stop beating completely. Like this, the claw stepped out. A strong chi blasted down as it firmly stepped into the air. The space for the surrounding several thousand kilometers immediately shattered, several smaller worlds getting caught in the whirlwind only to be obliterated without the hope of fighting back. Deep within the tear, a single reptilian slit I became ever brighter. Chapter 696. Just as Ryu didn't care what Ramir's response would be. Just a moment after telling him to draw his blade, the Frost Giant moved. It was clear to everyone in an instant that Ryu wasn't relying on the Frost Thunder Giant's strength. There was nothing but pure skill in its strike. There was no flashy technique, no volatile chi, just a single pierce. It didn't take a genius to understand that Ryu was challenging Ramir on the same playing field Ramir had challenged Godfried on. Ramir was immediately infuriated. He wasn't sure of Ryu's exact cultivation, but it felt obvious to him that Ryu was, at the very least, far younger and greener than himself. The idea that someone of inferior experience and cultivation that him could possibly defeat him in this fashion was nothing short of enraging. Aiming to end this quickly, Ramir's chi blossomed, forming an avatar no shorter than the Frost Thunder Giant. He too pierced forward, his spear carrying a casual flair to it. Ryu stood on the Frost Thunder Giant's shoulder, unmoving. His hands were clasped behind his back and his gaze was placid and cold. Only casual thoughts from him controlled the actions of the Frost Thunder Giant, the trust he had in his spear reaching untouchable heights. Bang! The tips of the spears met, their blades perfectly balanced upon one another. It was without a doubt the simplest confrontation between spearmen. In a situation like this, the steadier hand would win 10 out of 10 times. The first to falter would find the path of their spear forcefully deviated, while the steadier hand would continue to pierce forward. The result would be akin to a skim in action. Ryu was very clearly at a disadvantage. It wasn't his own steadiness being tested, but rather that of his summon. It was objectively harder to control than Ramir's personal chi avatar. However, Ryu was unmoved by it all. The Frost Thunder Giant's spear faltered. It was used to wielding a club. Even if the instructions it received from Ryu were perfect, it simply didn't have the stabilizer muscles a spearman would usually have, neither was it used to wielding its weapon with two hands. In the end, the result was expected. Ramir sneered. Standing in the forehead of his chi avatar, his actions perfectly mimicked his large projection. Because of this, he was able to feel the resistance perfectly and react without lag. His spear shot forward like a winding snake, aiming to pierce through the Frost Thunder Giant's neck. And, whether by coincidence or not, his spear was just a bit skewed toward the left of the Demon Duke's body. The best way to avoid such a strike was to sidestep to the short side. But this would result in losing the initiative. Not only was the move predictable, but due to its predictability it would result in a series of planned counters that would most definitely lead to an inevitable loss. This was just the tip of the iceberg, though, because the main issue was that Ryu was standing on the Frost Thunder Giant's left shoulder. Dodging to the short side, the easiest maneuver to make, would result in his death. Under normal circumstances, the spear would fly harmlessly above one's shoulder. But who asked Ryu to be arrogant enough to stand there? Ramir could almost feel his spear skewering Ryu. With how vast the size difference was, maybe Ryu would directly implode into a cloud of mist. Remembering all the nonsense Ryu had been spewing earlier, and feeling his chest heaving with rage now, he almost felt intoxicated due to his soon-to-be victory. If Ryu foolishly tried to dodge to the long side instead to protect himself, he would lose just the same. The Frost Thunder Giant lacked the necessary agility, and if it used its chi it would be, likewise, admitting defeat. After all, this was a contest of skill. To use brute strength to continue the battle would be like admitting your inferiority. For Ryu to lose in just a single exchange after all his bloviating, maybe he would be too embarrassed to ever show his face again. In the best-case scenario, there would be an irreparable heart demon born within him, hindering his future progress. It was right then that the Frost Thunder Giant sidestepped to the short side, executing a perfect sidestep to the right. However, regardless of how perfect the execution was, with how swift their spears were moving, there wasn't enough time to clear Ramir's spear entirely. Ryu ended up exposed on the Frost Thunder Giant's left shoulder, the wind pressure of Ramir's spear forcing his hair to flutter. The spear of Chi showed no mercy. The fierce light in Ramir's eyes only grew fiercer. All he could see was his own spear and Ryu, and all he could imagine was flattening the latter into nothing more than a crimson mark on his road ahead. He hadn't even noticed when he suddenly placed Ryu, someone who was supposedly beneath him, as a stepping stone toward his own personal growth. Ramir's face twisted, a sneer painting his face. The point of his blade appeared before Ryu, its size dwarfing the latter entirely. Just the width of the blade alone was taller than Ryu. A single pierce just might split him in two if it wasn't for the fact the thickness was too great. He couldn't believe how idiotic Ryu was. But when he thought about it, what other choice was there? In just a single move, he had blocked out all of Ryu's potential movements. This was the difference in skill and experience. For a brat to dare to challenge him, consider this a lesson for all those who dared to try to slight him in the future. The crowd watched on in shock. They too thought that Ryu would put up a better fight. They stood on Ryu's side for much of the battle because he was the reason they could take part in this juicy bit of gossip. But it seemed that they had overestimated him. Ryu was unknown to them all despite wielding such power, so it was likely that he was too sheltered. He had actually lost his life on his first outing into the real world. If they were his ancestors, they'd be rolling in their graves. Such a talent would die just like this. The spear appeared before Ryu. It was already less than 3 meters away, and with its size, this distance might as well have been a hair's breadth. It shot forward with blinding speed, its tip perfectly steady as it sliced through the skies. It was clear from this strike alone that Ramir's skill was not to be questioned, at least amongst most spearmen. That was exactly why it was also shocking when its chi avatar suddenly came to a grinding halt a mere half-meter from Ryu. Ryu stood without the slightest fluctuation to his expression. His hands clasped behind his back and his gaze cold. The spear of chi before him was slowly forced to dissipate, vanishing into motes of light that trickled into the starry skies that surrounded them. It was only at that moment that everyone seemed to realize that the Frost Thunder Giant's spear had already pierced through the chest of Ramir's Chi avatar. Ramir stood in shocked silence, his body still holding his spear up as though he was just about to pierce Ryu. He didn't register what had happened until his Chi avatar completely disappeared, leaving him awkwardly frozen in the air without anything to show for it. You! It was only after several seconds that Ramir understood what happened. In the instant Ryu's Frost Thunder Giant sidestepped, it also released one of its hands from the shaft of its spear, using the momentum of its sidestep to continue its forward pierce. Ryu must have already guessed that his Frost Thunder Giant wouldn't have the stabilizers to win in the exchange. So, instead, he purposely diverted the blade of his Frost Thunder Giant downward, targeting the large area of Ramir's Chi avatar's chest. After gaining a reach advantage thanks to switching to a single hand, and the fact the Frost Thunder Giant's sidestep and subsequent attack had placed its left shoulder behind the rest of its body, its spear landed long before Ramir's did. Ryu looked down toward Ramir, the disdain in his eyes almost palpable. Even he didn't expect Ramir to lose to such a simple maneuver. He was so enamored by the idea of killing him that he actually ended up being humiliated to such an extent. It was pathetic to an extreme. Ryu had long since sacrificed his glaive, spear, and halberd inheritances to form his great swordstaff inheritance. But they hadn't disappeared, they were rather just part of a new whole now. This was a logical conclusion given his great-grandfather's namesake, as Ailsa had enlightened him to. He was the saintly weapon sky god. His theories could theoretically be applied to anything. As things stood now, Ryu's use of the spear was probably more put together and perfect than that of his great swordstaff, which was forced to fuse 3 different disciplines into one. This was all to say that with such a mental state, Ramir stood not a single chance against him. Is this the level of spearman that can challenge an armament holder now? It's no wonder the Armament Guild tried to barricade the masses from laying eyes on it all personally. I would be just as embarrassed. Chapter 697 Rage. A harsh silence reigned. Ramir had no idea how to respond to Ryu's taunts. His first instinct was to lambaste Ryu for using a spear with a single arm like this, but he immediately realized how toothless and cowardly such a rebuttal would be. He felt that he had only lost because he was careless, but he likewise didn't have the face to speak about something like this at all. It felt to him as though everything was crumbling around him. If he could find a place to bury his head and escape from all of this scrutiny, he would do so in an instant. Ryu's gaze swept away from Ramir and toward the temporal Buddha sect disciple and the mysterious black-clothed saber experts. It was clear that he was lumping in these two along with them, and the disdain in his gaze was practically palpable. Up in the skies, Vardis, the World Sea Realm expert, almost felt like his blood vessels were going to pop. Not only had Ryu humiliated him, but he had even then proceeded to ignore him and slap his junior's face right before him. The worst part of it was that he didn't feel that there was anything he could do about it. He reached a hand forward, hesitating about whether to ignore all pretenses and kill Ryu anyway. Even if the Armament Guild's reputation was stained for a small while, it wouldn't be irreparable. However, he hesitated once again. That might have been true in the past, but was it really still true now? That seemed unlikely. Now that fate had been completely untangled, even the strongest powers had suddenly become susceptible and vulnerable. One wrong step could allow those beneath them to snatch faith that hadn't belonged to them in the past. Right now, everyone was scrambling to gather as much faith as they could so that they could change their destinies. There was a reason why a reclusive sect like the Temporal Buddha sect had agreed to participate in this affair. They weren't the only ones of the like either. Many such clans and sects that normally refrained from participating in worldly matters had come to poke their heads out once again. If a World Sea Realm expert of the Armament Guild made such a blatant showing of vileness, it would impact the guild far more than even the same action would have in the past. In fact, it could start the rolling ball of their downfall. From there, it would only gain momentum. Thinking to this point, Vardis' expression grew exceedingly ugly. Return. At that moment, a voice sounded in the ears of Vardis, Ramir and the 2 others. It was clear that someone far above themselves had sent these orders down. There was clearly nothing they could do this day. In fact, the moment spectators had come into view, their prospects of success were nil. Gritting his teeth, Vardis vanished. Aberardus glanced in that direction, a sneer in his eye. Serves you right. Clearly, the old man had forgotten that he hadn't taken action so that Ryu could suffer a bit. That had, no doubt, failed miserably. And yet, he was actually still so happy. This was definitely a shamelessness that came with old age. Ryu himself swept a glance over where Vardis had disappeared. By the time he looked back, Ramir had vanished as well, disappearing. This one will be taking his leave. It seems that the time is no longer appropriate. The temporal Buddha sect youth bowed respectfully to the crowd before he too vanished. By the time he had spoken, the black-clothed youth had also disappeared. In the end, there was nothing but a disappointed crowd, 3 armament wielders, and an enormous demon duke who hadn't had its fill of battle just yet. Ryu's figure flickered and he appeared on Nemesis' back once again. He realized that his beast companion was emitting quite a bit of heat the moment he touched back down. He patted Nemesis' neck lightly. He knew that Nemesis had been enraged by Vardis' earlier actions. If there was one of Ryu's beast companions who shared his temper, it was most definitely Nemesis, who had spent much of the beginning of his life as a tool for the clans of the Inner Ring. Ryu had helped him seek some revenge back then, but it most definitely wasn't the same as doing it himself. It seemed that being suppressed by a World Sea Realm expert's aura had reawakened some of that hidden fury. Ryu didn't give Nemesis any words of comfort. He simply sat there in silence for a long while. Soon, he would let Nemesis vent his frustrations on some Wrath Knights. So long as his talent increased enough, the tribulation he would have to face would be much less of a problem. Plus, the Adept Body talent was only one of the Wrath Knight's talents. In addition, it was exceptionally rare among them and rarely, if ever, was given birth to. Logically speaking, if the talent was so rare, why would the Wrath Knight be considered a Demon King race? Obviously, the Wrath Knight had several other talents that helped to support the prowess of its population between the appearances of this Adept Body talent. In that case, there were likely many other helpful talents Nemesis could steal to strengthen himself. In fact, Ryu could likely leave this up to Ailsa to handle. It shouldn't be a problem for her to summon enemies Nemesis could handle himself. And, if Nemesis could, it would also be good training for Little Rock, who hadn't gotten to battle alongside Ryu in a very long time. Right now, the two had progressed very quickly, but they didn't share Ryu's battle experience. Though Ryu could direct them in battle if he truly wanted to be a one-man army, it was ironically necessary that some of this army be able to think for themselves. Ryu suddenly looked down toward Yana, who sat before him, remembering something fairly important. He hadn't really expected to rely on Yana for this matter, but things had inadvertently ended up becoming like this. Yana, who is Lady Demure? Chapter 698, Lady Demure. Ah! Yana blushed profusely hearing Ryu's question. This was in part due to her outburst from earlier and another part due to the fact she had subconsciously hid this matter from Ryu earlier. The reason she was embarrassed by the first was self-explanatory, but the second left her feeling a bit guilty. She didn't want to deal with the weight of the Necromancy Guild, so she had adopted the mindset of out of sight, out of mind. She hadn't told Ryu about her master because she was afraid that he might see her as a burden as a result. In the martial world, this wasn't a very rare thing. Being taken in as a disciple was akin to becoming another's son or daughter. While this came with a great host of benefits, it was also saddled with many responsibilities as well. With those responsibilities came obligations that made it difficult for Yana to do what she wanted, whenever she wanted. Due to this, Yana had always made her stance clear and always made sure to tell those of the Necromancy Guild that Ryu would always be the most important to her. However, one only needed to look toward Auntie Duna's reaction toward Ryu to know that much of these warnings had fallen on deaf ears. Yana wasn't naive. Subconsciously, she had always known that this might very well become a problem one day. So, rather than informing her master that she had found Ryu, she chose to instead not say a word and just leave with him. Of course, she didn't tell Ryu about this because she was worried that he would toss her to the side. Ryu had enough problems to deal with and she worried that he wouldn't want to deal with another. It was a bit selfish of her, but she hadn't really thought about just the situation she was putting Ryu in until just now. In fact, her outburst might have put him in an even worse position than the one he was originally in. Yana bit her lip and eventually began to explain. While Auntie Duna was the one to find her on the mortal plane, the one who gave her the proper technique to cultivate and took her as a disciple was Lady Demure. Lady Demure wasn't only one of the few summoning necromancers of the Necromancy Guild. She was also the only sky god of the guild that wasn't birthed from the 3 necromancy clans. As such, she held a uniquely unfettered position in comparison to the others. According to what Yana knew about Lady Demure, she had only recently returned to the Necromancy Guild from parts unknown. Many speculated that she had spent the bulk of the last several trillion years in the Nether Plane, completing all sorts of research while also bolstering the ranks of her summoner's army. Only a sky god of a certain caliber would be able to survive in the Nether Realm for so long. Lady Demure was a summoning necromancer whose main battle summons were from the Demon Prince Spectral Wolf clan. They were a clan of demons that were functionally the lowest in number. The only clan whose population was lower than them was the Dream Wraith Demon King clan. It seemed that from the very beginning, Lady Demure had a fondness for the spatial element. The 2 highest affinities for the Spectral Wolf Demon Prince clan were precisely spatial and wind element, not much unlike the Spectral Mink, though the latter was a beast and not a demon. The fact Lady Demure had a contract with a Demon Prince clan was enough for her to be widely feared. But what was even more shocking was the fact that her sky god title was actually unknown. The name Lady Demure carried all of her faith, but no one knew what her true title was. After listening to Yana's explanation, and how she diligently described how dangerous Lady Demure was, Ryu couldn't help but chuckle. "Why are you telling me all this now? Are you afraid that I won't be afraid enough?" Yana immediately became flustered hearing Ryu's words. She had felt so bad about leaving Ryu in the dark that she overcorrected in the other way wildly. She wanted to make sure that Ryu knew everything so that he wouldn't be left in the dark. Even if he chose to abandon her, at least he would be able to survive. Even after all this time, Yana had only met her master a handful of times and simply didn't understand her character well enough to ensure Ryu's safety. In fact, Yana was far closer with Auntie Duna than she was with her own master. So, she had naturally reacted in such a fashion. Don't worry about it. Aren't you my girlfriend now?" Yana's breathing hitched, her entire body going red from head to toe. One would have thought that she was a ripe tomato instead of a lovely young woman. Ryu laughed. "Just leave such things to me. There's nothing in this world or any other that I fear. A sky god isn't enough to make me turn my back on you. Nothing is enough." Ryu looked up into the skies. He knew that sky gods had special ties to their title. Even though no one knew about Lady Demure's true sky god title, the name of Lady Demure alone was functionally tied to her. What did this mean? Simply put, sky gods could innately feel when their names were mentioned. Vardis thought that Ryu didn't know what he was doing, but that couldn't have been further from the truth. It was clear that Vardis had mentioned Lady Demure's name to ensure that she was aware that others might have been using her as a shield. But, since when did Ryu need anyone's protection? That Lady Demure was very likely already observing the situation. In fact, she likely had been ever since her name was mentioned. The fact that even Ryu couldn't sense it was enough to speak of her power. But none of that mattered to Ryu. Even if Yana had no feelings for him whatsoever, he still wouldn't allow any harm to come to her. She had spent the whole of her first life protecting him, so he would spend the whole of his second protecting her. At that moment, Ryu's gaze shifted from the starry sky to find Eustace, Sibel, and Godfried approaching him. In a distant world in a garden filled with black and silver flowers, a veiled woman lounged on a luxuriously sculpted couch. Every stretch of her figure seemed to paint the picture of perfect seduction. Yet she didn't seem to be trying so hard at all. She took a sip of a crimson liquid, a small drop falling from her soft lips and vanishing into the depths of her seemingly endless cleavage. The mounds of flesh caressed by delicate brown skin was enough to make any man go wild. Oh my, what a careless mistake. She giggled to herself lightly, clearly unaware of her own charm. That little boy is so bold to toy with my innocent disciple's heart like that. I wonder if he'll dare to be similarly as bold in the coming years. She looked off into the distance with a hint of seriousness. The first of them has already arrived and the rest won't be far behind. Chapter 699 Sudden. Godfried looked Ryu up and down. Though he seemed to be observing Ryu himself, he was actually looking for Ailsa. After several tries, he gasped in admiration. He had heard that the concealment abilities of the fairy race were top tier and could usually only be unveiled by other fairies, but seeing it for himself, he could only give his respects. The truth was that many fairies would appear on the real plane beside their partner in their smaller forms. Now that Ryu and Ailsa's intimacy had reached the deepest level, Ailsa didn't have to constantly stay in the ethereal plane. But Ailsa was quite fond of the idea that Ryu and Ryu alone could see her, so she kept this habit of hers though it was no longer necessary. Godfried cut himself off before he could speak further. It's good that you came. My father has been trying to find a way to trick you into coming to the Armament Guild for the longest time. The sound of a slap echoed and Godfried's head bowed forward, his eyes practically popping out of their sockets. You damned old man. Godfried looked like a madman screaming out to empty space. Even Eustace and Sibel could only cover their mouths in laughter, looking away from Godfried's fiend-like gaze. Godfried spit toward the endless starry depths beneath their feet. I swear the day I can beat that old man I'll send him to an early GRA. Another smack landed. Despite being ready this time, there was nothing Godfried could do. He entered another rage-fueled tirade about how he deserved respect as the spear of the Armament Guild. But it all fell on deaf ears. Ryu's lips curled into a smile. The relationship he had with his own father wasn't so comical as their two personalities were practically the direct opposite of Godfried and Aberardus. But that didn't stop Ryu from missing his own old man watching their interactions. Ryu had been exceptionally close with his father when he was younger, and they used to travel a lot as the patriarch of the Tatsuya clan hoped to broaden his son's horizons. Their trip to the Armament Guild was only one such case, and there were many other similar occurrences. Unfortunately, after Ryu failed to awaken, he felt like he had also failed his father. Those trips that used to have him wide-eyed and eager felt more like a weight on his chest, and a constant reminder that he would never live up to the expectations his father had of him. One of those trips had, of course, been to the Deep Eruption sect where Ryu had met his only friend. Not that his resentment of the world at that point in his life allowed him to accept such a thing. Ryu had always wanted to fight side by side with his father. What Godfried and Aberardus were doing now, backs against the wall, facing enemies from all sides, no one to rely upon but one another, it was a sort of dream Ryu had always had. That night when Ryu took his life, he had hoped that whatever happened, he would be able to return in time to help his family. He could have never expected to lose 9 cycles of 100 million years, only to return to find his grandparents dead and his parents in a state unknown. Ryu took a deep breath and closed his eyes, the rattling of his blood coming to a slow and steady stop. Seemingly sensing something off about Ryu, Godfried stopped playing around and looked toward him again. So, what do you want to do? Ryu opened his eyes, his calm having returned. He realized that Godfried's question was quite loaded. After all, Ryu didn't have to know the full situation of the Armament Guild to realize that if they had already reached such a state, the situation was bad. Anyone else might hesitate, but who was Ryu? This was why he had found Yana's worries to be so amusing. From the moment he awakened his memories to this point, his only goal in life was to dive head first into as many problems as he could find. His only concern was that the Armament Guild wouldn't have enough problems to satiate him. Well, I guess I'm a bit interested in learning the saber now, Ryu replied casually. Excuse me? Godfried almost choked, sending warning signals with his eyes. Sibel might have looked like an adorable little doll. Well, at least her body did while her face was behind her usual mask. But didn't that massive blade she wielded paint enough of a picture for Ryu? Sibel took the art of the saber very seriously, as did the rest of her clan. There was a reason why of the 9, only the Virga and Siri clans managed to remain firmly on the opposing side. Even the Hastam clan could only be considered to be half on the side of good. Ryu seemed oblivious to all of this, though. He believed that he had grasped some from the staff and he didn't see much of a point in forcing his improvement any further. It would only make it more difficult to fuse in the future. At the same time, if there was one of the three battles that intrigued him, it was most definitely the battle between Saber and the black-robed young man. Part of this was because Ryu knew too little about the saber while he at least knew something about the staff and spear, but a larger part of the reason was because Ryu felt he knew where that young man was from. While there only seemed to be humans and beasts on the real plane, there was actually a few other races. It's just that their populations were a lot smaller and many were reclusive as a result. Ryu was fairly certain that man was from the Fiend race. And, if he was correct, it was definitely the Blade Fiend clan. Ryu suddenly grew very interested in the saber all of a sudden. Chapter 700 Enthralled. Ryu noticed their weird reactions but simply shook his head. He wasn't the type of person that liked to explain himself to begin with. However they took it was however they took it. It had nothing to do with him. Then you can enter my city. The resources there are much better than what you'll find in the lower-level cities. The sudden voice came from Sibel. Hearing her words, Godefried and Eustace both almost passed out from shock. Had they heard correctly? Was this the same Sibel they knew? What was going on here? The two suddenly had flashbacks to what Ryu's face looked like and his valiant display at the martial gods gathering. A moment later, their expressions both turned bitter. Was even this little devilish doll not immune to a handsome face? Where was the justice? Ryu smiled lightly in Sibel's direction. I'll accept your offer then. What do you think? Is he really trying to learn a new weapon? Don't you have eyes? That's clearly what he's doing. I don't get it though. Who learns a new weapon this deep into cultivation? It doesn't even make sense. Didn't you hear him before? It looks like he's trying to gain insights into them all. Did you see how he used the spear before? Clearly he's already on his way. Godefried's brow wrinkled. There was something weird about his spear usage, though. It felt like it was refined and perfect, but it also felt empty at the same time. It's almost like he's a spear wielder without being a spear master. I don't really understand the point of learning so many weapons if the end result is going to be that. Eustace chuckled. If you're insecure about him being better at the spear than you are, just say so. Bullshit. There's no one at or beneath my cultivation level better at wielding the spear than I am. Well, look at you. Who knew Godefried the drunkard actually had a bit of backbone hidden in there somewhere? Godefried snorted. There was no weapons master who didn't have pride in their crafts. Forming a birthed phenomena and improving it to their level required having an ego. By definition, the creation of a birth phenomena was an attempt by humans to carve out a place for themselves in the martial world. Without the foundation of ego, they might as well not practice at all. That trash Ramir never stood a chance against me, and he knew it. It isn't a surprise to me that he lost to Ryu. They had probably been planning to just send challenger after challenger against us until we were worn down and too tired to win. They probably bribed our dojo masters into conceding defeat, or else there would be no way for them to do things so easily. I doubt that things are that simple. Sibel suddenly interjected. Oh? You're back with us now. Sibel? What happened to your quality time with? Godefried received a solid blade hilt to his gut, causing all the air to rush out of his lungs. He coughed violently, his eyes once again almost popping out for the third time that day. Are you done speaking nonsense? Sibel looked to Godefried coldly. Godefried was really too much. Ryu quite literally had his girlfriend by his side. How could she be thinking such thoughts? Did she look like such a loose woman? The more she thought about it, the angrier Sibel seemed to become, and she attacked Godefried again. Luckily for the latter, he managed to rush away in time. Sibel snorted. You're always spewing nonsense. Did you forget that he had a cultist fairy by his side? The cultist clan princess, at that. Are you claiming that you know how to nurture a talent better than she would? Godefried coughed, trying to regain his bearings. Wait, that was right. Ryu had a cultist fairy princess as a life partner. So, where had that Kabus fairy come from? Did he have two life partners? Their expressions became a bit weird before Sibel's suddenly changed violently. Sibel? Shut up for a second. Ryu wasn't paying much attention to the commotion around him. The current location was indeed far better for practice than the lower-level staff city had been. Sibel had brought them all into her private residence, and considering her status, it wasn't much of a surprise that it was a place of grand stature. Sibel's estate alone covered about 10% of the city. Considering that the radius of the city alone was tens of thousands of kilometers, one could imagine just how enormous it all was. Many of the games Ryu had come across in the lower staff city could be found here as well. There was even a saber version of the steady hand game he had used to hone his understanding of the staff. However, Ryu didn't choose to use it this time again. Like Elsa had told him before, he should simply move around until he found a practice station that called out to him. There was a reason that Elsa had been so vague with her descriptions. After entering the cosmic realms of his heavenly pupils, Ryu's sensitivity to matters of fate and other abstruse and hard-to-grasp topics had reached a level most couldn't imagine. In many ways, his instincts on how to improve were even sharper than what Elsa could produce through her deductions. When Ryu walked about a large selection like this, small strings of fate were tugging at him until he eventually could settle on something that tugged so hard he could no longer ignore it. This time, the game was quite the odd one. Ryu stood before Astage with a heavy gray saber in his hand. Before him, several bubbles bobbed in the air, reflecting delicate rainbow lights. The goal of this station was to use the sharp blade in his hand to manipulate the fragile bubbles before him. Depending on the prompts, he would either move them to designated areas, help them to combine, or even divide them. And yet, they weren't allowed to pop. Ryu was immediately intrigued by this game because it was completely antithetical to everything that was the saber. It was meant to be a weapon of warlords and strength. This game seemed to be more appropriate for a swordsman who were more known for their nimbleness and skill. Yet, even then, this wouldn't be a simple task for a normal swordsman. It would definitely take a special character to pull it off. Ryu remembered reading that a skilled swordsman was one who could decide what his blade did or didn't cut with a single thought. No matter how sharp their blade or how hard they swung, so long as they willed it, even the most fragile of constructs would leave unharmed. This was considered to be the true depths of a master swordsman. He had never heard such a concept being applied to a saber which was always known for the violence it could wrought, but that was exactly why Ryu was pulled here. It seemed that he had become enthralled with following the opposite path laid out by all his predecessors. Chapter 701 Fragile? The blade felt a bit awkward in Ryu's hand. The saber wasn't as perfectly balanced as a lot of the swords Ryu had seen, nor was it as long as many of the polearms he had used. But, when it came to using weapons with a single arm, Ryu had more than ample strength to put it into action. Unlike with the staff game, Ryu failed this bubble game almost immediately. While one relied on something Ryu was intimately familiar with, this was a different case entirely. The experience made Ryu realize that maybe his control wasn't as great as he thought it was to begin with. Of course, control wasn't exactly the problem. Rather, Ryu innately felt that it was the type of control he was executing. Ryu felt that if someone broke down the exact mechanics of how all of this worked, he could likely do it in a single try. However, figuring it all out on your own was a different beast entirely. Originally, it felt like this had nothing to do with the spear, glaive, or halberd, and even less to do with the great sword staff. But, when one thought about it, if deciding what your blade could cut with a sword was so useful, why couldn't this apply to other weapons as well? In fact, it would make very little sense if it couldn't. Grasping this, Ryu suddenly felt that Elsa was very much correct in guiding him to find the truths of each weapon. If he wanted to breathe life into the great sword staff, a weapon with inherently so much balance and versatility, he had to have the breadth of knowledge that fit this. Pop! Yet another bubble fell beneath Ryu's blade, but his expression hardly fluctuated as he raised it once more to try again. When it came to tasks requiring the movement of bubbles, if Ryu wanted to cheat, he could do so. If he simply used the flat of the blade, he could move the bubbles around. However, when it came to splitting the bubbles, that couldn't be done with the flat of the blade. On top of this, Ryu didn't feel there was a point to cheating like this. What good would there be in using the flat of the blade? At that point, he'd just become a grown man playing with bubbles rather than training. If he wanted to mess around like that, he might as well blow on the bubbles with his mouth. Ryu had no idea that it was a good thing he hadn't tried something so foolish. Whether it was the flat of the blade or the dull edge of the saber, both would cause the bubble to exhibit sticky properties. Once the bubble was stuck, the only way to get rid of it was to pop it. By then, you'd be right back to square one. Obviously, though, Ryu hadn't even considered taking this approach. If he couldn't complete this circuit using the sharp edge of the saber, there wasn't really a point to it. Pop. The trouble was that the edge of this blade was so sharp that these bubbles couldn't survive the softest of touches. Ryu tried varying his speed, but the result was the same. It wasn't until he slowed to a fraction of a snail's pace that he finally managed to touch a bubble without it collapsing. But by then, the stage lit up with a deep crimson color, signaling that he had failed. Ryu wasn't very surprised by this. In fact, he was surprised that he hadn't failed earlier. This approach is wrong. What's the point of slowing my blade? It's not like I can do this in battle. The idea is that my speed shouldn't matter at all. Or should it? Ryu fell into deep thought, oblivious to the worried expression on Yana's face. If one observed Yana now, one would have thought that Ryu was in mortal peril. She held her hands to her chest, watching intently as though she was holding herself back from going to save him. Yana had never seen Ryu fail at anything, at least not really. This was practically a first for her, and she was worried that it would be a blow to Ryu. Seeing her worry, Ailsa couldn't help but laugh. If there was anyone who could see Ailsa even while she was in the ethereal plane, it was Yana. As a part fairy, she had a natural affinity for both planes. So, when she saw that Ailsa was looking toward her and laughing, her face couldn't help but blush with embarrassment. Don't worry too much. He gives out this perfect image to the world, but in reality I've lost count of how many times he's fallen flat on his face. It's just that his skin is so thick that you question whether it actually happened. Yana was stunned for a moment before she burst into a fit of giggles. She had never seen anyone describe Ryu that way. The Ryu she knew, even when the entire Tor Kingdom hated him, there was always a tinge of fear hidden in their eyes when they spoke of him, and that was back when he was just a little boy. His own father feared him so much that he refused to ever allow him his awakening ceremony out of consideration for the likelihood that Ryu would likely one day surpass them all. And yet, even without their aid, he did exactly that and even single-handedly took the Tor Kingdom down. A kingdom that had reigned for thousands of years, just with a few casual schemes. Yana felt that if Ryu ever decided to stop being so straightforward, and stopped being too impatient to spin the truth with his words, he could likely make the entire martial world dance on his blade just with his mind and intelligence alone. But she also knew that Ryu had grown tired of being that person. In fact, that person was never the man he had wanted to be to begin with. He wanted to stand atop that mountain on the merit of his blade, not his tongue. That's right. What am I so worried about? Is the Ryu I know really so fragile? As though on cue, Ryu's saber swung and touched upon the surface of a shimmering bubble. However, this time there was no pop sound. Chapter 702 Relativity. Pop. It didn't take long for the sudden breakthrough to fall through like the rest. However, Ryu remained just as unperturbed. He steadied his blade once more and rose it up, prepared to try again. Sibel, however, already had brows that threatened to leap from her face. It was very obvious to her that Ryu was a complete novice with the saber and didn't have an inheritance tied to him at all. She simply didn't believe that there was anyone in the world with good enough acting skills to pull this off in front of an expert like her. But, right there, Ryu had caught on to the air of something special. The feeling was exceedingly weird. It was like Ryu was teetering between the abyss of a newbie and the valiant mountain of a true expert. However, this just felt outrageous. To any normal individual, the dividing line between such a gap was so thick and sturdy that it would take millions of years to cross. So, how is it that it felt that Ryu was just a step away? The logic didn't compute and Sibel felt as though her mind was being fried. Ryu swung his blade again. This time, the bubble lasted for an entire second. Pop. I see. Ryu's initial reaction was that speed wasn't the answer. When he slowed his blade down, the bubble did indeed manage to survive. But so what? What good was a slow blade in battle unless he had enough strength to completely suppress his opponent's movements? But, if Ryu had the strength to do that, he would already be sitting on the mountaintop he was aiming for instead of playing this seemingly silly game of bubbles. However, Ryu felt that even this answer had layers to it. Was it truly that speed didn't matter? He wasn't convinced. That was when he asked himself another question. What was the difference between the sharp edge of his saber and the blunt edge? To an untrained eye, the difference isn't too striking. In fact, if it wasn't for the obvious curve of the saber making it clear which edge was meant to be the leading edge, then a layman would at best have a 50-50 chance at telling. Simply put, the sharp edge had been treated properly with a whetstone while the blunt edge was not. The same material was used throughout to begin with, so if Ryu really wanted to, he could probably add another edge to this saber, not that it would be particularly useful. Of course, this was mostly nonsense. With Ryu's gaze, he could easily tell the difference. One edge was far thinner than the other, that was the fundamental difference. It was a simple difference as well. However, as simple as it was important because it brought Ryu to another very important point. Relativity. Why was it that Ryu had to swing his sharp edge so slowly to keep the bubble safe while he could use a relatively faster speed with the blunt edge? It was because the thicker edge allowed for more breathing room and was more forgiving in that aspect. Because it was thicker, it was harder for it to cut things. It was that simple. But what exactly was thin, and what was thick? Was there an objective answer? Probably not. This blade was quite thin or sharp when the target was these bubbles, but what if Ryu changed the target? What if Ryu wanted to cut a piece of paper down the length of its thickness? And what if that piece of paper was equally as thin as the blade itself? In that situation, the blade wouldn't be sharp anymore, now would it? In fact, if the two were perfectly lined up, it would be impossible for the blade to cut the paper. It would just have to settle for crushing the paper instead. Coming to this point, Ryu had a realization. Even the thinnest blade couldn't reliably cut through everything. Never mind the relativity of thickness, what about the hardness of the blade? What about the hardness or softness of the target? What about the relative movement of the target? Could you cut through something as reliably if it was moving back at the same speed you were swinging forward? Ironically, in a game of focusing on not cutting through, Ryu's thoughts wandered to the point where he was considering the exact opposite. How could he always, without question, reliably cut through something? Even a blade a single atom thick, if made of inappropriate materials, could never dream of cutting a material like neutron star or, at the same time, even a blade edge as wide as Ryu's body could be considered to be sharp if the target was an entire world. Chapter 703 Commission. 2 heated streams of white fog left Ryu's lips. The plain gray saber in his hand had already become a shining silver luster, not much unlike the changes his previous staff had undergone. While it had felt unfamiliar to him in the past, it suddenly felt like an extension of his arm, perfectly balanced and even more perfectly fitted to his palm. Feeling how it felt to swing such a blade, Ryu realized just how much easier it would be to dual-wield a weapon like this as opposed to a polearm. Ryu flipped the saber in his hand. However, he seemed to have underestimated its weight. With how Hit was spinning now, its blade edge would definitely land on his hand. Yana gasped in horror. However, she couldn't help but be shocked by what happened next. The sharp edge of the blade balanced on Ryu's finger, yet there wasn't the slightest hint of broken skin or trickling blood. If those watching hadn't known better, they would have thought that Ryu was currently touching the dull edge of the blade. It was only after a while that the few watching felt that enigmatic air around Ryu when he flipped the saber. In just a few moments, he gained the ability to not only apply his understanding of these frequencies in normal combat, but he could even apply them in such novel situations. It was a good thing that Sibel had already left, or else who knew how she would react. This feels like a natural enlightenment. Ryu flicked his finger upward, causing the blade to spin in the air once more before he allowed it to land on the back of his finger this time. Ryu didn't know what it was about his natural enlightenments, but why did they always feel so close yet so far at the same time? Originally Ryu had thought that it was because he just hadn't grasped them firmly enough for them to appear. But what if he was wrong? If this mysterious force could snatch away his comprehension of mortal endowments, who was to say that it couldn't do the same for natural enlightenments? After all, they were both part of the natural order. Ryu had been vaguely aware that he had been close to grasping a natural enlightenment many times before. It was just that he chose not to linger on it. Trying to force a breakthrough would often result in the exact opposite of what you wanted. In fact, it would make it harder and harder to do so. The feeling was akin to something being at the tip of your tongue. If you tried to force yourself to remember, it might fly further and further away. Only when you relaxed might the thought come back to you naturally like a gently flowing spring. However, what was special about this natural enlightenment in specific was that its comprehension was so blatant and readily testable. Even without the support of the heavens, Ryu could use his pupils and its innate comprehension of the mysteries of the world to accomplish what this natural enlightenment would naturally allow him to do. Due to these reasons, the fact that Ryu felt blocked from truly comprehending it was far more obvious now than it ever had been in the past. What a joke! Will I be the first wielder of the mysteries of heaven and earth pupils in history without a natural enlightenment? No, will I even be able to form my minor godhood at this rate? Ryu smiled a bit bitterly. He didn't know what chains were binding him down right now, or more accurately, he didn't know who owned those chains or what purpose they had for chaining him down. But, likewise, he also didn't really have any ideas on how to deal with this issue either. You entered the monarch realm. Sibel's voice sounded. It seemed she had returned, mostly due to the pillar of light that descended not long after she had left. But she still couldn't believe it. For one, going from nothing to the monarch realm was absolutely ridiculous. Secondly, doing so without even the guidance of another's inheritance wasn't just ridiculous. It was enough for even sky gods to kill themselves amid their own inferiority. And, as though that wasn't bad enough, thirdly, the skill Ryu just displayed seemed to be far beyond the monarch realm. Though it was ridiculous, Sibel felt that Ryu should have stepped into the Dominion realm at the very least. But she was somewhat thankful he hadn't, otherwise she might really lose it. I guess so, Ryu said casually, spinning the blade again and catching it by its hilt this time. Godfried, Eustace, and Sibel choked on air. If it was anyone else who replied so casually to such a thing, they would think that he was just trying to show off. But Ryu made it feel almost too natural. It made it difficult for them to even get angry. However, that didn't stop them from wanting to pummel his face in. What did you say before? Something about starting with a weapon so late into cultivation. Eustace turned to Godfried to make himself feel better about the situation. Even if he couldn't get one up on Ryu, he could at least do so against this drunkard, right? Godfried's face turned blue. Screw you, as if you didn't agree. Eustace rubbed his nose. I have no idea what you're talking about. Sibel rolled her eyes and eventually turned her attention back to Ryu, who had leapt down from the platform. Ryu, with your talent. There are many experts of my Summuary clan who would fight tooth and nail to take you in as a disciple. In fact, even if you don't take one of them on, so long as you agree to help our Summuary clan, there are many saber techniques and daos that we can share with you. Ryu shook his head lightly. I don't plan on continuing my study of the saber. I have already reached my goal. But I did have a question. Your armament guild is the shelter for the martial world's greatest blacksmiths. Correct? I have something I would like to commission.
Chapter 704 probable?
While the most important goal of Ryu's trip was to fix the lingering issues in his great swordstaff inheritance and refine it to perfection, coming here also made it convenient to accomplish some other things. Firstly, considering the current strife, it was another opportunity for Ryu to temper himself. And secondly, it was about time he forged an appropriate weapon for himself. It had been a very long time since Ryu wielded a weapon appropriate for his cultivation level and strength. In fact, this could be considered to be one of the things holding back his combat prowess, not that he needed much more of it. With how fast Ryu was progressing, it made it hard for his weapons to keep up, especially back when he was poor. But now that he was rich, he had another problem, and that was the fact the great swordstaff was simply too rare of a weapon. Even if by some miracle he did run across one, it would likely be a novelty item created by a blacksmith on a whim. At best, it would be earth or heaven grade. Worse than this, even if by some unlikely miracle Ryu ran into a blacksmith who had been enamored with the ancient and rare weapon, what was the likelihood they would have created two of them that Ryu could properly dual wield? When all of these factors came together, it only became more difficult to conjure up a scenario where Ryu would be able to stumble upon exactly what he needed. That was where the convenience of the Armament Guild came into play. As the martial world renowned #1 location for weapon masters, it was only logical that the Armament Guild would also heavily invest in blacksmiths. Even compared to the Merchant Guild, their selection was far greater and their specialists were famous throughout the martial world. In fact, the Armament Guild had several blacksmiths who had formed their godhood around certain weapon specialties. Of course, these sorts of sky gods didn't have the combat prowess of true sky gods, but they were still enough to casually crush World Sea Realm experts if they were ever to step onto a battlefield. Regardless, the blacksmiths and the Armament Guild were more like a symbiotic relationship rather than truly being one entity. In fact, in a lot of ways, the blacksmiths could even be considered to be their own guild. It was just more convenient for them to be under the umbrella of the Armament Guild. Ah, yes, we do. But depending on what you need, things might get a bit complicated. Sibel and the other two smiled bitterly. Though the blacksmiths could be considered their own separate entities, after so many years of their symbiotic relationship, how could things really be that simple? It was fine if Ryu needed the help of a blacksmith close with their families. But if he needed one of the others, that could get very dicey. Things might have still been fine if Ryu hadn't made it clear whose side he stood on and instead used his apparent connections with the Necromancy Guild instead. But if things were like this, it might be more trouble than it was worth. Ryu nodded. I have some breaking or that I want to fashion into a polearm and a bow body. As for the blade of the polearm, I need it to be a great sword. So depending on the specialties of your blacksmiths, I would need someone adept at forging bows, another adept with polearm weapons, and the final has to be skilled in making swords. The pupils of the three youths constricted. How could they not know what breaking or was? In its unrefined form, it was overly fragile and could shatter at the slightest touch, thus its name. But, after being refined properly, it not only gained an enormous tensile strength, but its flexibility was otherworldly. When breaking or was refined into breaking crystal, it ranked 22nd on the martial world's hardest materials, top 10 in its chi flow allowance, and top 3 in its flexibility and form retention. It was simply a material of dreams. However, with this sort of output, it obviously took an equivalent amount of skill. Even the worst blacksmiths capable of refining breaking or into breaking crystal were ancestral-grade blacksmiths. And yet, even if their products were inferior, the result would still be worthy of an ancestral-grade treasure. The best were most definitely origin-grade, and the result weapon would likewise be of this level. In fact, even an ancestral-grade blacksmith who happened to be skilled in refining break or could form an origin-grade weapon with a bit of luck. This was how amazing this material was. So, how could they not be shocked? Of course, they had no idea that Ryu had actually picked up such a valuable material from the mortal plane. In fact, those fools of the Tor Kingdom had actually been using their fragile nature of breaking or as part of their games. Simply a waste of nature's treasures. How could Ryu not take advantage of them? When the three finally recollected themselves, they realized just how complex Ryu's ask was. Godfried cleared his throat. You're right, Ryu. If you were willing to take a small hit in quality, you wouldn't have as many hoops to jump through. After all, the blacksmiths our families are friendly with are extraordinarily high level. Even though they have their specializations, they'd be too incompetent if they couldn't step out of it. But, considering how you framed your question, it seems that you're unwilling to settle for anything less than the best. Godfried understood Ryu's thoughts. Who would want to waste a material as precious as breaking or on anything less than that? But, our family is close with numerous blacksmiths who would be able to fashion a top-quality polearm for you. And, though it's a bit tricky, the blacksmiths of the sword faction have many upright men who don't bend to outside pressure. They pursue their craft and won't skip out on a chance to work with breaking so you should be able to have your great sword dealt with well too. The issue comes in with the bow. That faction of blacksmiths is almost completely closed off to us and are firmly bound with the Arcus clan and their people. Though I won't say it's impossible, I'm really not certain if it's probable. Ryu raised an eyebrow. Chapter 705 Enough. Sibel sighed. Our armament guild has 5 supreme blacksmiths, all of whom are at the Sky God realm. Beneath the 5 supreme blacksmiths are their factions. To begin with, getting one of the supreme blacksmiths to work on anything for you is impossible, so I assume you want. Ryu shook his head. No, it must be them. Sibel's expression changed again. To have a sky god forge a weapon for a junior. It would be one thing if Ryu was in the World Sea Realm, but from what they understood Ryu was even beneath the Cosmic Seed Realm. Though his cultivation was difficult to read, especially due to his ridiculous combat prowess, what was obvious was that he didn't have the air of a Dao and he also hadn't grasped cosmic chi, so he was most definitely in the path extinction realm at best. To the secular world, this might be impressive. But, to a sky god, Ryu was nothing more than an ant. In fact, not only was he an ant, irrespective of his status as a genius, they had no reason to take him seriously at all. Ryu might have a better chance if he had another sky god as a backer to commission this work for him, but considering how things went during the martial gods gathering, it was doubtful that he had even that unless he was still hiding his cards. Now that Ryu was demanding such a thing, the three of them couldn't even guarantee that the blacksmiths their families were on good terms would help, let alone the supreme blacksmith close with the Arcus family. Tell me more. Ryu spoke plainly as though he was asking about the weather. The three looked toward one another, but Sibel still began to speak once more. The 5 supreme blacksmiths are divided into their disciplines. There's of course the saber, the battle axe, and the bow. However, the final 2 supreme blacksmiths are masters of multiple trades. Supreme Blacksmith Oki, a close friend of our Hastam clan, is an expert on polearm weapons. Whether it's the staff, spear, glaive, or halberd, there are few blacksmiths in the martial world that could hope to match him on their best day and none that could surpass him. Supreme Blacksmith Windhorn is the 5th and final supreme blacksmith, and she is an expert in blades. She is unmatched in her forging of swords of all kinds, whether that be short swords, broadswords, katanas, double-edged swords. She is even able to rival Supreme Blacksmith Xian in the formation of sabers. Unfortunately, Supreme Blacksmith Xian is unable to meet her standard in swords. There's no doubt that if you find a supremely powerful sword forged in this era, 8 of 10 would have passed through Supreme Blacksmith Windhorn's hands. As we said before, we could probably get help from blacksmiths within factions we are friendly with to help. But getting the help of a supreme blacksmith is something we have no power over. Even we as cosmic seed armament wielders have no right to ask anything of them. Sibel smiled bitterly, hoping that her explanation would get through to Ryu, but it seemed like the latter was unmoved by it all. Even though she could only see his eyes, they were too firm to come from someone who had just been swayed. If anything, it seemed that after hearing about their rarity and specialties, Ryu was even more intent on gaining their help. What is the main issue? Ryu asked. Is it that you believe I don't have enough money? Ah. Sibel blinked. That was probably the case, but at a certain level these supreme blacksmiths stopped caring about such things. They had lived for so long as the best in their fields, how could they want for money? They already had wealth alone that could rival entire clans, and that was on top of heading powerful clans themselves filled to the brim with more blacksmiths that brought in even more money. I understand what you want to say, Ryu said lightly. Such experts don't care for money. At their level, they only care for 2 things. The first is improving their craft. Many of them probably need trillions of years just to experience a small measure of progress, but just a few thousand years of no practice could cause them to fall behind, never to rise again. They must constantly climb upward, and as such, they must continue to challenge themselves. The second is recognition. Not only must they craft, but their treasures must be elevated by warriors who match their status. Only when their expertise is met in kind by the expertise of others can their prestige be elevated and their works be remembered throughout time. But which of these things do I lack, exactly? Something seemed to shift about Ryu's aura, making it difficult for the 3 of them to breathe. Despite being cosmic seed realm geniuses who stood at the pinnacle of the martial world, for some reason they felt decidedly small at this moment. When it comes to the first, I have treasured ores here. I can guarantee these supreme blacksmiths have only had the pleasure of working with a handful of times in their long lifespans, if they have had the pleasure at all. In addition, my ask of them is to collaborate on breathing life into a weapon that hasn't seen the light of day in countless epochs. And when it comes to the second, there is no one in this world with the ability to bring more glory to a weapon than I. I need the weapons they forge for me today, but tomorrow I may not cast them a glance. If they want to wait until I am on their level to accept my request of them, they'll realize it's too late not long later. The 3 armament wielders felt suffocated for a moment until a sudden voice from above interjected. Well, brat, you sure are arrogant enough. Chapter 706 All day. Ryu cast a glance upward, but he didn't seem too surprised by the appearance of this person. This old man had been following him around for years already. He only vanished after Ryu went off to the moon world. Now he was back again. Of course, this old man was Godfried's father, Aberardus Hastam. He was a man who was able to take control of the Hastam clan situation the moment he returned and even forced them to have to scheme and trip over themselves using underhanded means to try to reclaim this strength. It was clear that this man was powerful. In fact, at a glance, Ryu could see that he was at the peak of the World Sea Realm, no different from King Adonis. The difference was that Aberardus was much older than King Adonis was. In fact, Aberardus had already experienced trillions of years of life. At this point, it was either he became a sky god or he died. From what Ryu could see, Aberardus wasn't bad indeed. In fact, he was probably stronger than about 95% of most peak World Sea Realm experts. He was about a step below where Ryu's grandpa Tatsuya and Qilin had been when they were alive, but he was a step above where Ryu's grandma Qilin and Tatsuya had been. With that perspective, while it wasn't a guarantee that he would become a sky god, it wasn't an impossibility either. He probably had about a 10% chance at his current level. But it would all depend on his luck and a moment of enlightenment. Aberardus immediately felt uncomfortable beneath Ryu's gaze, something that left him baffled. Him? Feeling uncomfortable beneath the gaze of a junior? What kind of bullshit was this? Also, where was the surprise? Why did this brat act like he had known that he was here the entire time? Which bastard exposed him? Was it that unfilial son of his again? Aberardus shook his head. Rather than losing the initiative, he decided to firmly grasp it. He had been led by the nose at the hands of this little bastard for too long. No more. I'll take you to see Supreme Blacksmith Oki. He owes me a favor. But you do well to watch your tone in his presence. If he heard these words you said, he would rather harm his Tao by ignoring the favor he owes me instead of helping you. Aberardus put on a fierce expression as though trying to intimidate Ryu. But what happened next left him quite stunned. Ryu cupped his fists together and bowed slightly. Then I'll thank Senior in advance for this favor. I will do what I can to repay it. Caught off guard, Aberardus blushed a bit. He hadn't expected this brat to know how to be respectful sometimes. He was completely baffled. Was this really the same Ryu who threatened to kill a World Sea Realm expert just a few weeks ago? If it wasn't for a sudden snort of laughter, Aberardus had no idea how long he would have been stuck in such an embarrassing state. He sent a glare over toward his son, who simply looked away, pretending as though he hadn't done anything. No longer having the face to stay here, Aberardus flashed forward and grabbed Ryu's shoulder. Before anyone could react, they had both vanished, leaving Godfried's bursting fit of laughter behind. Eustace and Sibel didn't dare to laugh so openly at a peak World Sea Realm expert, but they still covered their mouths as their shoulders trembled. Who knew that Patriarch Hastam actually had such an adorable side to him? Elsa stayed behind with Yana, not wanting her to be alone. She too couldn't help but smile at the situation. Only her Ryu could make a World Sea Realm expert react like this. Despite the speed Aberardus was moving at, Ryu's eyes didn't have much of a problem keeping up at all. Though, if not for Aberardus' protective chi covering his body, it was likely that he would have already been ripped to shreds. This alone painted just how amazing the mysteries of heaven and earth pupils were. Not long later, the two of them had entered the main armament guild city, a magnificent behemoth that entirely dwarfed the 9 cities orbiting around it. Aberardus shifted through the void without much care for the city's rules. But he, of course, had the right to do so. Within the walls of the city, though, it felt very much like they had entered an entirely new world and environment. It was quite the shocking scene. Soon, they reached the entrance of a sect which Aberardus bypassed with ease. Once more, it felt like they had entered a new pocket of space. With a single step, Aberardus crossed an enormous distance, appearing at the foot of a vast mountain. The pair now stood between 2 mountains connected by the archway of a gate. Despite the fact there didn't seem to be any barriers, it felt as though they were staring into nothingness. Of course, this was just for a normal individual. Ryu felt that if he adjusted his focus just a minor touch, he would be able to see through this veil. However, this time he didn't do so. Just because he didn't fear sky gods didn't mean he was a fool. He wouldn't antagonize one for no reason, nor would he paint a target on his back either. A lesser expert might not be able to tell, but a sky god, even one who built their godhood on blacksmithing, wasn't to be trifled with. Senior, this junior has come to make a humble request of you. Aberardus spoke neither too softly nor too loudly. He knew that for an expert on the level of a sky god, especially an existence that relied on their spiritual sense as much as a blacksmith, there was no way their appearance would have gone unnoticed. Brat Aberardus, don't tell me that you've come to have me forge a weapon for this kid? If that's the case, you can scram. Aberardus was speechless. What was wrong with this old man? Wait, why was his hand suddenly empty? Aberardus turned his head to find that Ryu was already walking away. What the fuck? This kid's temper. Supreme Blacksmith Oki sounded like he wanted to speak more when he too suddenly sensed when Ryu what doing. At that moment, despite being stunned, Oki burst into a fit of laughter. With a wave of his hand, the empty void before them vanished to reveal a path. I change my mind, hurry up. This old man doesn't have all day. Chapter 707 Who? Aberardus turned back toward Ryu with a smile. But his face fell when he saw that Ryu continued without any intention of turning back. This damned brat. Without asking Ryu for his opinion, Aberardus' hand reached out and a suction force pulled Ryu toward him. Then, he flashed inside, not giving Ryu a chance to do or say anything. Ryu felt himself being yanked back, but let alone the fact he was heavily injured, even if he was in peak condition, there was nothing he could do to fight back against the strength of a World Sea Realm expert, at least not with any normal means and definitely not when the two were so close together. Toward this series of events, Ryu could only be speechless. Why was this Aberardus so eager to use a favor of his? This was still the favor of a sky god after all, it was endlessly valuable. He could only chalk it up to the old man being a bit eccentric. By the time Ryu had organized his thoughts, he found that the temperature around him was skyrocketing to a degree that even he felt. The fact he noticed the temperature change as a bit more than a passing commentary went to show just how great the heat was. Soon, Ryu's vision cleared and the large expanse of what could only be described as a mad science project laid out before him. Pipes, gears, and billowing steam snaked through the laboratory. Some connected to cauldrons, other cut into the walls, floors and ceiling to destinations unknown, and yet others were connected to a chair-turned throne of metallic machinations. On this odd chair throne was maybe the oddest man Ryu had ever laid eyes on. Supreme Blacksmith Oki had the face and facial hair of an adorable old man one might want to help across a busy street. His wrinkles had wrinkles and his hair was like sparse vegetation on a desert plain. However, Supreme Blacksmith Oki's body was like that of a bronzed bodybuilder. In fact, his head seemed a size too small for his robust figure, and there was even a clear and dividing tan line that separated his head from his collarbone. If Ryu didn't know better, he would have thought that Supreme Blacksmith Oki was a lich who prolonged his life by stitching his head to different bodies. The sight was truly that peculiar. Despite sensing them come in, Oki-chi continued to work the valves of his special throne, controlling the temperatures across the room and managing the output of steam and air. Several minutes passed by before he slapped the armrest of his throne of pipes and gears, causing the lid of a cauldron to fly off before being caught by some sort of magnet on the ceiling. All right, brat, what do you need of me? Aberardus began to speak a bit too quickly, apparently afraid that Ryu would say something irreparable and get them thrown out. This is how it is. Aberardus quickly explained everything that he had heard from eavesdropping on Ryu's conversation with his son without the slightest hint of shame. He let it all spill forth, clearly still afraid that Ryu would interrupt him. Ryu shook his head and smiled. It was rare to meet people like Aberardus in the martial world. Ryu had experienced a lot, but this was definitely a unique instance. It could only be said that Aberardus was what you would call a good person, though just thinking that left Ryu with a weird feeling. Just went to show just how rare such a thing was. Oki's gaze shifted from Aberardus to Ryu. He frowned slightly, seemingly only now noticing Ryu's mask. Aberartus coughed lightly. Please excuse this. This young one's identity is a bit sensitive for the time and he has many enemies. Aberartus didn't try to use the excuse of the Necromancy Guild. He had no confidence in lying in the face of a sky god. Of course, Ryu wouldn't have had a problem lying, but not only would Aberartus' reaction have likely given him away, but he wasn't really being allowed to speak right now anyway. I see. Seems you're more arrogant than I thought. To actually want the services of so many of us at once. These words were clearly aimed toward Ryu, and it suddenly had become inappropriate for Aberartus to continue answering for him. Without a choice, he could only nudge Ryu with an elbow and give him a stern warning with his eyes. I want the best. Ryu replied. Oki's brows shot up. Well, that's not a bad answer. Aberartus inwardly began to pray. He felt like he was losing years off his life following this brat around. Why was it that Ryu's actions had always seemed so entertaining when he was just a third party watching on? But now he felt so stressed. People often know what they want but very rarely understand what they need. What good would treasures forged by me do you if you can't use them? With your strength, just the weight alone would be enough to cripple you of their use, let alone the amount of chi and skill you would need. I invited you in here both because of the favor I owe a brat and because your character is a small bit to my liking. I would advise that you choose a lesser blacksmith to forge a weapon that is appropriate for your use. Beads of sweat began to pour down Aberartus' forehead. Not only was he beginning to feel the heat of this forge, but he knew that Ryu didn't take advice well, especially when that advice was framed in such a way. Oki was essentially saying that Ryu's deductions were worthless. Of course, things weren't necessarily this way. Even when Ryu's relationship with Ailsa wasn't particularly close, he had still allowed her to berate him and correct his path. That said, that was only because Ryu had believed that Ailsa was correct back then. Oki, however, was very much wrong. That would only depend on the design of the weapon, wouldn't it? Ryu replied unperturbed. Aberartus choked on air. The design. Oki's gaze narrowed, his vision shifting from Ryu to Aberartus. However, at this point, the latter was trying to think of a method to turn back time and stop himself from ever having stepped foot in here. This Ryu would truly be the death of him. In the future, if he managed to survive, he would definitely make sure to only observe this fun from a distance. Ryu mentioning the design was like a layman speaking to a herbologist about gardening or a ruin master about history. It was just a step short of a blatant slap to the face. Obviously, Ryu's words implied that he had a design that would ensure that this wasn't a problem. So why was Oki, as an esteemed supreme blacksmith, struggling with it? The design should always be left up to the blacksmith. At lower levels, a customer might have their own preferences. But, the higher order the blacksmith, the more skilled they were at refining a design for a client based on a single glance. For someone to come to a supreme blacksmith with a design in mind was nothing short of courting death. Ryu shook his head. All these old people were even more arrogant than he was. Forget it, since he was here anyway, he might as well do what he could to get what he needed. The weapon I need is unfamiliar to you all to begin with, and you will need to collaborate with Supreme Blacksmith Windhorn to complete it. If you each have your own designs and thoughts, it would never work. From the very beginning, it would have to rely on my thoughts and specifications. Oki's harsh gaze lightened a small tinge when he heard this. That was right. Aberartus had mentioned that his services were only needed for the polearm of the weapon. In that case, obviously the rest would be completed by someone else. However, this wasn't enough for him to back off entirely. After all, what design could a brat like Ryu possibly have? If he had to waste his time working on the design of a person whose skill was lacking, his own skill would only regress. He had no will to do this. If it wasn't for his good relationship with Aberartus, he would have directly kicked them out. It was then, though, that Ryu raised his hand up and began to draw in the air. At first, Oki's expression was indifferent, but the deft control of Ryu's chi caused his pupils to constrict. Thin lines of transparent blue chi pressed, pulled and curved through the air, slowly forming a three-dimensional structure of ever-growing complexity. Ryu's control didn't falter for several hours, his almost monotonous movements contrasting the beautiful display before him. It made it difficult to accept exactly what was happening. Then, he stopped, a gorgeous structure hovering before him. Oki's expression became supremely difficult to read. Who are you? Chapter 708 Path Extinction. The design twinkled in the air as though in an attempt to consume the pregnant silence. Whether it was Aberardus or Oki, if it hadn't been for the fact that they had personally witnessed Ryu in action, they would have never believed that this design was constructed by him. The main issue wasn't even where the design came from. It was easy for Oki to dismiss it and simply believe that it was the work of someone else. But it was a different matter entirely after seeing Ryu draw it personally. It couldn't be said that what Ryu had done was just as hard as forging the weapon itself, but it was only a few steps down. To layer the complexities in this way required an in-depth understanding of the entire process from start to finish to begin with. It wasn't something that could just be memorized. Or, at the very least, memorizing it without understanding wouldn't have allowed the process to go as smoothly as it had. To put this matter into perspective, it was like Ryu had just drawn out the plans for a complex watch mechanism or a multi-layered engine of a vehicle. Each piece was interconnected and reliant on the last, not to mention reliant on an error that was minimal at worst. Even an error of a fraction of a millimeter or more would result in the entire work falling apart. However, with how sharp Oki's eyes were, how could he not see just how magnificent it all was? Not only was the design intricate and layered, but it all flowed smoothly. In fact, it was to the point where Oki felt prompted to ask just who Ryu was. Such skill couldn't pop out of nowhere. Just Ryu's chi control alone was enough to rank him amongst the best blacksmiths Oki had ever known. If it wasn't for the fact he was so weak, Oki would have thought that he was a supreme blacksmith come to pull some sort of practical joke. Ryu, though, didn't care to answer Oki's question. It wasn't because he was afraid of revealing himself, but rather because it was a rude question to ask, especially after Aberardus had already made his status clear. To still ask this question after what Aberardus had said, it showed signs of one trying to use their prowess and seniority to get what they wanted. Maybe Oki didn't even notice this. As a sky god, he was used to asking what he wanted when he wanted. Unfortunately for him, Ryu wasn't the kind of person who took such disrespect so casually. This design, it will work, correct? Ryu spoke these words instead of answering Oki's question, his meaning quite clear. The actual design of the great sword staff was something that was pieced together by Ryu taking into consideration a few factors. The first was that he wanted the weapon to not limit him. He had great materials to use, but he also didn't want to waste them on low-level weapons. In fact, trying to do so would be more counterproductive than anything else. So, instead, he decided that his weapon should come with several seals instead. These seals would work to limit the burden the weapon placed on him due to his lack of cultivation, and he could then proceed to unlock them one by one. Undoing these seals would unleash more of the weapon's potential and increase the strength it could display, thus making things easier on Ryu. The second thing Ryu took into consideration were the actual treasures he had on hand. He had many rare treasures, but he would be foolish to believe that he had all the rare treasures the martial world had to offer. This meant that the design had to, obviously, revolve around what he had. He didn't have time to go running around looking for materials. And, even though he had money, at a certain point, trading for such rare materials became more dangerous than it was worth. Those who would have such materials in hand, and simultaneously be confident enough to let others know so that they could set up a trade, were all individuals who could crush Ryu with a single finger. The materials he had were good enough. There was no need to strive for absolute perfection, especially when perfection was relative. If Ryu created a perfect design for the raw materials he had now, it would be just as good as if he had a perfect design for any other set of materials. Of course, the final thing Ryu had to consider were his affinities, and, most importantly, what his Tao moving forward would be. Very soon, Ryu would be entering the Path Extinction realm. He could already feel his cultivation moving along at a blazing speed, and since his battle with the heavens, he had already stepped into the 7th stage of the Immortal Ring realm. Of course, him entering the Monarch realm twice since then was greatly helpful as well. After clearing the Immortal Ring realm, it could be said that the days of purely accumulating chi to progress were over. The Path Extinction realm held its name for a reason. It was here that the true test and climb to immortality began. Upon stepping into the Path Extinction realm, one must shatter their comprehensions and build them back up on step at a time. Once the Path Extinction realm is complete, one's Tao would be affirmed, and it would then be possible to enter the Tao pedestal realm, wherein the prowess of one's spiritual foundation can finally begin to shine through. The trouble was that even Ryu himself wasn't quite sure of what his Tao was. And, to make things even more troublesome, he, who had once been looking forward to clearing the immortal ring realm and entering the realm of comprehension so many dreaded, wasn't even sure of himself anymore. With what was happening with Ryu's inheritances and how they always seemed to shatter and collapse outside his notice, he wasn't sure what would happen to him once he entered the Path Extinction realm. If his comprehensions had already experienced so many collapses and rebuilds, how would he do it again for the Path Extinction realm? In that case, wouldn't it be almost impossible for him to climb through it? Ryu sighed to himself. He had always looked forward to entering the Path Extinction realm and beyond because it was at this point the cultivation of so many slowed down. But, for him, as the wielder of the mysteries of heaven and earth pupils, his cultivation speed would be near blinding. What it could take others millions of years to do, it would take him only thousands, if that. In fact, due to the fact Ryu's pupils had entered the cosmic realms, completing immortal-level comprehensions would be as easy as breathing. Because of that, it would likely only take him a handful of years to shoot all the way up to the gates of the cosmic seed realm. But, all of this put a wrench in his plans, and a certain future suddenly became anything about that. This aside, Ryu still managed to take this into consideration. Along with the seals, he used a mixture of path-specific and neutral raw materials that could grow under his influence. With the right nurturing and the right timing in undoing seals, the weapon would mold itself into Ryu's image as time went along. As for the problems with his cultivation, that would have to be a road he crossed when he got there. It was precisely this part of the design that had impressed Oki so much. He had never seen such a thing before. It seemed to combine modern concepts with theories he had only seen scattered throughout ancient texts. Yet, they had all come together so seamlessly. He simply didn't want to believe that it was designed by Ryu. It had to be designed by someone else, a master, maybe. But, if Ryu had such a master, why would he need the help of others to forge his weapons? It simply made no sense. Oki was so baffled that he didn't even have time to get mad at Ryu's blatant ignoring of his question. He just kept staring at the hovering blueprint, his mind in chaos and his mouth practically salivating. Of course, he had no idea that this was indeed designed by Ryu. Ryu had a comprehension of formations that few could match. Though he never, or more accurately, rarely drew them for himself, he had been cracking and undoing them all his life. In a lot of ways, doing this required far more skill than just drawing them, as it involved comprehending a wide spectrum of knowledge. With the evolution of Ryu's eyes and his now natural feel for the flow of the world, cobbling together his insights into a form that was both cohesive and made sense was even easier than he had made forming a monarch realm saber inheritance seem. Plus, Ryu had access to the Zoo ancestors' libraries, opening him to a vast store of information even the Tatsuya never had, as it was lost to history and the many calamities. Oki simply never stood a chance. Chapter 709 Severing. You have all these materials? Oki finally asked. I do. Ryu nodded. So long as your price is in chi stones, I should be able to afford it as well. Oki gazed Ryu a deep look. To tell a sky god you could pay any price took some balls. But Oki didn't refute it. At a certain point, he had stopped caring about money anyway. Due to the uniqueness and intricacies of the design, he would work on it for free if he could. It was just that some of the materials that would be needed to make this work were so rare that even Oki's clan itself didn't have any in store. Some of these things were practically extinct, and others were just exceptionally rare. Though Oki's clan had rare items on the same level in store, having items on the same level and having the items themselves were two completely different concepts. What was the use in having a supreme water treasure when what the design asked for was fire? The final process will need both you and Supreme Blacksmith Windhorn to work together, so it could be better if you forged at the same time. Oki raised an eyebrow. You've gotten that woman's help? Not yet, Ryu replied. Aberardus was speechless. Why was Ryu's tone with a sky god so casual? One would think he had spent his whole life conversing with people on this level. Of course, this wasn't true. The first sky gods Ryu had met were the Zu ancestors, and they were nothing more than spirits. It was just that Ryu wasn't one to be moved by gaps in cultivation or seniority. In fact, he was more apt to be less than indifferent to it all. The stronger his cultivation became, the stronger this feeling became as well. Things that were difficult for others seemed simple to him, and things he had yet to accomplish only felt that they would take a matter of time. In that case, it was hard for him to feel heartfelt respect and awe for anything. If you were guaranteed to accomplish something in the future, then how could you hold it in reverence? By then, whatever that accomplishment was would feel no different than another day-to-day occurrence, as simple as walking, breathing, or eating. There was no suspense to it at all. Ryu left the design with Supreme Blacksmith Oki for him to analyze and inspect and exited along with Aberardus. Getting the help of Supreme Blacksmith Windhorn won't be easy, and I unfortunately don't have another favor to cash in for you. Though even if I did, it would be a toss-up as to whether or not she would agree to use it on you. The good news is that the sword faction of blacksmiths are very straightforward and they don't like to scheme. As long as you can meet their requirements, it wouldn't be impossible to get their help. But Windhorn's requirements are very, very high. Ryu lost himself in thought when he heard Aberardus' words. From what he understood, blacksmiths who specialized in swords were often as eccentric as sword masters themselves. Though Aberardus was of the opinion that all weapons were just as important as swords and that sword masters were just better at advertising themselves, when it came to stereotypes there was always a kernel of truth hidden within. The question was actually whether the kernel of truth hidden by said stereotype was attached with proper context or not. Take sword masters. They were portrayed throughout history as being esoteric, enigmatic, and eccentric. Some of the best sword masters in the history of the martial world were individuals who had taken their daos to the extreme, many of whom followed a path of severing emotion and being only tied to one sword. Why was this? Ryu fell deeper into his thoughts. He felt that he needed to grasp something before he went to find this mysterious Supreme Blacksmith Windhorn. The moment Ryu put his mind to something, it truly didn't take long for him to grasp it. He suddenly thought back to a memory he had long since buried. The day his grandfather sacrificed his life for him so that he could live. That day was the day Ryu failed to enter the spiritual severing realm. Ryu wasn't one who failed at much of anything, so this could be considered to be a great blight on his record. It only made it worse that this failure was connected to the death of a man Ryu had gained great respect for. When Ryu awakened to his memories in this life, he had always considered the Tor to be beneath his notice. In fact, if not for Granny Miriam, he wouldn't have even bothered to seek revenge at all, and he would have been more than happy to leave them behind. The fact that they would lose the right to be associated with him in the future was punishment enough. However, that day, Ryu's grandpa Tor sacrificed his life for Ryu's sake. Ryu took a deep breath and sighed. It had been a long time since he thought of those memories. Life and human emotions were two things that all of Ryu's comprehension couldn't possibly get to the bottom of. Or at least that's what it felt like in his state. Who knew, maybe if he too experienced trillions of years of life, there'd be a day where he came to understand. He recognized his grandfather as his family only after he died, leaving him in a state of regret. But, knowing himself, could he ever have forgiven that man if not for him going so far to begin with? It was a heart-wrenching paradox. To feel something for him, his grandfather had to die. There was something about that sentence that felt quite profound. Almost like how for there to be the rich, there had to be the poor. For there to be happiness, there had to be sadness. And yet, while those were taking the grand scale of the world as its sample size, the death of Ryu's grandfather was greatly personal. But it was exactly that made Ryu remember it all so vividly. He felt he would remember it so vividly even if he didn't have the origin flame. The blade that fell that day, the very one that fell for them all, and the one Ryu failed to follow through on, was a sword. Chapter 7:10 Good People and Good Things. Ryu had never really thought about it before, but no matter how you looked at it, the blade of the spiritual severing realm was indeed a sword. Though it had no hilt or handle, there was no mistaking the style of the blade. The question was if this was by design of the heavens or if it was something that Ryu had subconsciously done. In order to form the severing blade, One needed to accumulate all the chi they had gathering during the chi refinement realm, expel it, and then use your chi control to meld it. If it was subconscious, wouldn't Ryu have chosen a blade he was more familiar with? By then, he had already spent a lot of time with his spear, glaive and halberd and was firmly in the imposed realm. In addition, he had fought almost too many life and death battles using the crystalline Jade's fourth floor. Though the crystalline Jade's fourth floor was absolutely useless to him now due to the fact his combat prowess had grown too greatly. Back then it was a challenge he faced every day only to die more times than he could count. So, using such weapons in a time of crisis was already second nature to him. He shouldn't have needed to think before he chose one of those three blades that he was the most familiar with. And yet, there was no greater crisis Ryu had faced up until that point. With his chaotic silk meridians, he knew that it would be extraordinarily difficult to complete his severing. After all, to be forced to cut one of the strongest materials in all of existence, even if it was at its thinnest and weakest point, was a tall mountain to climb. In fact, if one thought back to what happened back then, Ryu's own chi hadn't been enough and he had to use the essence from his comprehension breakthrough to supplement his severing. All of that accumulated together to paint the picture. Ryu's back had been against the wall. He had felt the threat of failing, and in his moment of uncertainty, in the moment he needed the blade to give him the surest chance at victory, he chose the sword? Aberardus saw how deep in thought Ryu was and chose not to interrupt. There was something about the movement of chi when Ryu entered such a deep state of thinking that made even Aberardus feel greatly at ease. In fact, before he even noticed what happened, Aberardus entered the first meditation state and then immediately slipped into Breath of Earth. Oki, who had been observing what was happening as he wondered why these brats hadn't left his mountain range yet, was shocked. He then grinned ear to ear. To have entered a state of enlightenment so deep into your life? I guess you're a bit lucky. A brat. Maybe we'll have a new sky god very soon. It shouldn't be forgotten just how rare entering a meditation state was. Even back then, during Ryu's birthday celebration, the fact he could enter Breath of Earth had shocked all of the World Sea Realm experts that had been there. And that was despite the fact they were well aware that there were 7 states of meditation higher than that. Just because Ryu could enter meditation states as he pleased, didn't mean others could do so. His pupils were ranked first for a reason. To Aberardus, to have a chance to enter Breath of Earth right now, it was a blessing of a lifetime. Oki's analysis wasn't exaggerated in the slightest. Oki waved his hand and used his aura to block out the happenings. Though no one would usually dare poke and prod at his territory, he decided to be an extra step cautious. After all, Aberardus advancing to Sky God would throw a wrench in the plans of a lot of people. The Armament Guild was the Armament Guild after all. How could they not have true Sky Gods? These so-called supreme blacksmiths were practically only Sky Gods in name considering how much importance the martial world placed on combat prowess. This was all to say that the true powerhouses of the Armament Guild were allowing Aberardus and his son to throw their little tantrum for now, but when the time came their efforts wouldn't count for much at all. At the same time, it was only because the Hastam clan had an old ancestor of the Sky God realm as well that no one dared to go too far with what they did to the father-son pair as well. But if Aberardus made that finally leap, Oki's pupils constricted. He had been so enamored with Aberardus' state that he didn't even notice that Ryu had one with self. Oki violently stood from his throne of pipes and gears. A violent burst of steam shot out in all directions due to his forcefulness. But he couldn't be bothered to care. In all of history, how many had managed to experience one with self? A few 10,000, maybe? If that? Oh, a pity. Oki shook his head. Right then, he witnessed Ryu suddenly snap awake and look over toward Aberardus. Wait, those! Ryu took out several golden petals and crushed them in his hand. Then, with a flick of his finger, the chi of those petals entered Aberardus' nostrils. Breath of earth, breath of heaven, breath of world, one with self, one with earth, one with heaven, one with world. Unfortunately, Aberardus couldn't cross the final level into breath of quintessence despite Ryu's having crushed enough petals. But this was more than satisfying enough. It seemed that even the spirit-seeking lilies had their limits. If Ryu had left Aberardus to his own devices, Even if he managed to grasp something from Breath of Earth, it would still take him several millennia to cross the final barrier and truly become a sky god. But each subsequent state of meditation was exponentially better than the last. With world, Aberartus might become a sky god in a few days and not a normal one at that. Ryu smiled. Good people being rewarded for their good deeds made him feel a bit happy. Though he wasn't a person who was naive enough to believe that good should be reciprocated by the world with more good, he still felt good that Aberartus was being rewarded. Though Ryu had been a small help, at best he was just a minor trigger. If Ryu could induce states of meditation in people, his mysteries of heaven and earth pupils would be even more overpowered than they already were. This was nothing more than a happy coincidence, but it was coincidence that Ryu was glad had happened. Most absolute geniuses only experienced one chance at a state of meditation in their lifetime. Ryu hoped that Aberartus would grasp his will. Ryu took a step forward to walk away. His gaze shot back toward the gate that connected the two mountains and smiled, as though he could see Oki's expression as clear as day. Turning back, he began to make his way out of the blacksmith clan. As for his destination, of course that was Supreme Blacksmith Windhorn.